I'm with you, Parker. Let's go, baby.
We're going to get into it here in a moment, but what about scalability on this one too? You're looking at now the sniper coming out. Jug's always kind of a great scaler throughout the game, offers variety in team fights as well as split pushing a bit, while Vici, it kind of almost feels like it's all on this Luna to kind of hit that critical mass and make it happen.
Exactly. I feel like they're a little bit more like one-dimensional, like the way they have to end the game, while IGV has a lot more late-game potential. They can scale indefinitely, and they have so many different ways to catch. Stampede with Glimpse, and on top of a Shrapnel with Earth Spirit coming in. Let's say it does get to the point where they're defending their high ground. They have so many different ways to just mess with Avicii's way of sieging Shrapnel, and then if somebody like gets out of position in any way, they can just get glimpsed into a bad spot. That could be the way the global could work, though, as well as the Tusk. So we'll see which way it's going to form out. But I got to say, I do like the way IGV drafted this one.
A bit of a change up there in roles. FY back on his Rubik.
Nice. So it is going to be
Fenrir Tusk.
Fenrir Tusk.
So they swap up a bit. We see FY on his old tried and true. Aggressive sporting, of course, the Luna we see there. And their mid lane silencer. So a little bit of something old, a little bit of something new here coming out for Vici. IG, though, I would be nervous. Even about their laning phase, you got dogfights on his comfort hero of all heroes in the Earth Spirit.
I'm glad I get to cast the dogfights Earth Spirit. I'm glad I get to cast also the Abaddon with this set. This set actually bothers me. Because
Why does it bother you?
He's flashing blue. It kind of looks like he ults sometimes.
Oh, you're right.
You see what I mean,
Look
right?
at that portrait.
When I was watching it the other day, it kind of messed with me a little bit. Top lane.
Oh, what is
Gets
happening?
Gets a clip onto dogfights, but it's an Earth Spirit. He can at least TP you out. He had the boulder up as well in about 6 or 7 seconds, but nice little cheeky play coming out from FY. Already just being like, yep,
audience is like mega hype.
Rubik. I'm on Rubik, man. I'm FY.
And audience is mega hype for any like FY Rubik work to come out from this one. And away we go in the laning phase. Sakata Sniper going to go in against Freeze Silencer in the mid lane. Not the first time, in fact, just yesterday, MP in their matchup against VGJ sporting the Silencer. Maybe VGJ grabbing a little bit of MP with them.
Maybe just a little bit.
Shout out to them in game number 3 here, as he is able to easily punish. As you can see, the pure damage of those glaives does work on any opposing laner, but as Sakata should bring in the levels, will allow a bit more distance, a little more firepower, and potential bottom lane. Early roll-in from Dogfights with a Blade Fury on top of it. Will they have enough firepower to get the finish on ROTK? And they do
get him.
Fog, that's the 3rd game straight. ROTK has handed over first blood.
That's what he's forcing experience. He's messing up the lane equilibrium.
ROTK does it again.
Let's see. Yeah, he probably did mess with the lane equilibrium. Yeah, he did. So he's got it up a bit into his favor, so he's able to get himself some experience. So that's fine. It's a death in the off lane. It's it's not the best situation, but those things are going to happen as an off laner. You're going to have to take those type of small losses and gains. But, so Silencer mid with versus the Sniper. I think it's a fairly even matchup. It depends obviously if the uphill misses. The Sniper does have a lane warden. The big thing for the Sniper though is we'll probably have dogfights making the rotations coming in. I would like to see him at least make the rotations coming into mid lane, because Shrapnel onto a Silencer with a roll in, I would say that's a pretty easy kill setup. As long as he's in the right position, not too close to his tower.
Dogfights is rolling about elsewhere. He's trying to actually steal the bounty rune here, but Fenrir was already there. And Dogfights will ping it out. And we'll see how much longer he decides to hang through that middle lane, or if he's going to heed the advice you were talking about and try to make a presence towards the Silencer in the mid lane, so it's not just kind of more of a clear shutout. On the other side of the globe, it's going to be a bit more quieter, as we see Aggressive able to kind of work with what is nearly a total and free lane here.
So I actually didn't get to glance at this. So ROTK, that death is actually super warranted, because he did block the pull camp. So they're not able to pull the lane back at all, and they actually blocked their own hard camp as well.
Ooh.
So he's able to just get a lot of experience here, force a lot of aggression. So that was definitely absolutely worth it. And with that, the 2 camps blocked, that makes it a little bit more awkward for IGV, because they don't want to keep that tri-lane bottom. They can't maximize an experience. They need to make those moves around with Dogfights.
Yeah, Dogfights is already mid, so we'll have to see. It could be something, obviously, Vici will anticipate with his disappearance in the bottom lane. It's something that I'm sure they'll always have in the back of their mind. Dogfight's trying to go for the pull, but he sees the camp is not even there. It will spawn now, but he's got to head back to the bottom lane. So a little concerning here for IG, as they try to find a nice nuzzling home for themselves to be able to kind of get a good head start in the laning phase. Good thing for Injuly was he got to work in the jungle a bit. Now he makes his presence back in that top lane once again, but obviously is not going to be too comfortable there for too long.
They really want to go for ROTK. They really want to emphasize just punishing ROTK over and over again, giving Paparazzi a really good start rather than focusing on the Sniper. They just kind of want to leave him to his own devices.
Makes you wonder, do you think it'd be a bit OP if they ever added the ability in the game where you could deny your own ward? Like, let's say you could take out a sentry that happened to be blocking a camp that you were
The sentry
out?
they actually placed did not block the hard cap. I thought it initially had from the glance that I'd seen, but yeah, it didn't. So they actually have that now, at least to get themselves some experience and pull the lane back. That's why you see Paparazzi spin to not only tank the shield so he doesn't take the damage from it, but also keep the lane equilibrium in a better position for himself.
RHK would love to have an answer for that. He's actually level 4, so he can still kind of hang and swing a bit. Not going to be under too much threat. He can isolate one of the supports, as you see here, and actually take it to him. But
level 4 at 4 minutes as your offlaner. I mean, he's perfectly happy with that. Fenrir, not really having to make any like flashy plays. I think he's literally just walking around stealing bounty runes. He just ran bottom, took their bounty rune. Now he's walking up here, grabbing his bounty rune.
Fenrir, you know, Tusk. I don't know if I'm going to be seeing like flashiest of plays, but he could play more of that defensive Tusk.
Yeah, they play very different ways and very different roles. So
I mean, maybe I want to see a big ass epic Fenrir Walrus punch play. That would be pretty sick.
Definitely possible. So the Centaur and the Abaddon, very similar. The Centaur is just getting a bit more farm because he's just straight up jungling. So there is that little advantage that IGV does have coming ahead. And just, yeah, some slight lane advantage coming out from the sniper. As you said, he does start to peel away a little bit, but the denies coming out from the silencer from Freeze is very high.
We have actually have a rotation play
Fenrir making the first move.
Is that Fenrir or is that FY? Moving into the mid lane, looking for the setup. He gets the shard block, but Dogfight steps up, but it's going to be too late. They get the Fade Bolt finish, and they get it done. Dogfights will get a 3-man stun. They block him from the roll away. Now, you're supposed to kick someone away and then roll out, right? That's usually the better idea. I mean, the stun's great to stop him in the spot. Maybe he was fearing the extra bit of damage, but in those hectic moments, it's hard to find that clear path to make it out, especially when they're crowding the Earth Spirit, because that's what you got to do.
Yeah, big misplay there coming out from Dogfight, still just keeping in and then dying. I feel like he was going to be the one to make the first rotation coming out, but Fenrir with the smoke coming in too. Great rotation coming in. He makes the first move coming out toward that mid lane.
And based on draft, you'd say that IG should have a pretty good laning phase.
Yep.
But things not panning out in that fashion at the moment. Looks like Sakata will step away, farms in the side lane, but Fenrir's still kind of moving pretty deep.
Keeping eyes on Dogfights.
Yes, he is. Keeps him in touch, and we'll walk on out. Dogfights will have to find other opportunities elsewhere.
I feel like I haven't seen Luna in so long. Oh, nice D-ward coming out from Dogfights there. No, I just mean in general, like the hero. I feel like I haven't seen Luna in a very long time.
I mean, Shadow Demon Luna, remember that used to be a thing?
No, I don't want to remember that.
Well, it's not anymore. Shadow Demon long gone, and Luna just kind of a second thought. We were pulling a bit for a Gyro, who kind of almost fits the same bill as a Luna here, but here aggressive already with his level 6, hoping to get the kill.
Why? The big invasion coming out looking for Sakata here. They will spot the creep. He's going to probably steal it here. Will they be able to get Sakata as well with the lift? He actually is able to get him. Aggressive with the Eclipse, and Sakata's dropped down for sure.
Boom, boom, boom. The mighty gold beams from the heavens above.
And they're going to steal the Centaur.
Nice.
That was a nice little rotation, just walking across the mid lane, just out of vision, not able to see that rotation coming in from...
You don't really suspect the ganking roaming level 6 Luna. We've been seeing it with the life stealers going to the bottom lane. We used to see it back in the day with gyrocopters, but Luna now stepping into action the second her Eclipse comes online. Something IG didn't seem prepared for at all.
I love those type of rotations when the safe laner gets involved that early.
Yeah.
I mean, he has Eclipse. He wants to use it as quick as possible, getting a kill. Bam. Goes back to his farming right afterwards. Rinse, repeat. He's probably going to do the same thing as soon as Eclipse is up again. Maybe even go for some tower pressure afterwards for the next Eclipse. So now we have...
ROTK, he's been still kind of diligent here in the bottom lane.
Level 6.
Got borrowed time, so really the threat of being taken down is not there.
Gloves of Haste. Getting ready for the Midas.
Top lane.
Here we go, top lane. Oh, this should be a pretty dead FY here. They do have enough lockdown and damage burst potential to bring him down, but he's fairly tanky.
Aggressive
with the damage.
If they trade for in July, it would be certainly worth it, but FY's got the shoes, and he sneaks past him and aggressive gets a double kill. Welcome back, FY.
Oh my god.
Okay, then. I thought that maybe would end up being a trade of a 1-for-1 there with aggressive intercepting, but...
The Fade Bolt damage reduction, just not able to dish out enough damage onto him, but the stick charges too. How does he live? FY! That was ridiculous. Very high leveled Rubik already, level 6 at around he gets it at like 730 about after that double kill being picked up. He's just a little bit tanky, a little bit too tanky for them to bring down. That's
That's got to hurt you real hard in the morale department, and especially for someone like Dogfights. You're feeling good, you got your Earth Spirit, but we saw him TP to the mid lane go down, TP to the top lane go down.
Yeah, Stampede was committing too to try to get the more damage and to catch up to FY, but yeah, the damage reduction from the Fable was just enough to have him survive.
IG under the watchful eye of Vici here, and they know it. They'll get the extra 100 gold. It's like, well, I see now they suspected our rotation up. And they'll take away that bit of vision here. We look to IG to see how they're going to be able to bounce back. And one of the things I was going to pull towards is like, oh, they got Stampede. That's a good tool they could finally be able to put to work. But as we saw, not always a guarantee. Bottom lane, though, Paparazzi does manage to pull together his Omni Slash. Probably not going to be finding kills on this guy over here. So I'm curious if they're eager to get his blood or his sword a bit dirty, or if they're going to just be diligent about Paparazzi's bottom lane farm.
I'd like to see just the mirror rotations, the same thing we tend to see. If they bring too many aggressive heroes down to the Jugs lane, I'd like to see make them move toward this enemy safe lane and push toward that tower. Just the same mirror rotation we see coming out very often now. Freeze looks like he's going for a Midas, so Midas gaming for Vici.
Yeah, I was going to say, so you anticipate ROTK is going to go down the greedier road, get the Midas. I mean, we've been seeing it every game, maybe with the exception of Daryl. Ice has his own take on kind of the Abaddon pickup, but
he still did go for the Midas Radiance.
He did.
And ROTK went for the Midas into Solar Crest the last time, and then into the Radiance because he was getting a bit too far behind. They do get their smoke broken. They know that Dogfights is in the trees here. They get the trap on him with the Ice Shards. Nice shards by Fenrir, able to clean him up almost instantly. And they do get int for Freeze, and he gets the last hit as well.
The dynamic duo of Vici still flexing strong here after a troublesome group stage. They came to play on the main stage for sure.
And we do see that rotation happening as we had previously mentioned. The Abaddon goes for the bottom tower. Paparazzi makes the move toward top. They take the tower. Kind of a trade-off. But Dogfights now trying to soak some experience, making a play, maybe happening onto ROTK down here. ROTK, no TP, but lots of rotation coming out from Vici. They really want to secure this tower.
He wants to secure that Midas, it looks like. Mid lane, Scott gets bullet back a bit.
Chunk. Oh, raindrops.
And maxing the curse there, it looks like. All right. Tier 1 does go down. And Midas becomes a bit more secured there for ROTK. Arcane Boots goes to FY. Bit more items online at this moment. Global's going to be back up now. So for Vici, we'll see if it's a smoke being handed off them the bottom lane to try to make some action continue to happen, or if they're satisfied playing the farming game on this one. Oh, Fenrir does manage to snowball to shrug off an Omni Slash, and with ROTK rotating in, they will not pursue.
Well, he's happy with that one. Paparazzi even canceled and faked it a few times to try to bait it out, trying to get him to use the snowball into a better spot for him to get the spin and cleanup, but not able to happen. In July, now getting grabbed up by FY.
Gets off the stun.
Gets instant Stampede steal.
Yep. And FY's like, that's fine, I don't even need to use it to chase you. I came here to take that spell. I didn't want to kill you. I wanted Stampede.
That's exactly what he did.
Thank you for giving it to me. And now they have Stampede and Global.
Stampede and Global, and they're versus a Sniper. So you ideally want Stampede versus Sniper. Now you got it. So now they have the Tusk, they have the Stampede, they have multiple different forms to be able to get on top of that Sniper. We might see them go for a power play here with the smoke, maybe potentially with once they get their lanes pushed out a bit more.
They have the time to work with, though. They could hold on to a bit because it feels like IG also could feel confident because they have Stack Storm now online, and also I imagine Magnetize is going to be coming online soon. So if IG are like, oh, we're feeling good, let's take a team fight, that Stampede turnaround with a Global Silence could just ruin their day too. So I'm curious to see if VG are going to wait at first, and then as they see maybe Stampede's beginning to expire, maybe they'll decide to kind of move on forward. It's going to be interesting to see how comfortable VG are with the current state of the game.
They might feel content with the way that this is happening too. Like, since they already got their Midas on 2 heroes, they already have a Luna, they feel like they have a very comfortable lead going into this after the laning phase. Like, they might just be very content with just keeping it a bit more passive. I mean, if you look at the Silencer's net worth, he's already almost 1,300 behind, or the Sniper compared to the Silencer, he's already 1,300 behind him.
Yeah, he's fallen behind a bit. Even his own Centaurs kind of creeping up and above.
Look at FY going for these solo pressure onto Sakata.
Stampede right through him, FY.
He wants to.
He will! He's actually looking to go for the solo pick.
And he's got the shrapnel as well!
He got it! FY! Comes back into action here, gets it done, and says, see you later, nerds. I will take your sniper kill and walk away. Wow.
FY Rubik.
I've missed him on this Rubik. It's good to see him again. Tough stuff now for IG. They are going to be able to dish out a Static Storm play here, but Vici just seemed to shrug it off. IG just...
Oh, no, they're hemorrhaging kills now.
It's just bad. They're going to have to stampede the hell back home and into the safety of a healing ward to stay alive.
He actually ended up going for the hood build first rather than rushing the Blink Dagger as well onto In July. But the Static Storm bit off the mark with the kinetic field. Silencer able to be able to survive it.
Every IG Ultimate debut has been a disaster. The Stampede didn't work out in the top lane going for the gank. The Omni Slash to go into the kill for the Tuskar didn't work out. And then, yeah, Static Storm. Not so bueno.
It's time for some deep breaths, IGV.
Yeah. This is...
Let's relax a little bit.
This is definitely feeling tough right now. 7-1 already here for VCJ as we get to the 14-minute mark. These supports are starting to feel themselves and get a little bit of side free farm here. FY still getting the most out of that shrapnel, but as you alluded to earlier with the pickup of the Midases, VG are just content. They're taking great counter fights. Their supports are getting solo pickoffs on cores. Let's just keep farming, guys.
Yeah, if they're going to be playing like into this game with Midases, that's when their lineup starts to scale a bit harder because they're playing versus Sniper Jug and such high catch and high ground defense. But when they have all these Midases, I mean, that's when you just get to a point where you're just so much over farmed that you're able to just brute force. Here we go, another glimpse coming out from Super.
No Global, still needs 20 seconds, but there is going to be a TP in. Boulder's Smash, a little too slow.
It's pretty tanky. He's got the treads finished up. He's got 12 stick charges too if they decide to commit harder.
And ward party here in the mid lane. Just as one's going to be planted, one will be taken away.
Yeah, only steals Assassinate. So he used the healing ward there to not only counteract everything that happened onto Freeze, and then now he steals the Assassinate as well. So Freeze full health. And they're looking for another play on Skada here.
Got half of his life. You know, one bad jump in. He could get the burst play here, but VTJ happy to just draw most of the focus of IG towards this mid lane so that they could have ROTK farming up in the top lane and, of course, aggressive farming elsewhere here. Paparazzi straight to the Manta. Going against a global.
Yep. Good for more targets for the clips as well. And just good item pickup in general on Jug anyway. And they're all just
Lina also
farming
for a Manta.
It's farming for Vici time.
I assure you, IG were not expecting at this point in the game to be so kind of weighted in a farming position and not taking strong fights. But here they're back in mid lane. There's the glimpse back with a kinetic field. Even a Static Storm going to be committed. Two-man catch with the Boulder Smash, but that's it. Rotations are coming in, and that's not good enough for him. FY sends him packing with a shot to the ass of the Assassinate here, and they're not done yet. They even hit him with the shards. It looked like VGD even did more damage there. Oh, here comes aggressive to the party. In July tries to run on home on the back of a Stampede, but he can't make it out. Vici came to the mid lane. They said, you wanted to start this fight. We're coming here to finish it.
IGV, it looks like they're just feeling it looks like the pressure is getting to them, honestly. Like that Static Storm commit onto the high ground there for the Rubik. It's already like right next to the tower. There's a Tusk right there. If he's able to get the snowball up as well, it just seems like they're either some miscommunication, some like lack of confidence coming out for them a bit here.
Yeah,
they definitely need to do something to just bring it up back for them because right now this game's got Vici written all over it.
Maybe it was different. They were trying to use the Stampede offensively to start out that fight, to rush themselves up into the high ground. But even then, I don't know if Sakata alone can kind of finish out that job.
And he's forced to go for a force. He's forced to go for a force staff now. So instead of having some more like tankiness and damage, he's just like purely trying to survive.
The only damage right now is the Jug. And that with maybe an Omni Slash. But there's already so many nice defensive tools here for Vici that they're not too worried about it.
We talked about it, and Peter mentioned it on the panel a couple of times too, is that the big standouts for IGV is it tends to be dogfights, making lots of plays around the map, and Sakata having just a very safe game. Now we do have a go on ROTK, but that ain't who you want to go on. ROTK reads the movement perfectly.
Did you just stomp the king? I see people call those NA ganks sometimes, but that was a move in.
It's good read. Good read by ROTK.
And they're like, yeah, we're good, and we leave. But IG not going to be overcommitting too much spell usage for that one, but that was not what they were hoping to get out of that rotation. So we'll have to see where they go back from here. But the more time that is a ticking as they try to find their bearings and find where they want to kind of make new plays, it's just the clock going for Vici as they continue to scale. Luna creeping her advantage up towards now the 10K mark, about 2K Headed where the jug isn't even at.
He's extremely tanky as well. He has 1,800 HP on Agi Tread, so 2,000 HP on Strength Treads.
Early BKB pickup, it looks like. Does that say that Vici overall are trying to just kind of end the game sooner than later, or take fights? Like, you know, obviously committing for an early BKB means that it's going to wind down to 5 seconds that much sooner.
They see in July here.
They taunt around with him a bit, and the commitment in from Fenrir.
Pretty tanky though. He's got Blink back up.
Oh. Turn around, engagement from Dogfights. That's when they pop the global, and that's when he feels worthless in this fight, and they could just shred apart Dogfights and take him out entirely. Man, I hate it so much when I have to go against a Silencer as an Earth Spirit, but he manages to live just a little bit longer. Finally gets taken down. Both supports are going to get dropped, and now it's going to be in July using a Stampede again defensively to make it away from trouble. It does look like Sakata was able to get the snipe finish onto FY, but it is just one forgiving pick, and the chase is on. Sakata, the little man, trying to run out aggressive.
Into the fog every single time, not letting aggressive get that Lucent Beam on him, and now he's too far.
Now he just gets it out of principle.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what it was. He's like, you know what?
And lets him go. Still a favorable trade when you take the numbers into consideration. IG do double up their kills from 1 to 2, but it's still
force the global. And yeah,
that's
force
true.
the global. It's good.
Dogfight pretty much himself forces that global by throwing himself into the mist, but as you can see, there's going to be no team fight when global is on the field. Now, here comes IG. Global's off the field. Let's give it another go. And aggressive's nearby.
Might be where they
heads to the high ground though.
Here.
Heads to the high ground, and they're going to see the approach. Or will they? Jump in. Beautiful two-man.
The force stat from Freeze instantly onto aggressive, bringing him out of the static storm. ROTK caught in it though. They're going to be brought down by the Omni Slash, it looks like, or will they? Aggressive surviving. Fenrir with the Magnetize coming out. Paparazzi, IG they're starting to escape. They're trying to get away, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to. Vici turning this one around quickly. Everyone being brought down. Dogfights able to nope. 3 people down for IGV. Just
that force
staff instantly by Freeze.
He's a Jedi. That was crazy. I mean, and so fortunate for Vici with the approach coming in from IG that felt strong. It was going to be a bit grim. I mean, now you're heading into like a high ground situation against Vici, but still look like they didn't know the approach was there from IG. But with help nearby, with your babysitters, with your buddy system, you bail out of what could have been certain trouble. And now FY just with a style play, swinging around his little staff, trying to take it to super.
He's got another nuke soon.
Got him. FY
with this blink tagger, just flashing, just being flashy.
Just being flashy here all over little IGV. Probably finding their most success we've seen from a Dota 2 tournament really at this level, at this caliber. But in this game 3 kind of a moment, you can just kind of feel maybe it's a little bit of nerves. Maybe it's not being quite as polished as some of the other teams. Whatever it may be, it's just not working for him here in game 3. And it's feeling like all Vici at this moment. Aggressive. Looked like he didn't want to finish out the BKB and instead wanted to settle on finishing out a Dragon Lance at the moment. Even more durable than he once was. D-Ward's coming out. Ooh, high ground though. For IG.
2-man stun from in July, static storm on top. The global does come out, but it's after everything was already expended. Are they going to be able to get both kills here?
Oh, it's so much work even just to get the supports. They finally will get FY down, and it looks like Fenrir will also be taken care of, but if they want to pursue for more, they're going to be only losing casualties for it, and they do. Suddenly this trade already turns out the better for VGJ, getting the takedown on in July. Sakata could be next, but a kinetic field does hold them back.
Definitely a better trade for Vici there. Even though they have to expend the global, they do now have the Radiance already coming out for the Abaddon. So that scaling potential is there. They have 3 heroes that can scale very hard now because of that quick Radiance pickup. Midas, Radiance, 22 minutes. Pretty damn good.
And Vici will be able to kind of take back the reign there. Paparazzi doing what he can in the bottom lane to kind of push it on out, but you could see most of the network damage had already been done in this one. 10K of an advantage earned for them. XP matching up just about the same.
So he did go for the BKB instead of like doing that. He looked like he was switching his items back and forth, but they do have a lot of like majority of the damage from IGV is magic damage. It's pretty much, a sniper isn't really peeping that, he's not really attacking that hard just yet. Juggernaut, Omni Slash is pretty much their only source of physical damage coming out from them. So once he's got that online, they can actually start sieging, maybe even go for a Roshan and just force IG into a bad position with the global. Because they have Radiance, they have Curse of Avernus, they've got more than enough that they need for these fights now. See what they opt to do though. Massive Mask of Death and Morbid Mask being delivered for the Luna as well. So it looks like he might be even building toward like a Satanic / Butterfly buildup. Just
yeah. What about for Freeze here? We saw an interesting approach from Envy in yesterday's game, straight to the Hurricane Pike for now. You know, sometimes we'll see those rods. They favor the extra bit of root and strength. Here though,
in this game, just being able to peel away from the Stampede and away from the Snipe, the Shrapnel, and all like the big fights, big like AoE fights that they have.
The Force won in that previous fight, so
yeah.
Okay, top lane, hard engagement for ROTK. Pulls out the time that he was borrowed, and will stay alive.
I guess they're just trying to force some reaction, in a way, because they pop that ult and they literally just completely back out. So now they do have vision of all the rotation coming in from Vici with that one ward. Paparazzi trying to get a little bit of tower chip damage.
What about the whole late game element with a sniper? Remember like way back during the Troll Sniper Jug kind of saga, and it was the impenetrable high ground defensive capabilities that a sniper had in those games to be able to prolong and withstand. Are those elements still there for sniper in this day and age?
I think versus an Abaddon, it makes it a little bit different, just because he can brute force it, and also with a Luna. And when you're this much of a detriment, when you're this far behind, I think it makes it a lot harder to just be able to do that, because they're pretty durable now. So the shrapnel's not as relevant. They're gonna have an Aegis going into that into that high ground push to FY. Now getting a jump onto ROTK. They get the global coming out actually onto July. Apologies, and they do get the Eclipse, and they're just gonna clean him up with that.
That's 48 seconds.
Yeah, they're gonna get more.
And yeah, Super eats a couple of quick shots there coming out from the Eclipse, and that certainly puts him in. And now you're 2 down from IG. Back to the lanes you go here. Paparazzi frantic to try to relieve the pressure before it ends up coming his way, using those Manta Illusions to kind of keep the mid lane in. The top lane's already in, and they're quickly attending to the bottom. So no credit for IG on these pickoffs and on these trades of fights for Vici. They can't quickly follow him up with +1s.
Yeah, still FY though. No hesitation getting those kills. He just blinks in, doesn't care. Just gets a beautiful lift, and yeah, they clean it up. Even though it's a global usage, it's great. I mean, kills are really important right now for them, just to be able to siege stuff out. They even grab now a healing ward steal from FY, so this could be very, very relevant in their next upcoming sieges.
Already in preparation. ROTK and aggressive, attending to this mid lane.
That's probably his best steal for this current moment that they're getting into right now for those type of sieges. Because sure, Stampede, Omni Slash, these spells are great, Shrapnel as well, but
Healing Ward
with the Luna and not Abaddon into pushing high ground.
Just mitigates all that ridiculous damage too.
Yeah.
So nice to have. Dogfights pressures that bottom lane.
It's going to be super problematic when Aggressive gets his Butterfly. He's almost got it too, so that is going to be the big thing to break high ground, because they're not going to have MKBs for a long time. Sure, Headshot is decent versus it, but not enough.
There goes the tier 2. More money in the pocket here for Vici. And you're going to be seeing stuff like Fenrir get a Blink Dagger soon on his Tusk.
That's going to be really important to get into the back lines, onto the Sniper. Also save his teammates if they do get like 2-man stomped or into Static Storm.
Ooh, a DD rune. That's juicy.
Clean up the last tier 2s.
It seems to be what's on the docket here for Vici, and we just got to begin to start thinking, what can underdogs IG in this situation be able to do to crawl themselves back into some serious relevance? They're doing an okay job recognizing what parts of the map are free, so they can kind of force Vici to attend to different sides and stall. But as far as taking fights, they really just don't feel like they can just swing with the boys of Vici right now.
Yeah, I think they just need to keep lanes pushed out as best as possible right now for IGV. They don't want to fight into Aegis by any means. They know that BKB is freshly picked up from the Luna, so I think just keeping the lanes pushed out, they can't really take fights by any means into Vici for now. They have to just do the high ground defense and hope for the best after pushing lanes out. So here, 2 lanes are going to be IGV pushing 2 lanes into 2 tier 2s, and Vici's going to just go for this high ground. They're just going to force IG to go back.
Here they come, charging on forward. The first TP is going to be dogfights back inside the base. And now Sukata shows up and needs to start getting maybe some shrapnel action out there. And there you see it going to be dished. Quick blink back by Aggressive. He gets a new shield. Walks back in.
This healing ward is going to do so much work here. Nobody's able to get to the back of it. The Sniper's not able to hit it in July. Now trying to force an engagement kind of, but stun.
2-man connection with it. Pull back right into the Static Storm. Was that a stolen one? Oh, man. Well, they're going to get the burst finish. That's going to be Centaur going down. A buyback is going to be necessary on this one. They are going to chew through Aggressive and his Aegis, but now it's movement onto the Rax, and they can't seem to stop him.
The trade, though, Paparazzi.
Paparazzi mid lane takes 1 Rax too.
That's pretty good for IG.
Here comes the return, and now it's going to be possibly Paparazzi looking to get in the action, but they've been nursing that global possibly for this moment. Now they rush in. They're going to get the burst finish onto RTK. Stampede's going to get called, and BTJ need to back the hell out.
ROTK not expecting that silver edge from Paparazzi. So he gets silver edged, doesn't pop his ult by him on his own, so does actually get brought down during the Omni Slash there. Just a little bit of a misplay there coming out from ROTK. Could have probably saved his life, but definitely a big showing there for IGV. Not only they lost the Rex, but trading at least in a way and getting themselves at least one kill.
Total traded base, and with the takedown of Vici as they try to make their exit, definitely gets IG in a better position. This game not even yet. Vici still feeling very, very good. But as said before, IG are doing a nice job just kind of adding all that pressure elsewhere. And Vici are trying to just kind of race it to them. But now you got to acknowledge IG and their capability of kind of sieging. Yeah, so pressuring objectives.
It didn't look like it was. I think that was just the disruptor static storm, by the way. I was looking at I was trying to look at the Juggernaut pushing, so I didn't actually catch in the fight. But I think he just stole hoof stomp, and that's how July got brought down. And the disruptor was trying to just like blanket him to protect him.
Yeah.
But definitely, that was a really smart move by Paparazzi. You were asking what the underdogs can do. I mean, that's a big step forward.
Monkey King.
Newbies turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Zai played amazing. Last time he played it, he was basically a carry from the 4th position. So the slightly greedier Monkey King than what we've seen in the first, during the group stage at least. I like it. So what do we see here? It's like, is it Earth Spirit Invoker? Then EG could have Monkey King Lina though. I think Warlock is another highly contested support that may play out in this series as well. It's like there's 3 supports and like 3 cores that are all really important. I feel like they could definitely pick Coddle as well. I think Kako played a really good Coddle whenever he does. And Zai really showed how good it is against Monkey King, just blow him outside of the ultimate, which would really limit his ulti potential. But maybe they won't grab it first round. I feel like grabbing Invoker in the first round is kind of dangerous. I think it's easier for EG to do it because they pick it and they start banning, whereas Newbie has to gets reaction picks in. So I think Newbie's in kind of a tough spot here. But yeah, the Earth Spirit was obvious. It's obviously the second best roaming hero.
The question now is whether they want to take away the Lina.
I think picking Lina early can also be a little dangerous.
You can play them both.
Yeah, you can.
It's a little bit better just because of the fact that you aren't already set on your carry being a aggressive tempo controller like Lifestealer, for example. So you can be like, okay, our mid's going to be taking over that role, and now it's going to be U9 who will take over the more farmy later game scaling hero. It is hard to run Lina though as a reliable scaling mid without, say, Slardar. Like I think Slardar is actually critically important to that. So I would say EG, that's probably going to be a 3-4 ban for them, as I don't think they want it for Universe. They
so they take away the Lina, and EG will have Universe's puck.
This was something that there was only one team that was really doing this fairly early on in the meta. It was Cloud9. Cloud9 were doing with Hesta Joe, they were doing this offlane puck. And I was thinking to myself, it actually doesn't look terrible. It harkens back to really old days of Dota where we did run consistently offlane puck and Wind Ranger. It's a nice initiator and team fighter. It checks some of these boxes. It's just whether or not you can, as a player, make your offlane work for you. And it requires, I think, a little bit of jungle shenanigans. Not jungling, but actually playing in the trees. And it's definitely a little bit worse at roaming by far, but it's really good at TP reactions. I remember one game that EG was playing it. Universe just TP to the safe lane, instant double or triple kill or something like that. And that just changes the whole tempo of the game. And heroes like Centaur, getting a double kill or even a triple kill is almost unheard of for your first rotation.
Right, and I like this a lot here just because it synergizes so well with the Monkey King. It also is a potential counter to a future Centaur pick out of Newbie.
Yeah, they made Hex Puck look just amazing. It helps so much in late game fights if you just initiate with it, because if they ever want to move outside of the fight area, just instantly stun for like 4.5 seconds through BKB.
Yeah, you really have to choose at that point because you're either fighting into Monkey King ults or
getting stunned.
Yeah.
I
almost want to see Newbie make that that switch up now, and not reveal the fact that you're going to be running Lina as a support, but keep that in mind. And they can play the later game here, because Monkey King, he does scale into late game, but and Puck does have some possibilities there with that Aghanim Scepter, but I do think Newbie could potentially take the late game here if EG focused too much on the first 35.
Well, we have the Alchemist ban out of Newbie. I think
EG are done with Alch anyway.
I think they are. I think EG is actually very happy that Newbie banned out the Alch for them.
Wasted ban.
It's almost every game against EG, Elk gets banned second phase. I think it's okay for them to pick at second phase situationally, so I can see why teams still ban it though. So they're scared of teamfight heroes with the Warlock ban. It would also help their lanes be a little bit more strong.
Interestingly enough, EG does keep in mind that it could be a support Lina as they take out the Ember.
A lot of teams have been occasionally putting Ember safe lane as well, so I don't think it's too weird.
I don't think they would. I can't imagine they would be too worried about it though. Safe lane Ember is fairly exploitable, I feel.
I'm not so sure against Puck, I guess. Puck
that's true.
Or unless if Ember has +1, I think he's fine. I think the Nyx is pretty go-to EG ban second phase. It's also super good at setting up Puck kills, making a hard-to-kill hero pretty straightforward if you just catch one of his orbs with Carapace.
China really valued the Nyx Assassin going into this tournament as both a support and an offlaner. Centaur's another, he's the lifestealer of offlanes.
Oh, okay. Draw pick. Wow. That's surprising. Hero really has not been picked much lately, but helps Puck lane a lot better.
Yeah, we might actually see a Medusa come out for EG.
Do you do like a Coddle lineup or something like that for Newbie? It would guard against the Medusa. It would also give you a little bit of D-push, the blinds value against Monkey King and Draw Ranger. It would help out your lane a bit with Centaur as well.
Yep.
I think they're very good against Medusa. You don't run Draw Ranger, I think, without Medusa mid.
Yeah. So very smart by Newbie there, and EG didn't hesitate at all. They knew it was possibly coming. They didn't care it was picked. So they have good mana drain options at least, but the rest of the Newbie heroes are not very good against Dusa, I don't think.
This is a very scary lineup to just face rush into if you're Newbie. You have to run into a Medusa ult, Puck, Monkey King ult.
They're not going to get a counter pick either. They're not going to get, like, Animage is going to get banned away. I don't think that, like, in Newbie are not very good, I think, at placing U9 on this, like, very scaling late game hero and saying, like, okay, carry us. I don't think they're very good at that, so they may just have to face rush it, but it's not advisable.
It's got to be like a Diffusal Blade, gap close hero or something like that. Even something like Slark, I think, could be really good on EG's side.
Venge was definitely the best support for EG. There's still like Rubik out there in the pool, or
anything that moves heroes would be ideal, but maybe out of options.
I think EG's options to ban right now are...
It's just Animage, right?
Yeah, I would ban the Animage.
Yeah, it's good against Puck. It's really good against Medusa. Can definitely be good against Drone.
And I don't even like the hard part is like some of the other Newbie heroes, like they came to Weaver, Joe Ranger, Puck, both silence heroes. Really hard to play that hero against it. It's not really a versatile lineup at all. Too much kite.
I could kind of see Weaver work. I mean, the silence is really scary, but
I think the problem here is that it's hard for Weaver to do a lot of damage against Medusa.
Yeah, you have to go all offensive items.
Just go Diffusal Blade.
Yeah, exactly. But you have to go Diffusal Blade, and then you still need another damage item after that, but you have to go back for BKB.
And then you'll probably need, BKB or a Manta. So you have to go like Manta...
Diffusal? That's
Manta
not
Diffusal?
too bad. I mean, I'm not saying it's a great pick. I'm just saying it's possible. That's all. I don't think you absolutely cannot do it.
I think EG right now is thinking about, other than the anti-mage, what could they possibly pick?
Silencer core.
as a way of making sure that your initiation sticks. That is the hardest part about Medusa, and it's why the Linken's Manta was so common, is because everyone agreed, like, oh, the stats are so garbage, we hate seeing it. But ultimately, the hero is so set on being able to get off that ultimate. You want to make sure that no matter what, if you're initiated on, you're able to pop Stone Gaze, and that whole entire initiation just stops. It just slows down the team fight for like 5-6 seconds, and you can play around that. So Silencer would allow that the Centaur jump in would actually be able to do a lot, and then they would have the single target focus hero. I don't think Silencer Core is great, but you know, it's kind of like it fixes some problems and it obviously creates new ones. I could see it being really good. It definitely falls off a bit late, and they banned the Naga. Okay, makes sense. I mean, they would have to deal with Radiance and an eventual Diffusal Wave that counters Dusa as well, so maybe a really good setup for Naga.
It's giving maybe a few more headaches with the Rubik as well.
Another hero that can move, so they can sometimes force puck ult these stuns. And I think the no field deals super value in this game for sure. Yeah. On top of Medusa. Oh man.
All magic damage out of Yugi so far.
I mean, I guess they're just not afraid of the enemy. They're like, we got controlling here. Oh, they went back for the Wraith King? They've only done this once. Okay. What game was that? They ran Wraith King in the group stage. I kind of like
I don't think we saw that on the mainstream, but
it's a cool pick. Doesn't super hard counter the Dusa necessarily, but at least like you've got your ult, so if you get frozen, it's not a big deal. I'd say it's good against Drow, especially if you get Gap Closey, and maybe he'll go like Shadowblade or something. I'm not sure.
Okay, predictions time. Kevin? EG or EG?
I think I'm gonna go with EG here. I'm not super confident. I like Wraith King.
That didn't sound super confident.
a minorly confident EG.
A minorly confident EG. The former EG coach, manager, Matthews, fashion director.
I mean, have you seen Peter up here? Obviously, I failed with the fashion advisor part.
Are you going with EG?
Yeah, I will go with a more confident EG.
A more confident EG. Okay, Charlie from EG and Kat.
Yeah, I think they set out like a very clear strategy and threats on the boards. I don't believe Newbie's lineup addresses those threats quite well enough, so EG.
3 out of 3 then for EG. Plenty of confidence. Well, mixed confidence, I guess, up here on the panel. But let's go down to our commentary team. No OD in this draft, but we've got an OD by the side of the stage. It is, of course, OD Pixel alongside Gods for Game 1.
Prepare for battle.
It's all very exciting. Is it going to be enough to beat EG? EG, of course, opening with that puck and Monkey King combination that we saw him pull off on day one. It was incredible. Universe had an amazing game. Wraith King. What's up with the Wraith King, guys?
Good question. It's a hero that was picked once in the group stage by Newbie, but has not seen much competitive play. Is definitely valued in a game like this because it's kind of like the Abaddon pick, like in a carry role where it doesn't just get caught out and instantly die. I mean, Wraith King does die, but you've got a second life. You've got that reincarnation. Much like Lord of Avernus, the Abaddon has the ultimate where once that procs, you don't get bursted down. I think that's the idea here. If you get initiated on by a puck, if you get caught out, and you're getting kited around, you respawn, and then you can like blink out of the respawn, you can reposition. Radiance is going to be very good against all these right clickers just to give that miss chance. I imagine I go some kind of like Midas Radiance, maybe a Blade Mail could be very good as well against the right clickers, so very interesting pick. I think the strength of EG's draft really lies in like how multifaceted it is. They've got like the Drow strat, you know, you got a Drow, Puck, Medusa, lots of right click damage, but then they've also got these nice little synergies, the Puck with the Monkey King, the Dream Cordyceps, the Wukong's command. They've got the Stone Gaze, which really synergizes as well with both the Monkey King as well as the Drow range of physical damage. There's just so much synergy between these EG picks.
And already we can see the intentions for Newbie coming into the laning stage, sending U9 up towards the top lane, trying to contest EG's own safe lane. And how do you see this going for them here in the laning stage?
It's doable. Monkey King will be forced top, which I guess is the idea here. And I think probably something Newbie looked at in the EG series yesterday that they want to punish is Arteezy. He is always being given like these solo lanes or getting very little support.
and teams don't seem to be contesting him. He's getting these good 1v1 matches. Part of it because he kept getting lifestealer, but I feel like teams are going to just start like looking at this like we have to actually go to Arteezy's lane and not let him just free farm.
Bottom lane, Zai already getting the Jingu Mastery stacks up. And this mid lane matchup as well, of course, SCCC versus Sumail. Lina against the Medusa. Sumail, of course, if anyone will actually hold that thought because top lane, Arteezy's being gone on. He'll pop the Ferret Fire. Kaka chasing him down, but it's actually going to be first blood here drawn by EG as they will bring down the Wraith King.
He gets two. It's got two.
Oh my goodness, crit. Turning around that aggression from Newbie on the top lane, opening with a double kill on this Rubik. I mean, that's bad news for Newbie. If you're coming in with a plan to go aggressive and your opening fight goes that way, EG are going to be loving it.
Yeah, even though TZ going down there, you're totally okay with the return kills. And most importantly, getting the first blood. So really nice start for the EG side. TZ even swoops in, Tengu's the sentry. Make sure he wins that little battle, gets that extra regen. So if he gets died, it's going to be looking pretty good. And very, very scary stuff, this top lane. If your aggro trialing does not work here, it's a 3v2 lane. You're meant to win that lane and win it like somewhat convincingly. Bottom lane, your Sentinel's not having a good time. He's having to deal with that Monkey King pressure, and Monkey King's completely free to roam. If he doesn't have to help top, he can roam mid. SCC could be in some trouble, and this lane stage could fall apart very quickly for Newbie.
Already, Zai indeed making his way over exactly that towards SCCC. And see if he can get anything done. Sumail, fairly low at the moment. He's carrying back up. No, okay, he's healed back up. As the bottle, yeah, just about 900 gold away from having that out, and then he'll be even safer from keeping himself sustained in the lane. And here we go, ready to jump in, Zai. Yep. But already with just the 1 point in the passive, SCCC speedy enough to keep his distance.
Just some casual harass more than anything there. Without any points in Boundless Strike, wasn't expecting a kill, but Kaka's swooping in. May look around, try find the Monkey King. And Tengu in for this extra bit of stun.
Zai's positioning.
And the problem is SCC can't get his courier out until it's upgraded to the Flying Courier right now, but does have a shrine, which he will be able to access.
CS on this bottom lane. Universe 11 for 4. KP as well, 9 for 2. So not falling too far behind on the Centaur, despite the presence that Zai had very heavily on earlier here.
Oh. Something's happening with the courier.
Yeah, Kaka actually diving in for that one. They're kind of baiting him around for it as Sumail controls it. Zai's turned up as well, and Kaka, despite the roars of the crowd, well, actually still keep himself alive there with that salve. No, Zai potentially in trouble. He's trying to man up against SCCC, will take the kill. And at the end of the day, it all goes Dundee for EG, but a bit of a clowny situation there as Kaka was rolling around looking for the courier.
EG just
turn it around again.
Yeah, they have this very different understanding of how to play Monkey King. We've seen it here there from some of the other teams, but it seems like the only way they want to play the hero. Get a poor man shield, go to a lane, just zone a hero, and use that strength with the damage block just to trade hits with anyone who wants to fight you. You can't trade hits with this poor man shield Monkey King. The level 1, like tree dancing Monkey King, roaming around trying to find couriers, is a very volatile way to play the hero. You're not guaranteed to be effective roaming around, but with the level 1 Jingu and just going to a lane, you're almost always going to have some effect somewhere.
Interesting to note, looking at the CS at the moment, obviously mid lane and bottom lane going well for farm. Arteezy is struggling in this top lane with the pressure that Newbie's putting on. And now, bit of a pause here from Artur.
Yeah.
Kaka has his eyes on crit and does still have the level 2 boulder smash. And with Faith coming across, they should get this kill on the Rubik, shouldn't they?
Rubik probably has boots because he got all those kills.
He does.
With the boots, he might be fast enough. I mean, it's just a Coddle, so Coddle Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Roll didn't hit. I think Rubik's fine. He's got a lift.
Have we got a mana lead? It should.
Yeah, with a mana. I don't think they get the kill even with a mana. Like just Rubik's gonna lift, throw the Earth Spirit away. He's got boots, movement speed. Yeah, they're not even gonna go for it. He's even with a magic stick.
Oh, down bottom though, Zai. Went in deep there. KP and SCCC warding him off. The Stomp's actually not going to connect, and with Sumail moving across, they're looking to try and turn. They've lost Zai. Sumail bringing KP down low, but can't quite get the kill in return. So this time Newbie able to punish the Monkey King's pressure. Now Zai continues to play aggressive across that half of the map.
Nice placing on the Dragon Slave. He tried to juke it with a little sidestep, but Lina was patient and made sure that it just gets the latch on.
And again, the power of the monkey. Zai just spawning out everything that's going down and ready to try and kick something off for EG. Jumping forward with the Primal Spring, they get the Telekinesis onto the Keeper of the Light, and with the damage from the three of them, they'll take one down. Yunnan and Kaka forced to back, as EG's presence has a three-man, enough to ward back Newbie on this top lane.
Such a constant ward battle up top. There's been like 3-4 sentries from each team, multiple observer wards planted, dewarded, replanted. This vision battle in that top jungle area is just a constant battleground for the two teams.
Mid lane as well. Zai's got the Boundless Strike, and with the Jingu Mastery stacks built up, it's a hell of a lot of damage, and bam! Monkey King doing it again. Zai with these rotations, just really keeping Newbie on their toes in this early part of the game.
Yeah, having the boots already and just having that extra bit of movement speed. He's been so effective early on that he's been able to get that little bit of extra farm, and that's absolutely fantastic. This laning stage going very well for EG. The two of their cores free farming. Drow not doing all too well, but that's because Drow's being tri-lane, you know. You're not too upset with Arteezy's farm right now. He's still giving aura to his team and enabling the Medusa and the Puck to have a fantastic start.
Look at that. The Medusa and the Puck's farm. They're miles ahead. Universe, 36 CS at 6 minutes in. He is having a grand old time on this bottom lane, and this is great for EG because we've seen what Universe can do on this Puck. We saw it earlier this tournament, and he's certainly on the road to potentially giving us another bit of a show as he did earlier.
Arteezy can always catch up. He can fall back in the jungle. He's probably, really, you're just trying to leech XP, get your level 6, because that's where you farm a lot faster, your team hits a lot harder. Everyone on your team just gets so much stronger with that level 6 precision aura on the Drow Ranger. And the Puck's going to be able to create space with Blink Dagger. So, I mean, even for now, like, the supports are making a lot of plays and getting very active. They don't want to go on Kaka. They swoop back towards bottom. Perhaps they're just wanting to make sure they get this kill, and here we go, they'll get to work on him.
Yep, Kaka, it's a nice bold smash onto 2, but the telekinesis was already there. He'll try and roll his way out, it's not going to work as he clips onto Zai. And again, this combination, we saw Zai doing a lot on his own. You add a crit Rubik to it, it's going to be even scarier for Newbie, especially their own supports who are trying to get out on the map, as this Monkey King Rubik just seemed to have much more potency than the support duo that Newbie have at this time.
9. Not a hero that's going to necessarily salvage things with his farm. See what build he goes for. He's kind of queued up that Midas for some time. It does look like he's going to commit that direction. Take this a more slow-paced farm game. He's still like just level 4 with the trial lane, not playing in the safe lane. God, jeez, he just blast after blast. He's still getting level 6 though very soon, and Puck's actually rotated in here. I'm going to kill Wraith King before he's level 6.
Good choice to have a time's up fight. The question is if we see much of a reaction from Newbie trying to go for the TP out, but Zai's there with the Boundless Strike. And the rotation from Universe and Zai getting the job done. At the same time though, down bottom, KP and Kaka will find crit on his own. Was looking to soak up XP, but of course, again, the overall trade very much going EG's way as they do not mind losing crit for that play.
Yeah, that's good solid move, knowing they can have that secondary stun. He's not going to be able to TP out of Dream Call. So often you see like a Puck go gank, he Dream Calls, and then they just TP while they're in that Dream Call, not caring that they break the stun as long as the TP executes itself. So right now, EG making the necessary moves to just find a few key pickoffs while they maintain a good level of farm on 2 of their big core heroes. Drow Ranger still not in that great spot, but again, you're not overly concerned about this. What you do have to worry about is going to be KP's blink timing. He's already sitting on 1400, and with this safe lane and the kill he just got, he is the most farmed newbie core right now. Will free up the lane for U9, who desperately needs that Midas. He needs to catch up, and KP can, of course, farm the jungle pretty decently.
And it'll be interesting as well to see, of course, what Samael builds on Medusa this game. Well, we've seen Envy, of course, a couple of times, you know, phase boots into the Blade Mail and such at the moment. It's going to be the Dragonlord queued up. In fact, bottom lane again, though, U9 getting caught out before he hits that 6, level 5.5 still. Yeah. And again, EG just immediately responding to his choice to move down to that bottom lane. But now Newbie, they know that they've got to do something to punish this. There's a big smoke coming through. They're heading out to the bottom, but immediately Zai in position. He will be in almost certain trouble as the 3 of them do surround him. But it will give the info for the bottom lane to be that little bit careful. And again, it's essentially just these supports sacrificing their lives when it's U9 on this raking going down again and again.
Yeah, these trades definitely favor EG, and it's like mid-tier 1 tower. You're having to rotate so many newbie heroes that Sumail's almost managed to push that tower by himself. So things going very, very well. And U9 is just in struggle city right now. He just can't find farm. It's kind of deceptive that safe lane at this stage of the game when everyone's got level 6, able to start rotating around, is not very safe if you're by yourself. You can't go there as a Wraith King without support. He now has ultimate at least, so he can perhaps farm a bit more kind of on his lonesome self down here, because by the time he dies and respawns, his teammates can rotate and help him out, but still going to be a very tough place for him to be. Sumail suggesting he may go for it. He's got Gloves of Haste with the Dragonlance queued up. There he goes, back for the Midas. Yeah.
Okay.
Then they're going Midas Gaming. It looks like both. I mean, Puck last game went for the Midas after the Blink when we saw Universe play it. Drow Ranger had the Midas queued up. Not really a conventional Midas hero to Drow, because normally it's like a hero you think you got to play fast pace, you want to end the game fast, you don't want to drag it out. But I don't mind seeing EG try and play for the late game, because they've got a very ranged lineup against heroes like Wraith King, who they can kite around. Centaur, maybe the bigger problem with the return, if he gets farmed, like gets the heart, gets the blade melons. Like, you're going to need blade melons, I feel like, on newbie side. That to me is like, I look at this game and how do you fight these ranged heroes kiting around in the late game? Blade mail. They don't want to hit you, they don't want to fight you when you're actually popping those blade mails. They're not going to come for some time, but that's more like the long-term plan.
Well, Ping's out on the bottom lane again. They want to make another go onto U9 straight up with the Dream Coil. As you mentioned, is now level 6. But at least they'll pop that ult. And see if they can go in again. The Balance Strike coming in a little bit earlier. Now the response from Newbie. The Stampede moving straight in onto Universe. Can they kill him in time? Phase shift. Can't get his way out though. They'll bring down Universe. Newbie, as potentially expected, with that ultimate, having the chance to turn it around. Zai, he's hunting though. Will look for KP, jumps down with the Primal Spring, and will get the kill onto Centaur. Kaka holds him back from being able to chase for more. Crit, taking a little bit of that tower damage, but EG are back in position to push. Oh, Zai actually looking to chase down for potentially more. Has got Primal Spring back and available, but with U9's presence still in the area, won't go in for anything else. Sumail gets the tower. They do lose Universe, but they are able to take down KP in return. So, again, not as clean of a trade as EG have been having before, but it still continues to go in their favor.
It's like Arteezy's just top, sitting up there farming away. Losing the Puck is not, I mean, is a pretty big farmed hero, but it's more just how much Newbie have to invest to get those kills. It's multiple ultimates. Wraith King using Reincarnation early is a big deal. That's like a 6-minute window where you don't have Reincarnation that you've got to play around. It's really tough against that. So, well, not quite 6 minutes, but it's a long time when you've got to play around it. As the Wraith King will have to be very careful about farming in this bottom lane. We've seen the Puck constantly down there looking for those kills, and things are not necessarily going too smoothly for Newbie here in the early game. They're going to keep going for these smoke rotations with the newly picked up Blink on Centaur, something EG may not be aware of. They have got good initiation potential.
Let's see what they can get.
They're baiting Wraith King.
Sumail's coming down to join this fight as well. They're bringing the 4 of them now over here. EG and Newbie, as you mentioned, they are ready. They're smoked up. There's the jump in. A fine crit. Boulder Smash and a Laguna Blade to disperse to the Rubik. Sumail forcing KP to stampede back. So just the 1 loss here for EG this time. Newbie not spilling any blood themselves. Whereas they'll be fine. And TP out from Zai as he goes back towards the mid to clear it out. And of course, whilst this is all happening, Arteezy continues to get their freedom in that top lane.
Yeah, I guess you look at Newbie, it's like, are they just letting Drow free farm? They are farming on Coddle, but it's like Drow free farm versus Coddle free farm. It's nice to get the Ag Scepter kind of early this game. Having the constant blinding light is going to be very, very annoying for these right-clicking heroes like Drow Ranger, Monkey King, Medusa. Monkey King, if he gets pushed out of his ultimate, could theoretically lose it. So Coddle has been played quite often as a Monkey King counter. So that's kind of the idea of this game. This Ag Scepter is going to pay off. Earth Spirit's going to be playing like the hard 5 support in some ways, even though normally we do see Faith more in that 5 position role. This game, they're giving him a lot more farm priority with good reason. But they've still got a long way to claw their way back into this game in terms of just farm on their core heroes. And Drow, 4k net worth, not amazing or anything, but considering the lane stage, Arteezy is looking all right now.
With that Midas complete, you'll certainly be able to continue to climb back up. Caught out with the smoke there, a quick kill. Just onto the support. They are in position if they want to try and push down this tier 1 with the full 5 of them coming top.
Stolen Illuminate.
With a nice little steal there to help push the lanes out and get himself a bit of farm.
see what SCC can do as far as trying to pull heroes back towards this mid lane. You don't want to let EG just snowball and take too many towers at this stage. Problem is they can't really fight until Wraith King has ultimate, which is back soon, so 25 seconds they'll be ready to go, but EG may have already taken this tower by that point. They do push pretty fast with this precision damage.
Oh, still needs to come through with Keeper of the Light back in. The three of them there. Can they stop EG getting away with this tier 1, or at the least get a deny? Looks like they're a little too scared to come forward. Faith will try, it's not going to be there. Samel gets himself another tower. Money for the Dragonlance is now complete, and he still stands there remaining very strongly at the top of the net worth. 7.2k on this Medusa. A fair bit ahead of this Lina SCC his time of the game, 15 minutes in with the objectives and towers that EG's been able to take after having a very convincing laning stage.
Yeah, EG just going to continue to use this lead of theirs and the map control they've gotten and what Monkey King provides in terms of vision, both by just dancing himself around the map and also getting down very deep wards to just continue to try and farm. And I think Newbie know this. They've seen all these Myers pickups. They want to keep fighting. They're going to chew through their smokes. This is like their third smoke in the last 4 or 5 minutes. After this, they may not have any for quite some time, so they need to connect. And they do, but it's a Rubik. It's you take it, but you'd much rather get a big kill. They're looking for a Medusa. They're looking for a Drow Ranger. They're looking for one of the cores with that smoke gank, and Rubik, the 5 position tanking it, is more than all right for EG.
Maybe if they could move it up here and take down Zai as well. Zai already just ready to play solo here with Faith, trapping him in. And SCC that gets brought along indeed by Faith.
What a bait.
And they indeed are able to punish Zai. And this is good news for Newbie. Taking a second support kill certainly makes the play worth it. And now in position to push down the Titch on the top lane. Bottom lane though, EG jumping forward with Universe. They'll find one. RTZ's in a lot of trouble there with Kaka, U9 and KP surrounding him. Newbie starting to find some newfound momentum.
Yeah, they were very much intent on defending that with Wraith King there in the trees, ready to go. Coddle gets jumped, but that kind of just means Drow is committed, doesn't have that protection. Monkey King wasn't really around, and as a result, Newbie managed to get some much-needed comeback farm, as well as key kills for themselves.
Zai and Samel, they should be able to find this. SC will hold him back. The light strike, the Jingu's built up, and Zai ready to jump forward, and a couple of slaps should bring down the Lina. And even better news for Samel, he's able to get that last little touch. Nice bit of cash bonus for him as he continues to, again, lead by over 2,500 to SCC's farm.
The Yasha build-up coming. Probably looking at a man to get out of like a Blinding Light Mana Leak type thing. Will be an annoying game in a lot of ways against some of these pesky supports. Coddle, Earth Spirit, Silences, Mischance, Mana Leaks. Oh, Wraith King. That is a good hero to TP into this.
See how they're going to go in fully onto U9. And he does, of course, have that ultimate. Kaka rolling forward. Zai did get the Wukong's command out. And Samel coming in from the back lines with the Stone Gates. SCC falling low. Universe will get the final touch in. They've lost 2 on the side of Newbie. Crit will finish off KP, and now U9 surrounded. They'll take him out a second time. EG with a perfect fight around Newbie's shrine.
They just Stone Gaze, Monkey King ultimate. Like, you can't fight in such a condensed area. You have a closed off little pit there. You're trying to fight in. Yeah, Monkey King's got ultimate. I mean, the Wraith King's got ultimate and he respawns, but he dies so fast the first time and the second time. You're fighting in this death pit. That is, yeah, Stone Gaze, Monkey King ultimate, physical damage being amped up, and everyone right clicks.
I mean, Samel just comes from the perfect angle. They just don't expect him at all already. You just see them walk straight past and they're like, my goodness, there's a Medusa here.
Look at Arteezy, he's just farming Ancients. He's not even at this fight. He's like, sweet, I play safe lane carry, I get tri-laned, I gotta spend the rest of the game catching up farming in the jungle while my team 4v5.
Yeah, it's the skill from him's coming from that Aura Gods. Yeah. You know, he's like, right boys, that team fight was on me. And when I've done it there with our
MMR,
team.
True Shot Aura. I mean, that's the way Dota is. You put too much emphasis and resources on shutting down one player, the rest of the team get very strong, very far ahead, and a hero like Drow can amplify and boost up his team's gameplay by just sitting in the jungle, by getting levels. Level 2 marksmanship, the ultimate giving even more damage now. So everyone on this EG side is hitting hard and fighting around that Stone Gaze. EG are always going to be the stronger team.
And in a game like this as well, I mean, as we kind of heard from the panel talking around the draft, they were thinking for that final hero, you know, ways that they're going to be able to deal with a large Medusa being able to kill Samael. And that's the question. I mean, how are they going to deal with Samael? He's so far ahead. If he gets a good timing on this Scud, he obviously he's only just started to look towards it. But at this pace, we can certainly expect that. How are they actually going to bring him down? When they've got to find him pretty much entirely on his own. And even at that, with a Stone Gaze, there's always going to be a chance for EG to jump across and back him up. It's going to be so difficult to bring down the raid boss.
It's going to be incredibly hard. It's funny we're talking about a Medusa as a raid boss when there's a Wraith King in the game, because yeah, this Wraith King has not felt very tanky, has been struggling a lot of this game. Now goes back and picks up a Blink Dagger to get some extra initiation for his team, but ultimately it's still looking very squishy, and he's going to just go for these cheaper, cost-effective items. Has the Blade Mail queued up, very good in a game like this, but still not an item that necessarily is going to help you scale immensely into the late game. It does feel like if you want to go late game with this lineup, you're going to need like a Radiance type build at some point on a Wraith King. You're going to need more farm like the Centaur to get a Heart of Terrace. You need all of your cores getting some good farm, and so far that just isn't really happening on the newbie side.
One hero that is getting good farm, considering the position, is of course the Keeper of the Light. Aghanim's now complete for Faith. And the Vision game is certainly going to step things up for them. We've seen multiple times EG being able to catch newbie off guard with the movements and the wraparounds from their individual players. So that will certainly help, but it doesn't solve the damage issue that newbie have at this stage.
They know they can't find the EG, they're split pushing, and that's why EG last banned the Naga Siren, and Alk was also banned. Like, the kind of heroes you want to play against these Drow Medusa strats is the Alks, is the Nagas. Heroes that you don't care about how good your opponents are in like 5-manning, how much they right-click, because you just split push. You don't fight with Naga. You don't have to fight with Alchemist. You just farm, you split push lanes. Alk, you get 6 slot, then you fight, but problem was there wasn't any dream pick left in this draft for newbie when it came to that last pick, and they go for a Wraith King, they try and win the lanes, it doesn't work out, and now they are going to be having to defend against an Aegis. EG may be ready to even theoretically consider chipping away at high ground. Arteezy spent a lot of the game farming to catch up. Well, he should be pretty ready to go now. Gets the health talent, so he's just that little bit tankier. And we'll see just what EG look to accomplish with this Aegis. They can definitely take those last couple of outer towers if they want to, but again, they're in no rush. As much as they could attempt and go for a high ground push, it also sets them up to fail. It gives newbie a chance to use that Keeper of the Light Illuminate spam from the high ground, the Centaur Wraith King Blink initiations, the Lina burst damage from a high ground advantage. So you may just say, look, let's set up wards around the enemy base, starve them out, and just continue to get more and more farm, continue and get further and further ahead.
Absolutely, and at this stage, the rate of farm is always going to be higher for EG's heroes.
Yeah, they
across the map with what they've got to work with. Yeah.
GPM talent on Rubik. And Monkey King going to go for a Solar Crit. This does to me suggest then, like, they haven't gone for like an extra Midas. Like sometimes we see the Monkey King Midases, even the last game it was the Puck Midas, so it does make me think with a Solar Crest that's kind of to me like the big item that does enable a high ground push. You put that on the Medusa or Drow Ranger as they're right-clicking towers or racks just to protect them and cover them, so we'll see. Centaur trying to be annoying and look like he's going to try and skip some waves up top. We'll get scouted up by an Observer Ward. Ooh, that could be dangerous for him.
And so moving forward as well, making sure that anyone that does come in close vicinity of that tower will be in trouble. The tower, though, no more, and already with a Boundless Strike into the Primal Spring setup. Faith in trouble, held in place by Chris Telekinesis, and that'll be one down for this defense.
40 seconds, that's actually a huge deal.
And that, yeah, he is crucial in pushing these waves out safely.
Such a big pick-off when you want to go high ground. No more Blinding Light to worry about, no more Illuminate spam. Problem is, they did lose their creep wave. So Centaur, thanks to his shenanigans at top lane, did skip a creep wave for them, and that's going to basically save the racks there, I feel.
Looks like KP may be punished, but newbie, no! Kaka comes in with a 3-man bottle smash. In return, those side turns with the Boundless Strike. Kaka just melting here to the damage, and U9 as well, trying to walk it off. The Reincarnationist procs, SCCC moving forward with the Shadow Blade, holds back the Rubik, allowing the blink away from U9. But again, newbie just not able to find the kills that they need to really get themselves back on top this game. At least they do slow down EG's pushing.
Yep. You can see that's like the Dream Magnetizer. It hits a lot of heroes there, but there's no follow-up damage. It was just Earth Spirit going in, there's no Illuminate follow-up, there was no like big double edge, no Lina's damage didn't come until later as like a defensive tool to cover the retreat, so Newbie unable to all go in at the same time, and it was a very reactionary play. Like Centaur got gone and they had to kind of just try and bail him out, get him back to safety. So in that sense it was fine, but it's been a very, very tough game for Newbie to execute their draft with the bad laning stage that they've had. Really has been the story of EG at the main event. They're just winning. They're dominating laning stages. Despite, like, I mean, Arteezy in the group stage kept getting pressure and having these really rough lanes. Main event, it's been a bit of a different story. They've given him these really good 1v1s. This game, he doesn't win his lane, but they win the 2 lanes very convincingly. And they're able to play off of that. Just put Arteezy in the jungle. Have him just get this, like, Blightstone Treads farming Drow Ranger that comes online later on in the game.
Newbie, you know, with that Blade Mail now complete, as well as KP and the Crimson Guard.
Yeah,
they do have a little bit extra to help survive the initial punch from EG.
It is just that. It's a little bit extra. It doesn't feel like it's going to pack like a big enough punch. And the problem with these items is you're not farming for big tier 4 items. You're buying a Blade Mail, a Crimson Guy. Like Centaur, you think tier 4 item, you think Heart of Taras, you think Aghanim Scepter. Wraith King, you're thinking Radiance, Assault Cuirass. So going for these smaller items means those big items come a whole lot later, and they're kind of like survival items. Like, well, this will keep us in the game for now. It'll give us like a tiny little bit of help because we need all the help we can get. We're losing. But I just feel like EG will see these small items, be like, well, they're buying these cheap, cost-effective items. We can just farm it out. They're not farming tier 4 items. We're going to scale better into the late game.
Absolutely, and EG, they are farming tier 4 items. Scardy's complete on Sumail, 25 minutes in. Incredibly massive on this Medusa. It's pretty ridiculous, and Faith again on this top lane trying to push stuff out, and he just can't. And at 19 to 10, 26 minutes in, I'm really struggling to see what Newbie can do to turn this one around. Gods, this looks like a game that EG have maybe even just run away with from the draft. You know, ever since the Wraith King came out, questions were kind of asked by ourselves in the panel, and even though we saw sort of the strength in the laning stage, but even at that, the lane was not as heavy as you'd imagine Newbie would have intended to. And EG, I just looked extremely hot this morning. KP will try with the jump in, but the immediate yours is there for Universe. Stone Gauge from Sumail to make sure there's no way that Newbie can reinitiate into this one, as they'll bring down the Earth Spirit, turn their attention towards these racks. SCCC trying to slow down the light try. The jump-ins there from Unite, but an immediate telekinesis. Wukong's command is out. KP jumps forward, but he's ripped to pieces by Sumail. The reincarnate is popped. SCCC trying to come forward, but Zai's Wukong commands illusion just batter him out of the ring. Unite looking to hold them back with a Wraith Fire Blast, but it just isn't enough. EG may have lost crit, but now Artur's moving forward as well. Again, massive trades, just favoring evil geniuses. They'll get the melee racks. They will look to back out. They'll lose Zai on the way. But even little bits of scrappiness are not going to hurt EG at this point with the lead that they have.
Universe and Sumail may even still get out of this mess. CC needs to find some additional kills and pickoffs. He's not going to.
They will get Universe.
Okay.
It's a big kill, but they need 10 big kills.
Yeah. Arteezy just like TP's out next to his bros. I'm just like, damn, Arteezy. That's savage. Leaving him behind.
Oh, man.
But
and look at this. Sumail's just going to make that Wraith King's life even more miserable.
Yeah.
Because he's nearly got Diffusal, already, of course, has that Manta. Oh, my.
Yeah, it's a tough game. It's going to be kiting heroes for days. If you burn enough mana, no reincarnation for you. This Medusa is not suffering from the Medusa problems we sometimes see with lack of damage. He's so far ahead in terms of farm. He's got the Drow Aura.
I mean, level 23 at 28 minutes as well. Sumail has just not skipped a beat when it comes to farming. Hitting everything, knowing the exact places to be in terms of efficiency. We've seen him consistently utilize that bottom half of the Dire's jungle, where he can pull in the multiple camps at the same time. And it feels like he's just been clearing them every 2 minutes that they pop up, and he's in every lane.
And EG very likely going to be trying to time that next Roche to find their next bit of play.
Should be a little freebie here for SCCC.
Okay.
And we'll find Crit. I mean, Crit has certainly been the punching bag for Evil Geniuses this game, as Newbie have found him a fair few times, but as we've seen, it's all part of the plan, it seems, for EG. They're not losing anyone bigger. so they do not mind crit adding to the death toll.
Yeah, all those early game smokes with the Centaur Blink found the Rubik, and that's not what you're after. And EG, as a result, looking very good to the board on their core heroes, and things not looking like they're going to be changing anytime soon. Newbie just doing whatever they can to desperately get together whatever scraps of farm they can.
You see that U9 still 2,500 behind out of Artur's farm.
Considering Artur's laning stage, that really, I think, tells a lot of the story here. The Drow that was shut down is doing better than the carry of Newbie. And that really is all due to the amount of pressure and space coming from the rest of the EG lineup, who will now take out those shrines, set up to secure themselves the next Roshan. No TP access point there. Really important to do that against a hero like Lina, who can just run in, throw her spells, die with the Bloodstone plus respawn talent, instantly respawn and then TP to something like that shrine. Does have boots of travel, but without the shrine there, it means you have to have like a creep wave pushing out or something, so it just makes that little bit trickier to access the outer parts of the map without those shrines.
Dagon ready to be scaled up on Universe. So he himself is going to have a lot of fun with the burst that he has in these fights. And indeed, straight into the pit. A nice quick respawn time for EG. Newbie nowhere in the neighborhood. And as we saw that shrine going down, no way to close the gap. So we'll simply have to wait on the high ground, prepare themselves, and hope for the best when it comes to that defense that they're going to have to pull out. As EG, I mean, I imagine once they have this roast, there's not really much reason for EG to hold back, even if they wanted to play it safe at this stage with the lead that they have. You know, pushing a high ground, that still seems pretty safe to me, Gods.
Yeah, there's nothing really stopping them. The range advantage on heroes like Dusa and Drow means they were hitting tier 3 towers from the low ground. So if you want to go in, Wraith King has to like blink out of his base and fully commit. He kind of pulls his entire team out of the high ground. So you kind of even lose that high ground advantage to some extent with the way that they were pushing the high ground earlier. And then once you're going on the racks, well, you don't have that tier 3 tower hitting you, so you don't mind positioning your hero further forward. You've got the crest as well, so the physical damage is being negated. It's really just the Coddle and the Lina dishing out damage in these high ground defenses, it feels like.
And here we have it. Tier 2 down. Mid lane and bottom lane open for the takings. Looks like EG will continue to play at the safest of the safest, as they'll head back and just take the shrine out.
Yep.
I mean, what is it going to take here for Newbie to really come back into this one? I feel like it's really up to the stunners, the Earth Spirit and the Centaur, to Kaka and KP to just catch at least 3 heroes. It feels like they need with a deficit like this so far. Hitting
3 4-man boulder smashes into 3 4-man silencers, getting everyone in the magnetize, getting multiple heroes in the Centaur stun. And ideally, like, taking out a problem hero before they get to, like, killing a Monkey King instantly so he doesn't get Boundless Strike or a Wukong's command off. Killing a Puck instantly, that's a whole lot harder. It's a Puck. That's not a hero you normally can blow up at the start of a fight. Medusa's just not feasible. And Drow's got an Aegis. Drow only the hero you try and target first. She's the one that gives everyone on their team a lot of damage, but with an Aegis, Drow's very protected here. Lina's got a rapier. I mean, a long way to go.
I mean, I'm hoping we get to that point.
This is like
EG, sit back and farm for the next 5 minutes, please. We want SCCC to pick that rapier up.
Yeah,
so we can have a bit of fun.
Some Eternal Envy games, and like, when you're in a desperate spot, you need to buy more rapiers. That's what he's probably learned from watching Envy. Not enough rapiers.
I mean, on Lina as well, it's a lot of damage with that attack speed.
Yeah.
And you've got the good range as well to keep yourself fairly safe. But it's of course a question if he's able to get it. Still a fair bit away from it.
It's definitely like not a questionable pickup at all. It's like one of the only few pickups I could see like helping turn this game around. There's no other item I'm like, oh yeah, that's a good item pickup for Lina. That'll help this game. I'm like, Rapier, sure.
I think the strat now is Rapier on Lina, Rapier on the Wraith King, and an Aghanims on the Wraith King.
Nice.
Aghs Wraith King.
No, it's the refresher, refresher Wraith King. That's the manly Wraith King build. You just always have respawn.
Oh, okay. KP jumping forward. Universe as well. Look for the Yule set up on SCCC. Come back with the blinding light. They managed to catch RTZ up on the high ground, but he's solo crested up. Force down as well. He'll be fine. Wukong's command dropped down from Zai, forcing Newbie back. They've got this. from Sumail. Light strike, Kaka jumps forward with the kickback into the Laguna. They've managed to get Sumail nice and deep, and with the chain stuns as well, controlling him, he's out of mana, and Sumail is down. Beautiful play from Newbie there as a team to get Sumail massively out of position, and they're not done yet. They'll look towards Crit, and they will find him, and Crit going down not being the biggest, but Sumail dying there. Absolutely massive for Newbie.
Incredibly well executed, I gotta say that. Hands off for Kaka and his plays there. It's been talked about as one of those captains that is really emerging in China. A lot of players want to play with him. KP has talked about this guy's like, this guy's the best captain in China, and he shows it there. I mean, individual play-wise, but also just like making the call, recognizing that this Medusa's on the high ground. Yeah. Every other time before that, when they see high ground, Medusa, Drow were hitting tier 3s from the low ground. Drow got pulled in. Yeah, Drow was in like this spot where EG had to bail the Drow Ranger out. They forced her to the low ground. That was fine. But Sumail, the second he's on that high ground, he got kicked in really deep. And Kaka.
Oh, laser to the face.
Kaka, goodbye. Universe is like, I don't like what you just did to my carry.
Aye. Bottom lane, they're Newbie. And we'll be able to get themselves that objective, take the tier 1, EG. Moving across though, TP's coming into the shrine. Newbie do have to be careful.
Oh yeah.
Sumail's not quite back up, but still the 4 members of EG can rip Newbie to pieces if they get their hands on them at Stampede. And multiple TPs out. U9 will be safe, the scan will be there, they know that they are around in the neighborhood. RTC tries to hunt, but Newbie do get themselves all the way back to base. I mean, as you said, if they can do that on the defense, just pull and peel Sumail away and kill him instantly.
There'll be a lesson learned though. That's like one of those.
Sure, you
it happens once, again. Will it happen again kind of moment, because I think Medusa will be much more cautious about her positioning there. I mean, it's one of those things where it's even like, I don't feel like her positioning, like most games you wouldn't get punished for being there on the high ground. It wasn't like a terrible spot for him to be. He's a Medusa. He's thinking, I'm incredibly tanky. There's not a whole lot they can really do to kill me. I'm 6th slot. I'm so far ahead. He's just thinking that he's invincible. And to a large extent he is, but once you get kicked under tier 4 towers and you have, at that point you have no teammates, you've got 3 towers hitting you roughly, maybe just the 2 tier 4s. Either way, it's a lot of tower damage.
Up. Yeah.
And 5 heroes hitting you, so it was a massive amount of damage, and at that point he couldn't tank her at all.
And you can't help but be excited to see that can happen, because it is going to mean that the dream of seeing SCCC grabbing his hands on a rapier gets closer and closer.
The crowd is like starting to like murmur and hum, like they can hear it coming, you know.
I mean, can he really? They've still got a fair bit to go. It's just still about what, 2,600.
2,000.
Yeah, I guess just 2,000.
It's not too bad, you know. You can farm that if EG give you a little bit of space.
Sell his Bloodstone.
I mean, EG's going to see this Demon Edge and think he's just building MKB, I bet. Or they're probably thinking Daedalus. Daedalus is pretty common purchase on Lina.
I mean, if he changes his mind and gets the money and picks up a Daedalus, then I will be bitterly disappointed.
Yep. That's where you
but EG,
shred the newbie flares if you're a newbie fan. Rapier or bust.
Yeah. EG may not give us that time, though, as they're already preparing as they move back across Newbie's half of the map.
I mean, I don't think they're too worried about Lina's iron progression. I think it's more like they feel like they've hit this timing where they're very strong. They just misplayed that first high ground push in the mid lane.
Oh, and SCCC could be in trouble here. The double force to break him away out of the clutches of EG. A blinding light as well. Knocks back Evil Geniuses. Newbie will keep SCCC safe.
Stolen hoof stomp. One shrine used. Not too big a deal. EG's going to be, I believe, Aegis expiring soon. Have they still got the Aegis? Okay, so it has expired. Pick up a BKB now on Drow Ranger. It does feel like this is less like them trying to force a high ground push and just, they're keeping Newbie in their base, trying to prevent them, basically restrict the farm. Like, they're like, okay, you can stay in your base, farm what creeps come to you, but we're going to farm your Ancients, we're going to farm your jungle. You're not going to leave your base right now, so any item progression is going to be very, very slow. Lina will still find some. She has managed to split push this bottom lane and actually enter a pretty deep part of her own jungle undetected.
She may need to get back pretty soon here already. Trying to move forward. Universe jumps in with the dagger onto the coal. But some down low.
A lot of damage. That Spell Amp Talent on Puck, making this dagger an extra valuable item.
Zai with a BKB as well now. Even better suited to just man up, drop the Wukongs and be able to stand on the high ground inside the area, keep that ult going. SCC is back, has the initiation from KP as they jump in with the Houston. Kaka as well, looking for the Boulder Smash. The Dream Coils drop down. KP falling low. Laguna onto Sumail, bring him down to 2/3 of a life. Get the center out of there with the Stampede. But SCC's down for 20 seconds, not too long. RTZ looks to focus in on the Wraith King. They'll keep him away. The BKBs have been popped here by EG, but the fortification was used as well from Newbie.
Sumail, cute little play, trying to Manta dodge the Husong. Slightly off on the timing and did force his team in to try and bail him out a bit, but he's managed to get the ultimate. That's a big thing there, just making sure you get the ultimate off. You get chain stun, lose too much of your mana before you ulti, that's when fights go badly. But Sumail is plenty tank enough and has a big enough mana pool that doesn't seem to be too big of a problem. And with the BKB, things will get very difficult for a newbie to deal with this Medusa.
Yeah, much harder for them to pull off that play that we saw them do earlier. And Sumail is quick with the fingers. And the smoke up from EG as they're ready to come straight back in to Newbie. U9 on the front lines, Faith and SCC on the side. You see already EG drawing the wrapper around. They want to try and initiate from the top.
Still nighttime too, so they won't have that coddle
U9
vision.
could be in trouble here, fully spotted out by that ward. He needs to back up. But he's looking to stick around for this wave. U9 in a whole world of pain. The setup here for Universe. He does have to reincarnate, and already the team moving across to help him. They'll bring him down one CG. Zai looking to cut off the rest of them with a Boundless Strike, making sure that there's no help possible. But he was able to get himself back there with the recall, I believe.
He just blinked and got forced. And he insta-blinked on respawn. That's definitely a good. That's one of the good things about this Wraith King pick is there's not much to like instantly damage you out of the reincarnation. So if you can always like blink out of reincarnation, it means you can reposition and get away from
close
those ganks.
as well, gods.
The dream is real.
The dream is really, really real. 700 gold. EG, they check for Roche. Not quite up. They'll leave the courier there.
And level 25 talent. That's extra fiery souls for Lina.
Oh, baby.
That's where that damage movement speed gets even better. They're giving SCC
They're just
the
not
farm.
hitting anything, making sure that he gets everything here on this Lina.
SCC says, I'm the carry now.
But they need to get to that secret shop, and that in itself is going to be quite an ordeal with the way that EG is swarming around that kind of area of the woods.
I mean, you can send the courier hugging the tree line,
money.
but that's also maybe a risky approach. If you try and do that, they're drawing lines. Like, let's push out this top lane
to get to the secret shop.
5-man secret shop mission.
But EG, they're so prepared for this. I'm sure that they've realized what's going on with the way that his items haven't progressed for a fair bit.
They don't want to make the... Oh, they're going to smoke out. Let's smoke to the secret shop.
Smoke to the shop. Oh my goodness. I mean, EG, they are getting Roshan, of course. And they will have no trouble doing that. That's Triple C. He's going to do it. There we have it. There's the purchase. The rapier's in his hands. He'll have it ready for the next defense. Just on our tour. Who did the cheese go to? Sumail?
Yeah, it's Lina. Medusa, sorry. It's good cheese hero.
I mean, that rapier. Is it going to happen? We saw, though, SCC can still die very, very quickly.
Yep.
Last fight, he was the first to be picked off. He has to be even more careful with his positioning this time around.
Not level 25 yet. Not sure if there's any tomes available. I imagine he would have bought one if there was, so we'll have to get a little bit more before.
There's the jump. KP, onto RTZ, clearing the waves out as well with the Illuminate.
Not sure if they've even seen the rapier yet as well. Lina's saying pretty far back. They will now, or I imagine at least should have if they click Lina.
He's got to be so careful about how he comes forward.
Much safer pushing coming from EG. Not willing to venture onto the high ground, just chipping from the low ground.
Can clear these waves out. Jump forward then. Look at the damage from the high ground with the Laguna. They'll bring down RTZ once. Aegis has been popped.
It's got an LSA.
Can they do it a second time? Looking for the perfect time. Oh, they've shoved him up forward. The damage isn't initially there. Stampede to try and close the gap. SCC turns towards Sumail, chokes him down to half health.
Mana, but he luckily has still got the cheese. EG have to back off. There, it pushes over.
The rapier is certainly helping out.
Wow, that's a ballsy pick up, and it's paying off. EG.
Oh, and Nubia, they're ready to go aggressive. We'll see if they're getting a little too ahead of themselves with this play, but they really want to try and catch EG off guard. They know EG will have backed up, potentially split up. This is the time to jump them.
Yep. Dire scan, they seem well aware like that. There's heroes.
Oh, if they can get Sumail, the smoke will dispel. Can they get the immediate jump up to the high ground? There's the lead in. They're found up, but the BKB comes out. SCC can't man up against this, has to back. Stone Gaze popped. Newbie has to be so careful here. The Dream Coil is caught. SCC. They'll drop the Wukong Shaman. down from Universe. The Rapier's hit the deck. They brought him down, and Sumail now with the Rapier rips KP to shreds. They'll bring U9 down the once, and they'll surround him for a second go. As Wraith King dies, Universe with that Dagon burst, enough to secure the kill, and the Dream Coil as well. Absolutely crucial, capturing SCCC. We knew it was a ballsy play, Newbie coming out of the base like that.
Game-winning BKB.
Yeah, EG punish it.
That was great reaction from Sumail. He gets hit by that Wraithfire Blast. He doesn't have a Lincoln's. He gets chain stun there. It's perhaps just, I mean, not game over, EG. He just goes down. He's going to instantly die there. No chance to Stone Gaze, no chance to BKB. A chain
wait.
Monkey got the
Monkey
Rapier.
got the Rapier.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So he picked it up in the mess there. Still a great Rapier hero.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Get the ult out. Again, these blinding lights bringing heroes up to high ground each and every time, but Sumail gets the Stone Gaze out. U9 will be taken down once. The Glimmer Cape, will it save him? The Bloodstone actually ends up doing so. He's ready for round 2. No SCCC though for 50 seconds. Arteezy just BKBing up, hitting into the racks. Sumail out of mana, jump forward from KP. Can they bring down this juicer? The BKB comes out back in time as well. Universe jumps in with a 3-man silence. Krypton Zai moving on as well, and GG is called. It's all too much for Newbie as EG will take the game. Sumail finishing on 33,000 net worth. The lead, absolutely incredulous. I mean, Newbie, they did their best there. They went for the big balls play, going for the Rapier. But then that venture out of base, it was too risky, gods.
It was. I mean, it's one of those things where in your mind, you know, the longer you stay in your base just defending high ground, eventually EG's going to find that pick off. They're going to jump the Lina, take the Rapier from you. So Newbie wanted to put their fate into their own hands. They made a bold move. Like you say, a bit too risky in the end. They didn't manage to get the stun onto Sumail. See, this team looking a bit defeated, but I feel like so much of this game was just lost in the early to mid game. The fact they had to go for such desperate plays, they were in such a bad position. That's what they've got to look and address. They can't really talk too much about, oh, we should have done this or that once we got the Rapier. It's not everything.
Reserve time. Radiant team.
Blink Dagger like Slardar or Centaur at 15 minutes and start playing Impact, but that's okay. You just change your playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, and it's shown a growth in the team, a willingness to experiment, see new things. You love to have that happen throughout the course of a tournament. Maybe they played some scrims or something against an NP and they found a little bit of value there. Maybe they just saw the games and saw the potential of this hero. Certainly in a patch that's so dependent upon team fight, that vision advantage that you're going to gain by virtue of a Beastmaster is incredibly valuable. And well, right off the bat, it's going to be Miposhka just running at Paparazzi and making his life hell. And I really like this response as well, because time and again, it's been that Invoker who's been causing the issues. Take him out of the game. Make his life hell. This is a great answer.
Yep, Miposhka's reprising his role as a Monkey King. Basically, you just kind of sit there and no one can really challenge you, and you could just kind of laugh to yourself. Like, this is the enjoyable part of playing Ogre Magi.
Okay.
It's kind of like Lich. You have to really relish that the enemy team hates you. They hate you so badly that you're just this dumb ogre, and Paparazzi's like, I can't do anything against this hero. This is dumb. Because later on, you're going to be a walking bloodlust machine, and you're going to be the one hating life. So misery loves company. You got to hold on to that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. And well, misery, this is certainly what's going on right now for Paparazzi. He's forced back again. Did already have the salve there, but will possibly be forced to use it. And yeah, remember what's going to happen.
He recovered from this last time, right? I don't feel like Paparazzi, like that brief hiccup in the first 2 minutes, I don't think that particularly shut him down, even though it was cool to watch. So, you know, Miposhka, he did what he needed to do. Now he's going to secure the Legion's lane. You don't ever just sit there in lane as this ogre. You just have this first minute impact, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. So another thing here is we have dogfights. Both of these players are kind of on a different role than we saw them play last time, as it does look like Super is going to rotate in and help secure and force the Ogre Magi back. But they're on less playmaking heroes, and that kind of puts the onus, I feel like, on the rest of their two teams to make things happen. King R on the Rubik, and maybe as well that Vengeful Spirit, and also this Nyx Assassin. It just feels like it could be a little bit tougher for them to get things done in the early stages.
Yeah, I do think that there's still plenty of opportunities opportunities for dogfights to actually make some plays with his support Nyx Assassin. It's a tough hero to do so, but if you look at it, right, he's got this Sunstrike to work off of. When he does hit these impales, there's a lot of extra damage that can follow it up. He can make a lot of plays with the Beastmaster as well. They've got this solid, big nuking combination between the two of them. So I think there are more opportunities there. Miposhka, I don't know, like his cores do need a lot of form before they can be pretty active. So I'm just not sure if that really fits him very well, because Miposhka has been like so critically important to Empire's success here at DAC.
We also saw Chappie in that last game on the PAs. We have a little bit of a brawl going on mid. It's Paparazzi taking some damage. You got Mr. Ogre there as well. Gonna start dealing it out. They drop the Chaos Meter, and Evan actually takes a good bit of damage from that, but they still find that kill. First blood on a Paparazzi.
Yeah, that's great. Angelai, he is getting some of the benefit out of this, right?
Whoa. Something happened. I don't know what the hell is going on.
He hit a Sunstrike on FN, but FN barely survived.
Okay.
Cool. That it had to have been real close. Because I was thinking that. I was like, he might be low enough, but I was like, nah, that won't happen, right?
I thought there was an earthquake in the stadium and we were all dead. Literally, that's what went through my mind. We are no longer alive in this world.
Wow, you're such an optimistic person usually, but Jesus, when your shit goes down, apparently Gabe just abandons that sunny mentality.
I was going to throw my headset and run. Paparazzi needs to run a little bit himself. He's taking a good bit of damage. The Bloodlust onto Sniper already in some trouble. So, continued dominance in this lane. And now the lift back. King Horus here. Paparazzi going to drop. And not even a Sunstrike could help him out there.
Yeah, they don't have like the same kind of rotating hero they did last time, right? It was Earth Spirit. He shut down the Centaur as much as he could, and then he rotated around 2 or 3 minutes. What's a Nyx Assassin really gonna do for you? Not very much. His movement is very telegraphed in that regard. It's not gonna get a surprise jump onto the sniper or anything like that. So this, unfortunately, there is no counterbalance like there was previous times. Empire just identifying that they do need to play pretty active in the laning phase. I think they need to win this laning phase pretty hard because they've got the right heroes to do it. Sniper and Troll, lane dominators themselves. Legion Commander also has this kind of passive influence in the laning phase that she can always do better than most. So, and then the supports just need to shut down Paparazzi. So I think this is great. They're setting up really well. IGV's timing is going to be more around 10-15 minutes when they can start making these big single target pickoffs plays.
I mean, that's definitely true, but I'm just looking at the CS difference, and you've got 8 and 5 on the Invoker versus 27 and 18. Like, does that slow down the timing any further, or does it not really matter because Invoker's just a Sunstrike machine anyways?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Sunstrike machine anyways. He'll make that comeback through the pickoff plays, but what I like about this is the Empire, they've already made the kind of read, I think, in Game 1, what they need to do against these situations, right? If they can just group up a little bit more, play around each other quite a bit, don't try and split up too much, I really think they can stop IGV and they're that window where they could really make the comeback.
Well, there's a deep ward dropped as well by the Rubik over there by the Tier 1 tower in the top lane, maybe signaling where Empire want to make that first aggressive movement. And Chappie, meanwhile, will move over towards the 6-minute rune spot, take down a couple of boars. Do you, in your eyes, is it the top offlane tower that you try and prioritize and you bring in another hero for that, or just sort of passively break it down with the troll?
Just passively break it down with the troll. You want to make, because the problem is last time when we were talking about the Team Empire and how they played that 5 minutes, they had a Centaur, right? Centaur doesn't need like an amazing amount of farm. They could just kind of play around their Invoker, and that was fine. This time around, they've got 3 cores who all need a decent amount of farm, so you need to make the most of their independence now.
Look at how much they're bullying Paparazzi. They are giving him nothing, taking away even the small creep from the hard camp at this point. Empire, they are showing so much hate.
That's a lot of hate. I mean, Paparazzi and Invoker, I could see exactly why they're doing that. It does lose them a little bit of space, I guess, at bottom lane. But Leech Commander had the TP, so he TPs right back as the lane pushes in. Nothing major loss for Empire, just an opportunity. to catch an Invoker, I guess.
I really like this response too. It's like, if you're gonna win with somebody else. You're not gonna beat us with the same thing twice in a row. So Empire showing their hand as to what they wanted to accomplish. That being said, it's also Cicada who on this Vengeful Spirit has been able to get a good amount of farm. Is he somebody that can kind of make a little bit of space for that Invoker over the next couple of minutes?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, that's like one of the most aggressive carries out there that you can pick up, right? The Vengeful Spirit, you don't have much of a late game window at all. You almost always need to be head as a Vengeful Spirit core. Otherwise, you're simply too squishy, right? You're just susceptible to being bursted down. So you're going to need to bully down towers, that's for sure. Kind of similar to a Terrorblade. You need to be super active in that regard. Move around the map. It's a hero that feels kind of hard to fight into as well. There are a lot of similarities there. What is Ghostic doing? He's just refusing to let Paparazzi do anything. If he actually catches the duel and Sniper pushes forward into the mid tower, he can actually make a potential assassinate play with the duel, but doesn't look like they'll catch him yet. Maybe weird.
Oh my god, they're gonna dive. They are getting set up for this one.
Oh yeah, cut down the tree, get the movement speed.
Chase forward, assassinate is
duel.
going to fly out
No.
so close. He does end up dying.
Cool.
Well, another pickup there. The crowd silenced, as too was that Invoker. They are just completely dominating this early stage, this Invoker.
There's the Cicada move by the Vengeful Spirit. Good play. They cannot afford to lose their mid tower early like this, though.
Invoker's coming back in. They're ready. They're here with 4 heroes,
no way.
canceling the TP and now going to duel the Nyx Assassin. Empire bring 4. Oh, wow.
That's so cool. What happens, like, they know Vengeful Spirit's going to be active, right? So as soon as Vengeful Spirit shows top, they're like, fine, we'll take mid. But what are you going to do about it? You can't rotate a Beastmaster. Beastmaster doesn't really accomplish that. And especially as Vengeful Spirit's your active core at this point in time, he can't be there at the team fight because he went top. Well, you have to give up mid. And that, again, just shuts Paparazzi out. And it claims a much more important tower in the game. Safe lane towers go down all the time. You can give up that tower, who cares? Mid towers, those are really critical.
Oh no, and again, Paparazzi pulled back in and killed off. 0-5 start for the team, and as far as Paparazzi is concerned, he's been killed off most of everybody. 4 deaths for him by the under 10-minute mark.
Yo, Russia, Ukraine, you got to get some like cyberbullying seminars going on here, because this is just so unfair. Like Empire just like running after this one hero. They're focusing on literally nobody else. Cicada's just doing his thing and they're just ignoring him. Beastmaster's getting some farm, but the thing is it's working because the objectives they're taking off of it as well. Like all this rotation into Paparazzi and such, like that's all fine and well and good, but it's the mid tower play that really makes this well worth it for them.
The rarely seen 209 GPM Invoker. It is a rough life indeed. And I guess here's the thing. What are they losing out on by doing this? What's the trade-off that's being made? Is it anything really?
It's early farm on Beastmaster. That's dangerous. It's also Vengeful Spirit, but you can't. You could potentially pressure a Vengeful Spirit in lane. You could rotate maybe 2 supports into a Leech command, but that's risky. I think it's just better play. It's just much easier to pressure that Invoker and take this secured play. So the only thing that's really traded, I think, is the Beastmaster farm, which Beastmaster doesn't come online, even with total free farm. He doesn't come online very quick.
Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick.
+1 is guaranteeing one of your lane goes well. You already have the best roaming hero. Your support has great team fight. It covers everything. Like it's like a warlock with an Earth Spear put together, basically.
Too expensive to throw away, so Newbie have taken it, and EG have locked in a Slada and a Lina. Left the Earth Spirit there because they know that Newbie won't take it.
Yeah, it's really good. Again, I feel like the Sword Art really makes sure that the Lina does scale later into the game. You're not so set on this Lina just being like this like mid-game hero. You can now rely on it to scale a bit, so it matches. It doesn't fully match the Invoker, but it does kind of shadow the same sort of thing we expect. I think it's much better than the Earth Spirit Lina opening. It's very rare to say that.
Right, I agree. And interestingly enough about Sumail's Lina, he does not take the respawn timer. He takes the extra light strike array damage, and it's because with that, it's very similar to the old TI, the NA special.
Yeah, let's borrow one from EG on this one then.
Yeah, but with Sumail's Lina, he takes the light strike array damage because it becomes like the old Lina where you can clear an entire creep wave now with just light strike array plus dragon slay.
And I think the other cool thing is it gives him different build options as well. He goes the Yules into Aether Lens build, and what was cool about it last time they did it is they paired it with a Centaur. So Centaur would look for a fight, blink, stun, and it looked like he wasn't going to be able to catch up in time, but with the Aether Lens and the phase boots, he gets there in time. Lands the follow-up stun, guarantees a kill, whereas if you go the Bloodstone build, yeah, you farm faster, yeah, you have more mana, but he's going to be able to turn kills a lot easier in the mid-game without needing like a Shadow Blade follow-up. So I actually like the way that Sumail's playing. I think it's a little bit more inventive. Definitely has more variability.
More aggressive. It's a very Sumail style.
Yeah. He's basically saying, why do I need low cooldown on respawn? I'm not going to die.
Oh, he's definitely going to die. Let's be real here. He is definitely going to die.
It's going to be good this game against Abaddon too, to shields him when he gets ult off, stuff like that.
Okay, into the second phase, so we do lose a Drow.
I think maybe EG should ban away Storm. I don't know, something about it. It's like this Abaddon. How do you make it work? It's this question mark that the Chinese players keep on running into. They pick up this Abaddon, but then they sacrifice their initiation quite heavily, and they just look off every single time. And I was trying to think of like what other heroes can really like mask that. And it's kind of like just Storm Spirit. Like Invoker and Storm, I think, are the only two mids that newbie can really get here.
They've gone.
Yeah,
you like that?
No, I agree because at this point now, it almost has to come from your mid because your 4 position, which is your Monkey King, it doesn't really initiate for you. Your offlaner is an Abaddon, also doesn't initiate for you, and those are typically the two positions where you want your initiator to be. Now you don't have that.
Yeah.
I think it's like super interesting because like Mike. Mike tweeted out. Mike tweeted out yesterday. You know, the inventor of offlane Abaddon. He tweeted out like none of these Chinese Abaddons have any idea what they're doing. And I think that does have a lot to do with how teams are drafting around it.
So is that the issue? The draft? It's not. Is it play style? Is it?
That's probably a mix of all of it. You know, at the same time, you know. Who knows what Mike knows?
They still pick up the Keeper of the Light against an Abaddon, but it is a great Monkey King hero, so that's still acceptable. I think it does cover some of the weaknesses of the Slordar. He's not like the best lane pusher or anything like that. He's also a very poor laning phase offlaner, like really bad. And they get Bottle Naga, so there's another combo at 3-4.
Yeah, I don't think newbie saw that coming, did they?
No, I think they really need to.
Banned out the Alchemist again. When EG have basically gone away from it since the opening day.
Again, they haven't first round opened it yet. It's been banned literally every series second phase, so I think I'm more surprised by the Drow a little.
Yeah, it didn't Drow Lina's from the first two.
Drow Lina makes a lot of sense for making the Lina better, but Naga is going to be a pain in the butt for newbie to deal with. They don't have very good illusion clear. They don't have very good wave push. I think they're just going to get super pressured here. At least newbie's 5-man looks really good if they win lanes. They can definitely crush towers, but EG can also just go into other lanes and push them with Naga, with Keeper, with Lina. Those are like some of the best wave pushers, so I feel like it's going to be hard for newbie to actually group as 5 and just allow themselves to take towers even with the gold advantage. Why didn't you take a Storm? Now it's out. What do they even do? Like they just pick up a late game mid.
They don't have Storm. They don't have Invoker. I think Dusa doesn't have any heroes to enable her.
No, there's nothing there.
Do you go like
Invoker's gone? That's
TA?
That's not gonna work against Radiance. Slardar, Lina.
And TA and Lina is not a great matchup either.
Come up with 5 though, with the ban.
Well, that's the OG influence.
Yeah.
The Naga Enigma combo.
Yeah. It's pretty deadly.
Oh, newbie. the offlane heroes for EG is still Centaur in the pool.
Maybe it's a mid jug and they do something. Is there a safe lane carry that can change this for them?
Abaddon.
That changes a lot of things, Kevin, but I don't think for the better.
What about like a Clockwork or something like that? Something that can force ganks and fights at least?
I don't think Clockwork solves your problems either. At the end of the day, you still have a Naga to deal with, and so that's what they're going for, Ember Spirit.
Okay. It's good anti-split push, gives them some burst.
It's not a great matchup against Lina, though.
Maybe they can Romo with Monkey King Ember.
The offlane Shaker.
I mean, that is another, that you don't have Enigma, instead you have the Earth Shaker set up, so...
I like it. I like the Earth Shaker. I think EG's draft is better. They had the upper hand all the way through. I think the Ember pick was good. It does something.
Let me solve this real quickly for you, Paul. EG? EG. EG? Yeah. EG. There you go.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay, I think you may have done that faster than the graphics can actually do
Let's go production.
They can't keep up so fast. Well done. All for EG up here, as you can see on the screen. Cat, Charlie and Purge have all gone with the evil geniuses. Have they come up with the evil plan? Let's find out as they head into Game 2, looking for a place in round 4 of the lower bracket.
Absolutely, Renner. Let's find out. We saw, obviously, Game 1, the panel. Indeed, they got it right. A lot of hope on the Evil Geniuses train, and Game 1 looked very, very convincing. We've seen the draft for this time round. Are you a little more confident with what Newbie have? There's no kind of surprise Wraith King, no kind of questionable heroes, would you say?
A little more. Again, I think I'm with the panel. I slightly prefer EG's draft. They're the ones who have put Newbie on the back foot in terms of draft, like when Newbie have to make.
Prepare for battle.
Lose a lot. We have seen it win though, and they need a hero that could find pickoffs, find some catches around the map, and that's what Ember brings to the table. Like I just looked at the draft and I'm like, they need a catch, they need a mid, Ember. I'm like, this has got to be the pick for them. It's going to solve some problems, but it could still be tough. Shaker is going to be the hero designed to just catch the Ember Spirit. You've got long-range Fissure from Fog to set up gank. You've got the Blink Echo Slams later on, so not going to be like an easy Ember game by any means.
And I'll be very interested to see how Newbie are able to pull off their own Monkey King. We saw
cheesy beard.
Dude, that's a man.
I love it.
He's chill, he's laid back. He's dealt a few bananas in his time, and now he's ready to deal the pain in this game too. But yeah, Monkey King, we saw in the drafting phase, we were kind of talking about it back in the lounge. It looked like Newbie, they took their time with it. They're like, we've left Monkey King in. We can't let EG have it. We've got to take it ourselves. Are they going to be able to play it as well as Zai did? That is the question, and that is quite a level to reach because Zai's Monkey King Game 1 caused all sorts of issues for Newbie in the laning stage.
Different style of Monkey King will be coming out. Kaka going for the level 1 tree dance, not going to play that zoning Monkey King. Puts down some early deep wards. Is he going to go for the rune? We'll see if that's going to be the case. He's scouting out around the area. There's a Shaker, and it looks like...
that's too risky.
He's going to go for the harass, I think. Try and catch Sumail on the way back. No, he's not even going to do that.
Bottom lane, Crip and Zai getting some good hits in onto KP. Zai now in the body block. KP is able to get himself around, but nonetheless taking a fair bit of harass there.
No courier snipes for you. Courier's hugging the tier 3 tower, so that won't be happening. Doesn't look like the monkey's been scattered yet. At least no pings, no movements towards the Monkey King, but ultimately something that EG well aware of. We saw this like in the group stage a lot, where it was this level 1 Monkey King, turn himself in a tree, try snipe some couriers, and instead he's going to realize that's not working. Let's go for the harass.
Absolutely. Here's the go on Sumail. Still level 1, went for the point of Dragon Slave, so no stun to hold them back, but it doesn't look like it matters, as Newbie do not have quite enough damage to bring him down, even between the two of them. Bottom lane, KP, kind of being stuck in the trees here. Zai and Crit, once again, forcing KP to back out of the lane. And as we see, obviously, the overall story of these laning positions chosen, we're not seeing, as Newbie did in Game 1, go for the aggressive lanes. They are keeping the Jug to the safe lane, rather than looking to pit him head-to-head against Arteezy.
Yeah, I think they just want to do stable lanes, make sure that they're not going to do something risky. If they're going to go down, they're just going to do it with a standard laning setup where they just play things in a fairly normal way. Monkey was in the neighborhood of the career, didn't find it. Instead, it looks like he's going to try and make a play here on Sumail, who has already salved up. It doesn't look like much is going to come from the aggression on mid lane as far as getting kills, trying to bully Sumail.
CS-wise, not really making the huge differences at the moment. 9-0-7-3, but Sumail does have that wave coming into him.
Has leached some XP as well away from the Ember Spirit, which is something Sumail may have a bit of an edge in terms of experience advantage here. And yeah, as you said, CS-wise, doing just fine on the Lina.
Kaka grab himself the bounty rune here from the top. Maybe looking towards making something happen in that top lane. I mean, Universe, level 2, certainly a target that they could go for. A good slow from the spring, and allowing Jug to get the chase down with the Blade Fury. Could certainly make something happen.
Yep. It's going to be Shaker back in the jungle, though. May have spotted the Primal Spring, not sure on that.
Yeah, oh no, there normally was, but I guess, yeah, realizing he's not revealed himself mid for a bit as well.
Very early Sleight of Fist point coming from SCC. With the DD rune, it is kind of nice. You got some just cheap harass off, but hopefully not saying that's all that conventional.
Bottom lane, KP. It's getting a little bit of experience, but certainly as we're seeing, not similar to games that other games we've had here on the main stage where Abaddon's been able to get farm in this bottom lane as he is being heavily harassed by the support duos. Actually split up now and move towards the mid lane.
I think they're expecting
in the neighborhood.
This is the stage where the next Monkey King gank isn't designed to harass Sumail, it's designed to kill him. Ember's got enough levels where he wants to go for the kill. He's actually solo's level 3, so maybe I say that, but with the Sleight of Fist point, this 1-1-1 skill build is not very conducive to getting kills. SCC is struggling here. This is actually just going to be harass, and the fact you can't go for kills at this point because Ember is somewhat under-leveled. Kaka's leech, perhaps too much XP at this point. Sumail's just getting pretty well on CS and denies, a half level ahead because of the Monkey King leeching. I really feel like that limits what they can do.
Yeah, and interesting, of course, with the Monkey King, level 2 hasn't put any points in the Jingu Mastery, so that right-click harass really limited.
Yep.
I mean, Boundless Strike on his own at level 1, not really doing too much in terms of stun duration or damage without those passive stacks built up, so Kaka not really being as effective as he would have hoped for, it feels like, in these first 4 minutes, as we saw most of the attention towards that mid lane, but Sumail hasn't been knocked off course whatsoever. In fact, Kaka could be in trouble now. Zai and Crit with eyes on him. Can he get himself away? There's the Boundless Strike, but yeah, level 1 doesn't do a lot at all. Maybe if you get to the haste room, but Zai already there with the body blocks, and Kaka, can they keep him alive? Miscoil certainly will help, but again, just moving Sumail into position, and even better for EG, as Sumail is the one to pick that first blood up, and the Monkey King not off to great success.
Dream start. Sumail thinking about getting aggressive here, won't be able to do so. Monkey actually TP's back in, but Sumail with a haste rune. Seen this before in his Lina, not something you can easily gank or deal with, and SCC still very under-leveled. Doesn't feel like these lanes have worked out how Newbie intended them to. It is kind of cool that there is multiple ways you can play this early roaming Monkey King. Like you think Ricky, Bounty, there's really only one kind of way to play them. I mean, you can go to different lanes, but Monkey, there is like you can play the zoning Monkey or you can play the roaming harass Monkey, and that's what we've seen, but the ineffectiveness of it has really limited what Newbie can do. Hasn't been able to zone Sumail, hasn't been able to find a courier, hasn't been able to find kills on the Earthshaker. That's kind of like the other pick you can go for, and end result is Sumail is winning his 1v2 matchup effectively. Zai is lurking around expecting like another Monkey King game, which looks like it could be coming in soon, so his presence will be very important, and they may actually turn this one around. But
Kaka actually looking to walk down and go for something, but Zai trying to move in position for the stun. Sumail falling incredibly low, won't quite go down. Zai with the crush onto the Ember, forcing SCCC away. The chains will hold back Zai. But again, Newbie bringing 3 to the mid lane. EG with the response and making sure that Sumail does not get taken down.
Sumail was very close to killing any one of those 3 heroes. One more nuke would have done it to the Crystal Maiden or the Monkey King with a Dragon Slave, but very well-timed and good positioning from the Slider there. It's often like a misconception as a support, like, oh, carry a TP and TP mid if your carry gets died. If you have to TP there, you're not saving Sumail. You've got to be there before the TP opportunity is there. So the awareness from the Slider to recognize the gank that's going to be coming in. Also know that Ortiz doesn't need help. He doesn't need other heroes down bottom anymore. He's got the sustain from the Arcane Boots to spam out, farm the lane, and it's in the bad, and it's not like he's going to get bullied all that much. If anything, until KP gets level 6, it's going to be the Naga bullying KP at this point.
Both safe laners certainly finding the space, but RTZ just that little bit more so, as he has been clearing out the camps as well, close to the lane, keeping himself ahead of that farm of U9. But as mentioned, Jug, certainly one of U9's stronger heroes. Interesting to see what kind of build he goes, but mid lane, Samael, of course, level 60 was, had that Laguna ready to pop. And Ember just getting caught out, SCC outplayed. Top lane Kaka, maybe looking to make a go onto Universe, but it's hard to do so. Universe with a lot of stuns to turn around any sort of tower dive, and Kaka realizes that, only keeping vision, not looking to dive. Talking about diving those die. Close to tier 1, but again gets out. Kaka was thinking about TPing across, but no way that he could have got there soon enough to hold him under the tower.
Uni is just being able to spend the entire kind of early game jungling up, has the Iron Talon. Monkey's been like annoying and like leeching XP here and there, stealing bounty runes, but Universe is still level 5.5. Hasn't really been caught out. Kaka can't solo kill him at this point, unless Universe gets really low, and it doesn't look like that's something that's going to happen. He's just going to stay here, leech XP. And they give the offlane to Zai, so Zai kind of underleveled on the Slider. He's just been roaming around, helping out the lanes. Is perhaps the kill that you can get if you're Newbie.
Here's the setup for the kill that they need. Newbie will find something to bring them on the board, and that will certainly open up this top lane to continue to put the pressure on this tier 1.
The lowest value kill you can find though right now.
For sure.
It's you definitely want to kill the Slider because you don't want him just sitting top getting those levels. He's level 2. He's looking to catch up, find some CS if possible, but ideally even just get himself level 4, 5, get Corrosive Haze online. But you definitely take that kill, but ultimately doesn't really help Newbie. It just slightly hurts Zai and his progression. You're still losing these lanes pretty badly. Sumail's still going to continue to be a big problem. We've seen this Lina work very well against Ember, going for this fast Yule Scepter build, just able to instantly purge off the Flame Guard.
Actually Henry here doesn't have the mana for the combo though. SC will back off.
Has he got friends? Doesn't look like it. Our Radiant Sentry, and we'll see if he falls prey to this one. Does come out of the invis just to continue farming.
Top lane again. They know Karkar's around and maybe wondering if SC was going to come across because the line was drawn from EG. Keep themselves very safe. Close back towards that tree line. Mid lane Zai and Samael putting the pressure on. Tier 1 falling very, very low. Bottom lane, KP is getting a bit of space on the Abaddon with RTZ heading into the jungle. And in fact, up towards the top half of the river, Kaka will find the setup with a Boundless Strike. Managing to connect the slow as well, and with SC coming across, they could have a good shot at bringing down Samael. They'll surround him with 4, and Newbie get themselves certainly the kill that they hoped for. At the same time, though, Universe will just drop the Echo straight onto Kaka's head. But still, overall, getting Samael, that's what Newbie hoped for.
That's the big kill they desperately need. It took quite a big commitment, but hey, you take it however you can get it and use whatever spells you need to. Good chase down. Well executed Primal Spring from Kaka, and now Newbie do set themselves up to try and take this early tier 1 tower. Problem is Coddle's constantly in these trees spamming, and same for the Earthshaker. It's just constantly using this fissure from the sideline. So Coddle Earthshaker probably like the best like duo for defending towers with. You fissure, you illuminate, creep wave goes down. If you're a hero trying to hit even like a Jug where you want to go in Blade Fury down a creep wave or Blade Fury and right click the tower, doesn't necessarily work because you get stunned and nuked down by the Illuminate at the same time. You can't actually Blade Fury dodge the Illuminate damage. God, RTZ is looking at like a very fast Radiance timing this game as well.
They need to do something about him.
I don't know what that is though. It feels like they've got too many other issues to address on the side lanes. It seems like it's KP's just being told, do the best you can to contest this farm. We've got Lina problems. We've got Earthshaker problems. We've got a top lane tier 1 tower to push. If you start roaming around the Radiant jungle trying to kill him, you're giving Slider free farm at top to get his Blink Dagger. You're giving Shaker free farm to get his Blink Dagger. So I feel like in some ways the easier problems to address is the Blink Dagger timings of Shaker and Slider, and as well as the Lina's progression. So considering how bad the lane stage has gone for Newbie, they've just got to, you know, pick their poison. Let Naga get the Radiance and try and find the kills elsewhere.
Lord Pat, U9 and Faye finding Samael again. Samael did not expect that. The presence of Newbie in the jungle. As you can see, no wards from EG around their own bottom jungle area. The immediate D-ward, though, will be there onto Newbie's vision. And again, it's big kills for Newbie. Finding Samael a second time, getting themselves a tier 1 on the bottom lane. They're starting to move this jug around, get U9 active. and find big objectives and pickoffs.
Yeah, they've got to, and I like that they are prioritizing Sumail right now. Stop him from snowballing too hard. This just helps enable your Ember Spirit a lot more. If there's that really fast Yules, Aether Lens pickups, the Shadow Blade is a really dangerous item for Ember Spirit to have to play into. You don't want to let him get too far. Ember, not that he counters a Naga or anything, but he's not like afraid. He's not going to die to a very farm Naga early on. So they're finding the kills on Sumail and slowing down his progression somewhat. And as you said, U9 has to get involved, has to be active, and the fact he is very much one of the solutions for Newbie.
Phase boots picked up for Kaka, was getting space on that top lane. Universe about halfway towards his Blink Dagger, as we can see there with the 1250. And Crit coming up to join him as well on this top lane. Maybe to see if they could put a bit of pressure onto Kaka. And also RTZ moving, heading up to this top half of the map. 3.5k gold, 12 minutes in. It indeed continues to look to be a very solid Radiance timing, unless Newbie can throw a spanner in the works. And there is a smoke movement from SCCC and Faith.
They know Lina's alone. They had the ward up top, so they saw Naga rotate, they saw all those heroes.
Can they get... They've actually pinged on the wrong illusion here.
That was... in the moment decision was incorrectly guessed there by Newbie, and they went on the right Lina. It would have been a quick kill. AEG can't respond fast enough to save Lina there most likely, but once you make the wrong initial jump...
Kaka jumping across, but the tree's taken down by Sumail. He will be kept alive by a little bit by the mist coil. Sleep comes through from RTZ. Kaka, can he get himself out? He can't. Fisher straight away. In fact, the Fish connecting also SCC as well. Beautiful combo there as they catch two. And they're not done yet. They're blinding light KP backwards. That's got the ultimate. U9 still in the neighborhood. Pops an Omni Slash to instantly disperse Zai. Has found the Slardar. Universe continues to move in position. Still has an Echo Slam if he sees the opportunity to do so. Doesn't need to for a CM. As Sumail will get a double kill. And that whole kind of period really just accelerating in favor from EG ever since Newbie jumped in on the wrong illusion.
EG just playing well as a team and coordinating the song to make sure they got the insta-stun as the song ended onto the Ember Spirit, meaning that he couldn't Remnant away. And he just got blown up. And that's the one hero if you're EG that you want to have a bad game is the Ember Spirit. Like, you're not overly scared about a Jug farming a lot or even a Abaddon. You can deal with those problems later, but if Embers get snowballing, that's a problem hero. Not to mention SCC is just often that snowbally player that you want to shut down when it comes to Newbie.
Kaka is getting gone up on that top lane. I believe the Radiance recipe has been picked up by KP.
Yep. No Relic though, just going for the casual Radiance recipe
cashing in, making sure that he minimalizes his gold losses if he gets taken down.
Yeah, I think he perhaps thought he was going to die in mid lane when he had to use the borrowed time, but they went for the CM instead. So, but now he's bought the recipe, so he doesn't have that opportunity to make the big jump to the Relic first, so may not pay off in the end. Not the biggest deal, but KP will be farming for some time. Also signals to EG, hey, go Minions now that they see the recipe. Not that it would have been a big surprise to them, probably the expected item pickup and also something they would quickly realize when he doesn't buy anything for some time.
Universe with that blink complete, queuing up the Midas next, as is pretty much part of the course here in this current meta. KP, ult will be popped, Sumail's got the setup, and with the three of them surrounding him, they will be able to ensure that they get the kill. Sumail just making sure he gets the gold there with the Laguna, and EG themselves ready to find this the one on the top lane. Newbie looking elsewhere across the map still. Very impressive farm on U9. We've seen in these last few fights, even the ones that have gone EG's way, he's still been able to kind of find a quick kill with the Omni Slash and get himself back out to safety. And it's keeping him in a very good position so far. Faith, though, in trouble. He's been amped up. Zai's on the east. The rest of EG coming in from the west. And no hope for this CM. As another kill for Universe. The tower up top is secured. But Newbie will look to get this trade down on the bottom. The fortification comes out. They're sending the coal across. As Triple C and U9, can they stick around for this one? Mass TP is coming through as well. Sumail has arrived. Looks for the light strike. The chains will be there to catch the animation. Universe jumps in with the Echo Slam, but already the Ember's out. Quick reactions from Triple C. Stun onto Kaka. Kaka taking huge damage from the tower with the Amplify. There's the Omni jumping in onto Crit, bringing him low. Not quite enough though. And with RTZ wrapping around with the Riptide, EG will be able to punish Newbie, get them off that tier 2. And a big kill for them this time. Sumail able to bring down U9, who's been top of the board. And definitely the biggest issue for EG is that Jug was getting a little out of hand.
Sumail and Uni have just continued to make the plays for this EG team. They've definitely been the high performers when you look at EG and like who's stood out, who's been winning them games. I mean, they are put in those playmaking position roles. Really great defensive yields, and Uni made a fantastic play. The fissure timing as the Blade Fury ends. If he doesn't fissure there, the Omni Slash comes out. Omni Slash has this slight cast time, and he basically prevents Sumail from getting caught out by the Omni Slash because of that the timing on that. So really nicely done. Covers Sumail. Didn't hit the biggest Echo Slam that he was hoping for, but ultimately the follow-up play was where he kind of saved his teammate and also made sure that they had the ability to kill off the Jug.
Yeah, it was a heads-up attempt with the Echo, you know, trying to get that instant stun onto the Ember, but SC was very, very quick with the Remnant out.
So that does stunt the Juggernaut a little bit, getting that big kill for EG, and not to mention they just got that Radiance on Naga, so this is where Naga's kind of been neck and neck a bit with the Jug slightly behind. Things will quickly change for EG and RTZ as he accelerates in farm with this newly purchased Radiance.
Definitely, as we can see at the moment, the biggest difference really being between the two mids. SC needing to catch up a bit to be on par with Sumail. Sumail has been able to claim quite a bit with these kills that he's picked up. You know, Kaka's in the trees. I'll look for the light strike. Won't find it. That maneuverability, of course, from the Monkey King leaps and bounds away from EG.
You can't do anything about it. He's even just... Oh, is he baiting them in?
Ooh, they will with the light strike. He did get off the tree in time, though. And yeah, Kaka, it's too strong. As EG, even with the four of them up there, and a hell of a lot of ways to stun him, just can't catch him.
Yeah. A wonderful creation, this Monkey King.
Masterful, says the Toad.
But yeah, KP continues to farm 2k gold. Kind of like him, Naga, fighting over the farm in the jungle. Faith is actually going to be able to find a kill here, like with the freezing field. Nicely done. It's just a Slider, but I mean, slowing. Shaker's already got Blink. Anything you can do to slow down the Sliders one?
Yeah, what's the progress on Zai's got actually? How?
2.1k net worth. He's not doing great.
Yeah,
1400. So yeah, it's a bit of a way there.
Lose a bit of a chunk though, as you mentioned. Yeah, for sure.
It's not like a necessary ingredient, but to get the Blink right now, like you've got the Naga who's doing fine, but you're not using Shaker's Blink as like a fight starter. You don't start a fight with like a Blink Fissure or Totem typically, or Blink Echo, yes, if you can catch an Ember. Like that's why Shaker wants the Blink. He wants that so he can insta-stun and take out an Ember from a fight, or a Jug. So Blink Echo is used for the cause. If you're ganking around using smoke and you're trying to just gank whoever, that's where Slider leads. He's looking for the Monkey King, the CM. He doesn't care.
They saw him there with that tree jump as he went between the vision, but again...
He's out once more. He is amped. It doesn't matter.
The crowd loves it.
That definitely gets a few of us frogs.
Oh, what's Sumail's
done? He's like, I really want this Monkey King.
He really, really, really wants that Monkey King. Faith will get out, and so will Kaka. TP's out from the trees.
That is obnoxious.
I mean, Kaka certainly struggled to really kind of get himself felt in the laning stage, but what we're seeing in this section, 19 minutes in, he's certainly creating space and opening up the map as EG have been on the chase for him, and they just can't quite grab him.
Yeah, I think the big stat to look at there is the Ward's place. He's the one getting all the vision. That's what Monkey King has brought to this team, is the vision advantage. He's constantly scouting it out. He's tanking smoke ganks, wasting EG's time and planting good observer wards deep on the map. Some of them have been dewarded and found by EG, but some have also been maintained and used to set up kills, prevent ganks from happening. So has been very instrumental when playing from behind. Having a vision advantage like this can make a big difference.
Very impressive as well, really. Still looking at U9's Jug, he is keeping on level with a Radiance Naga. For the time being, of course, at least, you do certainly expect to see that difference start to break away, but to still, at 20 minutes, have very minimal of a difference between the two of you. It just goes to show how well he is farming and keeping his efficiency up across the map.
Yep. See the boots of travel now for our TZ, so makes that next big item jump. No rush for EG to try and fight. They may look for the smoke moves around the blink on Slider, as said. He's like their main initiator to find pickoffs and start fights.
Sumail caught out by a boundless strike. SCC and Faith in the neighborhood. He will use himself up, try and get away. In fact, with the Echo Slam from Universe, the turnaround will be there. They've found the Monkey King, won't find SCC who's out. And now it's Universe in trouble. Omni Slash onto Zai. It's still Newbie coming out on top despite Uni's best efforts to turn it with an Echo. He jumps in, but EG lose all three.
Now, if he
just for the Monkey.
Yeah, if he manages to get the Echo off and Sumail actually uses spells before dying, we could have seen a bigger turnaround, but
Great position on the high ground for the CM. We've seen some fantastic freezing fields this tournament. CM play from players like Nuts has been great. That CM positioning there with that freezing field, providing the extra damage and doing a really good job as well. And SCC held onto his spells. He waited for the defensive yields before committing in. Really great follow-up steering chains as well, catching too. So nicely played. U9 making the necessary rotations, and Newbie, important kills to be getting considering the state of this game. There's a free farming Naga, but they are trying to match that with the Radiance on Abaddon as well. Not to say Abaddon's going to farm anywhere near as fast as a Naga, but what it matches it in the sense you've got 3 farming cores. You've got a Midas Radiance offlaner, you've got an Ember in the mid, you've got a Jug. All 3 of these heroes will scale, they'll go late, they'll farm very well. Shaker doesn't really match up to the farm rate of an Abaddon. He's trying to do so with his Midas purchase, but not sure that's going to necessarily come online fast enough. And on the newbie side, you've got Midas coming on Monkey King as well. Perhaps a CM considers a Midas. So it's going to be a lot of greed from both sides where they can get away with it.
I mean, this is already looking so much better for Newbie as compared to game 1. This is pretty much the clash that we hope for between these two sides, where we're already, 22 minutes in. Yeah, Newbie, I mean, 10k lead in terms of experience. Net worth, of course, a little less so, but still the lead is there.
It's still hard to like talk about it in like how big, in like a strategic lead when you're versing a Naga, because this is a hero that's often designed to play from behind, to have poor starts, really take some time to get online, have to split push later on. But Newbie, I feel like, don't have issues scaling. They're going to be able to secure a Roche themselves. They're going to be able to go well into the late game with all 3 cores. They're not all in on the early to mid game. They haven't gotten ahead by playing super aggressive and dominating the lanes. They've gotten ahead by playing a farming efficiency game.
Oh, Roshan, of course, being the objective here for Newbie, and EG absolutely none the wiser as they are positioned down towards the bottom. Maybe looking to catch them out. Finally, Samael will TP to the shrine, but not looking to head towards Roche. And Newbie, they'll get away with this one for free. U9 picking it up, and indeed this Jug looking very scary. Manta Diffusal.
Yep.
Scardy queued up for him next.
He can just, he's going for, it looked like a blink before the Scardy. He can just jump on the Lina, try and take her down to the start of the fight using that Diffusal. Can't rely on the defensive yields so much anymore. And is a very handy pickup. Those kills on Sumel this game around that kind of, after losing the lanes, getting like a couple of kills there, really kind of slowed him down. Like, it's an overall kill lead for EG, but most of those came in the very early game laning stage. Since then, it's been a much more newbie-driven story. As KP gets his Radiance and is farming very well on the Abaddon.
And as you said, a lot of eyes on the RTZ Naga this game.
Yes.
To make Naga things happen.
Well, he's kind of been in the backseat for EG. Like, a lot of their wins, at least the main stage, haven't been influenced by him. He's been the player getting shut down. It's been Sumel and Universe really like showcasing their ability to make plays. Now it's RTZ's turn to step up. This is his game. Like, Sumel, he's been pressured. He's been shut down. Like, this is where EG need to show. This is a game where this is like all 5 of their players can step up when needed. RTZ, this game very much on him. They're playing from behind. He needs to do his thing on Naga Siren. There's plenty of room for the teammates. I mean, you've got a Blink Shaker, a Blink Slaughter. These heroes can find pickoffs, make plays, but it's the RTZ Naga that EG will have to fall back on.
Bottom lane, Sumel. Taking down the tier 2, and again, the trades looking to be made. U9 and SCCC up at the top with backup as well on the side of Newbie there, guarding them. So EG would have to be very careful about coming forward for any sort of a defense, and it looks like they are not going to bother. They'll let Newbie take the tower. Bottom lane as well, KP actually able to get the deny.
Not bad, not bad. Very tough for Lina to like move out and defend lanes or go for kills anymore. The Ember jump, the Juggernaut just as farmed as he is a big problem, so we're seeing the struggles. And another big thing about Newbie's draft, the scaling late game, 4th position Monkey King with a Midas at that scales very well.
It can get disgusting.
We saw it with EG when we had Zai. Yeah, he played it in that game 1 against Faceless, and it felt like, okay, Faceless is doing really well there with his EG draft, and suddenly it's like, oh wait, there's not just 3 cores, there's Zai as well. He's actually a carry as well with that Monkey King.
It's just crazy how much Monkey King can do with a fraction of the net worth that other heroes require because of that ultimate. And we may certainly see that this game. Interesting, the kind of a difference in approach that he got. Obviously, the early Midas, something that's not too much for rarity, but going for that Shadow Blade before either the Echo Saber or more predominantly the Skull Basher, which most MKs, especially in that position, do love to get because of how much it steps up what you can do with the ultimate.
his role with an Abaddon in an offlane, the big thing Newbie's draft lacks is catch, and that's kind of his big role. Boundless Strike is a 2-second AoE stun you can use from long range. He needs to get the best possible Boundless Strike, and that's where the Shadow Blade is going to be used to find pickoffs, Shadow Blade through lanes, catch the Naga Siren like hiding back deep. So this is an item that just enables you to find the backlines and get to them. And I think Monkey King is taking a different approach where, yeah, he can scale into a carry and all, but his primary role is going to be those pickoffs. And that's where, I mean, U9 recognizes we don't have good catch. I'm going to get a Blink Dagger. Like, they're trying to compensate for the fact that your draft does lack that catch potential. SEC can't fully commit. He gets caught by a Blink Echo Slam. If there wasn't a lot of disables, you could perhaps rely on SEC, but he's going to be playing a bit more cautious, a bit defensive. He needs to enter the fights at a later time and have heroes like Monkey King tank more of the damage. Heroes like the Juggernaut going in first with the Blade Fury Omni Slash to protect them.
Talking about getting that jump, EG themselves ready to try and make something happen. Crits just picked up the Aghanim Scepter. Daytime, they've got that vision advantage.
Yeah.
With the four-man smoke, they want to make something happen and continue to just allow Arteezy to keep the pressure up. You can see all three lanes being pushed in by those illusions.
Trying to use that Coddle vision to find that pick. Juggernaut
would be the perfect target. Echo Slam comes in there, actually bursts down Kaka first, and that bit of a jump means they may not get U9. Can they catch him down? They've got the mana leak. He actually blocks himself in for a little bit there with the Mantra Illusions. And at the end of the day, the smoke jumping in with the Echo from Universe, it only gets the monkey as Jug's allowed to walk away scot-free.
I'm going to be honest. I thought that was the Jug they killed. I just thought that was the Jug with Arcana. I'm like, oh, they got the Jug. Great pick. I wonder if that's what EG thought. I don't know, man. They probably never got
the Arcana confusion.
I need to get my eyes checked, but yeah, it was the Arcana confusion. I actually thought they picked off Juggernaut there. I was like, all right, that's a good Echo Slam, you know?
At the end of the day, Phantom Assassin in the mid lane. Still alive. But not what EG wanted there at all.
No,
not what they wanted at all.
Yeah, the Echo and the Laguna. Big commitment. And we'll see Uni going to a Shadow Blade. I think similarly on the EG side, they need that hero that can roam out, be a pick-off hero. That's his role in the game. And the fact is he has the long-range fissure, but then there was no follow-up stun. So otherwise, Monkey King could Shadow Blade away. He may get like off a boundless. If he gets off a Boundless Strike, perhaps that fight goes terribly wrong for EG. So he just felt like he had to commit an Echo Slam to kill the hero, whether it was a Jug or a Monkey King. And they make sure they get the pick, but ultimately not a very worthwhile smoke for EG, but still, I mean, it's a Naga game, so they're not overly worried, like, okay, we didn't kill a core. It's not like that was a desperation smoke where it had to find a big kill for them. They would just prefer to find a bigger value target.
Now, of course, Kaka will indeed go for that Basher pickup. Shadow Blade on Uni, more jumping potential from himself is there. Yeah, 29.5 minutes in, 12-8. Arteezy, of course, with that lead, and is certainly making that gap getting bigger and bigger. It was about 2k ahead just a couple of minutes ago now, 3k ahead of the Jug. And at this rate, I mean, it's just kind of just slow that down. Newbie have to find Arteezy and take him out. Otherwise, this pressure really is going to continue to amp up. Bottom lane, jumping onto KP. TP reactions will be coming through. With the sleep actually from the sidelines here from Arteezy, trying to allow EG to deal with the Abaddon before having to face the rest of Newbie. They're moving again, but they can't quite bring him down, and now it's EG that have to be careful. U9 jumping in onto Zai. Zai taken down by the illusions, but they've lost the Monkey King, and Arteezy and Universe surrounded. Second, bringing out KP. U9 blinks forward though with the Blade Fury. He's picked up a triple kill. He's going to be able to grab himself an Ultra as he finds through the tree lines as well. And in fact, it's going to be a full team wipe as Arteezy chased down and caught out by SCCC and Faith. Newbie again punishing what seems to be EG's desperation to find these team fights, but they never get the big pickoffs they need. I mean, yeah, they got KP, but they can't control SEC, and U9 is just having an absolute run-of-the-mill. He can do whatever he wants in these team fights.
The biggest issue there was how much they healed KP. They used him up to try and waste the borrowed time duration, but that level 3 borrowed time just getting longer and longer, and once he landed, they actually threw more spells at him, healing him up. He was in critical HP. All it would have taken was one spell post borrowed time, and you'll see here on the right, like they nuke him down. The Illuminate, the stun, the Dragon Slave, they get him back to full HP.
Yeah, KP's like, thanks for the heals. I mean, they do kill him at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's really bad. They used way too much and wasted way too much time on the Abaddon.
And that chase down potential U9. Just getting maximum usage of those diffusal blade charges. Kill after kill after kill, and the decision, of course, to bring Arteezy into it ends in absolute disaster.
In theory, like, Arteezy's sleeping, what, 3 heroes off to the left? So
I mean, yeah, literally trapped the whole team. Well, they had a lot of time to work on that Abaddon, but it just wasn't enough. And as you said, with them deciding to play medics for the enemy side, it didn't go great.
Kaka getting that good scouting info. Oh, that's a nice, quick, easy pick. SCC comes in, takes a quick snipe, and really seeing Sumail's fall off. He's very squishy. This build of his, great for early game if you're snowballing, but the second you kind of hit that wall or hit that roadblock, which has been Newbie's mid-game aggression, you look very squishy. Like, his net worth isn't that terrible. It's just the fact you don't have like those tanky items. You don't have the Bloodstone. You don't have the Shadow Blade. You don't have these items that you can like move around the map. The Aether Lens, the Yules. You're still very squishy with these item pickups, and we're seeing it as Newbie have managed to find him time and time again.
And Newbie straight into that Roshan pit. EG with no Sumail. Unlikely to be able to do anything about this one, as again, Newbie have control over this area. I'll send in an Agra Illusion, and I won't do anything fancy, as U9 grabs himself the Aegis.
Manta with KP. He's kind of following in the footsteps of his SCA friend Ice Ice Ice, a build we saw come out earlier.
It was very good as well. We saw in the Ice 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 game just using the Manta style illusions with the Radiance to make it very hard for these Blink initiators to find the jump that they can. It's going to cause massive issues for EG with this Slardar and Shaker looking to get in on the front lines. It's just not going to happen when KP's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's great. You can even put shields on them if you're going to be extra annoying. Very good at getting out of some of these spells like Mana Leak as well. So has extra added value because of that. Abaddon's a hero that can run into mana problems very quickly. Aphotic Shield does cost a good chunk of mana. And if he went for the, I think it's an armor talent over a mana talent, you often actually have, so he's gone for the armor over the mana, which means you have mana problems. I mean, you have mana problems either way, but that's something which you often have to worry about. But yeah, Manta Illusions will be very, very problematic for EG. He's basically role-playing Naga. KP, this guy is well known. He used to play for Newbie, like, he's the offlaner, but when they picked Naga, when they had Hao and Mu on the team, he used to play the Naga. Mu would like swap roles with him, go to the offlane, play a space grading hero, or they'd like aggro tri-lane with a life stealer, and KP would be like, I'm going mid Naga, guys.
Yeah.
There's Naga in the game, I can do it better, even though I'm in a Abaddon.
Yeah, the Octarine queued up. He's looking exactly to do that what Arteezy has been trying to so far this game. Artur, of course, still the predominant lead, 23,000 net worth. And mid lane, the go being made here onto the Crystal Maiden. Maybe can they do anything in response? They are going to jump in onto Sumail with the Omni Slash. U9 just destroying the Lina. Crit trying to get himself away. The root will be there from Artur to look to hold back the Jug. But they've lost 2, they've lost 3 as the miscoil from KP flies through. They grab themselves the gem out of the dead hands of evil geniuses.
Oh, no gem for Coddle. Takes away a lot of that vision advantage. Not sure what happened there at the very start. Sumail blinked in Insta Laguna. It looked like it was on Monkey King based on how much HP he lost, and he didn't actually die to it. So Monkey King surviving meant the Laguna was in some ways ineffective that fight, and Sumail puts himself in a very vulnerable position with that aggressive blink.
Arteezy, of course, with his teammates off the map, just making sure that the lanes are pushed out, minimalizing what Newbie can accomplish during this downtime of his teammates.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Newbie are winning fights, but they're not really taking key objectives just yet. But there's no real time limit on their draft. We go back to the fact they can scale very well in their 4th position Monkey King. A good scaling hero, so they're not worried about taking racks like pre-30, 40 minutes.
And they're certainly winning the farm game across all 3 cores when you compare. It's, this Naga Siren Arteezy is at the top. But again, at this point, 35 minutes in, to only be about 1,500 ahead of the enemy Juggernaut, it doesn't feel good enough.
If you compare roll for roll,
I mean, look at the overall net worth.
Like Monkey King, a good 3,000-4,000 ahead of the Coddle. Shaker, 7,000-8,000 behind Abaddon. Lina, well behind the Ember Spirit now. So Sumail, I mean, he had the dream start. He dominated the early game, but we're not seeing those big items followed up. Has an Aghanim Scepter now. Looking for that increased damage onto the Juggernaut, particularly through the Blade Fury, and does probably notice that Monkey is going to be building. Was looking to eye off a BKB as well. Oh, no, hasn't seen that yet, but is queued up.
MKB there for U9, so Naga Siren Radiant's going to cause less issues for him when he's ready to end the fight very close to that 25 as well. And I imagine he will get the extra agi. Well, we haven't seen him do a lot with the Blade Fury in this fight, but normally the agi's the way to go. The Blade Fury damage it's a lot, but
it is. No, absolutely, but I think the mobility of EG's heroes, they kind of you around a little bit. Blade Fury is not reliable damage, and I think you're looking at the ability to hit buildings, which is agi. You can do damage while you Blade Fury hit them. So I think the agi is going to be the way for the overall strategy, is going to be the stronger option.
Yeah, also as well, looking to just tank himself. Notices the MKB, so rather than the butterfly that we normally see being prioritized, just going to go straight for the heart on his Naga build this game.
Very good, effective lane pushing, cuts all 3 waves, very deep, prevents any kind of a newbie push in mid lane, fulfilling his role and buying time for EG. It's kind of more a question of what are you buying time for? Is the Lina or Shaker really going to turn this game around with certain items? Can the Naga turn it around eventually? Because Naga is close to that 6-slotted state, so you're buying time, you're dragging the game up, but there needs to be a long-term plan and goal for EG.
I'm a little disappointed by Universe. He had the Crystallis queued up. I was ready for the right-click Shaker, but he's going for the 4 stuff. I mean, obviously the team item here, really. And certainly needed to help kite them away from these bigger cores. Up top, Kaka just finding crit. And he may have been blinding lighted, but his illusions certainly haven't. And Kaka takes the kill.
Yep. He's taking a free pick. Pretty short cooldown on Wukong as well, so it's not like you're worried if you go for a push about being down, but also doesn't feel like newbie are going to be going for a push. They're just having to take what picks they can. They were down like 12 kills to like 6 or something at one point, and they're now well ahead in terms of overall kills, farm, every category you look at. It is a very newbie-dominated game right now. Kaka continues to maintain some very good aggressive wards for his team, and Universe just hasn't been able to find the key pickups. He's been roaming kind of sneaky spots in trees, waiting for heroes to come farm the map, but the discipline from newbie has prevented Universe from being effective.
Arteezy as well. I mean, the level difference between some of these is massive. You know, Arteezy only on level 19. And the kills that U9 has been able to find, he's level 25. I mean, a 6 level difference. That's pretty insane at this point. KP, of course, as well, hitting the 25. And just really starting to reach huge potential, the lineup of newbie.
Yep.
And we're just going to have to see if this Naga Siren is going to be enough for Arteezy and Evil Geniuses to pull it through, or if again we're going to see another game where the Naga pickers get punished on the main stage.
And these 25s are pretty big ones for the newbie side. Abaddon as well as Ember Spirit.
Ooh. Nice strike array. Not making the connection.
Yes.
Do they have connection?
They're trying to buy out the Shadow Blade?
I mean, they've got a lot of stun. No, they don't have it.
Yeah,
they're doing it blind. And Kaka, can he actually get out? No, okay, Laguna will make sure he doesn't.
That was a heads-up play. They had to guess his position post-song, but they knew, Arteezy knew based on like when he used Song that he definitely caught him in Shadow Blade. So pretty heads-up play to try and buy time out on the Shadow Blade. And even though they missed the blind LSA, they still chase him down. Really nice little kill. Still, just a Monkey King. Doesn't have buyback.
No, he's down for 50 seconds.
Wasn't a gem carry or anything. That would have been perhaps like the big win, is if you got your gem back.
KP has that upstream complete, so again with his own illusions, able to try and de-push these lanes that Evil Geniuses have been able to maintain very, very much pressured into newbie's base because of that Naga Siren. Arteezy to play.
The amazing thing about Abaddon in these late game stages with the Octarine is the active items as well as spells with reduced cooldown. Your shield is a 500 damage block on a tiny cooldown, and all of your items. You've got an 18-second cooldown Manta. I mean, he's got to use Midas Tumble because he's got Octarine and he's got a cooldown reduction talent. Every cooldown is just tiny. Midas, 63-second cooldown Midas. That's the dream.
Yeah, look at the money.
He's just rolling in cash. He's going to pick up his next 2 big items. He's going to get 6-slotted very quickly at this rate. I wonder what that 6-slotted status is going to be. Maybe something like an AC. Maybe even go like AC, Abyssal if you really want to. Silver Edge could be considered. Definitely one of the games where his farm and net worth is, I see his average net worth much higher than that. He's played very well in this Abaddon and managed to, I mean, everyone on Newbie, that's the thing, like this game is still close and winnable for EG, and it's taken a fantastic performance from Newbie. Say, perhaps the early game not quite as strong from Kaka, but he's made up for it since then. the recovery stages have been very polished, and it's no longer recovery for Newbie. It's about how do you get further ahead? How do you actually win this game? How do you ever go high ground against this Naga? And it is going to take some pickoffs. It is going to take like a certain level of catch from their heroes to do so.
Roshan just about to be spawning back up. We've seen the last few times Newbie being the ones that have been able to take it pretty much for free. But now EG getting much more confident in the way that they come out across the map. And I feel like almost certainly we could certainly see them contest. But top lane, Unite jumps in, could be punished. Nice light strike, and Laguna straight into him. The backup's there from KP though. And they will be able to get Unite away from EG.
Yeah. That was the Ags Laguna too. That didn't, I mean, it did some damage, but
tanky.
It didn't feel like it came close to kill him. It got him down to like slightly below half HP. Ags Aether Lens Laguna Blade. You're looking at some pretty decent damage amp, but not enough by any means. Jug showing he's just happy to Omni-Slash Aslada. I mean, those are the kind of ultis which really tell you a lot about Newbie's mentality right now, that they're in no rush to end this game. They don't really think they're going to find team fights. If you're willing to, we saw it earlier, Monkey King, solo ultis a Coddle. Jug, solo ultis a Aslada. These are supports being solo ultied. And they're not mistakenly being ulti. They're just saying, like, we're not finding team fights. We don't need these spells because EG are dodging fights. So it's very much a philosophy from Newbie that they can just approach this game where take whatever kills you can get, just get further and further ahead. We're in no rush. They're in no rush to end things is what they're basically saying.
And of course with that kill, again, another situation where Roshan just doesn't get contested. Evil Genius is not feeling the confidence to come out and go for that play around the pit. Even with pretty good tools to do so. The song, the slam, oh, good catch out. The Lincolns will be there to pop the Lincolns.
Laguna onto it. Still get the kill.
A great catch from EG. Down for 100 seconds. Does have buyback. Can EG, forcing that out would be very, very nice.
That's the kind of pickoff Shaker has been looking for like 20 minutes. Like, it's a great pickoff, but the reason EG is struggling so much right now is because that's the first time it's happened. That's that kill they've been trying to find 4 or 5 different times. Universe is always in those trees in the sidelines. Coddle is often lurking around as well, providing that daytime flying vision, but only now do they find that kill. And with Abaddon defending high ground, with Jug as farmed as he is with an Aegis, it doesn't look like EG can force a buyback or do too much. I mean, they can buy time with the Aegis, but again, Newbie's not a team that felt like probably pressured to have to push high ground with his Aegis. They have to address the split push of Naga Siren. They got to just keep finding these pickoffs. But does help EG. We do see Sumail kind of recovering, getting closer and closer to that like true 6-slotted Lina. Has some small items that you realistically want to replace the longer this game goes. You don't really want to end up with a Yule's Aether Lens. Probably will go into some actual physical damage this game. Recognizing that Naga isn't like a physical DPS hero to like the true extent that you need to be. There's not much burst damage coming out from the Naga. Much more annoying with the split push and tanky illusion. So I think we'll see Lina with like the corrosive haze, amping up the damage, trying to get like a Daedalus or a Bloodthorn, get some crit, get something to just help boost up the DPS.
Lots of money on Joe. I mean, I imagine next for him, the Moonshard still can level up that Diffusal.
He's pretty slot limited now, so Moonshard seems right. Like a Butterfly could be an option, but not going to find Naga. I wonder if Boundless Strike outranges the sleep. I want to say it.
I believe it should, shouldn't it? Because Fisher does, doesn't it? And I'm pretty sure it's the same, if not longer. Yeah. I want to say it should. It looks pretty massive. It should. I mean, it must be just on the right.
Song is, they look very similar. It looks like you could be, based on looking at what the Naga circle is, I think you could be just outside and get with the very tip. He TP'd in trees there, so you weren't going to catch him out there, but more for if you have a ward, for example. There is a Dire ward up there in the north trees, so.
If he's worried about messing up as well, he can always BKB before walking into range of Song. Top lane, EG with another catch. Can they get in time? Well, with the Echo and the Laguna, they can. And that is the gem as well.
Yep.
Back in the hands of EG.
Oh, he had the gem thinking that he can use it to not get Blink Echoed, or to not get Shadow Blade Echoed, but he gets Blink Echoed. Lina can stun from Fog. We saw that in the bottom lane. 2 kills in a row, EG. This is what they need. They've got to keep finding.
keep finding these kills time and time again. That's 2 Ember kills during an Aegis. They're not going to get any use out of this Aegis. Universe is going to go on the hunt again. Now he's gone back for the Crystallis. Now he's going for some DPS. And that's Teasy's found one.
Yeah, just finds a free kill onto Faith.
This is what Newbie did to them. Just got chain pickoffs.
Up top though, Kaka dropping the ult. Universe trapped in it by the multiple bashes. They'll get something in return, but EG certainly, with these kills that they're finding, especially if they can find more here. There's a lot of newbie around though. Kaka pops the BKB straight away, and he's going for the rundown onto Crit. Zai, still there under the cover of Invis, looking to see if he can do anything. RTZ is coming across with the song, trying to save Crit for the time being, and will allow Crit to TP out. So good play from Artur. Saves Crit, but no, it might not save himself. Oh, with the Omni Slash, RTZ could have thrown his life away here for the support. He'll try and mantra his way out of this one, but he's not going to make it, and oh no! He should not have tried for that play if he didn't have the duration to get out with the TP in the song. Oh. He saves Crit, but losing his own life. Not what EG wanted.
No, not what they wanted at all. This game, it's such a interesting game because it's such a, it's turned into like a brawl where it's like both teams are just finding pickoffs, kills. No, neither team can really push all too well until they kill key heroes. For EG, killing an Ember is enough. Killing a Naga, though, that should be enough to try and push and chip at the high ground.
Can they get him to buy back? That's the question. Now let's strike onto Zai. U9 moving in, and with the chains, Zai force slow. The Laguna onto U9. Has to get himself away. Does Aegis, have the healing ward out.
And the Aegis, so he doesn't mind going down.
Oh, look at SEC's aggression here. Diving behind the racks, finds one, gets out just before the Echo. SC and his reactions.
What a timing.
Absolutely godly. Kaka will drop the Wukong's command, make sure that EG cannot get in range of this one. The melee racks will fall. The Fortify coming out a little too late as well. And Newbie move towards mid. They've still got 10 seconds. RTZ is certainly not going to want to buy back in that short amount of time. They may lose a second set of racks here as Newbie moving in. Zai with the jump stun, but immediate reactions from the side of Newbie as they... Universe being held back by these Radiance Mantra illusions of the Abaddon. And Newbie will get the range racks as well by the looks of it. Light Strike is there onto U9. Nah, they're going to play it safe. No messing around for that final touch. They've got more than they hoped for.
Can EG find picks on the way out though?
KP on mana still does have the ultimate. And will pop it straight away trying to get out.
May just be left. I think if you're Newbie, you just say he's 1 kill. We're not too worried about that. And he's got 9k gold. KP's like, I think he's just saving up so this is like his old Naga days where it's just like, oh, just keep seeing the money come in. But he's got plenty of room to buy some items. I think he's just unsure what the best item is right now.
Oh, man.
Perhaps a BKB could be something you go for, and oh, we'll see it again here. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, saves Crit. RTZ just walking a little too far. He really wanted to catch that Monkey King, make sure that there was no boundless strike chance. But of course, the song duration not being there for the TP to come out successfully. And that death on the Naga just transcended into losing those 2 melee racks.
That is, crushing. Such a big mistake in a tense moment.
And in a game, as we said, that a lot rests on RTZ.
Yep.
He's got to keep it tight.
Be the Acceptor pickup for the Abaddon. May even see like a similar kind of build with Refresher as like a last item pickup. We think it would be very valuable. Like often we're seeing EG just defusal him, use him up when he pops the ultimate. So if he has a second ultimate for extra invulnerability, could definitely pay off for him. But that's perhaps still a few minutes away. 2 lanes of racks EG will have to play up against. Not something impossible for a Naga Siren by any means, but it's more the momentum factor and the position EG have been put in now. You see a big swing in experience. I mean, there's no more experience for Newbie to gain. They're like all level 25 practically, so all of their core heroes aren't getting XP. So we will see the XP lead obviously shrink over the next 10, 15, 20 minutes until it ends up even, of course.
At this rate, we may even see the CM hit 25. I mean, she's 21 at the moment. What is the level 25? Is it the
extra frostbite duration or Nova damage? Nova damage got buffed recently, like from 200 to 300 as well, so it's a lot of AoE damage. But frostbite, most of the time you go with the frostbite. What's the Shaker get at 25? That's a hero who's close. 600 health, bloody hell, that's a lot of health.
You should take that. I mean, minus 2 seconds. I mean, if you go for this crit,
you know, it's
could be good.
Both can be good. See what Uni decides.
A lot of excitement here in this game as 51 minutes coming up on the clock.
Every EG game just is like absolutely nuts. Apart from like that game 2 versus Faceless, which was a bit more of a stomp.
No, we don't talk about that one. No. I don't even remember casting that.
No.
I believe it was over before I had a cup of tea. And we have this game 2 certainly turning out to be an epic one. As both sides still with a way out of this. EG's, it certainly seems a little more tight, the routes that they have that can lead to victory.
Jug going back for the BKB once. I'd say more than anything, like good against like a lot of the spells. It allows you to just play through your BKB, but also good against the Song. Something they've kind of lacked as a way just to stop this Song TP from happening. If you can BKB in, he's got an MKB, so we can stop that TP.
EG coming around, they'll find Faith. They'll look to jump the CM first. Ghost Scepter's there, it doesn't matter. But more than enough magical burst. Kaka though, with a huge gongs come up into the Omni-Sish as Sumail's out. RTZ out of mana. He's got the Song. Unite BKB'd up though, looks to take down Crit. RTZ, can he get his way out of this one? He's trying to run, but SC's brought down Zai. He moves on for the second. They've got the bash, they have the control. They've team-wiped Evil Geniuses. 28-21, the buyback's starting to come out immediately. RTZ knows he has to be back in the game. Needs to push these lanes out.
Yeah,
to try and minimize what can happen, and he'll go full in with a purchase. He'll pick up the Bloodthorn.
No waiting around for the Naga Siren at this point. You need that insta buyback. Shove lanes as soon as possible, but bottom lane, there's a creep wave. Newbie will be escorting that creep wave for dear life, knowing that the mega creeps are nearby. Shaker's buyback does come with an Echo Slam, perhaps wanting to hold on to his buyback, but we'll see.
We need a big echo from Uni.
Yeah. The problem is some of the ultis like Wukong's command come up very quickly, so it won't be long before Newbie has those tools again.
But again, SC's aggression. It will be halted for the moment. RT with the Song, 2 seconds and Uni's back. Zai, you get the follow-through crush, rule it for the time. See with the sleight of fist to dodge. It's too quick, and on the sideline, there's a monkey in your trees. They've lost Keeper of the Light. RTZ getting extended up. The buyback will be there from Crit. Bloodthorn onto KP, trying to hold him back, pummeling into him, but Kaka focusing Crit, forced away. Uni comes in with the Echo Slam. Kaka brought down low, but he gets away with the BKB, but they have killed the CM. CM's out for 100. Root onto the Abaddon, but they've lost the melee Rex down bottom. They're going to lose the range. Zai's taken down, neither hero with buyback. Unite moving in onto Sumail, cuts down the Lina, onto RTZ. GG is called, and we'll be taking this series to a Game 3, gods.
Holy moly. That was game. Some game from Newbie. The fact they came back from such a rough laning stage. EG, it felt like just another classic EG game. It felt like they were going to win the lanes, come out of that. Sumail was dominating. He completely crushed the Ember Spirit in mid lane with the monkey's help. He went
Our mid to late game focus. We're talking about heroes that scale, and Beastmaster, he fits this, right? He doesn't get his Blink Dagger like Slardar or Centaur at 15 minutes and start playing Impact, but that's okay. You just change your playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, and it's shown a growth in the team, a willingness to experiment, see new things. You love to have that happen throughout the course of a tournament. Maybe they played some scrims or something against an NP and they found a little bit of value there. Maybe they just saw the games and saw the potential of this hero. Certainly in a patch that's so dependent upon team fight, that vision advantage that you're going to gain by virtue of a Beastmaster is incredibly valuable. And well, right off the bat, it's going to be Miposhka just running at Paparazzi and making his life hell. And I really like this response as well, because time and again, it's been that Invoker who's been causing the issues. Take him out of the game. Make his life hell. This is a great answer.
Yep, Miposhka's reprising his role as a Monkey King. Basically, you just kind of sit there and no one can really challenge you, and you could just kind of laugh to yourself. Like, this is the enjoyable part of playing Ogre Magi.
Okay.
It's kind of like Lich. You have to really relish that the enemy team hates you. They hate you so badly that you're just this dumb ogre, and Paparazzi's like, I can't do anything against this hero. This is dumb. Because later on, you're going to be a walking bloodlust machine, and you're going to be the one hating life. So misery loves company. You got to hold on to that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. And well, misery. This is certainly what's going on right now for Paparazzi. He's forced back again. Did already have the salve there, but will possibly be forced to use it. And yeah, remember what's going to happen.
He recovered from this last time, right? I don't feel like Paparazzi, like that brief hiccup in the first 2 minutes, I don't think that particularly shut him down, even though it was cool to watch. So, Miposhka, he did what he needed to do. Now he's going to secure the Legion's lane. You don't ever just sit there in lane as this ogre. You just have this first minute impact, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. So another thing here is we have dogfights. Both of these players are kind of on a different role than we saw them play last time, as it does look like Super is going to rotate in and help secure and force the Ogre Magi back. But they're on less playmaking heroes, and that kind of puts the onus, I feel like, on the rest of their two teams to make things happen. King R on the Rubik, and maybe as well that Vengeful Spirit, and also this Nyx Assassin. It just feels like it could be a little bit tougher for them to get things done in the early stages.
Yeah, I do think that there's still plenty of opportunities for dogfights to actually make some plays with this support Nyx Assassin. It's a tough hero to do so, but if you look at it, right, he's got this Sunstrike to work off of. When he does hit these impales, there's a lot of extra damage that can follow it up. He can make a lot of plays with the Beastmaster as well. They've got this solid, big nuking combination between the two of them. So I think there are more opportunities there. Miposhka, I don't know, like his cores do need a lot of form before they can be pretty active. So I'm just not sure if that really fits him very well, because Miposhka has been like so critically important to Empire's success here at DAC.
We also saw Chappie in that last game on the PAs. We have a little bit of a brawl going on mid. It's Paparazzi taking some damage. You got Mr. Ogre there as well. Gonna start dealing it out. They drop the Chaos Meter, and that actually takes a good bit of damage from that, but they still find that kill. First blood on a Paparazzi.
Yeah, that's great. In July, he is getting some of the benefit out of this, right?
Whoa. Something happened. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Oh, he hit a Sunstrike on FN, but FN barely survived.
Okay.
Cool. That it had to have been real close. Because I was thinking that. I was like, he might be low up, but I was like, nah, that won't happen, right?
I thought there was an earthquake in the stadium and we were all dead. Literally, that's what went through my mind. We are no longer alive in this world.
Wow, you're such an optimistic person usually, but Jesus, when your shit goes down, apparently Gabe just abandons that sunny mentality.
I was going to throw my headset and run. Paparazzi needs to run a little bit himself. He's taking a good bit of damage. The Bloodlust onto Sniper already in some trouble. So, continued dominance in this lane, and now the lift back. King R is here. Paparazzi going to drop. And not even a Sunstrike can help him out there.
Yeah, they don't have like the same kind of rotating hero they did last time, right? It was Earth Spirit. He shut down the Centaur as much as he could, and then he rotated around 2 or 3 minutes. What's a Nyx Assassin really going to do for you? Not very much. His movement is very telegraphed in that regard. It's not going to get a surprise jump onto the Sniper or anything like that. So this, unfortunately, there is no counterbalance like there was previous times. Empire just identifying that they do need to play pretty active in the laning phase. I think they need to win this laning phase pretty hard because they've got the right heroes to do it. Sniper and Troll, lane dominators themselves. Legion Commander also has this kind of passive influence in the laning phase that she can always do better than most. So, and then the supports just need to shut down Paparazzi. So I think this is great. They're setting up really well. IGV's timing is going to be more around 10-15 minutes when they can start making these big single target pickoffs plays.
I mean, that's definitely true, but I'm just looking at the CS difference, and you've got 8 and 5 on the Invoker versus 27 and 18. Like, does that slow down the timing any further, or does it not really matter because Invoker's just a Sunstrike machine anyways?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Sunstrike machine anyways. He'll make that comeback through the pickoff plays, but what I like about this is the Empire, they've already made the kind of read, I think, in Game 1, what they need to do against these situations, right? If they can just group up a little bit more, play around each other quite a bit, don't try and split up too much, I really think they can stop IGV and they're that window where they could really make the comeback.
Well, There's a deep ward dropped as well by the Rubik over there by the tier 1 tower in the top lane, maybe signaling where Empire want to make that first aggressive movement. And Chappie, meanwhile, will move over towards the 6-minute rune spot, take down a couple of boars. Do you, in your eyes, is it the top offlane tower that you try and prioritize and you bring in another hero for that, or just sort of passively break it down with the troll?
Just passively break it down with the troll. You want to make, because the problem is last time when we were talking about the Team Empire and how they played that 5 minutes, they had a Centaur, right? Centaur doesn't need like an amazing amount of farm. They could just kind of play around their Invoker, and that was fine. This time around, they've got 3 cores who all need a decent amount of farm, so you need to make the most of their independence now.
Look at how much they're bullying Paparazzi. They're giving him nothing, taking away even the small creep from the hard camp at this point. Empire, they are showing so much hate.
That's a lot of hate. I mean, Paparazzi Invoker, I could see exactly why they're doing that. It does lose them a little bit of space, I guess, at bottom lane. But Leech Commander had the TP, so he TPs right back as the lane pushes in. Nothing major loss for Empire, just an opportunity to catch an Invoker, I guess.
I really like this response, too. It's like, if you're going to win with somebody else. You're not going to beat us with the same thing twice in a row. So Empire showing their hand as to what they wanted to accomplish. That being said, it's also Cicada, who on this Vengeful Spirit has been able to get a good amount of farm. Is he somebody that can kind of make a little bit of space for that Invoker over the next couple of minutes? Oh, yeah,
absolutely. It's like, that's like one of the most aggressive carries out there that you can pick up, right? The Vengeful Spirit, you don't have much of a late game window at all. You almost always need to be head as a Vengeful Spirit core. Otherwise, you're simply too squishy, right? You're just susceptible to being bursted down. So you're going to need to bully down towers, that's for sure. Kind of similar to a Terrorblade. You need to be super active in that regard. Move around the map. It's a hero that feels kind of hard to fight into as well. There are a lot of similarities there. What is Ghostic doing? He's just refusing to let Paparazzi do anything. If he actually catches the duel and Sniper pushes forward into the mid tower, he can actually make a potential assassinate play with the duel, but doesn't look like they'll catch him yet. Maybe here.
Oh my god, they're gonna dive. They are getting set up for this one.
Oh yeah, cut down the tree, get the movement speed.
Chase forward, assassinate is
duel.
going to fly out so close. He does end up dying.
Cool.
Well, another pickup there. The crowd silenced, as too was that Invoker. They are just completely dominating this early stage, this Invoker.
There's the Cicada move by the Vengeful Spirit. Good play. They cannot afford to lose their mid tower early like this, though.
Invoker's coming back in. They're ready. They're here with 4 heroes.
No way.
Canceling the TP and now going to duel the Nyx Assassin. Empire bring 4. Oh, wow.
That's so cool. What happens, like, they know Vengeful Spirit's going to be active, right? So as soon as Vengeful Spirit shows top, they're like, fine, we'll take mid. What are you going to do about it? You can't rotate a Beastmaster. Beastmaster doesn't really accomplish that. And especially as Vengeful Spirit's your active core at this point in time, he can't be there at the team fight because he went top. Well, you have to give up mid. And that, again, just shuts Paparazzi out. And it claims a much more important tower in the game. Safe lane towers go down all the time. You can give up that tower, who cares? Mid towers, those are really critical.
Oh no, and again, Paparazzi pulled back in and killed off. 0-5 start for the team, and as far as Paparazzi is concerned, he's been killed off most of everybody. 4 deaths for him by the under 10-minute mark.
Yo, Russia, Ukraine, you got to get some like cyberbullying seminars going on here, because this is just so unfair. Like Empire just like running after this one hero. They're focusing on literally nobody else. Cicada's just doing his thing and they're just ignoring him. Beastmaster's getting some farm, but the thing is it's working because the objectives they're taking off of it as well. Like all this rotation into Paparazzi and such, like that's all fine and well and good, but it's the mid tower play that really makes this well worth it for them.
The rarely seen 209 GPM Invoker. It is a rough life indeed. And I guess here's the thing. What are they losing out on by doing this? What's the trade-off that's being made? Is it anything really?
It's early farm on Beastmaster. That's dangerous. It's also Vengeful Spirit, but you can't. You could potentially pressure a Vengeful Spirit in lane. You could rotate maybe 2 supports into a Leech Command, but that's risky. I think it's just better play. It's just much easier to pressure that Invoker and take this secured play. So the only thing that's really traded, I think, is the Beastmaster farm, which Beastmaster doesn't come online, even with total free farm. He doesn't come online very quickly, right?
Yeah.
He's still a length away from Necronomicon #1. And that's one of the big first peaks.
Well, I guess the other thing is, a good amount of experience probably spread around. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if, IGV actually has a little bit of a net worth lead in spite of that kill advantage.
Probably not net worth, but more experience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But even there.
Yeah, even there.
I guess when you get 5 kills to nothing, that's a pretty good start for your game.
Yeah, Paparazzi's like, experience, what's that?
All right.
Level 7 in 11 minutes.
IGV have had enough. This is a statement smoke. Unfortunately, it does also look to be a telegraph smoke, and nobody is in the mid lane for Empire. Although this rotation
I don't think
move over. Swap, they've caught him. Okay, they kill off King R. Get one on the board.
Paparazzi, you guys couldn't just leave me that Sunstrike kill? Come on. Give it to me, please. All right, so they made a play like that, didn't mean anything. They caught King R. They wanted something big, like a rotation, catch the sniper.
Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick.
Well, the IO is now out on the table.
Yeah.
Which hasn't been let through against EG this tournament.
I've been thinking about that and whether or not IO can. How much does it actually fit the meta, especially when you have these super other value supports in Earth Spirit and Monkey King. When I saw a newbie play it, Kaka dominated the lanes basically, but then it just fell off late game, and I feel like that's the problem with the hero right now. It doesn't. The move around the map thing is definitely less useful when there's shrines everywhere and stuff like that, but it's still seen as valuable. Just
in a way, but instead you have this other hero that moves around the map really well.
And scouts.
Wins your lane.
Doesn't die.
Scales late.
You have a tier 1 team that uses 3 players to try and kill it and can't for some reason.
Yeah,
he gets stunned 3 times and still, makes it out.
Hop skipping the jump over the trees.
And either way, I don't think you grab IO for game 3, the decider. I think it's like we'll change up our strategy and see if they can deal with it thing. I don't think you do it in game 3. Yeah, if anything, newbie should feel confident, right? They played well in game 1. We said, look, take that away from game 1. You may have had a draft problem, but you played really well. They played very well in game number 2 as top of that, so just work with what you've got. I got some heavy-duty sound mixers in that room. Yeah, what is that? Centaur Earth Spirit? Oh, they're gonna go to the Abaddon again.
All right.
You excited, Charlie?
As long as he doesn't go
Radiance. Literally every Abaddon has gotten minus Radiance.
Okay, that's okay. Go the Radiance, but just don't turn it into a Naga Siren.
I don't think we'll see it without.
I know KP loves playing Naga, but dear God, don't do this.
I don't think we'll see it without Alk or Naga Siren on the enemy team. I just want him to get a different item before Octarine, that's all, and I'll be happy. Medallion, I'm in. So CM actually felt good that game, surprisingly.
I mean, the root is really good now. It's a lane winner. The change to the ultimate makes her do a surprising amount of damage into team fights.
I felt like she was really good at solidifying Lina deaths as well. Like, even all it takes is a frostbite on a hero like Lina who needs to move, dodge, not take hits. It's like solidifies death. I don't know if it'll work as well this game though.
I like that they've kept their options pretty open right now. I'm still not like a huge fan of the Abaddon.
Okay, well, if we can't get it in the second phase, because we know Nivea are going to ban it at least in the second or third, then we'll take it now.
It's basically a way that they can actually win the game, unlike last time. Well, you definitely banned Naga Siren. You have to give that compliment.
There we go, the Naga is gone. That was too scary for Nivea to contemplate.
God bless. God bless, honestly.
Which team is going to ban Invoker here?
Yeah, Invoker was the second round ban from Nivea last time, and Elk was as well, so Elk could squeeze through.
Elk Enigma sounds fun for ED.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe a little bit too farm heavy, but yeah. Sounds are man. That made Crit's life a little, or not Crit, S4's life a little hard when he played against it. They still could do Warlock, but ultimately the Enigma still had a fairly straightforward time.
Yep. Global silence no longer a problem.
I
Didn't land the Invoker then, so. Right. Where do EG go? They do have the option of the Alchemist. They want it?
I don't think they'll take it.
Third or fourth
I mean,
pick.
they haven't picked it since day one, have they? And they had some issues with it day one.
I feel like they pick it. I'm not really sure what Newbie's next 2 picks are going to be, but with what they have right now, I think Elf is good. I like a 3-4 pickup of Weaver for EG right now. That could work too. I like that. There's not an overwhelming amount of disables because the lack of initiation from Abaddon. It's a very strong laning hero against Abaddon. Obviously, it's probably save it for a 4th pick because you want to see if they are going to...
So they leave it out and they take it themselves.
Okay. I don't know if EG was expecting that one. I think they're still okay with it because they do have Enigma, very value late game, super farmy hero.
And the MK.
Yeah, they've got super good team fight right now and great lockdown.
You could see a Warlock out of EG.
Be pretty good. I do like the Weaver idea. It would help them lane against Abaddon really well, but maybe against Alk CM it's too dangerous. Oh, they do pick it. Alright, so this makes the aggressive nature of EG way more threatening, because now Monkey King can be anywhere. Yeah, we'll count that for like 5 heroes or something like that, and then they can bring somebody else with an IO as well. So a 7-hero gank out of nowhere, globally, is that what you're saying? Yeah. And the lane pressure advantage against Alk. So that's looking good.
What we need now are 2 self-sustaining cores out of EG, because the IO Monkey King are going to be running around the map a lot. There's not going to be a lot of
Well, do you think aren't they just going to get a pressure lane against Alchemist, like IO Ursa or something like that?
Yeah, they could do that.
But you do need at least one really self-sufficient core.
I think you need. I think you still need 2 self-sufficient cores.
Okay. What about like Troll Warlord or something for the safe lane? Or I think Weaver's still pretty good. Yeah, let's wait on this 4th pickup. Newbie, what do you get here? Counter to Enigma.
Yeah, Venge. Makes sense. An Evil Genesis.
That's really good.
Completely throw out
that is self-sufficient. It's an Alchemist hero.
It's not.
I mean, considering the lane he's going up against, he's going to be facing an Abaddon.
Yeah.
He's not particularly scared about that.
Well, they could aggro with the Abaddon.
Yeah.
So that might be something that EG has to worry about.
Or they could aggro with Venge CM +1.
They can even dual lane.
I think Newbie plays Legion Commander maybe for their last like really strong lane. Can definitely pressure well. And then they could just do that tri-lane, maybe, against Morphling. Maybe that's not the pick, but if they just duel Enigma, I feel like they can win fights easy. Yeah, I can't think of too many other,
well, they have to take out a hero right
controlling cores versus Morphling. You have to pressure this Morphling. Like, it's all of a sudden, with a Morphling versus an Alchemist, it's like it flips. Right. The Alchemist lineup feels pressure to actually make things happen. But inevitably what happens is the Alchemist starts turning against you. Newbie just maybe goes Earth Spirit as well if they want to do Venge Core.
They could, but then, I don't know, their lineup doesn't look too good with a Venge Core and an Alchemist against Morphling, plus whatever core EG eventually picks up.
That's true. So you think it's Venge support for sure?
Or they could pick a really greedy 4. Chinese teams have been favoring Doom. I don't think I've seen Newbie pick it up too much, but...
Which team played it against each? Wings, I guess?
Yes.
In their best of 1 match? Okay.
They banned the Warlock themselves.
Okay. So... Is it mid-jug or is this Sumail Morphling? I think it's mid-jug.
I think it's Jug.
They could do Morphling though, but Jug probably makes more sense because they have more kill potential, I guess. Morphling is actually pretty good at pressuring when he has the extra mana. Normally it's like CM, but in this case it's Whis. You're just constantly waveforming into this Alchemist.
I have a feeling it's probably mid-jug. I honestly don't remember the last time I saw Sumail play Morphling.
Well, we get a 5th pick, Rubik.
It's a really good Rubik game. You can steal Morph.
Lots of steals.
Black Hole.
Black Hole, obviously. That one's a big one.
Okay. So, Corvenge and
fun final draft between our two lower bracket teams. Perch, prediction time. Which way do you want to go on this one?
I think the newbie draft looks really solid, but I think I'm going to go with EG. I feel like they're going to be able to eke it out, but less confident than the last game.
Okay. Charlie?
I think in some ways newbie is very all in on this Alchemist, and for that reason, I'm gonna pick my boys in blue.
What a shot.
EG looked a little off in game 2. I actually think newbie can pull this off with their aggression. Laning phase should go well for them. Normally I'd say EG, but I think I'm actually going to go newbie here.
Okay. Interesting. We have 2 for EG and 1 for newbie. Into our final game we go in the lower bracket, round 3. This for a chance to play IG Vitality. It's all a best of 1 now as we head back to our commentary team with Gods and OD Pixel.
Thank you very much, Red. Game 3 indeed. Here we have it now, EG versus newbie. We've seen the drafts. There's no Naga Siren, don't worry, there is an Alchemist. It's coming out here for the side of newbie. I mean,
okay.
a little more tolerant, I feel, towards the Alchemist. There's a fewer maybe than the Naga.
We've seen more of the Naga?
We've seen more of the Naga.
Yeah, so with more of the Naga coming out, I feel like the Alchemist may be a bit more
welcome.
Yeah, you know? The crowd don't mind because newbie did too, so.
For sure, yeah.
We'll accept it for now, but...
And the people back at home, they'll be excited for what the EG's managed to get their hands on. Interesting kind of duo core that we don't necessarily always see from EG, having this Morphling and Juggernaut.
Yeah, so I think the duo support's kind of interesting too with EG. It's perhaps our first IO we've seen all tournament. It was banned a lot against Team Liquid, but what we're seeing now is IO with Monkey King. I imagine newbie didn't expect them to pick IO with Monkey since they're both typically 4-position heroes, but we're going to see like Crit playing it in that 5 role, something he can play very well. He's played before, and that's not going to be a big issue for
Oh, this smoke talking about Crit. Bit of the caster's curse kicking in as he's surrounded and taken down. Newbie, first blood, and even more of a bonus. U9 to pick that up on that core carry Venge.
Yep. Nice little start for him. They may actually aggro tri-lane. CM, Rubik, Venge, 3 heroes, all with nukes, set up, disable. There's slows, there's stuns, there's everything you could hope for in an aggro tri-lane. This is like the best aggro tri-lane like you almost ever see. Maybe just lacking a bit of survivability and tankiness, but Venge even is like a pretty stat-heavy hero. So yeah, aggro tri-lane all the way. They'll give KP the 1v1. Not expecting him to beat Enigma, but at least to hold his own, get good farm against the Enigma. So very, very bold laning setup from newbie. Much better aggro tri-lane than what we saw in game number 1.
Absolutely. And it certainly seems to be a strat that teams are doing when there's a Monkey King on the map because they really want to force them up to the top.
Universe didn't expect this. Iron Talon Clarities, you do not get these items for a 1v1. He was anticipating like at least a dual lane down bottom, like a Rubik Venge, maybe with a CM jungle, and to get zoned back into his jungle itself. But these items do not help him out at all. 1v1 against the Abaddon. Monkey King is headed down bottom, so I imagine that's going to be the solution. Like, all right, Uni's not really geared up for a 1v1. KP's a bit vulnerable. We saw this earlier on, back, I think it was in game 1. Let's actually harass him early on, get like maybe a level 1 Jingu and just trade hits some.
It'll be interesting. See on the top lane as Crit is caught out here. Telekinesis into Magic Missile will tether across. Yeah, we're seeing a fair bit of punch there from newbie. Really will punish you if you get caught out.
So we'll be playing that mid jug, looking just to harass Alk wherever possible. Try and chip away at him with that early blade dance.
We interested to see how he does. Not necessarily the hero you directly associate with Sumail, but perhaps seeing what U9 was able to achieve in game 2 with it and said, guys, let me have a shot.
Yep. And a hero that is a decent, fast-paced fighting hero. There's a lot of greed going around. You pick the offlaners, particularly very greedy heroes in Abaddon and Enigma, often heroes that go Midas. We've seen the Radiance Abaddon. Enigma just wants to farm typically. Then there was an Alk and a Morphling pick kind of to counter each other, like both to be greedy carry picks. So when you've got already 2 greedy cores, you needed a fighting core. And that's where Venge was picked up by newbie and the Juggernaut was picked up for Sumail. Like, you can scale well. Juggernaut's a great late game hero. We saw it last game, but it's at least a hero that if can create space early on, because if Enigma and Morph aren't able to fight and you lose your lanes, you need one of your cores to step up, say, no problem, I'm going to smoke it with my supports, I'll use my Omni Slash, I'll get some kills for us.
And of course, with these lanes and with that aggressive tri-lane, it really feels like Newbie, they do need to make something happen there, because efficiency-wise, giving Zai that lane.
Oh, that's interesting.
Into the jungle.
I like this.
Wow. I mean, Zai should do fine, especially in the early levels against an Abaddon.
Yeah, Abaddon is going to struggle to contest this lane a bit. Goes for an early point in the miscalls, using this to last hit. Normally you'd think, if you're against a melee 1v1 Abaddon, you get a point in passive, you trade right clicks with that enemy melee hero, but it's a Monkey King. No one wants to trade hits with a Monkey King. Jingu in this 1v1 is going to give him a big edge over the Abaddon. This is where the Iron Talon works. You go this is like the greedy option for EG, where they can do well in all 3 lanes. Well, not really do well on top. They'll do okay enough, perhaps, get some CS from Morphling, but they'll do well in mid, do well in bottom while jungling.
There's the grab onto Crit again, and actually unable to get the tether out with the chain stun from the Magic Missile.
Nice lane ward there. He pings it out, perhaps getting telekinesis in from a position where he thought he was in fog, so he may realize that ward is there, come back and de-ward it. And yeah, there we go. He's got a sentry, and it'll be a quick de-ward.
Nice, you look to beat the ward here. Oh no, JK. I wonder if he's going to give that to Arteezy, but Creeps actually ended up bringing it.
Looked like he was going to, and then the Creeps started taking it, so he's like, oh, make sure someone gets it, and no. Didn't happen.
Bottom lane, Zai actually getting a fair few hits onto SCCC, forcing him away from the camps that he was heading to in the bounty.
Bounty, and probably also stacking. Like you're happy missing some CS and farm in the mid lane if you get like a double stack or something.
Yeah, Jug taking quite a lead now, Sumail. 3.5 minutes in, 22 to the 12 CS of the Alchemist and Zai.
Does mean the bottom lane's empty though, so we're talking about Monkey King being pretty good 1v1 against Abaddon. Leaving the lane is basically him saying, I'd rather stop Alk free farming and getting bounty runes.
We go in the mid, good slow onto SCCC. Sumail trying to get in range for a potential Blade Fury, but KP there with the reaction and will force them back.
The 0v0 lane at bottom. Abaddon, I like the Abaddon TPs because his lane's empty, could be free farming, but you want to keep the pressure up on top. Morphling is being shut down quite nicely, so keeping this tri lane up here, continuing to find kills, continuing to bully this Morph, and if they find kills, they've perhaps got one here.
Top lane, Crit, really suffering. I mean, as we saw, got the D-ward, but the wave of Terror Vision is always going to be there to allow the grab to happen. Zai, looking for kills in return, will jump in and find Kaka. And in fact, gets the jump out just before the Frostbite kicks in, so won't be held in position.
I was just about to say, this Trilane's looking really good because they hadn't even used their Shrine, I believe, up top. They still have, they still have access to a Shrine. They've aggro Trilane, not had to use a Shrine. They may do so now with the CM fairly low, although it's just a CM still, so she may just be happy to just jungle a camp or two, head back to base and TP back in. But
and Arteezy moving down to that bottom lane, looking for the easier farm potential mid lane. Sumail going in on SCCC, hasn't got quite enough damage and may have overstayed the mark. Now telekinesis back, does not have that Blade Fury to get out defensively because of the aggressive play. The healing ward though, will it be enough? Looking to juke out through the trees. Is there any backup? Zai is making his way over as well as Crit. Sumail should be fine. Is the tether going to be enough? They get him up. Still they try and chase the boundless strike from Zai. Holds back Kaka and U9. And between Zai and Crit, they will get Sumail back to safety.
Easy Ancients farm now, but good rotations from the newbie supports, but yeah, the IO kind of saves the day there, as well as a very quick, responsive healing ward. Just level 1, but it was enough to help Sumail out on his retreat. Did free up some space in the side lanes, but Morphling has rotated bottom, deciding he's going to fare better in the offlane against the Abaddon. I say he thinks he's going to fare better. He's only managed to get a couple of CS since going there. He got like 6 CS top, and he's only on 9 CS at the moment, so it's not necessarily going to be an easy matchup. Abaddon very annoying and can do some good zoning himself. But the end result of these lane movements has been Monkey King constantly pressuring the Alk jungle. Jug's been playing very fast tempo and trying to really take the game to SCC as well.
On mid lane, Zai straight up with the setup with the boundless strike. Sumail and Crit moving in for U9 and they'll take it. This time, Sumail getting the kill with the help of his supports.
Sumail's aggression has been really good this game. Even when he's not finding the kills, he's just slowing down the farm of the Alk. That time he does get the kill, and he's going to hit level 6 now. So Omni Slash, very dangerous for heroes like the Alchemist to just be farming in the jungle if Juggernaut comes to invade.
Zai, eyes on SCCC, and we'll be able to get the Jingu built up. SCCC could be in trouble here with the balance strike, bringing him down low. KP comes in with the Aphotic Shield, and it will be enough to save him. Faith, though, just right-clicking past them. He's moving across, and Zai and Crit just turn and take a CM for free there. A bit of a strange movement there from Faith. As, he walks into the midst of it all.
Yeah, I thought he was probably heading down there to help his buddy out, but ends up just giving away a kill himself. Sumail talked about aggression. This is not him joining up with the aggression in the jungle, but just pressuring the tower. He's managed to just maximize his early game effectiveness from just getting kills, bullying out the Alchemist, taking a tower.
Zai up to top lane. Did get stunned up immediately. And in fact, yeah, Newbie find the kill. Good black hole from Universe onto 2. Is he actually going to have enough damage to get a kill, though? It isn't. U9's able to walk out. Kaka as well will survive. So as flashy as it was, there was just no reaction from EG. No way that they could actually find that resulting in a kill.
The shrine from happening.
And Sumail's got an Omni Slash here. If he gets that Triple C on his own, he should be able to get the kill. And indeed, with the Blade Fury, he will. He doesn't even need it. Trust the crit, gets the crit.
Yeah,
Sumail.
So nicely played, gets the Alk. Alk has been constantly hounded wherever he goes to farm, be it the Monkey King, the Jug. He is getting constantly contested. He's drawing circles in the 2 jungles. Normally you see the Alk like zoned out of the main jungle and then he falls back to farm around that secret shop. But we're seeing him get chased even there. They are really not happy about this this Alk pick, and they're making sure they do everything they can to prevent it from free farming.
Looking at the laning stage though, definitely another story where both Sumail and Universe are finding the farm. Arteezy's still struggling a little too, so we saw him kind of pressured on the top, moving down to the bottom. He's now starting to get some CS. But with KP back in the lane, it could get a little bit harder. Arteezy, they need to find the space for this Morphling, as it is a bit of a slow start here for the Water Boy.
It really is the story of EG in the games. Arteezy struggling, not so much in terms of individual performance, but just in terms of the way the lanes are set up and the way opponents are playing. It's like, okay, we're versing Arteezy, let's shut him down. He's picking these greedy carries. We've seen Spectres, we've seen the Morphling, we're seeing the Drow Rangers. The Drow's not so much greedy, but it can be pressured a lot, and these heroes are constantly being aggroed against. When he's not playing Lifestealer, the game is very different for him.
Sumail, waltzing forward. See U9 try and go for a stun. There's the swap, in fact, to set up. The Blade Fury is there before the Magic Missile, though.
Yeah.
And Sumail will be fine with the Invis Ring.
Yeah, it didn't have Omni Slash, so it was a bit of a dangerous push to go for, but make sure he doesn't get stunned up there.
That's some really nice boundless strikes from Zai as well, consistently being used to just break up any sort of play that Newbie attempt for from the sidelines.
KP doing what he can to try and bully Arteezy down bottom, level 8, so not an easy hero to deal with as a Morphling. It's very agi heavy, but thinking that with these rotations, perhaps he can proc the ultimate and then have his teammates come in to finish off the kill, and they have got numbers down here.
Sumail here, with the help of Zai, will look to find Kaka. Telekinesis will be there to hold back the Monkey King, the Aphotic Shield. Keeping Kaka high for the moment. U9 will come in with the TP. Magic Missile and Frostbite Sumail, bringing him down low. And in fact, he's in a lot of trouble. One more touch and the U9 gets the kill. They'll bring down the Jug as well as the Monkey King. Now turning towards Arteezy, can crit. Keep the Morphling alive. A lot of mana to work with. Zai by his back. Knows that he cannot let Arteezy go down here. Arteezy and crit now looking to start to turn. Wait for Faith. They have the Boundless Strike, and with that buyback, they will be able to get the CM, and they will keep Arteezy alive.
Not totally worth the buyback. It is a hero that doesn't mind using up his money early on, like for a Monkey King to buy back there, but really big kill on the Jug there. Couldn't get the Omni Slash off and didn't get the Healing Ward down. If he stopped to cast Healing Ward, it would have given that extra right click. He tried to just outrun the Vengeful Spirit, but every little bit of damage adding up there. The Venge with, I think, had like a casual Blightstone and everything just for the extra right-click damage. Yeah, Blightstone with Phase Boot. So Jug thinking, like, I've got Phase, I'm going to outrun this. But there was a lot of right-click damage, and that's a level 4 Wave of Terror Venge build. This physical damage cannot be underestimated.
Oh, Sumail getting swapped back here. We're seeing the Blade Fury will help him a little bit, but the right-click still fly through. Zion Crit are there to help him turn it around. The Magic Missile on the Frostbite, they're bringing Sumail very low.
Yeah,
now with the Healing Ward out, he's fine.
Crit saves the day there. If he's not there for that tether, they're not saving Sumail.
You want to get this tower. Yeah. Try for a deny potentially, and they will get it. Sumail with the chase down onto U9 though, and they're very, very low on Newbie.
They're grouping up for that Omni Slash, making sure he doesn't isolate one hero with it.
Sumail will be able to get himself out of there. Meanwhile, during all this kind of fighting and such, yes, Triple C found his space in that upper half of the Radiance map to get the armlet complete. Still worth noticing as well, Universe having the free farm time of his life on this top lane. On par with the Alchemist, and a lot of money rolling into the bank of Enigma.
Going to be going for the fast Blink Dagger, so we'll see some rotations with that. Not necessarily looking for like big team fights off of the Black Hole, but just killing core heroes, finding a kill on Alk, finding a kill on Avenge. Take what picks you can.
On mid lane though, Sumail grabbed out, and this time Crit and Zai not in the neighborhood to help him.
The way Kaka has played with the Venge this game, him and U9.
U9 with the Venge. Oh, sorry.
The Rubik set, like the
Sorry.
two players, like have just been in perfect synergy finding kills. At top lane first on the IO, the plays at mid, they're just in perfect synergy with, they're never stacking their stuns, the telekinesis magic missile, they're using the swap, they're like buying time for the blade fury to
That's
end.
a nice steal as well at this stage of the game. With the way that he's playing, as you mentioned.
And just using that Rubik insta-disable, because magic missile can be dodged, but like you chase down a Jug, you're not worried about Omni Slash because you've got an insta-disable.
Kaka actually going to look to just farm the Eidolons, and so that's a fair bit of gold.
Yep. U9 managed to phase his way in a bit faster, you perhaps get that kill, but ultimately you force Enigma away, you take some farm, and you apply pressure up top. Alka's not had the best time, he's done decent enough. Considering the circumstances, Alka's still like on an okay trajectory right now, but EG are going to have to continue to keep that Alka on their mind, but feels like the Venge is doing well, the Abaddon at bottom lane has had uncontested free farm. Morphling, while going bottom, has managed to farm better. He's still not farming amazingly well. So the Morph picked up as a greedy counter the Alchemist isn't necessarily going to pay off if he's not free farming.
At the moment, it's really kind of the greed of the Enigma versus the greed of the Out. As we see at the moment, those two at the top, that Midas doing work for Universe.
KP, good map awareness, seems to know what's coming his way, and TP's out before Monkey scouts him. That boundless strike.
Close, yeah.
I think he saw him right at the end of the TP with that last jump.
Yeah. Now, EG, looks like they will be able to claim this tower. Fancies he can get that last touch, get himself a bit more gold on the way. Put the fortification, but no intentions to head down in Ubi.
Moments like that, that's like the kind of TPs you expect from carry players, like right as the gank's coming at the last possible second, he TPs out. Some fantastic map awareness, and Newbie applying the pressure at top lane. Need to be careful, there could be a response coming from EG. IO is already gearing up here. We still don't see that level 6 IO, so they haven't got the relocate gank threat yet. Bottom lane, are they actually going for a kill here? No, looking for the spell still on the waveform.
Top lane U9 being played around with a little bit by Zai. Zai just keeping eyes, but none of the rest of EG looking for the chase down, so Zai won't commit. Just keeping tabs on the movement here of Newbie's course.
Venge fairly tanky, Ogre Club 1, Aquila, all these small little items adding up, and feels like EG's timing really will come off of this Blink Dagger Enigma. They can go for a big smoke, try and make a play off of that. Sumail's going to have at least a Yasha. Perhaps the level 2 ultimate from Jug is what you're looking for. You almost double the hero's effectiveness with that Omni Slash when you hit that timing, so we'll see what Jug can do as far as smoking up with the team, trying to make some plays. SCC.
A bit of the kill that they want. And here's isolated. Omni Slash, bring them down to half, and there's the black hole from Universe, grabbing both of them with a double. Kaka, though, with a stolen black hole, holds Sumail in position. U9 comes across, and that stolen black hole allows them to find Sumail. They'll turn towards Zai, they'll bring him as well, but RTZ will find the cleanup. And at the end of the day, despite Kaka's best efforts, EG will still come out on top with a brilliant initiation from Universe.
Great black hole, and the Wukong's command being laid down in the perfect place. Even though Newbie had a response, they were responding into a black hole. That Rubik was like, I'm going to walk in black hole. Oh crap, this is a Wukong's command pelting away. I mean, this hurts, and they get the Jug Monkey King, but that was not the fight they were hoping for. Losing the Alk when he was at about 3.5k gold, couldn't buy the relic. He'll get right back to farming on respawn though, so he's already back up to that gold point, and we'll still have an okay Radiance timing, but every little bit adds up and helps. We'll see what Newbie's response is going to be. Black Hole just used. Do they try and take a fight? Omni Slash just used as well. This is realistically a window where Newbie can actually get aggressive, take some smoke plays, try and use this little timing. They've got a smoke on Faith. They can try and make that happen. 4-man smoke while SCC continues to farm.
Well, have a look at that replay. I mean, again, great movement from the 3 members of EG, Sumail, Zai, and Universe. It is indeed a cute little play from Kaka, which, as we said, does allow them to end up finding Sumail, but the heavy commitment, it just cost them. The Universe is just too big. The Healing Ward doing a lot of work for them, and Artur turning up to get himself a little bit of the glory as well.
U9 went for the Jug first, which perhaps they don't kill the Jug if he doesn't, but the Monkey King seemed like the more important kill there. If he stops that Wukong's command faster, perhaps Rubik stays alive as well. I think not killing the Monkey King there was perhaps a mistake. You got to address that Wukong. Either need to get out of the Wukong, cancel it with a swap, or kill the Monkey King instantly. Fighting inside it is just not an option.
Interesting as well to see KP switching up his build here in this third game in comparison to what we saw earlier. Going for the Vlad. So as you said, kind of yourself, Newbie maybe looking more to get stuff done now, especially with this Venge Core, and KP's build showing that.
They've got the kind of faster paced draft, and Alchemist, while he is a greedy pick, he's a greedy pick that does nothing for like 15-20 minutes, but then he peaks very early on in the game. This is not a hero that gets strong around 40-50 minutes like maybe a Morphling does. He wants to fight around that 25 to 30 minute mark. That's when he has like Octarine, Manta, Shiva's Guard. That's where he gets really scary. So we're going to see them try and utilize that timing more. And while a Midas, he's not going to go Radiant, so you don't need that Midas to make that big jump. Just getting fighting items is going to be just good enough for him. Like get a casual Vlad's, get a Solar Crest for your team perhaps if you want. Get these good defensive items and play around SCC.
Middle lane, they will toy with RTZ, but very hard to do anything about him whilst he has crit.
He's trying to just steal the waveform and he's not getting it. He tried to like bait out a waveform and then steal it, but RTZ knew what he was up to. Re-morphed after the wave.
Yeah, has got that full strength though, of course, Kaka.
Dire Ward in the jungle did not see this smoke. They were just out of range.
Let's see what they can get. Sumail would be a nice grab, but it is right round at Shrine, and Black Hole's back up. They've got to be careful here, Newbie, about the angle that they take. I think they realize as well, seeing the Enigma and the Monkey King joining forces with Sumail, they know there's no way that they can just initiate up to that high ground, even with the vision there.
Yep. Monkey will start jumping around and make sure that no one's still in the area, but as you said, Newbie have to back off. Not a good place to have your smoke pop when you're in the low ground and your opponent's positioned on the high ground, even if you have vision. And most importantly, you're 5-man going up a very narrow ramp into a black hole.
Kaka, seeing if he can get the grab this time.
Nope.
Get the steal, and no. He's still stuck with the morph.
Keep trying. I mean, it's 25 mana, may as well. But RTZ definitely knows what he's up to.
That's Triple C very close to having the boots to travel. Venge's build, looking for the Manta style, and there's your medallion, as you mentioned, for KP, building towards the Solar Crest.
Like this item, helps a lot against Omni Slash and tanking up against Monkey King. Just another item it's going to be all about keeping the Alch alive. There's a lot of damage you can throw at him, and it is not an easy Alchemist game, even if you manage to farm well, so we'll see what he can do. Crit's IO has been very quiet this game. Doesn't really feel like a hero that has paid off for EG. They had a weaker lanes because of it. It felt like it's like, oh, IO's in the pool, we got to pick IO. It's such a good hero, and it is, but the safe lane would have maybe been better suited with a different support. Perhaps something with a bit more fighting power with that could pair up with the Monkey King. But long-term, the IO will pay off. If they can, I mean, they have managed to do well enough here in the early game that IO is going to really amplify what Morphling can do in a fight, can save a Juggernaut. The relocate save, the overcharge in team fights onto carries can be a very, very big deal.
So they can do anything about this mid lane push. You'll be bringing the tier 1 down low. Universe in the neighborhood. Acid spray, making it very hard for him to get any sort of blink initiation.
They want to fight before. Oh.
And with this ward still here, they managed to catch outside. They'll be able to take the Monkey King out to start things off.
Oh, missed the relocate save. I mean, it was just the cast time. He went for it instantly, but Monkey King also died instantly. Big thing is here, they're trying to fight and push before Enigma gets like Lincolns and BKBs. If Enigma manages to use that greed factor with the Midas to get up to, Lincoln Sphere first, then you go BKB. How do you stop those black holes? And they do not want to fight into an impossible to cancel or steal black hole.
Very quick Roshan. Sumail though, jumping in onto Kaka, bringing him low. In fact, keeps himself alive there with the Stolen Phonic Shield. Finally goes down. Universe jumps in, but he can't quite get the black off initially. He gets stunned immediately. The Universe Enigma is out and down. RTZ falling low, but SCCC falling lower. They'll pop the Aegis. Get KP on the back lines, cleaning up Crit as well. Turning back towards the Morphling as they find RTZ. That Roshan, that Aegis, paying off massively for Newbie, and Enigma Universe couldn't quite get that black hole off. Stunned immediately on initiation.
Such a big fight. EG couldn't get there before Roche went down, so SCC had the Aegis as well, an extra tool to play around, so he doesn't mind trading his life to get RTZ low, and KP with the early Vlad's pickup going for this fighting build. That fight there is where you say, yeah, you don't get a Midas this game. If you have a Midas there, maybe you have Midas Vlad's instead of like Vlad's medallion. It makes such a big difference having all these cheap, cost-effective fighting items, and it seems like Newbie have said, okay, EG's trying to fight our outcomes by going super greedy with this Enigma Morphling. They think we're going greedy in Abaddon. Let's not do it. Let's switch it up. Let's play for a more fighting, fast tempo game. The Venge Core, the Abaddon playing for the fighting items, not the greedy items. This has really flipped the switch and changed the story, as EG just can't really fight or keep up. Arteezy still just doesn't quite have that critical mass of items to be effective in a team fight yet. Needs that. It's always the 2 item timing, the Lincolns plus the E-Blade. That's when Morph reaches like his early game peak. That's when he wants to fight.
And the plus, of course, because he didn't get that black hole off then, and Universe does still have it. So I looking to lay down the Wukong's command here, but already pushing Arteezy out. UB creating the space to claim this tier 1. SCCC not worrying too much at all about these monkeys.
Sumail could be in trouble if he's not careful.
There's Faith on the front lines. Solar Crisp buff is there, and in fact they'll turn towards Arteezy. Arteezy very low, waveforms up. Universe hiding in the trees, waiting for any sort of a potential jump if he sees the option. Steal. Yeah, Kaka getting the healing ward.
He wanted that more than the Blade Fury at this point for a push.
Can Universe do anything huge? He's in the tree line with crit.
So difficult against Rubik.
How much do they group up? Sumail or Arteezy? If one of them can go in and try and bring them together, they're fairly grouped up. But SCCC with a concoction building up. You don't want to go in when that's there, but now it's gone. Universe eyeing it up. They have that Observer ward. He's got good vision. And there we have Sumail potentially going in for the bait. They need Universe to go for the big black hole, and he jumps, but he only gets one. It's immediately cancelled by the swap. It's not the black hole they needed. Sumail's down. Universe as well.
Oh.
They needed that play, and it just didn't happen, gods. As Zai could be in trouble, as well as the rest of them. As a 3rd kill for Newbie.
What a great fight. We have to watch that one again. U9, they group up around the jug. It looks like a perfect bait. And then U9, I think he just something clicks in his head like,
he knows.
We're grouping around this jug. Sumail's trying to bait us. He steps back, doesn't get caught, and gets the instant swap on the Enigma. Such a heads-up play from the Venge. He was grouped up for the black hole, and he just stopped hitting jug. He's like, this is bad. I can't do this.
And there's the buyback from Universe, but no black hole for still 110 seconds. Newbie piling into the bottom lane, tier 3 down. And they'll almost certainly get these racks. I mean, very little feels like EG can do to stop it. The crowd going wild as the melee racks are taken down, and Enigma falls again. Universe with the dieback.
They'll take a melee racks and happily get out. That's the big objective. Stolen Blade Fury, not the dream spell for Kaka, but still something useful. This is such a good Rubik game with healing wards, Omni Slash, black holes, waveform. Even the Morph Strength has given him a ton of extra HP. Doesn't need to keep stealing it, but just stealing it once can pay off. And as it stands, EG just struggling to fight into this 5-man. Alchemist is such a tanky frontline raid boss right now. He gets the Solar Crest, he gets the Vlad's Aura, he gets constant aphotic shields. And EG just don't have the damage to fight into it.
And look what happened off the back of that as well.
Oh,
that
boy.
dieback and such certainly contributing. I mean, look at how close was Universe to Olympus, because something like that could have changed that situation.
He was
I imagine he'd be close before the buyback in the second death.
He probably had enough for the Perseverance, but not the Lincoln's recipe itself.
If he had that fight, it would have been a hell of a lot different.
And that's where this game comes down so much to timings. EG went greedy. Their timing comes around the Lincoln Sphere with the Morphling Ethereal Blade. Newbie recognizing it. They're not even, normally with Alk, you fight around like 30-minute mark when he has Octarine Manta. They're going without the Octarine. They're going much earlier with the Alchemist because they're afraid of EG getting that Lincoln Sphere, getting that Ethereal Blade. They want to fight as early as possible, even if SCC isn't at that normal Alk fighting stage.
No, SCC standing tall on the high ground. They know they've got a little bit of timing left. Universe, but 20 seconds, 10 seconds in fact, until that black hole is there. And indeed, you know, Newbie, they know the timing. They know that it's time to, again, respect that potential threat.
Their timing's been extended now. The Enigma buyback, winning those fights, taking a racks. That window where there's no Lincoln Sphere just got extended. So now you're no longer in as much of a rush. You can actually wait for that Octarine core. You can push another tier 2 tower. You can perhaps even take another Roshan. So winning a fight and forcing Enigma buyback changes the state of this game. And the window for Newbie to excel has been increased, but EG looking to do something about that.
And they need something insane.
They need to get onto the vent. Someone like Jug needs to find...
But look at his positioning, U9. He knows.
How does Jug get on top of that? And then KP's like, I'm just going to run in, scout out the smoke, steals healing ward.
And EG just then running back to the base. Well, they do have A-Link, so... Was it Universe to finish his?
On the Linker? That's not his, that's
sorry.
Morphlings. Oh yeah, I guess he can put it on the Enigma. That's a good way to approach a fight.
If he puts that on Universe...
Definitely.
That already helps some of your problems.
Yes, there is 2 ways through. You can use Spell Steal and the swap, so theoretically you want to use Spell Steal first to break it and then swap. Yeah, you don't get to steal the black hole, but you've got to cancel that Linken's to make sure you can deal with it. And generally it's the Alchemy Abaddon in the front lines getting caught. We're seeing those heroes get black holed the most. Rubik wants to stay out on the sides, although I say that, we've seen some super aggressive, great Rubik plays this game. Kaka has been absolutely standout, as has U9. And Newbie going to start working on shrines now. A lot of early farm on this Venge, good fighting items, and the problems for EG will continue as these shrines go down and Newbie perhaps wait out for that next Aegis.
And of course, SCCC just incredibly massive. 27 minutes in, 22,000 net worth, nearly, well, just around double that at the value that Arteezy have managed to climb to. Octarine complete. And as we see here, the two of them, CCC just making sure that Arteezy gets the hell out of there.
Still no Ethereal Blade. We'll have it before any kind of a second high ground push comes, but you're already looking at 1 lane of racks down and tier 3 tower low, and Newbie eyeing off Roche. They're camping it out, could respawn any time now, so Sam's just on Roche duty, while the rest of the cores farm at the lanes. See what, okay, I was wondering what KP was going to get next on the Abaddon for fighting items. Gets a casual drums, just like a whatever kind of item. May even consider like an Aghanim Scepter this game as like a nice team fight item that you're trying to break.
Well, I guess at this rate, he could probably rely on the Alcony at this stage just to give him...
That's true, yeah.
Because he's probably priority in this match, wouldn't you say? Or do you give the Rubik first?
No, not the Rubik. I'd say maybe you consider Venge, because Venge is a core.
For the swaps. Yeah.
Not that you want to die, but the stats as a core hero is just nice, and the swap cooldown. So Venge or Abaddon. Typically, even like when you've got a Rubik with an Ags, you just want to give it to core heroes because they benefit so much from all the extra stats in fights. But we'll see. He's got enough farm. He may just say, look, that Alc is going to give me one too late. We want to end the game now. I can buy one. But there's a lot of good items you can get as an Abaddon that wants to fight. You can get items like Lotus Orbs to try and deal with like the shotgun, get rid of the Malefice. There's a lot of different things you can do this game.
Samael still trying to climb his way towards that Diffusal Blade. A few hundred gold and he will have it. Universe as well, still quite a bit away from that completed Lincoln. Has the money for Perseverance, but the recipe isn't quite that.
CM in her little Roche cave finally gets rewarded with the Roche respawn.
It paid off. He's back up. We found him.
Poor CM. Just that's your life. But we'll find the Roche respawn. I imagine Alc picks this one up. We'll have to drop his armor, presumably, or the Hyperstone. I guess he hasn't got the full AC yet. Here come EG, though. Can they get here in time?
It doesn't look like it. Roche was falling very quickly.
And KP's in
perfect
duty,
smoke dispelling range. In fact, Newbie eyeing out the outsides of it all. Here we have the movement forward with the illusions. Universe trying to look for the wraparound, but the Roshan's already down. SCCC picks up the Aegis. Samael will go in with the Omni Slash, but they've lost crit. They do bring down Faith. Magic Missile will put the Lincolns on Arteezy. Universe still has that black hole, looking for a perfect opportunity. They're relatively grouped up. There's the jump. He's found two, and he'll go for it. But the concoction flies through, cancels the ult. Wukong Saman is dropped down by Zai, but they've lost Universe. Samael getting chased down. They'll lose the jug as well. Arteezy desperately trying to find Kaka, and he will do so with the waveform. E-Blade and the adaptive strike. He's managed to bring U9 down as well. Artur holding on, tries to go for the TP, but it's not quick enough. The damage is too much there from SCCC and KP.
Arteezy showing some signs of life at the end of the fight.
They're all in. They want to end this, Newbie. They want to move forward. They want to knock EG out. Send them home.
Yeah, more important than the EG buyback stats is the black hole cooldown. That is something which they're like, there's no black hole. We're not afraid of anything.
And crit.
SCC, okay, won't get that kill, but will swing back towards the mid lane, and with Aegis still in hand, EG, you've got to buy back, but even when you're back alive, still no black hole, still no big ultimate, still no Omni Slash. Where's your damage going to come from? As EG will be pressed to defend their last lane of racks. No defense at mid. Can they defend top?
The real test for EG their final stand here, potentially at DAC. Universe will jump forward, but as you mentioned, still no black hole. Telekinesis onto Artor, looking to try and bring KP down low. Universe kept alive by crit. RTZ waveforms into the center of it all, but he gets Magic Missile. RTZ's down. There's a dieback for the Morphling, out for 80 seconds, and without him, very little EG can do. Samael gets bolted out by Kaka. GG is called, and Newbie move forward here in this Game 3 victory, and Evil Geniuses have come to the end of their road.
Great comeback. EG, you know, they win a very convincing Game 1. It was a bit of a stomp. Game 2, EG have another good laning stage. Look like they may just take the series, but Newbie shows some serious resilience. They had a couple fantastic drafts, and that was a very different Newbie than we've seen during the group stages. Newbie have really upped their level of play, as of EG, but great series. The best of 3 we've had here at the main event.
Really tight Dota between the two of them. I mean, we saw as well, if that engagement down bottom went different, Universe gets the black hole, but as we talked about, Core Venge, U9 and SCCC, money for days. A very solid core performance from both of them, and overall, Newbie looking incredibly strong as a team. That's it from myself and Godso. Back to the panel. Newbie are doing it. Evil Geniuses, they're leaving us, guys.
No way.
Reserve time. Reserve.
Legion Commander.
Lina. EG's turn to pick.
Morph, and how good of a morph game is this in your opinion?
I think it's a very good hero against like the Slider Lifestealer. You've got very high armor naturally through all your agi. Get going on, you can morph to strength as necessary. Perhaps struggles a lot more against the Lina, but with the OD ban, this definitely protected the Morphling quite nicely and sets them up to be in a pretty decent spot as far as Morph's game goes. We'll see how his lane is. Slider, after the nerfs, doesn't seem to contest the off lane really as much. Isn't quite that menace in the early game laning stage as a full position, so I definitely feel like he should do all right come laning stage, but Legion, pretty strong laning hero in itself, so they will have to prioritize, like, yeah, both supports in this top lane feels like a necessary ingredient as far as Faceless for the start goes.
And we can see already, I mean, Underlord...
Morphling is positioned down.
Yeah, Underlord has just started his head up towards top right side, so it looks like they're going to switch it around in reaction to what they've seen EG come out with.
Okay, so they're thinking they can contest the Lifesteal's lane state. Something we've seen again and again, we saw it last game with EG, is giving Lifesteal these 1v1s. If he has a good matchup, Underlord is a good matchup, give him a 1v1. So it seems like Faceless forcing EG to actually play a support game, you know, like Arteezy normally is left alone because he wins 1v1s. He's got a good matchup, he's a very good mechanical player, and then this Warlock is top. Like, they're expecting this Warlock, okay, now he TP's bottom. They realize what's going on, but this is going to force EG to play like a more standard lane setup. They can't be as greedy because of this, which is like what the end result of having the Warlock top and the Lifesteal 1v1 is, that it's super greedy. They win 3 lanes. That's not going to happen here.
Mid lane Zai, cut across, looking for some harassment here onto Jabs. XY in return was hanging around just in case any sort of play like that does occur. As both mid laners being backed up by a support at the moment, and indeed leaving these side lanes, that top lane, the 1v1 Legion versus the Underlord. Down bottom, the 2v2. I mean, the question is, can Faceless get what they hope to achieve down there? Can they slow down Arteezy's farm, or is the Warlock presence going to be more than enough to be a nuisance back to Faceless?
A straight 2v2 is fine for Arteezy. He's got Shadow Word, so he's got heal, he's got Feast for sustain. It is one of the lower armor heroes, and that's one of the hero's weaknesses early on, but Poor Man's Shield, Quelling Blade, he's alright, and the Slider's immediately responding with his presence down here.
Again, at the same time, XY does respond. Nuts will be able to get himself back, and as we're seeing, just the Shadow Word enough to stop Faceless from being able to get anything too critical in return with this reaction. XY continues to sit down bottom. The Crush again will be there onto Black. They'll roll forward, hold back Zion the Slider. Just turning, trading hits, but overall it really seems like with the presence of the 3v3, EG are the stronger lineup in terms of heroes.
The big thing with the aggro Shrine is you do have the Shrine advantage, but it doesn't feel like they get that much damage dealt before they Shrine. Like, ideally you want to really harass and force out a lot of spells and damage onto Lifestealer Warlock. Slider, yeah, he chomped through most of his mana pool and suffered a little bit there, but the other 2 heroes didn't feel like they really got bullied at all.
Oh, and look at this already. Faceless are going to change lanes up because of what's going on. They've
Yeah,
sent Black straight up to the top lane. Ice will move over to the jungle to pick up some camps, and at the moment they're allowing Nux to pick up a bit of the solo lane down here on this bottom. So very, very much respecting the way that EG's managed to play around Faceless' lanes.
Yep, that first couple of minutes really decided the outcome of this bottom lane, that you Shrine without harassing or zoning the Lifestealer, that lane is not going to be won, so you're Morphling, you want him to free farm. If he can free farm bottom, that's the preferred laning set for Faceless, but if he's going to get contested in this lane and with the Slaughter Warlock presence, that's going to happen. You send him top, but crit, he's going to follow him around. You go top on Warlock, I follow you there. So he's going to match Black wherever he goes, and this is definitely problematic for Black.
And the mid lane as well, talking about problems for Faceless, Samael having a cracker of a time. 17 for 8 against Jabs' 9 for 1. This matchup certainly proving to be rather one-sided in the first few minutes.
2 games in a row, EG winning all 3 lanes. That is bad news bears for the Faceless squad.
Even get a kill by the looks of it as well, with Universe's Eye closing in onto Nuts. Black pull out the back of a Vex White.
He's just getting chomped at though.
Look at how aggressive Universe can be.
Every lane, the aggression from EG is being shown. They're such a dominant team in the laning stage, and we're seeing it here.
Black has to be careful how he groups around this creeps, because there's another nuke from Universe. Black does have the morph, has a lot of mana to work with as well, but still, Universe just really going in on Black. Pushing this lane in, and the farm difference between all 3 cores on both sides.
Jabs
is pretty massive.
He's level 3.5 on Ember. Where's Lina, like level 5 or something? Oh my, this laning stage being crushed. As Faceless will have to, early 2-man smoke. They're like,
They've got to get Samael with this.
Disaster. We gotta fix this. Oh, the smoke pops early. Radiant Ward not gonna scout it immediately, and it's still nighttime, so this game could still theoretically work. CM is going to hide in the Roshan pit, just anticipating a Radiant mid ward. So it's like, you want to let the Earth Spirit get the roll before you come out.
They have to lock her down though, because Samael's got a haste rune. And immediately just pops it, backs off, and now Jabs himself could be in trouble. Lightstrike and Dragon Slave will be there in a second. As Samael looking to move in, he's having to hold back as the chains will be there to cast animation. He is going in incredibly great. I mean, he trusts in the haste rune. He feels safe. And he will get out, he won't get the kill, but again, we're seeing Universe's aggression top, Samael's bravado in the middle lane.
That is freed up these lanes. Look, Morphling's gone back to Fountain. He's healing back there. He's like, I got lane, gotta pick up some items back at base, buy Salve and Tango. You're like 5 minutes in the game and you're meant to be free farming on Morphling. No, you're buying Salve Tango. He's got 13 CS. He's put all of the money from farming into extra regen. This is...
Oh man, I mean this first 5 minutes is nothing less than an absolute disaster here for Faceless.
Yep, EG stomping the lanes. And bottom lane, RTZ is probably just telling his team, like, I don't really need help. I'll farm. He can't really stop Ice from doing this. Ice can come behind, throw fire down, get some CS, but...
I mean, we just saw Black having to head back to base to the Fountain. We're going to see Jabs have to do the same as he's getting chased down by Zai.
Level 4 still. Oof. And Lina's already level 6.
Good luck coming back into lane against that Laguna.
Yeah. And Sumail doing this build that he always goes for. Rushes the phase boots, loves that extra movement speed for the aggression it gives him early on. We'll be fishing for that 6-minute rune.
I mean, Jabs, if he gets caught out by a light strike without that flame guard, he is definitely dead in this mid lane.
Nifty rune as well, the regen. Gonna give Lina constant sustain for all her spells.
Universe trying to lead in, not quite level 6 yet. Very, very close though, and a few crews going down. Still not quite enough, but continuing to put pressure onto the Morphling now, turning their attention towards Nuts. And of course, they've got that chase down, purging the root off himself and chasing it down. And again, it's more trouble for Faceless. As mid lane, Zai with the wraparound. It's kill to kill to kill. I mean,
and it's a tower.
Oh my goodness,
a 6.5 mid-tier 1 tower. And with a Lina of all things, Sumail doing such a good job, always spamming out the lane, zoning the Ember, and then maximizing the damage up on that tower. That is one of the most one-sided mid lanes we've seen all tournament.
One-sided lanes overall. As EG, there's top lane as well. Black has to be careful. Universe, that's the duel. Mid lane, again, just look how low Jabs is being brought.
He just wants that, well, let's say level 6 before he goes back to base. No, he wants that level 5, as he'll have to go back, use another shrine before heading back to lane. Sumail dominating.
Phase boost level 7, top lane, Black being
Sumail
forced right back behind his tower, and indeed Nuts comes a little too close for his own comfort. 4-0 EG, 7.5 minutes in, bottom lane, RTZ in the solo lane, continuing to find everything that he wants.
Has his Midas, you know, he's just going to farm this game. When you're winning all the lanes, you're perfectly happy for your carry just to go greed, get his Midas, not get involved.
They're taking another tower as well, 8 minutes in EG.
Yeah. The big problem here is the hero that's doing well, the Underlord, isn't a hero that gets like a blink and rotates. If that's like a Centaur, an Axe, some kind of space creating hero, you're like, great. We just gonna blink, let's smoke up with our supports, our offlaner. Let's go get some kills. Let's go fix this lane stage. Underlord's a hero that rushes a mech. You don't really gank with Underlord. You don't really do much with mech.
Look who's there on the high ground. Once again, Sumail ready to follow through the initiation of Zai. And nothing that Faceless can do to get any sort of blood in response.
It's gonna have a very early Yule, so you can't even rely on that Flame Guard anymore as a defensive tool to try and farm the lane. If you get Yules, or purge it off and set up a combo. Even if you wait to Flame Guard post Yules, you may just get bursted down through it with all the Lina damage, considering how far ahead Sumail is.
I mean, if Faceless can come back from this sort of a laning stage, it is going to be incredibly impressive.
Rush queued up for Ice. I'm not sure if he'll commit to this or opt for other items, but as said, it's like a mech isn't going to change this game. It's like you don't gank with this. He's going to play this like the Abaddon and just try and farm it up, go late game, if he commits to the Radiance. It's probably going to depend how the next few minutes go before he actually takes that approach or if he does something else.
And back to base for himself. Top lane crit, soaking up some XP as the lane pushes in. And again with this warding, they've spotted out Nuts' movement. Full vision here for EG as it with the blink straight in. Universe getting the first of potentially many bits of bonus damage there for the duel.
Yep. No rock yet, but this is where EG can give lanes to supports. Warlock can take over the top lane. Slatter's already taken over the bottom lane with Arteezy, happy to set up camp in the jungle. Something that maybe Faceless exploit to at least find some kills. That Slatter bottom is a bit vulnerable to getting ganked.
I mean, that Slatter bottom as well. If you look at the net worth, he's on par with the safe lane of Faceless.
Yeah, that's
Zai and Black.
Bad to say the least.
And proving to be even just too elusive for the two of them. Ice and XY come down here, they can't control him.
Just running loops. They want to get this bottom tier 1 tower perhaps as well, just get some cash for the rest of the team. Is pretty low with the constant Underlord spam. But will be Zai trying to keep it alive as long as possible. Ice doesn't even feel safe here.
Sumail?
Okay.
Is he going to be alright? Can they bring down this Lina? Looks like they should be. Oh, is he actually going to get himself away with the face boost? He is. This has got to be so frustrating. Again, the infused raindrop just saving Sumail's life. As they can't get the kills on Faceless. EG just finding action after action. 10 minutes in, a second one duel here for Universe. I don't think you can write this laning stage any better for EG if you wanted to. This has gone not just to plan, but beyond for the side of Evil Geniuses. And
Absolute
Faceless.
perfection.
I mean, I guess ever since the start there, where they were forced to react to EG's dominance in terms of the lanes they got, it started to go downhill. Zai could be the first to lose his life here as Faceless. I mean, they're so desperate to find that
Black
kill.
Rotates in even. He wanted to like just try and come KS with like a level 4 waveform if possible, doesn't even get it. Sumail didn't have Laguna, or it's a like, guaranteed kill on an Earth Spirit or something there, but he's okay with that. Absolutely disastrous for Faceless here in the early game, and there's just no clear solution. That's the thing. Normally you're looking at a game like this, is like, well, at least they can try to do this when they get this item, like a Blink Dagger. This game, it's like, well, Ember can perhaps smoke with his team, but the ideal hit, you need to be killing this Lina right now. Slatter slowing down his Blink would be kind of nice, but I think Lina's the hero who's really far ahead. Lifesteal, yeah, he's top farm right now, but he's just ungankable. You got to accept this Lifesteal with Rage, invincible, until you have, like, a lot more farm on your cores. So you've got to find Lina or Slatter. You've got to make moves, and smoke up is the call. Ember's on the move. You can't just sit around and expect to out-farm EG. Not when they've got these Midases.
Maybe they're prepared this time. They've scanned EG out. They know the Crit and Universe are there. XY comes in with a good boulder smash onto 2. Crit in trouble, but he gets the Golem out in time. Surely they can kill Crit. They can. They will bring the Warlock down. It does require all 4 of them to be there. Zai, maybe seeing if he can come back in, and oh, Universe. He absolutely loves dancing with this little Crystal Maiden. They won't get the damage. They do get the kill again, the 3rd duel pretty much on that CM. Zai looking for the cut around. Black in trouble. The Yule setup, perfect timing here. The silence will make sure no further damage comes out from Tamail. But with the crush and the final Laguna, Black is out. 10-1. Faceless.
Yikes.
A very, very painful beatdown so far here on the main stage.
Yep. I mean, as I staying bottom, I don't really feel like there's anything he can do. That's just the nature of this pick and hero, is that he's not a comeback hero. He's just going to sit there, pressure this lane, try to take the tower, he's trying to help his team out by luring heroes bottom to come farm. But the problem is, we've seen Arteezy on Lifesteal able just to solo defend this lane. They haven't needed multiple heroes to deal with Underlord, and they've been able to keep this tower up for a very long time, despite all that lane pressure, and things continue to go from good to great to absolutely freaking awesome for EG, as a 10,000 net worth lead has been acquired. This is where you've got to chew through your smokes.
Maybe they can kill Arteezy.
Yeah, maybe you get a kill or two, but the problem is going to be, like, you get the kill or two, then you've used up all your smokes.
If you can kill Artur,
okay,
that could be the way back in for Faceless, but Arteezy is the one having a ball over time as he just turns around, brings down Ice.
Not even remotely close.
You can't tell this man. He's keeping his head in the game this time, and Arteezy.
Yep, he even had the rolling silence onto the lifesteal and everything. It was just, too much survivability with the armlet pickup, and, well, further armlet pickups, Legion Commander. I mean, everyone's having a great game. You can't even point at one player. Legion's going to start pulling miles ahead and become unkillable as well. Talk about Arteezy being unkillable, Legion, same thing. It's only Lina that's squishy, and Sumail's positioning has been very good this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Sumail, this whole tournament, very much giving us incredibly consistent performances at a high level.
Yep.
Would it be as Lina or as Invoker? Definitely for me, the 2 heroes that he's been standing ahead of the pack on.
A kill for him.
Easy execution. Very easy combo for him. Timing's perfect.
And just knowing his hero there, he didn't actually have mana for the full 3-spell combo, so he Lagunas rather than Dragon Slaves. More damage, and the Dragon Slave may have not gotten that kill, so...
He did the maths.
Yep, doing all the small things right.
Looks like that Charlie Yang doing his homework paid off. He learned a little from it. Over the shoulder. Jabs. That's an invis. Can he make something happen here? I mean, they need something, Faceless. They desperately do.
Don't know if he can actually go. I mean, he gives his team the info, but...
They can bring people in. Okay. Universe and Arteezy, can they turn this around? They're incredibly deep. Get themselves out of the Firestorm. Black moving forward. They may be able to kill Universe. Arteezy jumps out, looks towards Black. They've lost Juni. Artur will immediately just rage and TP out. So Faceless, I mean, every kill that they get will be massive for them. Yep. Nice bit of money going to Jabs.
Something. They're going to just buy as much time as possible. Straight into the Lincoln Sphere for Black. He wants a solution to that Jewel or Yule's initiation coming out from EG. And EG are eyeing off Roche. They've actually broken the Lincolns. We'll see if they commit to this one. Lifesteal is headed that direction. Definitely possible to take an early Roche here.
And very little it feels that Faceless could do in a full 5-on-5 situation at this stage.
Does look like they'll call it off and try and find a pick first. Arteezy just wanting to get some more farm.
And there we have. I mean, just look at the range that they have. Okay. I mean, he'll get out. Only just. I mean, actually, the Shadow Word. He has one more bolt charge you can use between the procs. And, actually, casting a little bit early here. A little remnant to damage. I mean, I want to say that would have saved him, but I don't think it would have. I think the damage wouldn't have been enough anyway. But a nice little juke there of one of the instances.
Nicely played to slide a fist before remnanting away. Block a little bit of damage.
EG into the pit, as you mentioned.
I mean, they used the Observer. They thought they had a pick. They were going to go Roche first. They only stopped going for Roche because they saw the Ember farming. They're like, well, we're going to get Roche regardless, so let's just kill an Ember first. But not the case. Not going to matter too much that they missed that kill. They've managed to secure the objective, taken an Aegis for themselves, and we'll be able to push down pretty much all these outer towers likely with this Roche. The Deso and Lifesteal is really all you need to be able to bring down buildings with ease, and Juicy Nuts get himself out of there with a nice little TP. Nuts definitely had some very cute plays this tournament with just like hiding always in the trees, getting off some good ultis on CMs and Warlocks and positioning very well, but those are not the kind of plays that win you games as a 5-position support. As we will see Ember reach that level 10 talent now.
Oh, and there we have the setup from Universe. Another successful duel, and this time it's on something a little bit bigger than the CM. Black is taken out and down.
It's the pre-Lincoln's kill, and not what you want to see if you're Faceless. As soon as that 5-man push comes, you want your Morphling at bottom lane or at top lane, split pushing and just trying to force those rotations back, but not going to be the case.
Oh, it's easy. Desolator complete 17 minutes in on top of the armlet. Midas.
Open Wound's lifesteal is just absurd. He gets back to full HP from an Open Wound's Midas. And yeah, the Desolator is what they're waiting for, really, to be able to push tower. Theoretically, even start chipping at tier 3s. You've got maxed out Rage. The Deso gives you the damage on the buildings. Gets the bonus damage talent now as well, so gets a good chunk of extra damage out of all these recent pickups.
And the best the Faceless can do whilst they lose these towers, just trying to find as much as they can from the map. Jabs.
How's our Underlord doing? Is he got his relic, or did he still go? Yeah, he's going for the Radiant still, fully committed. There's just no item for an Underlord. You look at this game, you're like, man, what do I buy? Mech's not going to do much. The Radiance is not going to be a big game changer, I feel. It'll be a little bit annoying, but ultimately not saying that makes him tankier. It doesn't really fulfill his role. Yep. You've got to come back and defend at some point. They're trying to maximize their gains elsewhere and defend at like the last possible moment, but Glyph has already been used. They're just trying to delay things with Ice on the high ground spamming and making sure Morphling gets like a tower at mid. Possibly even a second tower at mid if possible.
And Jabs does have the blink of the veil.
Jesus, just like, enough is enough. I want this tower. Rages
get
through.
these plays done, yeah. The Rack's now exposed.
Still some good damage down mid. This is like all you can really do if you're Faceless. And yeah, the TPs will come back. Black doesn't have Lincolns yet. Oh,
he doesn't even have the ult out as well. So with this first setup, they won't kill him initially. Okay. But the further TPs are coming through, and with the amp on him, Black has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and they will still claim the kill in the Morphling. Did manage to finish off his Lincolns in time, though, before he went down.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to wave TP out and didn't fully he had to turn first before he waved, and in the process, he didn't actually complete the waveform before clicking his TP. Echo Saber lifesteal, this is like an item where you're like, let's try and end this game. Let's really up the heat.
Samael, see if you can find the catch onto Jabs. Jabs.
Whoa.
Look to hide here. Samael just continues to chase him down. In fact, Jabs has gone straight into the hands of Zai.
That cast range.
And can he get out? He cannot. The damage with that amplified, too much to follow through after the magic burst.
He gets such good cast range with that Aether Lens. And Sumail able to use those spells from such a long distance. Continues to snowball out of control as things continue to get ugly. No racks down just yet, so still not an insurmountable lead by any means, but you're still banking on EG overextending, making a big mess of. You can't fight them head on in a team fight. We haven't even really seen the Warlock really have to. I mean, he contributed in the lane stage. He helped them win the lanes, but team fights just haven't happened. When you dominate the lanes this hard, like your team fight heroes like Warlock are just like, well, what do I do? Not much. But the EG pressure has been constant and kept Faceless busy back at base.
EG ready to jump in the base, to be fair.
To launch, it seems. He's got the vision with the high ground ward. Seems nuts.
Oh, there we have Zai with a beautiful jump in the crush onto 2. Artor looking towards Black. Black trying to get his self away, but he can't. The Morphling's out. They will find one kill in return, but the Golem's dropped onto 3, forcing Faceless to back Arteezy. Turning towards the racks, and Mail comboing down Jabs. Laguna onto XY. They'll be able to find the Earth Spirit as well here. As EG just taking 3, only losing Zai. They'll clean the racks up as well. 21 minutes in on this bottom lane. As 18-3, this is absolutely painful for Faceless.
And Morphling unable to survive through it all, even with the shrine next to him. Still got taken down, and Sumail getting Bloodstone charges out of it. He's not intending on dying this game, but definitely an item that will give him constant mana regen and sustain. Next lane could be attempted if EG want to keep the pressure on. Looks like wow, Solar Crest already. This is going to really amp up their siege. You chuck that on the Lifestealer when he's sieging for the evasion as well as the extra armor. Doesn't worry as much about the tower hits. And it seems like it is going to be no letdown from EG. They want to keep the pressure up. The Echo Saber, not really a late game item for the Life. So the fact he gets this after the Desolator really says, let's push now. This is not an item. If you're looking to drag this game out, wait for another Roshan, play for the late game and just win through farm advantage, you wouldn't get this Echo Saber. So.
I mean, what happened, Goss? The Faceless that we saw in game one, is this an outdraft or is this just EG stepping up their game even more?
Definitely seeing the downsides of the Morphling. I mean, EG did a really good job winning the lanes. And Faceless just didn't secure their lanes very well. Went for like a risky setup with the Morphling in the off lane, ended up rotating him top. Felt like a traditional tri-lane, like just keeping the CM in. I mean, they wanted to tri-lane bottom and then they decided against it because they just traded hits poorly. If they just tri-lane top from the start, things would be very different. You'd see a lot more farm on Black's Morphling, as well as a lot less farm on this Legion Commander. It's hard. You see an opportunity to perhaps win like an extra lane. Like, okay, Ice. He can just go for the 1v1 matchup. We can aggro tri-lane bottom. If our aggro tri-lane goes well, Ice gets farm and we win the bottom lane. Didn't turn out how Faceless hoped for, though.
EG looking to continue the flow of what's been pretty much an absolute stomp so far this game, too.
Yep. I'll be back on the high ground next Rage. Just going to wait for one more creep wave, pop another Solar Crest. They're not even going to wait for the Rage. Wait for the creep wave. They'll just go in without.
With the Rage and the Solar Crest upon him.
You've got creeps in bottom, so why wait for a creep wave when you've already got one elsewhere?
What can they do? They'll get the silence onto Artur. Or just smash onto no one. Faceless looking
easy.
Pretty hopeless.
Heal. Cheesy will be forced to rage defensively. That open wounds just providing such good sustain for the whole team. He gets chipped away at, he open wounds, he gets back to full, then he gets chipped away again. He'll open wounds once more, every little bit of HP. For constant sustain, you reverse this huge spam, but it doesn't seem to bother Arteezy between the open wounds and the Shadow Word. Seeing that Shadow Word max out. Often you see these Warlocks kind of max get maybe 2 points in Shadow Word, maybe 3, but Arteezy fully maxing it out.
And there we have the jump in to kick things off once again. They find the jewel. Chaotic Offering dropped onto the back, and already Ice buys back immediately. Jabs jumps in with a burst, does manage to bring down Arteezy. Big kill for Faceless. Can they get more though? Zai holds back Faceless with a crush, gets up to the north. He's not going to be fine though. The adaptive strike from Black flies through. They've not only just found 2, can they get anything more?
Hard to chase. They've lost Ember though. They've lost their chasing power, and Black.
And Sumail's back in. He's ready to try and put an end to this nonsense as Universe cleans up with the nuke, ready to chase down Nuts. They'll turn towards the objective instead. A buyback will be forced out from Jabs. Faceless trying their best to hold back this push, this siege from EG.
When you use that buyback, you don't just want to be repelling a push, you want to be securing kills, and Jabs unable to do so, and maybe unable even to defend his racks.
Got the fortification.
Has to get in there soon. Sumail's gonna purge off the Flame Guard.
Oh, Sumail actually gonna miss the combo here. Nuts coming in as well. Again though, Universe jumps in, catches out Jabs. Jabs now on a dieback. Nuts out as well. Black, can he find Sumail with the help of XY? They do bring down the Lina, but look at the damage. Universe just ready with the chase down. With these Moment of Courage procs, finds XY, and Black, the last one left surviving here on Faceless, has to just tuck his tail and run away from Universe. And Sumail indeed back for round 2 if Black wants to give it to them. Because we'll be procced here. EG just focusing the objectives. Sumail forces Black back to the fountain. And EG will be able to finally clean up this second set of racks. 26 minutes in, 25-6. This last rack's in the middle. Faceless will have one more fight in them by the looks of it. But this really will be the final fight. They have to do something incredibly phenomenal here. Ice is going to try and take them back to the beginning of this game, but he'll cancel it. He knows that it's not going to help as the Laguna Blade flies into the eyeballs of the CM. Buybacks coming out from her and Black. The rack starting to fall. Arteezy. And now, as Jabs will get crit. A kill is a kill. There's been a buyback from Universe. Zion again, 3-man crush. Arteezy gets to work on Jabs. Looks towards Nuts. It's a triple kill for Arteezy. There's the Ultra. Give that man a rampage. Somewhere beautiful to finish the game. And there we have it. 31-8. GG is called. 27 minutes in, the double rampage there for Artur as Faceless just fell apart from the start. There never felt like there was ever a hope for them here in this match, as EG just multiple levels ahead of them in this game.
Yeah, they got face rolled as EG dominate all 3 lanes. Very hard to turn around such a bad laning stage. Like game 1, EG win all 3 lanes, but it was like close still. Like, and Faceless also had items and heroes that could use those levels and farm they got to turn things around. They were getting active. They were making moves on the map. We saw an early Blink Dagger on Magnus. For the Ember Spirit especially, it looks like Slider's going to be roaming around very active in the lane. Potentially Disruptor can look to make moves as well. But I think the lanes is kind of the first key point for them. Magnus want to zone him out, prevent him from getting much out of the lane, getting Slark free farm, getting Slark involved at the earliest possible stage of this game to me is one of the kind of key points for Faceless, because they don't want this game to drag. Slark will not scale into the late game against the Naga.
Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to keep a keen eye on the rotation from XY
doing some
as well.
pulls. Not sure if he was. Looks like he missed that one.
Yeah, didn't grab any creeps that time around there on the top lane. That's why I tried to make something happen. As you said, this bottom lane, Nuts trying to do his best job to keep mind control away from Black, make sure that the Slark has the space required. Mid lane, it's Jabs versus GH matchup. Already trying to get a bit of harassment down. I mean, Ember Spirit versus the Naga straight up. We know there's mid heroes that have trouble kind of dealing with the illusions and such. Is the Ember Spirit one of them? Is this going to be a tough lane for Jabs?
It's okay for him. Both players should get some alright farm here. I don't imagine Jabs will get pressured out or anything. He can always just pop a Flame Guard when the illusions come out if he wants to try and clear them a bit. And those illusions at least give it a small fraction of gold early on.
On top lane, Miracle and Kuroki getting a bit heavy-handed onto Ice.
That's the good news. Ice will keep both supports busy. Ooh, wow. Yes. Very early kill there. The Slark able to chomp him down with the early Essence Shift. 6 stacks picked up. So I imagine just traded a few too many hits. Slark's one of the few heroes that actually trades hits against poor man shields better than most carries because he is stealing those stats. And early on, losing your HP to the Essence Shift can be a big, big deal. And he doesn't have a TP back to lane, so Miracle actually TP's bottom just to make sure no one misses out on that free XP and theoretically a couple of CS, although he doesn't get those ones under the tower.
And of course, this is obviously good news for Jabs in that mid lane, meaning that he's not having to worry about the Slardar's rotation at this current moment in time with that movement down towards the bottom.
Good news for top lane, like less pressure on Ice, more he can get out of the lane, so all across the board, that's a big first blood just because of that TP forced as well.
And then again, Jabs coming out from the Invis with that Flame Guard and poking GH back. 12 for 4 against the 11 for 1. Very, very close at the moment in this mid lane.
This is definitely a big comfort here for Jabs, and there's good reason why Faceless first stages this hero, which isn't being picked all that much.
Top lane, Ice with the shield and the TP out. He'll be a little more fortunate than Liquid's offlaner earlier, as Mind Control's suffered with that play, but it works out for the Abaddon. Ice back to base safely.
Yeah, talked about how important this lane stage will be for Faceless, and at least the lanes themselves have proven to be very stable for them, finding a first blood, not really succumbing to any early Slider rotation, so has led to a good start for them. Magnus already feeling like he needs to rotate into the jungle, and does mean they're going to kind of split the farm more, like Magnus can get some levels and XP there. And then, wow, GH.
That mid lane, GH playing on the very edge. Does have that Fairy Fire that he can slightly rely on. Okay, and Bottle's just making its way out. Yeah, looks like he's going to shrine up as well with Kuro.
And both players will go through their shrines early on here, but that's fine. That's what they're there for. And close but no cigar. GH probably knew what he was doing there.
Looking at the two safe lanes at the moment, both getting pretty good farm. Matuma Man 17 for 2, Black 19 for 4.
Yep.
Difference in the offlaner situation, though, of course, being Ice. Indeed did find and just a bit of a better time, and he's getting farm himself up there.
Yeah, he's just uncontested experience in the lane. He hasn't been bullied out of this lane one bit whatsoever. Level 3.5 or so. Early phase boots coming likely for him, so this has been a very, very effective start for him, whereas Magnus going down, being forced back in the jungle. And it's just the worst thing. When you die as an offlaner in that position while you're trying to TP out, it sucks because you can't TP to lane. So that lane pushes to your tower and you just miss like 8 creeps worth of experience. We saw it in an earlier game as well. You're going to make that walk of shame. The Slaughter TP's there, so it's at least not wasted XP.
Oh, top lane. Look at this Ice trying to set up for the bait as XY comes rolling in with a 2-man boulder smash. KuroKy, Matuma falling low. Kuro's down. But Tumba looking for a kill in return will take down Ice. At the same time, down bottom, Miracle managed to get close and personal, taking down Nuts still. Top lane, the chase continues, but they don't have anything else to throw in under the tower. Matuma will survive, but he is going to have to take that long trek back to base.
Ends up, if not for Matu getting so low and having to leave the lane, it probably would have been a bad one for one trade with Lifestealer getting a solo kill, but considering he's now out of the lane, I guess Disruptor alone is actually very vulnerable.
And look at this aggression from XY. Will immediately glimpse back the Earth Spirit, but Ice will stick in Disruptor's face and make sure that they are able to take down KuroKy. XY already making the crucial plays that his team needs him to.
Probably not the hero you wanted to glimpse back there, but you're getting dived. You got to glimpse someone, and Kuro goes down. Jab's now kind of with free control over this mid lane, as it seems, Naga's going to pull back, try and use the jungle as well as the lane as much as possible. And Jabs, your best thing here is to try and shove the lane, keep pressure onto the tower, keep GH honest, keep him in the lane so he's not just farming away in the jungle and also getting the lane farm. You want to make it so that if he goes in the jungle, he's going to miss CS in the mid lane.
I mean, we've seen XY pulling off these successful rotations. I mean, can we expect to see Kuro starting to get a little active, or is it only Miracle that can move? Does KuroKy have to stay in Matuma?
Doesn't seem likely. Why is that size?
In trouble there. Matuma just straight up diving the tower. Ice will look for the juice. Can he pull them off? He's trying to make his way around the tree line with the Thunder Strike. And also Miracle came around just in case he was required. Indeed, KuroKy and Matuma having enough tools to take down Ice as he was getting a little bit greedy, hanging around in lane on a very, very low health.
And using the shit.
OG's turn to pick.
By surprise, but it's still Lifestealer Tinker.
Well, we've seen a lot of Terrorblade coming out from OG, especially against Lifestealer, of course.
Terrorblade against Tinker is not.
Against Tinker is not great, but is it enough to offset the up you get against Lifestealer?
I think you need Nyx, Clog, and Storm are the top 3, and Nyx is not good versus Lifestealer, so we could actually potentially see Clog in this match. I think Clog's actually very good with Visage. And is pretty decent versus Lifestealer. Storm, it's your mid laner, maybe not wanting to commit that to it.
They have first two picked it before against like certain heroes. That's as I said, they're gonna pick Albus this game, guys. Like it's happening. It's OG. The crowd goes completely quiet. Yeah. No cheers for that big. No. Somewhere Charlie Yang is sitting there saying, "Please God, don't pick the Enigma to go with this."
Tinker's also luckily it's banned out, so it's all good.
Some way to kill the birds is always pretty good. I like the laser versus the birds. Pure damage is king.
You got that cloak though, you know?
Cloak doesn't do anything versus pure though.
It does versus laser.
What? Pretty sure. No, isn't only magic resistance in armor? I'm pretty sure it's only magic resistant to armor because
I play a lot of Visage, and when my birds get lasered, they don't take much damage.
Oh really?
I'm pretty sure.
I was fairly sure that like Timbersaw owns a Visage too. But you're the Visage player.
Yeah. I mean, I don't do the number. I just do like play on feel, you know.
I thought they got changed to make it like only auto attacks or auto attacks only right clicks.
Then they changed it again.
they changed it multiple times, so
now
that's for sure.
they have HP. They have HP now that's not like 4-hit based. Yeah. And they also made it so Gravekeepers affects your birds, but only within a certain radius.
Because it's just straight damage reduction. I think it's
straight damage reduction. It's not like armor and.
No. Yeah, it's damage. The passive is damage reduction. That's why I think it works on Q damage. It's damage reduction.
I remember
it used to be spell resistant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I remember playing with some Visage players like, oh my god, this pure damage just crushes my things.
It's fine. The all Visage maybe.
I guess I just don't see that much Visage except from OG.
I mean, they are one of the only teams. I think there was one other team that played it.
Slather ban. You don't want to give them the easy, obvious vehicle for the Lifestealer. So we'll see what IG can get for either Baboka or XXS to play that 4 position role.
So you're always worried about your out getting contested. The thing about OG is they actually switch it up. I would say close to 50-50, no-tail in safe lane on the out, and Ana playing it, so you don't actually know where it's going to be. But they could aggressive Lifestealer, I would say, versus Alchemist pretty easily. But that's where you have the Visage coming in, strengthen up that safe lane. Very good on try action. So I wonder how they're actually going to deal with this Alchemist. We've seen a lot of Alch issues, especially in the last series.
Yeah.
And it seems like if you shut them down a little bit early, it's just not enough. You have to be able to invade the jungle, go in there pretty early, and they don't have a good vehicle for Lifestealer at the moment.
So that would mean that on the side of OG, or rather on the side of IG, you're gonna need to have some supports that can rotate early, but we already have obviously our Spirit already banned out. Monkey King, they ban out themselves. Which kind of support would you like to see from Q and Baboka that can actually rotate around a lot?
Bounty, maybe? Bounty, I think actually has a lot of potential with the Lifestealer, and Track plus Tinker is really good. So you can get really good rockets off.
Get like a Bounty Disruptor or something maybe.
Yeah,
and you got the glimpse with the Track could be nice.
Something with the vision, yeah.
I think the big thing is you want to have, they've got self-sufficient laners already in the Lifesteal, but I think they want that for their offlane as well, so their supports can be totally freed up. The fact Lifesteal can just go in most 1v1s, get like a Legion Commander I think could be really good for the offlane, and then just have support super active, roaming around, looking for kills, playing very high tempo.
They could also run a Wisp strat too. I like Wisp with Tinker. You have a lot of mobility. Pretty much 3 or 4 heroes can be there.
Chinese team, Ben. They don't pick Iron.
Some of them do.
Kaka does, but yeah.
Kaka does.
Little Super does, I guess.
FY does too.
Yeah. There's a few, but I don't think I've seen IG play.
But we haven't really seen Baboka play that much aside from Earth and
Earth and Monkey King. Normally one of the two is still in.
Had a really good Winter Wyvern game the other day.
Yeah.
But this game doesn't scream Winter Wyvern by any means just yet.
Not yet. We got a Centaur ban from OG. So indeed, that would be a self-sufficient offlaner for XXS. XXS has actually played a lot of Legion Commander.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but...
Ooh, Nyx themselves.
Yeah.
I've seen Chinese teams run this in 3 and 4 position.
Yeah.
Was it Boku played 4 position Nyx yesterday, or was that someone else?
They did not play yesterday. It was Dogfights.
Dogfights, yeah, that's right. Other IG.
Other IG,
yeah.
Dogfights.
But more likely to be the offlaner for sure. Good here to go catch out the Alchemist with the Radiance. You've got a guaranteed Carapace proc from the Radiance damage, Vendetta Impale.
And Acid Spray.
Yeah.
It sucks when Radiance carries against Nyx.
I like what the Outblast, he kept turning his Radiance off whenever the Morph came near him to stop the Replicate getting the Radiance damage. That was really, really cool play. Just got enough farm with Radiance. Turn it off while you're farming. So you don't get ganked by Nyx.
XXS is really good with Nyx assassin too. I think he's sets up a lot of things for their team right now. So OG, how do they want to protect their Alchemist?
Get a Fighting Core.
Fighting Core?
That's a Fighting Core.
Is this Core or support?
Can go either way.
You guys think Core Venge?
Unlikely, I would say, but that's a lot of physical damage.
That's what we just saw, the Core Venge with Alkin. You think Alk greedy late game, but you get a Core Venge with an Alk who gets like a decent Radiance Manta timing, you can suddenly 5-man with this. That's the exact 2 heroes Newbie had in their Game 3 draft. It was the Abaddon. Yep.
They can actually kill the Lifestealer too, they're in reach with Venge. That's one of the things I like most about Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, Visage very good against Lifestealer. Natural Solar Crest builder, which is going to make it hard for Lifestealer.
What type of hero do you feel like S4 needs this game from OG? What does their offlaner needs to do? Because I don't think that he's not going to get any help.
got some catch for Tinker already with Venge Visage, I feel, so they don't have to get like a clock type hero. Like we talked earlier about clock Nyx, but I think that's not like a necessity anymore. If you want to go for like something like the Abaddon, it could work. But Abaddon versus Lifestealer, so, yeah.
They
not
would
terrible, not great.
Sick Roche potential though.
They've also done a lot for Enigma. Is that still a possibility here?
Enigma?
Yeah.
First band, actually.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Otherwise, yes, I like Enigma versus Lifestealer.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Crystal Maid.
But S4's played a lot of different heroes. Seen Legion Commanders, seen Enigmas,
seen Axe.
Yeah. Axe versus Lifesteal's fine.
And it's decent versus Tinker as well, actually.
Clock there.
They
get
clock
more
anyway.
catch, okay. Clockwork mentioned early on. Very early on, in fact, when the Tinker came out.
Yeah, we got the Flare for the Vision. We got the Birds, of course, as well.
Yeah, Storm loses a lot of value because you're against Nyx, and then Nyx was already picked, and it's also not good for Lifestealer. So yeah, I think Clunk is the best one versus Tinker that was left.
Yeah, it kind of goes down to whether they want to get a hero good versus Tinker or Lifestealer.
He's the best mix of both, I think.
Yeah,
he's really good versus both.
Yep. Seeing the draft now, do you lean more towards Alk in the mid or safe lane, Ben?
I have no idea. Because I don't know what he's going to be matched up against. I guess Nyx, that's a super easy lane for Alk.
Yep.
Do you even want Alk to go with the Radiance build this game? I suppose so.
I think he'd stick with it.
He has good axe carriers. You can also just go right click, because they have a lot of minus armor. I think like Venge, and then presumably Visage is going to get a Solar Crest.
Yeah.
So you can just go right click build. You don't need the Radiance, because that's way worse versus Nyx.
It's still just one hero. Like I feel
That's
like
true.
it's not like Nyx is gonna single-handedly destroy your game. I mean, it could. Like we don't. Who knows how? Like Exodus has had some great performances, but I think you maybe just play out with the philosophy like, hey, we're gonna get ahead, farm well. It doesn't matter if he gets stunned with the Radiance.
Yeah, when has he not gotten Radiance?
Yeah. The old OG used to do that back like around Frankfurt times, but those were different days.
Seems like OG is expecting that Nyx Assassin to be for Babulka. They banned out Legion Commander for his success.
Yeah, I thought Legion was going to be the pick for the offlane earlier before the Nyx, because it's just such a strong laning hero and allows the supports to roam. But offlane options kind of limited with the Legion ban, at least top tier offlaners.
I think they need more burst.
Oh!
Ice Stalker. That's a way to catch out Tinker.
Yeah.
That's a...
They've gone full anti-Tinker with this draft.
Oi. I mean, they were probably they were expecting a Tinker, knowing that OP has one of the better Tinkers out there. But that's
Have we seen Ice Stalker at all?
No, I don't think so.
Good against Nyx as well, like that Axe jam, like you're never gonna get snuck up on by Nyx.
Hey, talk about vision control, yeah.
Makes life tough for Lifestealer too. Can't see anything. Can't rage.
I can almost feel the headache coming out of the screen. He looks concerned. He does. Alright. Full position. Full position Nyx.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like at least. We have seen some full position bats, but I haven't seen that from IG.
Bat is Night Stalker is actually usually picked against Bat. This is going to be really tough for her.
Yeah.
Bat in this game.
Alright, let's go through predictions. Ben, we'll start.
I will think that the Tinker is going to own because that's his best hero, and I'll go with IG this game.
Okay. I think OG, I think the Vision, like they have no Vision heroes against Night Stalker. They're playing a draft that's hard to play without Vision, so I'm going to think OG.
I'm going to go for OG as well. I think the drafts are actually fairly even, but OG is the better team, in my opinion.
What about you, Paul?
I don't get to add on to the end. There's no point in doing that.
You can choose.
No, I have to be neutral, Ben. I have to stay on the line. Go OG!
Stoic.
Right then, let's head downstairs to our commentary team for the upper bracket final. OG versus IG. Game 1.
Thank you very much, Paul. There's a little bit of a green flare around the stadium slightly.
Yeah,
there's still a little bit of a
is.
tint going on, but I feel like it's still a home field advantage nonetheless. IG versus OG, of course. There were some interesting picks there towards the end, and you mentioned you called out the clockwork during the draft, but you also had a caveat, which was this hero is pretty rough to play. What, talk to me about it.
I said Clockwork games are few and far between. Right. It has to be a really good Clockwork game to be a Clockwork game, and this is definitely a Clockwork game, and I still was like, I don't know. And then OG was just like, oh yeah, you think that's something, right? Let me go ahead and pick Night Stalker. That is another hero that is like, super far out of the meta, doesn't fit very well, but maybe it does
Maybe
work here.
it does work here. They're looking to be able to have a vision advantage. They want to be able to shut the Tinker down. This is, I think, very OG. I think they theory crafted this whole entire season and said they're going to pick up Tinker. We're not going to ban it. We're going to try and counter it with our pickups. This is a test for OG. I think this is a test for OG and a test for OP's Tinker.
Totally, and you also look at the way that the crowd reacted there at the very beginning. They got Tinker and Lifestealer, both of these incredibly signature heroes, and they say that, in this series, we're not going to be and shine back from what you have. We're going to try and run something together. And I'm looking at the Night Stalker too and trying to figure out how this is going to work, because it's a hero that sometimes does run into problems just getting his towers ran down all across the map. And do you feel like OG's lineup might come online a little bit late for this, or do you think that it's going to be okay?
No, I think their timing is going to be fine. It's just a question of whether or not they can keep that timing window that they have and keep hitting with little to no mistakes. Clockwork and Night Stalker, super aggressive heroes. They love to be able to find these pickoffs. The problem is that IG are going to be playing pretty 4-man heavy and trying to be either aggressive or playing around the Tinker, one or the other. So I'm not entirely sure if Clockwork is going to be able to find his openings. That's the problem, is like Clockwork is an offlane hero. It's super hard for him to be able to find windows into the game because of the fact that like there's teams so grouped up. You don't get these traditional solo pickoffs very easily. And this is why Tinker is one of the few meta heroes that Clockwork is actually, he becomes a viable pickup because that hero is solo so often.
Well, you can see right here as well, Burning coming to contest the farm a little bit at least. S4 does look like he might have another cogs up. He's going to be able to push him twice, so very low on mana to start this one off.
Yeah, it does mean that this whole entire play, he's protecting the Bound Rune. That's fantastic. It does mean his creep equilibrium is not going to be as ideal. He could have done like the Bulba trick and done like a double cog situation, but S4 is playing selfless here, trying to protect the Alchemist Bounty Rune as best he can.
And gets a couple of the creeps blocked off there for as well. Jarex needs a second to try and figure out what he wants to do. Indeed, boots
what
first for
does
him.
Jarex want to do?
Yeah. Well, so this is the thing that I'm kind of wondering about as well, because you go for the boots first. Oftentimes we've been seeing like a position 4, pick up the Iron Talon and head off into the jungle. But this signals to me that he wants to get aggressive even before the first nighttime, which does seem a little bit peculiar given the heroes that you have here on IGV, or rather IG.
I think he really wants to be able to zone out this Bat Rider. It's a problem hero for sure, and they do have really good kill potential with their tri-lane. So Bat Rider, you want to be able to shut him out, and OG does have the capability to do so. The Night Stalker, once he does hit that 4-minute window and we get our first nighttime, is going to be really powerful, because most likely he's only going to have one level of his passive by that point in time, by 4 minutes in. So you're going to feel even better having those early boots and having a huge movement speed advantage over many of these heroes. I anticipate Jarex to be spending a lot of time in that mid lane as soon as he zones out the Bat Rider. You want to keep that Bat Rider down, secure your safe lane first, and then go ahead and roam on OP all day, every day.
Well, OP in the meantime is going to take advantage of not having that Night Stalker in the lane, at least at the very start of this, as throws out a couple of lasers onto Ana, and this is going to be a little bit of a contentious one. And in the top lane, you can see just a lot of potential for aggression up here as they've brought Bobica in as well.
Clockwork versus CM Lifestealer should be pretty good for Clockwork. He's got great zoning. He's got great ways to protect himself against the Lifestealer CM. Burning away Burning's mana pretty early and making sure he doesn't have rage and open wounds is a great preemptive way to do so. And if CM does frostbite you, just try and get that cogs off before the Lifestealer closes the distance.
And you can see Salve used as well by the Alchemist here. He's not off to a terrible start, but the real story, at least for me, is how much the Venge has gained relative to the Lifestealer. Lifestealer 8-1, and No-Tail has been at least a little bit hampered in this, not feeling completely confident because of XSS, keeping that pressure on with the Bat Rider. And, Visage, a very strong laning hero in a lot of ways, but needs to be able to get up at least a couple of levels to have Soul Assumption and Grave Chill.
Yeah, I really love what IG's doing here, because they knew the pressure was going to come the way of the Bat Rider for the first 4 minutes, so they're protecting that farm with Bobica. He's just kind of like standing there. He's got this Nyx Assassin with a poor man's shield, really tough to be able to eat through because his high armor and high health regen. So the harassment of these heroes.
Oh, and first blood drawn by Burning in the bottom lane, just getting a bit too far forward, and I guess Clockwork not having the capability to cast out the cogs in that instance. Maybe it was on cooldown?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was because he only got caught by one real big spell, right? Oh, did he get the haste rune off that?
No. Q is going to take it and apply a little bit of harassment. No mana right now for the Crystal Maiden to make anything happen, but can still at least deny away that rune from the Clockwork.
Yeah, that feels pretty bad. S4 missed a little bit of CS action during that time, failed to get the rune.
And you can see still up here in this top lane, there's constant threat of getting gone on. And, you know, normally Nyx Assassin's Stun is something that you could dodge away with the Visage or a Vengeful Spirit. It's very heavily telegraphed, but when you have all of these stacks of sticky Napalm on you, it's a little bit more difficult to make that work.
And this is the problem with the Visage as well. Like we said, OG has never really been tested as a team, I would say. Like they just kind of rolled through everybody so far in this tournament, and their Visage has gone highly uncontested. Nobody's ran like a really strong aggro duo or aggro tri-lane against this Visage and managed to pressure like they should. Here we're seeing it.
Yeah, big stun now on XSS. They're trying to bring him down, but No-Tail is really the one that's in trouble. Void slowing him down, but it's not enough to be able to create that kill. They are still going to get the kill onto the Bat Rider, but now Bobica maybe in a little bit of trouble as well. The Soul Assumption is starting to stack up, and it looks like they aren't going to be able to go for that one, but still a lot of pressure.
Fly, he didn't really have the mana, and Nyx Assassin is honestly too tanky. That's a great trade for IG because they want to be able to shut down this Vengeful Spirit. It's not a core that comes back into the game very easily, and then on top of that, Nyx Assassin is a perfectly acceptable 4 position to take over that off lane whenever the Bat Rider dies. So you know, great trade for IG. They're really exposing the weakness of this Visage pickup. We, theory-crafted and talked about it quite a bit, and we're finally seeing it in action here.
And you can see the CS across the board into the favor of the side of IG, and OP really the one that's leading that with 10 denies, almost the amount that Alchemist has CS at this point. So that is not where you want to be. S4 gone on again by Burning. The right click's coming through, but without any other great control. They are rotating in the CM, and with the phase boots, they might be able to pull it in, but a good cog, salve up, S4 playing it safe.
S4 holding to the right-hand side, trying to get the most of his healing salve because he knows like the CM could pop up. Oh. Not sure if he realizes, oh no, they do have a ward.
Well, in the meantime, XSS goes down in the top lane, and S4 gone upon again. They do have a way to control him. Frostbite used, slowed up, rooted. Battery Assault trying to create that separation and does manage to get the cogs off. S4 away by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, pretty good read because they did have that ward on the bottom runes, so that invis was probably scouted by the clock, and he still positioned himself decently far out there. Bat Rider dying, pretty unfortunate there. Not sure exactly what went down, but it is keeping Jerix's Night Stalker up at top. That's fantastic for OP. That's all they really want to do is just create space for this Tinker to continue to shut down Alchemist's farm and get his boots of travel.
Now a movement from the mid. This could be heading top. It is nighttime, so you got to be at least slightly cognizant of this Night Stalker. Went for the 1-1-1 build as far as skills are concerned, so he does at least have that extra movement speed to get him into position, but if they start stacking up these sticky napalms, there could be some potential for a kill onto No-Tail. Bobica walks forward. There's the Grave Chill turning onto XSS. Nova at least to start it out. Fly is quite dangerous in this laning stage. Soul Assumption's going to be back up again, but not quite enough mana. It looks like they are going to try and turn this. Jerix is going to have to back out. And does look like everybody's just going to walk away from that one.
Everyone's so tanky. I'm a little bit surprised IG tried to make this support rotation up to top lane, simply because if you look at a Visage, he's got Cloak. You have the Night Stalker, naturally tanky as well. Vengeful Spirit as a core is decently tanky. We'll get a lot more as time goes on in that he gets a lot of strength per level, which is important. So it's kind of tough for them just to be able to burst down one hero.
Ooh, and actually Fly is now going to possibly drop, taking a lot of damage, manages one Soul Assumption before it gets off, but No-Tail under fire is going to end up dropping maybe Jerix. Can he be the difference maker? Bobica, Pop the Mango, does have another Impale, but they do not decide to go onto the rest of Invictus Gaming. And it's kind of interesting because Visage actually ended up going for a no cloak build to start. He got a second point up there into Soul Assumption, so less tanky than normal.
Yeah, that is very surprising considering the aggression that they're facing up against. I thought Fly would have tried to protect himself, but I guess he probably feels like the layers aren't really that effective against the Firefly. That's really what they have to play around. Be super aggressive when you know Firefly is down like they were earlier, and just try and sometimes bait out Firefly if possible against these aggro Batrider lanes. I think OG's done pretty well to manage that. It's just, again, the problem is they're drawing so much attention, and that's IG's win in a nutshell. Right? It's kind of like a coin toss. Whether or not they're actually going to be able to get some of these kills in these engagements all kind of starts on who initiates on who first. But ultimately, OP, he's free farming away. He will have his boots of travel coming in pretty quickly. Everything's kind of going well. Like, the first nighttime has just been dodged. Jerix did not have an impact on Tinker's farm.
And that's something that you obviously want to be able to at least build some amount of momentum early on. He didn't even venture into that lane in the least bit. A little bit of a different role than we've seen Jerix play in the past. And I think that it makes sense also that the other thing that's nice about Soul Assumption in the laning phase is that as you get more levels into it, the mana cost of it actually goes down. And all these heroes on OG running out of mana, you know, they all have mana issues. But No-Tail continuing to farm. They are bringing more heroes to the top lane again. Nyx Assassin is there. Tinker just trying to finish off those boots of travel. And they will again force No-Tail back.
Q is just running at him. There's no way they catch him, but No-Tail is not happy with his farm, that's for sure. 2100, Venge, again, I can't say it enough. Venge is not a hero that comes back well. So they've got to be able to win some team fights around this Vengeful Spirit for her to really be able to get back into the game. Fortunately, she is a core that can accomplish a lot more than most, around 10 to 15 minutes with just her basic skill set, just having the levels rather than needing some certain key items.
And the other thing to kind of keep in the back of our minds throughout this is that you do have this Alchemist who's going to get a lot, but I feel like a broken record when we say it so often that it ends up being the situation where your Alchemist is very farmed, the other heroes very much not so. And you look at Clockwork, actually the second lowest net worth at this point in time in the game, but this is kind of a hero that can still survive and make things happen with just levels, right?
Yeah, I think if I want to look at the win conditions for these two teams, I think OG is definitely more focused on the early game, kind of similar to what we saw from the last series of EG Newbie. The team with the Alchemists actually wanted to be able to end faster because IG have drafted themselves much better late game opportunities with the Tinker and I would say Lifestealer's a fitting matchup against Alchemist late game. You have the big increase in armor from the Alchemist as he picks up some items, but he's still relatively effective. So I think it's actually just because they have this Venge core and Clockwork, most notably, is another core that drops off significantly. I think with those IG, they're going to control the late game. They're pretty happy with the early games going, so OG just have to hit really hard in the mid game.
We'll keep our eyes on that, of course, and see if they're able to make it happen. Right now, Alchemist continuing to farm towards that Radiance. In a relatively decent clip as Fly places down a couple of deep wards. It's worth noting they've placed some really good vision here. Some in towards mid lane, a couple in the jungle, in some slightly strange spots. That one might have been scouted by the Radiant ward that was in the area as well. But Burning pressuring this tower. The Cogs actually pull Burning inside of it. How are they setting up for this kill? And there's just going to be a jump inside the catapult. They aren't going to be able to find it.
Roll on out. First rotation of No-Tail, not really accomplishing much. They saw an opportunity, it was just underneath the creep wave, so really good play by Burning.
And OP is getting closer to those boots of travel. Man, this guy, he's been playing on a tear for his Tinker. Every game that we've seen him, I feel like he's always had just such a huge impact.
Bobica. I am surprised he has his level 6 already.
Oh, he's going to walk into a ward, though.
Yeah.
They might set up on this. Jerix is baiting it out. Oh, they're going to be able to find this kill in just a second, maybe? They're not bringing in the rest of the heroes. S4 is going to rotate up towards top. They throw the Void now, keeping their eyes on him. Drop another sentry. There's the hook shot in. And S4 able to find that kill.
I think they wanted to wait until the...
Fly. They're there. A lot of damage. OP is going to TP in, and they do find that kill. Burning picking it up.
See if they can get the familiar as well. Oh, looks like not quite enough.
one nice thing about this too is that the Fly was able to get a lot of experience in the mid lane while they left, but now the movement in, they've decided to go for it. Ana is diving deep for this one. He's not going to be able to hit the silence, and Bernie going to find that kill. Now looking for more. Jerix is going to go down as well. Can they find any more? I don't know if they're quite going to get within range, as up top, Clockwork, he's also in some trouble. They tried to bring down Q, but it's not going to happen. Oh man, OG under fire early on in this one.
They are just not getting the connections. Now, no tail. I don't think Burning actually gets this, or maybe he can. It's going to be just enough. Oh no.
Oh, went for the infest play, but wasn't quite enough damage.
Now he's a little bit overextended, maybe. No, OP covers them pretty well.
Jerix they're TPing into that one. That might have been a bit too bold by OG. You can feel, though, that they want to make something happen here.
Yeah, absolutely. They should, right? It's nighttime with a Night Stalker. It's your second night. The most effective night of all for Night Stalkers around, especially the support ones. So they have to make something happen here, but IG are covering themselves really well. They're choosing the right kind of engagements. What I love about IG and OP Tinker is it's not just OP and how he plays the Tinker, it's how his team plays around him. They like to group up a lot with the Tinker, a lot more, right? What OP does is he protects their tower pushes. It's kind of similar to a Terrorblade.
And now a jump forward. I mean, their tower pushes are going to be pushed, and you're going to see S4 also get caught. He does still have that hook shot if he wants to try and turn onto this, but as you said, they're there. They've got the March of the Machines going. There's a chance for rockets and lasers to come out as well after the fact, and this tier 1 tower is going to drop.
Yeah, it's just spiraling out of control for OG. What happened was they had a bad couple engagements, right?
Q? Okay, that's something.
That's a one-off. It's consolation prize for OG, essentially. The Ana choosing to push forward, right, with Jerix and trying to get that kill. Them losing that, and then Clockwork also dying at top, meant they weren't able to set up on a defense of a tower. And you can't afford that. Against a Tinker, you have to play really proactive. You have to play proactive in your vision. You have to play proactive in your movement, set traps for the Tinker. But also when it comes to IG's pushes, you have to set up before they do. You have to actually initiate before OP can lay down these March of the Machines. Otherwise, you're giving up your tower, essentially. The March kind of cancels the tower's advantage almost entirely. And, what's bottom?
Bottom lane, they pick up the kill onto Jerix, one of these heroes that's normally very tanky and not going to go down, but they are going to get, that was so sick by Bobica, the spike carapace, and then they get the stone at S4 and follow it up with the kill. All right, IG, they came to play today.
They
happy about it.
Certainly did. They got a very comfort lineup for them. Support Nyx Assassin has not been what Bobica has been running primarily in this tournament, but it is a Chinese Nyx Assassin, and he's a great support player. He's making a lot of plays happen. They've got their OP Tinker. They've got a Burning Lifestealer. OG essentially just said, all right, IG, we're going to kind of give you everything that you want. We're going to try and counter it with some unique pickups of ourselves.
And you look at this lineup, and there is still the chance. Like OG, the style of play that they can make with this type of gank is exactly what they need. They're going to move forward. XSS is there. They throw out the flame break, almost bringing him down, and they are going to be able to get one kill. The swap in from Q, breaking that freezing field and picking up another one.
Greedy by those two supports. They may both get caught because of this one. Jerix is going to try and hunt him down.
Phase boots. He's very swift right now, choosing to chase forward. Do they have the dust? They get within range. Void is there. Bobica going to drop. They also had a purge creep as well. And with the vision, with the magic missile, this should be another kill going their way. You do have OP that's in the area as well. We'll see if OG try and take that fight as well.
Big misplay there from Bobica and Q. At the moment the Batrider got jumped by that many heroes, they just needed to back up. It didn't matter, like, the high ground advantage. They thought, like, this is going to be some sick play, this freezing field placement and stuff, but they just needed to back away as soon as possible and try and limit the loss of heroes. Sometimes those kind of plays can cost you a lot of tempo. Fortunately, it doesn't here. OG were not in a position to be able to take a tower at all. All that really resulted is a little bit of gold back in their coffers, and also some time for Ana to be able to continue to farm up that jungle. He is sitting at 11K compared to the 8K of Burning. It's not quite the lead that an Alchemist wants to be able to have in a true Alchemist game, but it is kind of close. I would say about this point, you usually want to be around 4 to 5K ahead.
Oh my God, this is going to be a huge engagement. They do not realize right now that OG is smoked up on the high ground. They're going to try and go for wraparound. They do scan it out now. So now they spot them. XSS goes there, jumps onto the bench. There's no save here, but they are still going to be able to bring down the Batrider after losing the Vengeful Spirit. Jarex is going to drop as well. Burning was on top of him. Now Fly turning, trying to kill off Burning. The 4-step play, it's going to save his life. And Q with the freezing field, zoning out the rest of OG. There is another stun that's being thrown.
Oh, Q is just trying to stay ahead of this unstable concoction, but it's not going to happen. Anna will clean up that extra kill, turning it into a 3-for-3 exchange. Definitely favorable to OG, I would say. Well, I'm actually not entirely sure. Looks like they did come out on top with both gold and experience a bit. I don't know, what's the network chart really looking at? Oh, never mind.
We'll see in just a second, but yeah, this great opening again onto the Venge. You know that that's the hero you have to jump because the swap's there. And so Jarek's going to fall as well. I guess the nice part about this is that Ana doesn't die. He's able to get some more gold. And even when this fight started, he was starting to build that substantial lead against the Lifestealer.
Yeah, this is where IG, like, they can play a 4-man aggressive style sometimes, but the Alchemist is now in fighting status, so they have to be careful. They have to be real picky about the battles that they take. You want to prolong this game if you're IG. I don't think you want to fight too heavily into Venge, Clockwork, Nightstalker at 18 minutes. This next nighttime is going to be the big window for OG to start taking objectives. IG, how well do they defend their mid tower? I'm not entirely sure. It could be just one of those they just give up and avoid fighting entirely.
Oh, they're bringing in the Nyx. This might be somewhat okay if they can pull back and kill off Ana. Because they're starting to bring them low. The swap out is going to find the kill. Burning picks it up. Wicked 6-3. OP, though, is starting to go up as well. 2 for him early on. They just tore through OG.
I think those familiars got cleaned up as well, so that's an extra 200 gold. 3 heroes down. That's big. IG, they did defend their mid tower. It's like the ultimate Tinker tower. You can tell how like far ahead or far behind a Tinker lineup is and how well they defend their mid tower. If they're ahead, they'll defend it to the death. If they're behind, it might just be something they give up in exchange for more, like, you know, split pushing and farming time. And IG, they made a great read there.
And you've got these great complementary items as well. Q picking up the urn. It's up to 5 charges right now as well already, just because of how active this game has been. And this is going to allow them to keep the pressure on and, you know, sustain the push as it comes out whenever they want to take that opportunity. But now Burning, he is over here on the low ground. Ana's going to run into him. This is going to be a stun, a chance to possibly open up onto IG. Grave Chill as well. Burning, it's going to be swapped back in. They have the hook shot, a little bit off the mark, does still find the stun, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Burning is going to fall, and now I think IG, they're willing to at least push back OG.
Yeah, so that's okay. Like their Lifestealer got caught, huge kill for OG, but the important thing is, you don't overcommit to that team fight. It was going to be a bad one, so Batrider and CM kind of staying back. Batrider in particular, right? He could have played that a lot more aggressively, and he probably just would have been an added kill for OG. Now, OG with that pickoff on Burning should be able to take this mid tower. They chipped it down to practically nothing earlier, so that is going to be a freebie. Roshan is a possibility for the future, though their damage is a big lackluster right now. They got to get better control of their side lanes as well. No Tail's trying to deal with a bottom lane push out. I do like the Helmet Dominator, though. That'll help him have some side lane presence when he's not actually there with his hero.
Yeah. And the other thing that I'm noticing here and thinking about the way these next couple team fights work out, you do still have this Nyx Assassin that's a great answer to the Alchemist. You pop the Spike Carapace, you get the initiation off, you can follow it up with an Infest Bomb possibly with the Batrider. It increases your attack range significantly, as we do see the Radiance Alchemist moving through, but XSS on the Batrider is going towards the jungle. They want to pick up some kills here. S4 and Fly are the targets. Will they catch them here? Smoke breaks. Oh, they're guessing the wrong way. They dropped down a ward. Fly, he is going to be caught. And that's probably not as big of a kill as they would have hoped for.
Yeah, it would have been nice to be able to pick up one of the cores, but I think it's still fitting enough. You forced the Clockwork to TP backwards. You've got free reign on hitting that tier 2 for a few seconds at the bare minimum. and it looks like OG are not actually rotating defended at all. So maybe you take this tier 2, and OG in return will take your tier 1 safe lane. Still favorable for IG.
Talked earlier about that Helm of the Dominator as well in the Vengeful Spirit. We saw the creep that he was using earlier, the Purge one, to try and get a setup onto somebody. Now you have sort of a similar thing with the net from the Dark Troll Summoner to allow them to find that extra bit of catch. He's a pretty quick little creep.
Remember how fast Newbie closed out that game 3, right? They had a rough laning phase 2, and they had this, Vengeful Spirit, and they were able to just completely destroy objectives very quickly. IG do need to keep that in mind, right? These one-off pickoffs, they're like, it hurts, but it's not the end of the world, right? You can easily recover. It's going to be the one big-time team fight that gets OG truly in control of this game.
And so we do see, again, IG just trying to get themselves set up. Probably Roshan in their, at least, mind's eye. Is there sort of the key pick? Oh, OP actually going to be caught. The magic missile is going to connect. They find the hook shot as well, and that is a very value pickup. CM is there as well, but they do not want to try and take that fight in the least bit. This might actually open up the value for Roche.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Alchemist and Venge in the same place at the same time. You got a successful kill on Tinker, who's probably one of the harder heroes to play Roshan around. So Aegis time for them, building into a lot of auras just like we saw last time. So Solar Crest for Fly. We're going to have the early Vlad's pick up. What does our Clockwork have? Is it probably just like a Force Staff or something? Yeah, Force Staff is his item. What about Jerix? Jerix has had some, not really much progression actually. He's going to work on a Force Staff as well. Trying to deal with Burning's Lifestealer as best as possible.
So to me, this feels like it could be one of those turning points that you were talking about there, and how quickly things can swap around. That OG, they pick up the Aegis, they have a lot of farm still on this central Alchemist, and while IG do have ways to deal with him, laser to stop the right clicks, ostensibly a Bat Rider to control him, so many times we've seen these Alchemists become an indomitable force that just takes over the game. Do you see that happening in this one?
But it's going to be, I don't think that one pickoff is going to be the turning point. I think they still need a couple more, and how well they use this Aegis is yet to be seen. IG's place, I would be telling myself they were going to get Aegis eventually, right? Like they hit they're going to have a really good time. Boba, okay, that was their own counterward.
Yeah.
So a setup here. He's got Tinker rotating across.
No Tail might be sensing that something is up though, and that hurts when Bobica is sitting around there for so long and not able to go onto the Vengeful Spirit. I believe he did spot out though that the bounty rune is taken, so should realize somebody's in the area.
I think No Tail's pretty comfortable with his HP right now. Nyx Assassin can't even come close to bursting him down, and I'm not even sure if with laser and rockets if it would be enough. It might have to be like a second round of rockets in order to get that kill. So he's being like a little bit more solo than you would probably expect.
Hook shot in, they catch there onto Bobica. Spike Carapace has been popped, and there's going to be Magic Missile, a couple right clicks. They have the dust as well to finish him off. Swap in. The familiars might even be the ones that pick this up, but with the stun available,
baby. Buy some time. That's all you can do.
Yeah, Bobica's going to drop though, and that ward being the one that set it all up.
Oh, look at OP. Oh, Jerix. Even so, like if he gets that, he'd need mass rotations to the shrine, and I'm not sure if he would get it.
Oh, he's actually going for this. On to Bobica. The rest of his team is TPing in on the shrine, but do they realize the rest of the heroes in the area? Burning and Lifestealer is already on top. Trouble Q with the freezing field is destroying No Tail off to the side, but they do manage to get to the shrine. That might be enough to save the day. Fly trying to bring him low. Ana is just not going to die. Burning decides that he doesn't want any more. There's 3 already dead for IG. Burning starting to get ran down, and if No Tail can quite find vision, there's the swap back in. XSS actually gets the jump and the Force Staff away. Flame Break to create that separation.
Oh, nice Manta dodge, but ultimately he was like, he needed to get that unstable concoction range, and XXS played that beautifully. Quick reactions on the Blink Dagger, instant Force Staff as well. And that was one of those big team fights, I think. IG, I think they looked at that and they thought maybe to themselves like, oh, they're just not going to be able to rotate fast enough. We're already set up. But the problem was like one of the big threatening heroes is Ana's Alchemist. They could have committed harder to kill that Alchemist, but he still wasn't worth it to them. Alchemist, and maybe there's a fight that breaks out from there. It's okay, but as it is, he's got that extra life. OG managed to get a good fight and a tier 2 up.
What was this 4,000 net worth lead into the favor of IG, right around experience, is now starting to swing into the of OG, and it does feel like this is what we always knew could happen, at least a little bit. How do you respond to this if you're IG now? What's the, is there anything?
Patient.
Just be
patient. Keep telling yourself, like, okay, we have good late game. We have really good pick-off potential. We have very strong high ground defense, right? Because you've got that. I would say Nyx Assassin is a strong high ground defending hero, and Tinker obviously is huge. So just remind yourself, like, okay, things have gone bad in the mid game, but we also knew this is when OG was going to be quite strong. So everything's still kind of following the formula. Even if you maybe exceeded expectations in the laning phase and stuff like that, it still doesn't matter. Everything's kind of going according to the overall game plan of these two strategies matching up against each other. Don't freak out.
Well, there we go. As it does look like the Assault Cuirass has been finished for Ana. Clearly wanting to take down these objectives, giving that extra bit of physical damage out there. Also, we saw briefly the Nyx Assassin, after going for the Midas, is now going back for an Aghanim Scepter. So sort of continuing that narrative that we've been talking about of holding high ground defense. It's certainly a huge item for IG and their ability to hold that high ground, but it does feel like we're sort of almost waiting around for the next round.
Yeah, I would actually say that the high ground defense is so important that if OG can take a tier 3, not even necessarily taking the Raxus, but if they can take a tier 3 in the next Aegis timing, then I think they've got the game. Because at that point in time, you really limit the Tinker quite a bit, because you take away the shrines. This is what Tinker, like, this is why Tinker is quite good in this particular meta. Oh, that's, well, that's an okay pickoff. Like, it's just a gimme for IG, doesn't mean too much to OG.
Yeah, I mean, anything at this point is pretty good for them, considering that Ana is still so hard to deal with. Obviously, Aegis gone at this point. He's actually queuing up the first Aghanim Scepter. So we talked a lot about Jerax not having a lot. Do you give this over to the Night Stalker, in your opinion?
Yes, I believe so. This is kind of in combination with the whole go high ground and take that tier 3, take the shrines, get aggressive vision down, play around with an Aghanim's Night Stalker gem, and what can the enemy team really do? Like, they have very limited options to be able to push outside of their base against Ag's Night Stalker.
And the other thing that we talked about and we've seen in a couple of these games is the Vengeful Spirit being able to be that high ground breaking hero in a lot of ways, swapping out. We saw the game even against a sniper, it ended up working.
Yeah, you actually pointed this as maybe like a sleeper hero of the tournament, right? You said that like this could be one of the more important tournaments in this final area of the game, and I kind of agree with you. I think that this Vengeful Spirit has actually figured out like some sort of key to be able to break high ground against some of the tougher heroes. This level 3 swap is really high range. The timings of the Vengeful Spirit are quite strong. It just, like, we've been looking at this tournament, and I would say like 80% of the games have gone to the team with the better late game. Maybe the Vengeful Spirit is the way you crack that code.
Right. Maybe it's the answer to so much greed that we've been seeing here as Ana Solar Crest in hand. They get the vision, get the stun. That's on to 2, but they also stun out Ana. Do they realize the rest of OG is here? A really big cogs. There is going to be a counter impale, but I don't know if it's going to be enough damage. Ana's going to be pulled back in, but do you really want this Alchemist closer to you? Burning on top of him. Ana trying to continue the chase, is not going to quite be able to hit the stun onto Burning, but still, you're assaulting high ground. 2 are dead from IG.
Yep, good situation for OG to be in. They know they've got 30 seconds to be able to work with for some buybacks maybe, or not. What are they backing up to? Maybe take the tier 2 top?
Okay.
I don't think Roshan's up yet, so playing it a little bit safe. I thought maybe they'd take advantage of this time where the initiation just isn't there from the Batrider, but they probably don't feel comfortable trying to test high ground against mass March of the Machines.
Yeah, and I guess that in a lot of ways for OG, you still have so much more room to grow on a lot of these heroes. This first Aghanim Scepter is coming out, and you know, I almost wonder if they even give it over to the Venge.
No, I think Ag's Night Stalker is such a game changer. It's one of the biggest Aghanim's upgrades in the game. It makes the hero, right? Like, there's no way they pick Night Stalker without either, well, you can't put him as a 3 position, I don't think. So I think it's literally just with Alchemist, right? Put a support Night Stalker that has an Alchemist on the team. That's really the only way that hero is viable. So OG, they're beginning to hit those timings. They still have plenty of other Aghanim Scepters that are quite strong to give away.
Oh, XSS pulls back in 1. That's Fly. It's a decent kill, absolutely. But I'm sure that they were hoping for a little bit more as well.
I think Fly really likes this this Visage, 5 support sort of situation, because it's like, well, you kill me, but I'm still doing something, right? I still got my birds to be able to work around. I can farm, I can check out Roshan. He's scouting the pit right now. Looks like 1 minute until Rosh is up.
Wow, and another pickup here. Ana just gonna let him die in the acid spray. No respect.
Cool guys don't look at kills, Gabe.
That's something I need to learn, definitely. Yeah. I don't get to kill heroes in games. I just play Dazzle and Grave.
Oh, you're the saving hero. Wow. Unfortunately, you do have. Maybe that's also a thing. Just shallow grave and walk away, Gabe.
That's the cool guys don't look at shallow graves. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, Nyx Assassin, he's getting closer to his Aghanim Scepter, and that might be that other factor that allows them to get towards a defensive high ground. And while you do have OG hitting a really strong timing, in a lot of ways, IG will as well. You've got AC done on Lifestealer, countering out what the Alchemist is doing in a lot of ways, and the Tinker, he's got Aghanim Scepter with the Aether Lens completed. They're not looking too shabby.
They're not looking too shabby for high ground defense, but everything else is questionable. I'm not even sure if they're going to be able to push out and defend Roshan. I think they probably will. I think they'll try, but I don't think the fight will go well for them. There's just too much control for OG when they have this Ags Gem combination. Very tough to be able to get a surprise, play onto Rosh. I'm not sure if they can actually burst down a hero because there are all these defensive 4-staffs on the side of OG, because they mostly just have to worry about the Lifestealer's damage, right? They stop the lasso with a swap, and then they 4-staff the heroes being targeted by Lifesteal, and they've sort of countered the initiation from IG.
Well, they're looking, but not finding. OG wise to the situation are on the other side of the map. As far as wards are concerned, able to get one down over by the shrine, so could see some movement in. But with Fly's birds in the Rosh pit, there's a very unlikely situation that IG could even go in and take down Roshan without somebody knowing that it was up.
Yeah, I think IG should probably a gem of their own pretty soon here, because smokes are the best way for them to be able to work around this Ags Night Stalker problem and such. But first they have to limit some of the aggressive vision, because it makes it super obvious. If lanes are pushing in, which they kind of always are, and there's aggressive vision down, you just put 2 and 2 together if you're OG and like, okay, no heroes in mid, no heroes in top. There's no heroes in the jungle area near those areas, so unless they're just all standing in a circle inside their base, they have to be smoking out.
And the other thing too is that it's hide away. You don't need to end up going out. I feel like the real thing that OG could, like the huge detrimental thing that could happen is you find it before we're getting close to nighttime, just about a minute and a half away, and then you end up losing that momentum that you've built up throughout this game. And with tanked Lifestealer, certainly heroes that can take a fight, heroes that are trying to run away from them.
Gabe, I think this might just be a magic missile piercing spell immunity game, right? Because the Vengeance Aura it's really big. I think 90% of the time you're going to go for that. But he's only really increasing his own damage. You got this Lifestealer who's a big problem.
Well, maybe there's not even a problem if S4 can find him. Q actually is going to interrupt it. I'm not sure if he was aiming for him or not, but nonetheless, they will take that kill on the CM.
Another Aghanim Scepter coming in fast. What's that going to be? Is that going to be could be a Vengeance one?
It looks like he actually already gave one to Clockwork as well. So
yep,
there we go.
Yeah. They got him all over. It's kind of cool because now Clockwork, thanks to this Midas, and they're prolonging their window. This is what all of these teams are doing. One of these lineups, and they have a little bit more of a mid-game focus. They prolong their lineups by being able to get like these Midases and playing some efficiency games. Midas here, it's like the Aghanim Scepter going to Clockwork.
Jarek's chasing. He wants this one bad. Swap from a million miles away. XSS going to dropped. Bobica not even able to make that separation. Is back with the cogs. Can they take any more? That's going to be an Ags laser starting to spray out damage, and OG forced to back. but still, big kill.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't have to worry about this bat for a little while. Looks like they just want to control the lanes. They gotta get everything pushed in once again. So what is it? He's not giving it to Visage, he's giving it to Venge, it looks like, this Aghanim Scepter. That's also acceptable. I think it's just kind of like a question of like who is gonna end up dying here. The Visage extra bird is really nice, but the what do you even call it? The spirit, eventual spirit?
Yeah, it's like a weird illusion thing.
Yeah, whatever it is, it's like, you know, he's going to be swapping and he's going to try and sacrifice his life to be able to get this Tinker out of position. And if they do target him down, well, he's still going to have some efficacy in the team fight with that, you know, extra spirit. He's going to still have his auras out there. He's still going to be able to cast Magic Missile. Maybe there's the spell immunity pierced in there as well. You know, there's a lot of cool situations where this Aghanim Scepter, again, it like prolongs. You look at Vengeful Spirit and you're like, okay, this is your timing window, but given it a free Aghanim Scepter, that prolongs it. Give it a free Moon Shard, prolongs it even more. You get Clockwork and Aghanim Scepter, all of a sudden he's able to go for some items he normally isn't able to. Looks like he's choosing Lincolns for this game. Probably more for on the front line. The hardest part is like, how's Vengeful Spirit going to right-click Alchemist? How are they going to right-click this tier 3 when they're getting lasered? So they've got to be able to solve some of these problems of cracking the defense of IG.
Yeah, and maybe it is just that initiation with the swap immediately into a Magic Missile, one of the cores, probably trying to find the Tinker. And they've got a lot of different ways to get on top of that Tinker. A Blink Dagger now picked as well for the Night Stalker. That long duration silence is amazing. So
yeah, what does OP really do about that?
Ana gets jumped on. He's in there in the middle of it, but they pull back in. No Tail is going to be now caught up by the Bat Rider, and OP might start going to town. Ana very low. They've got the Q damage coming out as well. OP might continue the chase, but he's actually out of mana, so they need to hold on for the second. Another stun. They're starting to bring him down. The Manta, can he get out of there? It doesn't look like it. Burning is going to find the kill. So huge for IG.
Great job. IG planned that fight out really well. This whole entire time they've been stuck in their base, but they thought about this pretty hard, right? They're not going to use this straight up lasso. They put a threat, some sort of like threatening force onto the Alchemist, forcing the swap. So then the swap's used, they can then use the lasso. The OP has always had really good positioning. One of the things he's doing quite well is these familiars are coming forward, and he's actually using the laser on the familiars because they're closest thing to him. He doesn't want to be out of position, and it then bounces and hits all of these other things. So a lot of like really cool small things that IG are doing in this high ground defense that gives them the win.
Yeah, and for the first time now, OG pushing out across the river. They're trying to force a buyback right here. OP is going to start using the March of the Machines, defending that tower push like you were talking about early, and you have a secondary force now, and Bobica doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, they basically got two towers now, right? It's Bobica is actually tanking the tower. Whoa, Jarex.
Good force staff away, quick reactions. That could have been tragic, but S4 jumps to OP on the back. Not sure if it's going to be enough. They do get the burning pushback from the Cogs. Still on and not up yet.
IG need to back up. That was a little bit scary there. Like No Tail could have swapped burning or something, because whenever OP, like he's out of mana, he needs to refresh, head back to base and stuff. They need to chill out. That was a good push, you know, kind of tested OG, see if they're going to use any buyback, see if they could force the Alchemist buyback, for example. Didn't happen. That's okay. Yeah. You've got some decent map control. Push out your side lanes. OG are inevitably going to get that controlled again, but it does mean a pretty good farming window. It probably means an extra like 5,000 gold before the next push comes in from OG.
And not to mention a good bit of damage done onto that tier 3 tower in the mid lane. You get one more of those fights, that tower's going down in an instant.
Yeah.
So quite strong movement out by IG. They show that the high ground defense is as strong as we always knew that it could be. If you're OG, do you need to try and reevaluate how you take those fights? Do you need to reevaluate how you siege, or do you think you just try and play the same thing again and execute it a little bit better?
I think there's going to be some question marks about like what items let you hit tier 3. Like, do we pick up BKBs? Right? Do we get a BKB on Alchemist and he pops it and he just swings at that tower? Then at that point in time, the only reaction can be from IG is go for the lasso play. You've got the swap counter play, and the fight plays out like you've kind of envisioned this whole entire time. How like Linken's and Lotus Orbs, like how impactful can these supports be in protecting their carry when he's gone on? When they had that situation, right, where they made a go onto this Alchemist without using the lasso, can we actually protect him without using that swap? There are a lot of these little things, these little item mechanics, and what exactly goes right. I would say, if I'm thinking about it, I think BKB is beginning to be in consideration for Alchemist and Venge. How do you set this up better, though, instead of just going high ground?
It's tough. Like, there's obviously the swap play. I will say that I actually have the luxury of being able to check out the items, and it's looking like Alchemist and Venge both immediately queued up the BKBs. They're ready to go.
There we go. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good idea. Control the map again. Get those BKBs. I'm trying to think of like technique-wise. Like we have the item solution,
right?
But technique-wise, what does need to change for OG? Maybe they push multiple lanes. Does that work for them? It's dangerous, right? Because you're facing a Bat Rider. You can't have Vengeful Spirit be everywhere to protect you. So that doesn't really feel like a good answer.
I mean, I guess that the Manta-style illusions from Alk are going to help to push it out, but you also have decent wave clear on IG. It's Tinker, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
I guess the other
Get those familiars a little bit more involved in hitting the tier 3 tower. I think that's a pretty important thing, because if you force, like, say, the Bat Rider, or excuse me, not the Bat Rider, if you force the Lifestealer to come forward and hit those familiars, then you maybe have an offensive swap opportunity, right? Normally you want to get the Tinker, but maybe if he's far enough out of position, if you can set up the right kind of way, maybe for example, swap into Cogs.
Yeah.
Right? If you have a Cog set up next to the Vengeful Spirit, he swaps, you get the instant stun on Lifestealer, you follow that up with a silence from the Night Stalker, Venge comes back into Magic Missiles or something. Like, there's some combinations to work with. Unstable Concoction. There are some, cutesy things that maybe OG can do to catch IG by surprise if they can use these familiars and force a hero forward.
I mean, it's those extra little flavors that put you over the edge as far as top-tier teams, but you've also just got the classic items. You're talking about the BKB that you can build into. An Alchemist, pops the BKB, maybe he switches it out for the Armlet at that point, and then puts the Armlet back on after his backpack or whatever. So lots of different options there. And I guess the other thing, too, is just sort of farming them out. At the end of the day, IG have great high ground defense, like we've talked about, but it's outside of the battle. It's outside in the jungle where you end up running into these heroes that maybe that high ground defense doesn't look quite as potent, their ability to take team fights.
Yeah, I think what I like about the familiar play for OG, and it'll probably just be countered by laser, but one of the things is you won't probably lose your familiars because they have this heavy damage reduction. And as you pointed out to me, I didn't realize this mechanic, but that Visage familiar, that Gravekeeper's Cloak Aura, it's based around Visages.
Right.
And the armor that he set up on, right? And that kind of blew my mind. I was like, I thought the Visage familiars had their own individual cloak, and it was just like, okay, you just beat them down a couple times, they lose that damage reduction. But if it's based around the Visage, and Visage isn't actually taking any damage, you can actually use these familiars a bit better. But then there's the bouncing laser. That's going to probably hit the Visage. There's maybe some March of the Machines that maybe clips them a little bit. There's a lot of weird hero and various interactions that go on into this high ground defense. And OG and IG have to think about all of this at the same time, which is why I think it's so cool that IG made that play. They found a solution to what OG was proposing essentially for their team fight, where they're like, okay, you try and lasso, we're going to swap. What are you going to do about that, right? And the high pressure scenarios that are occurring. Unfortunately, it looks like S4 has a broken computer of some sort. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, there's a little bit of all chat going on. Apparently, they're asking, what's happening, and then health not well.
Oh. That's not good.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but obviously you want all of these players to be able to play to their peak performance, and if there's an issue going on, take care of that as quickly as you can, and then hopefully they'll be able to get back into this one.
Man, what is I don't know if it's S4, but if it is S4, it's so unfortunate, because remember that the last time he got sick in China. What tournament was that? But he was
WCA, WAC?
Something like that. And he was playing with Alliance, right? And there was that
picture
picture of him with the blanket.
Oh my God.
He looked so miserable, but
I
they
know.
still managed to do it. I was like, damn, that's a champ right there.
I know.
Pulling through.
The Jordan playing through the cold flu-like symptoms, absolutely. And it's also, the thing that's weird about it too, though, is that I got a chance to see a couple of the players from OG as they were, getting their breakfast in the morning. And I heard in passing, I was like, this is the best event that they've had so far in China, being taken care of. So in general, the people have been feeling good, but occasionally, obviously, with travel, can run into some issues like that. So,
I think that we see the OG players actually walking out of the booth right now. So it does look like this is going to be something that will probably take a little bit of time. I think it might be No-Tail who's not feeling so well, but hopefully give him a little bit of time. Hopefully he's feeling better to come back to this one, because this is a very important game, right? This is the upper bracket finals, game number 1. It's not. Oh, I'm sorry. It looks like we misread the chat. It was actually IG.
Okay.
Who said that? So OG probably like bathroom or something like that while they have this extended pause.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like since there is a problem going on, one of the players had a little bit of a medical emergency. We are going to be going to a quick little break, and we'll try and hop back into this game as soon as possible. But obviously want to make sure that people's health is taken care of in this one, and we'll be back as soon as we figure out something what's going on. Okay.
Our producers told us that maybe it's not that way. We'll kind of stick with it, guys. But this is a very important game, right? It's game number 1 of a best of 3 upper bracket finals. Neither one of these teams wants to drop down into that lower bracket, because we do have some very fearsome teams down there. Both IGV as well as Newbie look rather strong. I think that if you're in IG's position, these are two teams who know you very well, right? And in OG's position, they're also, I think, a team that they haven't really been tested until IG, I think, stepped forward in this game number 1. Yeah. They shut down the Visage. They're figuring out some solutions to various things, right? And you have to kind of worry. You have to worry about yourself and go, are the other teams going to be able to do that? Are the other teams figuring something out about us that they're going to be able to? Because you're not in the same position as, say, like EG, right? We were having this conversation in the panel where you have a bad group stage because you're still kind of figuring things out. But as you do figure things out, those losses, they give you a teaching lesson. You don't really get that teaching lesson when you just kind of crush everything.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
You're just like, you're OG, and you're just like, we pick Visage. No one else is doing it. Like, fight me. And nothing really happens. Like, OG, you're just like kind of stomp all over everybody, and they're like, okay, I guess we're the best team until this point.
The other thing I would say, though, is that IG, in some ways, had a similar situation, too, though. They had a tough group, no doubt about it. But they played the same style over and over and over again. You look at the Burning Lifesteal, you look at the OP Tinker, they either had one or the other constantly, and that meant that they could just run through the groups. And they played around that so well. So I'm wondering in the series, as it continues to develop, too, you have the beginning, which is they get both of their heroes. Is OG going to be able to bring them down, and are IG rather forced into something new? And that's a little bit of a tough one indeed.
Yeah, they've kind of had like basically two strategies, right? A very aggressive strategy and then a kind of a tinker strategy.
Yeah.
Those have been the major two that I would say they've gone through, and both of them looked pretty polished. I think their tinker strategy, especially the way they push down towers. Again, it's like we're looking at some of these heroes, these pushing heroes, or some of these late game heroes, and they're just like they're using these heroes a lot more aggressively than we used to. Like the way No-Tail uses Terrorblade and just like actually uses every single metamorphosis to go for an objective and force a team fight if it comes to that. So I think it's a very cool development on the meta so far.
Absolutely. Well, we'll have to figure out how that's going to look. We are going to go to a short little break just until those players get back in the booth. So we will see you guys when that happens. Just a few minutes. Everybody, again, we are here waiting for the players to hop back into the booth, but Cap, I think that we saw him a second ago.
Yeah, I think we're getting all set up, and I think the unpause is hopefully going to be coming soon. Yeah, you can hear it. Ding, 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 ding. And into the game we go.
Again, apologize. Want to make sure that all the players are there and all good to go. We've always talked about that a good deal.
Yeah, we don't want to... what's the marker when there's some sort of circumstance to a win?
Oh, asterisk.
Yeah, we don't want an asterisk to this game. Thank you.
No problem. So Abyssal Blade has now been completed for Burning as well. Has that on top of the AC as well as Armlet and Deso. So just waiting again, just to reacclimate everybody as to where we are in this game. OG, huge Alchemist, handed out a bunch of Aghanim Scepter, increasing the net worth of his fellow heroes, and it's starting to look like OG are getting set for another assault onto high ground.
I think OG just want to control for now. I don't think they want to go high ground just yet, right? The BKBs that we talked about.
Okay.
I've kind of lost track, but I think Aegis is coming up, right? Or Roshan, rather.
It should be relatively
Yeah, it looks like
soon.
5 minutes or so. So something they can kind of bide their time for. Again, it's because this Aghanim's Night Stalker that it offers them so much control of the map that they really don't have to worry about prolonging the game too much, because they're getting so much farm during this period of time, and IG is probably getting so little. Most of it's going into the Tinker. Everybody's kind of feeling uncomfortable taking a step outside the base. That said, you can't just always just sit on a high ground, right? You can't just give the OG team 1,000 gold to every 200 that comes into your coffers. You do need to do some aggressive maneuvers. So if OG kind of give them too much time, I expect IG to maybe make an aggressive smoke out, probably during the potential Roshan spawn timer. But they are beginning to set up. They've got the Alchemist going to push out bottom a little bit more, so they're kind of tightening that noose little by little.
Yeah, and you do have the BKB done for the Alk, still a little ways away, the Vengeful Spirit, roughly about 1,300 gold. But IG, like you said, that aggressive movement, they are going to be making it now with Bat Rider as well as the Nyx Assassin.
Unfortunately, they just... I mean, I can't really say that they did anything wrong there. They saw the Alchemist bottom, and they're like, okay, let's go. Let's smoke and try and get that pick off, because we know Alchemist is separated from at least some of his heroes. We see like 2 or 3, I think they saw on the map near the top and middle area. So they thought, okay, maybe we can get the Alchemist. Alchemist backs off. They know what that means. It's like, okay, he's done pushing. We're not going to catch him. They rotate through mid and try and catch something near top, but it just doesn't happen. They know it was a whiff from the moment Anna started backing off. They're like, okay, this is not going to work.
Yeah. And they almost caught there the Crystal Maiden. There was a moment where Q was vulnerable, but couldn't quite catch him. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, the Tinker did just pick up a Sheep Stick. Not only great for being able to, deal with the Alk, but also the Vengeful Spirit once she comes back into that, spirit form or whatever else it is. I do believe that does still get the instant kill, if I'm not mistaken. I remember
really?
I think I remember seeing Venge just dropping to that, and maybe even an Enchantress taking it over at some point.
Yeah, I'll be real. I have no idea about the Spirit, because I can't say.
Stun back in. They've caught the Bat Rider, though. A little bit bad for the side of OG, at least to start, although OP's taken down the Visage, so maybe they can turn this back around, force down to the high ground, but they swap back in Burning, separating him from the rest of the team. There's no defense there. S4 has caught out OP as well, now trying to take down more Burning, running away. Q pops the ulti to just try and zone them out to the best of their abilities. S4 saved at the last second. No-Tail comes in the clutch. The defensive force down. IG somehow, some way, get away with that one. Q is still going to die, but now the Sheep Stick spam as well as the lasers getting thrown out.
S4 needs to be careful. He can't come too close, right? We've got both rockets and bouncing laser that could potentially catch him out. They're going to try and take advantage of this small window where they know the Tinker is still kind of recharging, and Burning was low on HP. I think they might have used a Shrine there. 2 more minutes. Another Aghanim Scepter picked up, this time probably for the Visage. Is there anybody who doesn't have an Aghanim? There's nobody who has an Aghanim Scepter except for Visage. So that is going to be the full swing. Next up, farming Moon Shards for your team and for yourself as well, actually. He doesn't have one yet.
Yeah, totally. And
hell, he can even give himself an Aghanim Scepter just for the stats. You're giving presents to everybody. Sometimes, Gabe, you got to think about yourself. Treat yourself, Gabe.
Treat yourself, absolutely. Gotta love that mentality. It's something that I think is fed around far too often, or less often. As Visage is going to be able to get that Aghanim Scepter in just a second. Again, not like the most impactful thing in the world because these team fights are so chaotic. Trying to set up the triple stun seems unlikely with all of the defensive force staffs on the side of IG. But that Sheepstick, we saw just how impactful it could be in that fight. Catching Ana, throwing out a couple of them there as well onto the Vengeful Spirit. It's been quite good.
Right.
So, pipe done for Fly. Further items to allow them to siege and take that high ground, keeping those creeps alive. And it does also look like... What do you like as the next item for Jerix? Is it
I don't really know. You're kind of like a Night Stalker late game.
Yeah.
It's not like a huge hero. His biggest objective is just trying to get the silence onto the Tinker, I think. That's why he's got the Blink Dagger, the Ether Lens, you know, that long range. Because it's not like you really have an answer from this Tinker, right? Well, what happens if he gets silenced? Well, he's going to try to blink backwards and force staff, but he's not going to do anything during that time. And if it's nighttime, that silence lasts a really long time.
Yeah.
So I almost wonder if like OP is going to start playing around that, maybe pick himself up like a Lincoln Sphere instead of having that force staff. But he really wants that force staff to be able to save allies, right? IG played excellently around their defensive force staff plays. Burning, living through that last engagement is a great example of that.
Yeah, I mean, we do see, obviously, the great abilities to go for like a swap into something. Crippling Fear feels like a great swap into that, particularly for the Tinker if they manage to find it. But for now, at least, it's time to move in towards Roche Pit. Acid Spray's been laid down. And with this next Aegis, we'll see if OG decide to go up for high ground. They still have about a minute and a half until daytime, and then of course you do have darkness after the fact, which they could make use of as well.
Aghanim Scepter adds to your net worth, right?
Yes, it does. Yeah, on the net worth tab.
So I was like, man, everyone on OG enjoying the love from the Alchemist. They all look like they have damn good net worth, and it's for a reason, right? A free 4,200 gold gift given to them. They give the Aegis over to their Clockwork. Not really sure about the difference between Clock and Venge when it comes to an Aegis carrier.
Yeah.
Venge obviously does have the cheese and that spirit. Maybe they just want the presence out of all their heroes, right? So Clock and Venge are going to be the ones who are dying first. You have Venge who eats the cheese. If she still dies, she has the spirit. Clockwork obviously is going to be in deep and doesn't have a lasting presence if he dies, so better to give him that second life.
Yeah, and it almost guarantees that he's going to be able to get 2 hook shots off in an engagement, and likewise, Venge likely to get a couple of different swaps in there. So, No Tail going to be able to hit high ground himself if they want to. He does have that BKB done as well, so an answer for the laser and everything else that Tinker throws out. Haven't seen him progress into the Dragon Lance yet, but that could be an option as well. And also getting closer to that level 25 where there's either the Vengeance or the BKB piercing magic missile as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what No Tail builds here from like going forward if the game doesn't end in the next like 10 minutes or so. I'm not sure if does he get the Dragon Lance? It feels like kind of a poor stat item, but the range is really nice, especially for sieging high ground. Does he go for like Butterfly against the Lifestealer? Does he pick up like a Scotty and just get a really big stat item? There are a lot of options, I guess. Do they have a Shivas on OG? Just out of curiosity. So. I don't think so. They have the other 2 armor items like Lotus Orb, AC. Looks like maybe Fly's probably. Or it could be secondary Lotus Orb. It's hard to say, right? Because these Lotus Orbs and these Lincolns are mega value. It is going to be a Lotus Orb.
All right.
Well, yeah.
That's kind of an interesting one. As he has it queued up.
Oh, they all have that. Whoa. The Lotus Orb interaction with bouncing back spells is based around, is it the person who is cast on? If they have an Aghanim Scepter, it could be you have a bouncing laser come in there. It's not based around...
He's using the creeps, though. That's really smart. And now they actually pull him back in, immediately swapped out by No Tail. No more Flaming Lasso there.
And they still haven't used their BKB for Ana. So he can go high ground with real confidence here. This is definitely a tier 3 tower down, and maybe even a melee Rax.
They're going to keep up the pressure. S4 goes in, catches there onto the Bat Rider. There's a silence, crippling feat. Doesn't have an answer to this. They're going to be able to swap out Ana, keeping him alive for the moment. Still, that Spike Carapace controlling up Ana. He is going to back out, but again...
They took the tier 3 at top, and they're going to take the top lane of Rax if they don't actually get this fight at bottom lane and deal with top.
BKB popped. Ana just wants to hit the barracks, didn't even end up going for it, and yeah, they're taking it. The melee, or the birds doing work up here top.
Got a bunch of damage. That is not going to be repaired.
No. OP can't.
Get those familiars.
Maybe you suicide him to the fountain. Who knows?
He resummoned.
Yeah, smart play there as well by Fly. So across the board, great win for OG. They take down the tier 3 tower, both top and bottom, take two separate, well, they didn't take the barracks up in the top lane, but they were able to secure the melee barracks in the bottom.
Yeah, they're going to get those shrines now. This is the nightmare for IG. They're locked inside their base. They don't have the shrines to operate off of. They don't feel comfortable taking a fight outside their base. It seems like OG, they found a really strong alchemist strategy. The value of the Aghanim scepters across the board, I think, is actually... you don't really talk about... People like to talk about it because it's cool, but it doesn't usually like it has this one.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's just because of how much Ana was able to get early on, and he had such a great start to this game. And then after the fact now as well, we're in a moment where you're starting to feed over those moon shards. Already has one for himself. I imagine that you end up sending one over to the side of Vengeful Spirit as well, but they are grouped up, ready to start going for mid.
What's our Nyx assassin up to? Is he just like, he was really deep in there. I'm not sure if he was just hoping for a pickoff.
They weren't finding it, and now Burning. They do force staff Ana forward, but able to force staff him back, just playing back and forth here. Nyx is also going to be able to get out a good amount of damage. This is silence onto Burning. That ulti from the CM not really doing all that much, but they are going to be able to control Ana, bringing him inside. Can they pull him in? Another swap comes out from No Tail. The low cooldown, and now S4's jumped back in. They go for some more force staff plays, trying to get away, but they managed to get it. Gem on the ground, but more importantly, that is Batrider dead. 67. Buyback.
And 100 in Arcane Rune, so there's no downtime to Chemical Rage. He just keeps on coming back, and oh, there's another swap. Again. It just doesn't stop.
They're constantly keeping him surviving, and OP can throw out. But you got so much read, and the BKB's been popped. They do have their still controlling him, but OP again going to be controlled by S4. They push him back with the cogs, burning through the mana. He's silenced yet again. Jarex had picked up an Orchid in the meantime, and also here to the sides. You've got the birds taking down the barracks. Damage, but No Tail
another one
will not be stopped.
They just have this constant sieging. They I just don't have an answer for it. They keep on trying to make this go, but it's just not happening. They can't bring down any one hero, and then they just back off and regen again because Ana's really the only one who's taking damage. He just plays off of Chemical Rage. They're going to go again. They're going to attack top lane again.
Oh, swap again. Why not? Burning. See you later. He's gone. Has to buy back. This is a tier 3 down. OP is getting lasered himself. And it looks like OG going to be content with just that. They have split pushed him to hell and barreled down a lane at the same time.
Perfect. To pick up some big ones, they've got Moon Shard, another for the Alchemist, and he'll probably still have buyback. I'm sure a lot of the other heroes have some items to grab as well. An Octarine Core for Clockwork, so not only will you have this constant swap action, you also have the constant hooks that are going to be coming in. What are some of the other heroes and their pickups here? He did go for the Hurricane Pike, 2,200 gold on this Vengeful Spirit as well. And Pipe, Solar Crest.
I mean, they've got
the Orchid for Jarex.
Yeah, he's picked that one up and still cool. 3,000 on top of it. So he's going back for the Bloodthorn at this point.
He'll make himself like a nice, not secondary damage source, but just using the Bloodthorn and having the others deal the damage will have quite the hefty impact. Burning, he's got to get an answer to this. There's so many problems. So many problems for him. Looks like he is going to get MKB to be able to deal with Radiance Miss and also the potential laser bounce around. And but the silence is going to be quite the problem for him.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing too, like for OP in this game, you've got great items here on Jarex to just get on top of him. And you have the Blink there, the Aether Lens as well. And he went for the Dagon. He doesn't have any way to take the silences off of him on the Tinker. You hate to build into a BKB on this heroes, but sometimes it's necessary.
I mean, honestly, I think OP, he knows that damage is a problem for them. He just has to build this offense build. I don't think he has a better option. Oh, they're going to spot some of this.
Breaking it out. They get the silence onto XSS. He pops his BKB, but not able to find it. And now here, Ana going to end up stunning himself. He's actually dropping really low. They are going to be able to get that kill. Maybe going to be able to find more. No Tail's going to go down. Double kill for OP. Can they get anything else off the back of this? Frostbiting for the moment, and it does look like they're going to be able to take down that illusion of the Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, the Melee Rex. Oh, no.
All right, stop. They pop the glyph, fly.
Yeah, that's still something gained for OG, right? It was bad fight, for sure, bad fight. But they still forced a glyph. When Alchemist and Venge are back up, they go high ground again. The melee racks could just die to 2 rounds of familiars.
IG, they to this one. There's still buybacks on the Venge and the Alch.
And the familiars are, or excuse me, the creeps are always kind of pushing in. Backdoor protection is just not something that's real reliable. Here they come. Round 2, it's going to be real close. They're losing a lot of their damage. And yeah, it's not going to be enough.
I mean, they can go back in for another round. Your Tinker is not going to be able to take them down as quickly because it's not going to refract the laser, obviously.
I was about to say that, so looks like they will take it.
Yeah, and instead, this is the movement up for high ground.
Yeah,
they got
those buybacks.
They're there. They forced the glyph. They haven't bought back yet on the Alchemist. It looks like the call is for tier 4s. That is a real...
To force this buyback from Alchemist.
Okay, Bobica there as well. They get swapped back. He's down low, not inside Burrow.
If they can kill Venge here, this is huge.
This is a buyback on No Tail. They're rooting Jarex, trying to kill him off. He's forced up to the low ground as well, trying to kill off OP as well. There's the silence, is able to take it off. Can he start spamming out all of this damage? They're lacking damage so much right now, and Alchemist is about to come back up and be online.
They swap back a Lifestealer. He's out of position now. There's no way he can make it down from this, I don't think.
Bernie trying desperately to latch onto something. Actually invests inside of a creep. He's going to stay alive there. Now OP is on top of Ana. Can they kill him off? He's going to be taken down. Fly is there. They reflect. But it doesn't matter. Buying back on OP. He wants to get into the fight. Burning to survive through all of this. Has been able to stun Ana. Can they kill him off? Burning. From OP. Oh, but he's going to be controlled. S4 found him. It was enough. OG has done it, I do believe. Everybody dead for hundreds of seconds.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. They had to go down mid. They knew they just couldn't play against the Siege game anymore. So they went fight. I love the potential call for tier 4s and that sort of thing because you had to force that Alchemist buyback and then see what happens. Like, it gives you a win condition. Like, if you kill either one of these cores, you can probably win, but ultimately it was just not enough.
Well, and the thing too about that just like completely blew my mind was the constant answers with the Venge, and I think that we're seeing more and more. This is a hero that you have to think about. You've got to be prepared for.
Reserve time. Reserve time. Lina. Dire team pick.
Very high armor naturally through all your agi. Get going on, you can morph to strength as necessary. Perhaps struggles a lot more against the Lina, but with the OD ban, this definitely protected the Morphling quite nicely and sets them up to be in a pretty decent spot as far as Morph's game goes. We'll see how his lane is. Slider, after the nerfs, doesn't seem to contest the off lane really as much. Isn't quite that menace in the early game laning stage as a full position, so I definitely feel like he should do all right come laning stage, but Legion, pretty strong laning hero in itself, so they will have to prioritize, both supports in this top lane feels like a necessary ingredient as far as Faceless for the start goes.
And we can see already, I mean, Underlord...
Morphling is positioned down
Yeah, Underlord has just started to head up towards top right side, so it looks like they're going to switch it around in reaction to what they've seen EG come out with.
Okay, so they're thinking they can contest the Lifesteal's lane state. Something we've seen again and again, we saw it last game with EG, is giving Lifesteal these 1v1s. If he has a good matchup, Underlord is a good matchup, give him a 1v1. So it seems like Faceless forcing EG to actually play a support game, you know, like Arteezy normally is left alone because he wins 1v1s. He's got a good matchup, he's a very good mechanical player, and then this Warlock is top. Like, they're expecting this Warlock, okay, now he TP's bottom. He realizes what's going on, but This is going to force EG to play like a more standard lane set. They can't be as greedy because of this, which is like what the end result of having the Warlock top and the Lifesteal 1v1 is that it's super greedy. They win 3 lanes. That's not going to happen here.
Mid lane Zai. Oh, cut across, looking for some harassment here onto Jabs. XY in return was hanging around just in case any sort of play like that does occur. As both mid laners being backed up by a support at the moment, and indeed leaving these side lanes. That top lane, the 1v1 Legion versus the Underlord. Down bottom, the 2v2. I mean, the question is, can Faceless get what they hope to achieve down there? Can they slow down RTZ's farm, or is the Warlock presence going to be more than enough to be a nuisance back to Faceless?
A straight 2v2 is fine for RTZ. He's got Shadow Word, so he's got heal, he's got Feast for sustain. It is one of the lower armor heroes, and that's one of the hero's weaknesses early on, but poor man shield, Quelling Blade. He's all right, and the Slider's immediately responding with his presence down here.
Again, at the same time, XY does respond. Nuts will be able to get himself back, and as we're seeing, just the Shadow Word enough to stop Faceless from being able to get anything too critical in return with this reaction. XY continues to sit down bottom. The Crush again will be there onto Black. They'll roll forward, hold back Zion, the Slardar. Turning trading hits, but overall it really seems like with the presence of the 3v3, EG are the stronger lineup in terms of heroes.
The big thing with the aggro Shrine is you do have the Shrine advantage, but it doesn't feel like they get that much damage dealt before they Shrine. Like ideally you want to really harass and force out a lot of spells and damage onto Lifesteal or Warlock. Slider, yeah, he chomped through most of his mana pool and suffered a little bit there, but the other 2 heroes didn't feel like they really got bullied at all.
Oh, and look at this already. Faceless are going to change lanes up because of what's going on. They've sent Black straight up to the top lane. Ice will move over to the jungle to pick up some camps, and at the moment they're allowing Nux to pick up a bit of the solo lane down here on this bottom. So very, very much respecting the way that EG's managed to play around Faceless' lanes.
Yep, that first couple of minutes really decided the outcome of this bottom lane, that you Shrine without harassing or zoning the Lifestealer, that lane is not going to be won, so you're Morphling, you want him to free farm. If he can free farm bottom, that's the preferred laning set for Faceless, but if he's going to get contested in this lane and with the Slider Warlock presence, that's going to happen. You send him top, but crit, he's going to follow him around. You go top on Warlock, I follow you there. So he's going to match Black wherever he goes, and this is definitely problematic for Black.
And the mid lane as well, talking about problems for Faceless, Samael having a cracker of a time. 17 for 8 against Jabs' 9 for 1. This matchup certainly proving to be rather one-sided in the first few minutes.
2 games in a row, EG winning all 3 lanes. That is bad news bears for the Faceless squad.
Even get a kill by the looks of it as well, with Universe's Eye closing in onto Nuts. Black pull out the back of a XY.
He's getting chomped at though.
Look at how aggressive Universe can be.
Every lane, the aggression from EG is being shown. They're such a dominant team in the laning stage, and we're seeing it here.
Black has to be careful how he groups around this creeps, because there's another nuke from Universe. Black does have the morph, has a lot of mana to work with as well, but still, Universe just really going in on Black. Pushing this lane in, and the farm difference between all 3 cores on both sides.
Jabs is
pretty massive.
He's level 3.5 on Ember. Where's Lina, like level 5 or something? Oh my, this laning stage being crushed. As Faceless will have to, early 2-man smoke. They're like,
They've got to get Samael with this.
Disaster. We gotta fix this. Oh, the smoke pops early. Radiant Ward not gonna scout it immediately, and it's still nighttime, so this game could still theoretically work. CM is gonna hide in the Roshan pit, just anticipating a Radiant mid ward. So it's like you want to let the Earth Spirit get the roll before you come out.
They have to lock her down though, because Samael's got a haste rune. And immediately just pops it, backs off, and now Jabs himself could be in trouble. Light Strike and Dragon Slave will be there in a second. As Samael looking to move in, he's having to hold back as the chains will be there to cast animation. He is going in incredibly great. I mean, he trusts in the haste rune. He feels safe. And he will get out, he won't get the kill, but again, we're seeing Universe's aggression top, Samael's bravado in the middle lane.
That is freed up these lanes. Look, Morphling's gone back to Fountain. He's healing back there. He's like, I got lane, gotta pick up some items back at base, buy Salve and Tango. You're like 5 minutes in the game and you're meant to be free farming on Morphling. No, you're buying Salve Tango. He's got 13 CS. He's put all of the money from farming into extra regen. This is...
Oh man, I mean this first 5 minutes is nothing less than an absolute disaster here for Faceless.
Yep, EG stomping the lanes. And bottom lane, RTZ is probably just telling his team, like, I don't really need help. I'll farm. He can't really stop Ice from doing this. Ice can come behind, throw fire down, get some CS, but...
I mean, we just saw Black having to head back to base to the fountain. We're going to see Jabs have to do the same there as he's getting chased down by Zai.
Level 4 still. Oof. And Lina's already level 6.
Good luck coming back into lane against that Laguna.
Yeah. And Sumail doing this build that he always goes for. Rushes the phase boots, loves that extra movement speed for the aggression it gives him early on. We'll be fishing for that 6-minute rune.
I mean, Jabs, if he gets caught out by a light strike without that flame guard, he is definitely dead in this mid lane.
50 rune as well, the regen. Gonna give Lina constant sustain for all her spells.
Universe trying to lead in, not quite level 6 yet. Very, very close though, and a few crews going down. Still not quite enough, but continuing to put pressure onto the Morphling now, turning their attention towards Nuts. And of course, they've got that chase down, purging the root off himself and chasing it down. And again, it's more trouble for Faceless. As mid lane, Zai with the wraparound. It's kill to kill to kill. I mean,
and it's a tower.
Oh my goodness,
a 6.5 mid-tier 1 tower. And with a Lina of all things, Sumail doing such a good job, always spamming out the lane, zoning the Ember, and then maximizing the damage up on that tower. That is one of the most one-sided mid lanes we've seen all tournament.
One-sided lanes overall. As EG, and this top lane as well, Black has to be careful. Universe, that's the duel. Mid lane, again, just look how low Jabs is being brought.
He just wants that, well, let's say level 6 before he goes back to base. No, he wants that level 5, as he'll have to go back, use another shrine before heading back to lane. Sumail dominating.
Phase boost level 7, top lane, Black being forced right back behind his tower, and indeed Nuts comes a little too close for his own comfort. 4-0 EG, 7.5 minutes in, bottom lane, RTZ in the solo lane, continuing to find everything that he wants.
Has his Midas, you know, he's just going to farm this game. When you're winning all the lanes, you're perfectly happy for your carry just to go greed, get his Midas, not get involved.
They're taking another tower as well, 8 minutes in EG.
Yeah. The big problem here is the hero that's doing well, the Underlord, isn't a hero that gets like a blink and rotates. If that's like a Centaur, an Axe, some kind of space creating hero, you're like, great, we just gonna blink, let's smoke up with our supports, our offlaner, let's go get some kills, let's go fix this lane stage. Underlord's a hero that rushes a mech. You don't really gank with Underlord. You don't really do much with mech.
Look who's there on the high ground. Once again, Sumail ready to follow through the initiation of Zai. And nothing that Faceless can do to get any sort of blood in response.
They have a very early Yule, so you can't even rely on that Flame Guard anymore as a defensive tool to try and farm the lane. If you get Yules, or purge it off and set up a combo. Even if you wait to Flame Guard post Yules, you may just get bursted down through it with all the Lina damage, considering how far ahead Sumail is.
I mean, if Faceless can come back from this sort of a laning stage, it is going to be incredibly impressive.
Rush queued up for Ice. I'm not sure if he'll commit to this or opt for other items, but as said, it's like a mech isn't going to change this game. It's like you don't gank with this. He's going to play this like the Abaddon and just try and farm it up, go late game, if he commits to the Radiance. It's probably going to depend how the next few minutes go before he actually takes that approach or if he does something else.
And back to base for himself. Top lane crit, soaking up some XP as the lane pushes in. And again with this warding, they've spotted out Nuts' movement. Full vision here for EG as it with the blink straight in. Universe getting the first of potentially many bits of bonus damage there for the duel.
Yep. No rock yet, but this is where EG can give lanes to supports. Warlock can take over the top lane. Slider's already taken over the bottom lane with Arteezy, happy to set up camp in the jungle. Something that maybe Faceless exploit to at least find some kills. That Slider bottom is a bit vulnerable to getting ganked.
I mean, that Slider bottom as well. If you look at the net worth, he's on par with the safe lane of Faceless.
Yeah, that's
Zai and Black.
Bad to say the least.
And proving to be even just too elusive for the two of them. You know, Ice and XY come down here, they can't control him.
Just running loops. They want to get this bottom tier 1 tower perhaps as well, just get some cash for the rest of the team. Is pretty low with the constant Underlord spam. But will be Zai trying to keep it alive as long as possible. Ice doesn't even feel safe here.
Sumail?
Okay.
Is he going to be all right? Can they bring down this Lina? Looks like they should be. Oh, is he actually going to get himself away with the phase boost? He is. This has got to be so frustrating. Again, the infused raindrop just saving Sumail's life. as they can't get the kills on Faceless. EG just finding action after action. 10 minutes in, a second one duel here for Universe. I don't think you can write this laning stage any better for EG if you wanted to. This has gone not just to plan, but beyond for the side of Evil Geniuses. And
Absolute
Faceless.
perfection.
I mean, I guess ever since the start there, where they were forced to react to EG's dominance in terms of the lanes they got, it started to go downhill. Zai could be the first to lose his life here as Faceless. I mean, they're so desperate to find that
Black
kill.
rotates in even. He wanted to like just try and come KS with like a level 4 waveform if possible, doesn't even get it. Sumail didn't have Laguna, or it's a like, guaranteed kill on an Earth Spirit or something there, but he's okay with that. Absolutely disastrous for Faceless here in the early game, and there's just no clear solution. That's the thing. Normally you're looking at a game like this, is like, well, at least they can try to do this when they get this item, like a Blink Dagger. This game, it's like, well, Ember can perhaps smoke with his team, but the ideal hit, you need to be killing this Lina right now. Slaughter slowing down his Blink would be kind of nice, but I think Lina's the hero who's really far ahead. Lifesteal, yeah, he's top farm right now, but he's just ungankable. You got to accept this Lifesteal with Rage, invincible, until you have, like, a lot more farm on your cores. So you've got to find Lina or Slaughter. You've got to make moves, and smoke up is the call. Ember's on the move. You can't just sit around and expect to out-farm EG. Not when they've got these Midases.
Maybe they're prepared this time. They've scanned EG out. They know the Crit and Universe are there. XY comes in with a good boulder smash onto 2. Crit in trouble, but he gets the Golem out in time. Surely they can kill Crit. They can. They will bring the Warlock down. It does require all 4 of them to be there. Zai, maybe seeing if he can come back in, and oh, Universe. He absolutely loves dancing with this little Krista Maiden. They won't get the damage. They do get the kill again. The third duel pretty much on that CM. Zai looking for the cut around. Black in trouble. The Yule setup. Perfect timing here. The silence will make sure no further damage comes out from Sumail. But with the crush and the final Laguna, Black is out. 10-1. Faceless.
Yikes.
A very, very painful beatdown so far here on the main stage.
Yep. I mean, as I say in bottom, I don't really feel like there's anything he can do. That's just the nature of this pick and hero, is that he's not a comeback hero. He's just going to sit there, pressure this lane, try to take the tower, he's trying to help his team out by luring heroes bottom to come farm. But the problem is, we've seen Arteezy on Lifesteal able just to solo defend this lane. They haven't needed multiple heroes to deal with Underlord, and they've been able to keep this tower up for a very long time, despite all that lane pressure, and things continue to go from good to great to absolutely freaking awesome for EG, as a 10,000 net worth lead has been acquired. This is where you've got to chew through your smokes.
Maybe they can kill Arteezy.
Yeah, maybe you get a kill or two, but the problem is going to be, like, you get the kill or two, then you've used up all your smokes.
If you can kill Artur, that could be the way back in for Faceless, but Arteezy is the one having a baller of a time as he just turns around, brings down Ice.
Not even remotely close.
You can't tell this man. He's keeping his head in the game this time, and Arteezy.
Yep, he even had the rolling silence.
Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Jerax and Earth Spirit. Looking forward to that always. Yeah, the Boca Monkey King. Yeah. Boca Monkey now. Yeah. It's gonna be good. It's gonna have some signature heroes around here.
But then the question is it going to be an aggressive Monkey King, or is it going to be sitting in the lane? Which of the 2 Monkey Kings is he going to be?
And he is one of the few that's done both.
Yes.
Not all of the players who can do both.
I guess that is very much dependent on what other lanes they're going to be having. Lina doesn't need a lot of help, unless her Spirit comes rotating in, which he will. So she will need some babysitting. Potentially center.
About to say, are they going to ban Naga? And yeah, you bet.
Yeah. I guess it's an easy part of OG picking 2 supports You only have to worry about the cores.
Maybe Ember Spirit Band too? I don't know. Ember.
I was wondering, it's a bad matchup versus Lina, but it's such a...
Later on, it's pretty good.
Yeah, you get on top of Lina, you're fine. Laning stage bad, mid game very good versus Lina. That's what we saw in the newbie EG game, where STC got wrecked in the lane, but came back and crushed Lina.
Looks like OG is okay letting Lifestealer through. They are probably okay to play against it. They might just want to get the Terrorblade.
Visage, very good, like the Solar Crest build, just naturally good against the Lifestealer. You've got physical damage from the birds, and Earth Spirit, you've got the instant silence, so you perhaps got a way to actually gank him as well.
Terrorblade I don't like so much versus the Lina too. Lina's actually, I think, very good at dealing with the Terrorblade. Tons of burst, tons of AoE.
We have the TP ban.
IG
well, it's setting up the Lifestealer pick. They're going to pick right now. That's why they ban TP.
Yeah.
I think that's...
Or Slardar.
Or both. They could, both. Definitely off-lane Slardar, I don't know. It's still okay, but it's not like the... I think the hero's better in the 4 position role.
Yeah, and I think OG normally plays it in the 4 position. I'm sure S4 can play it too, but...
Oh, I'm talking about IG picking the Slardar Lifestealer. They're
but surely OG's not going to let them have both.
Yeah, they might. I think they do. I don't think they want... It's not so much about letting them have both, it's about picking what they want. That's OG's philosophy normally.
Yeah.
So, they got to know the Lifesteal's coming. I guess there's some consideration between taking it and denying it from them, but OG's mentality is typically draft for themselves, not trying to block pick or worry about your opponents too much. Unless it's contested hero, of course, and then they're fine. And maybe that's what Fly's thinking. Do we stop the Lifestealer pick? But nope. It's a hero that's good against Slardar Lifestealer, because we don't know Slardar Lifestealer's coming, but Lifestealer's quite likely. Slardar less likely, but still possible. Two argumentative names now in the lineup. Visage, Visage, Abaddon.
But the heroes themselves say their own name in the game.
I know.
So it shouldn't be up for debate, because if someone says their own name a certain way, you're going to expect everybody to call them that way.
So you're saying the French are saying Visage wrong?
I'm saying the French Visage is not a name. French Visage is a thing for your face. If you're calling it a name, it's Visage.
There's also one or two, I think here, I can't remember what it is, but there's one or two things in the game that are said incorrectly by the voice actors. They are, yes. So that argument doesn't necessarily cover everything. It does for the heroes.
Which
I remember what it is. I remember every time someone brings it out, someone points out, oh, but Hero says something wrong.
Yeah, but certainly if it's, said by the hero, doesn't matter if, it has to be right. It's the hero that says it.
Maybe both are correct, and that's just the way he chooses to say it some of the time.
I guess that's a possibility. They're taking a long time deciding this.
I think that threw them a little bit. Do we pick Lifestealer or do we not pick Lifestealer?
Are we getting baited into a trap?
Yeah. They have to be questioning that. Why didn't they ban out the Lifestealer in the second phase?
Yeah, it seems such an obvious
It's like a
choice.
double mind game right now.
Yeah.
I like Bat for them again, actually. I think Bat would be pretty good. It's pretty decent versus their heroes, and they can still pick Lifestealer later if they want. I think the Slardar is already kind of countered by the Abaddon.
Yeah.
But the Abaddon also counters
it does
a little bit. Yeah, I mean, the range is very short, so...
You want them to fight the Monkey King ult, too. We saw EG pair Monkey King with Punk. We've seen, Black Hole sometimes with Monkey King, but you want them to force them to fight into the MK ult. RP is always pretty good.
Yeah.
Seen quite a lot of CMs combined with this Lina Monkey King. Yep. CM's lineup, very good hero throughout all of the has been working. Yeah, has been working all the way through. Hasn't been outstanding. Hasn't been underwhelming. It's just been there, done its job. There's no 5 position heroes that you ever look at and be like, oh, that hero is OP or amazing. But newbie were first 2 picking it.
Hey, Anna Storm.
Huh. I wonder if I do considering a Silver Edge here to try to deal with the Abaddon, get a Juggernaut type pick.
You need Silence though too.
Yeah.
You need Silence and Silver Edge to kill him. Yeah. That's the ridiculous thing about Abba.
If you're stunned and Silver Edge though, you can kill him though, right?
No, you can still pop ulti.
Oh, you have to do it manually though, right?
Yeah, you have to do it manually.
Yeah.
Oh god, you might have to press a button to live. Oh man.
Well, if they burst you instantly, what if it's a Silver Edge, it's like a Laguna Blade, you could just die before you think to push it though.
That's true.
That's more. What's that then? You have to use some skill?
Yeah. What?
Q looks confused. Yeah, I think this shaft seems to have baffled him a little bit, actually. Yeah, mostly the Abaddon pick definitely would have been a surprise.
That's something new
Storm
out of S4.
might have been a bit of a surprise too. But
And there's
they get back to the
Legion
RC.
Commander, yeah.
Strong lanes is definitely the big motif so far from IG, and often one of the main reasons you're picking LC is to really bully and contest.
Leaving
that
the
enemy safe
Lifestealer
lane.
in though, and what's Bernie gonna play?
His heroes is Weaver, Jug, Anti-Major, Storm, you know? Okay, there we go. That's
Juggernaut's still in the pool
yeah, I was
though.
going to say Jug's probably a good ban here. Oh no, they're going to go for the AM. Okay.
Maybe that's what they were talking about for that fourth pick. Do we want to pick AM for Storm?
Yeah. We have the last pick going the way of OG this game.
Yeah, they can react to Burning's hero.
Yeah, they can do whatever they want.
What are the weird things that Burning play?
He doesn't play weird here, is just the thing. Like, he just sticks to his ball. Like,
he's had a very narrow pool here.
A lot of them are banned though.
You still have Juggernaut, Lifestealer. Juggernaut, Lifestealer, Weaver. Yeah, 3 still in.
His hero pool's been those 4 or 5 heroes. Like with Spectre, AM, he played the 1 game, but it wasn't incredible. Jug and the Weaver, the 2 heroes left. So. Silver and hero, but yeah, no silence.
Duel.
Oh yeah, actually, good point. Yeah. Silver Edge Duel. Now we're talking. Yeah,
that might be the play.
Yeah.
They need XXS to get real big.
No pressure, but I think that Baboka is saying that as well. I'm sure he's gonna make some plays around the map.
Is there saves available? I guess the Earth Spirit acts as a way to save heroes against that duel. Like here, we'll save the Abaddon. Maybe something.
Vent would have been great, but it's been blast banned by IG.
Does Noja play a lot of Weaver? Because he can go for an axe and then save everybody.
Abba Weaver is pretty good though.
Yeah, but yeah.
Do you want more damage though? Like Abaddon Storm aren't really burst damage heroes. I feel like that may be a limitation. It's like Gangsang that actually does some DPS.
It's not often that they save No-Till's hero for last.
They can always Meepo.
Meepo? Yeah, what else are you gonna tell heroes? He plays a little gyrocopter, that's like a fighting carry.
You don't want to play Meepo against Lina though, do you?
It's not great, but
it's not awful. It's a ton of magic resist.
You're gonna get jeweled and blown up.
They have Abba.
Slark. Go for a Slark instead.
Slark it is.
Slark's the anti-jug hero.
Yep.
So versus LC though, and So versus Lina.
Gotta go for that early Lincolns versus CLC, but can be tough. I feel like, I see these drafts and I don't feel like OG are in their comfort. Like the game 1 draft is so much like classic OG Alchemist game. Even though they had a rough game, like you still feel like OG know how to win that game from behind. We've seen OG come back from a lot of early game deficits. This game though, it's kind of a different draft, and I feel like IG might take this one.
I am with Guz on this one. I think that maybe IG did it. Maybe they forced OG into a tough spot with this draft.
Okay, I'm being told the lobby's being remade, so we've got a little bit of extra time to play around with the predictions. So, Shivers for sure.
Yeah.
This time, I just want to be absolutely sure where you're going.
I mean, they already said it. They already said it. We can't have that change anymore. So I'm locked in there.
Sticking with the OG.
Do you get the time to think?
I'm still not
3
sure.
minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
It's already set, guys. You can't backpedal. There's no way.
I'm the original IG picker though.
Yeah.
They got Abaddon. Abaddon's losing a lot of games.
It is. And
No, let's be clear about Abaddon. Group stage, 0 and 10. Rubbish. Awful. No one knew how to play.
Yeah.
Main stage, lost 1 game.
No, it's lost 2. 1 game. Are you sure on that? No. I think it's 2. I think it's 3 wins, 2 losses.
I think it's 3-2 now.
Yeah, I think it's 3-2.
Or is it 4-2 maybe?
Not sure.
It's much better. It's much better here.
He's won some games.
I'm trying to win Ben over here. It's much better, Ben. Honestly.
I like. Okay, I'm gonna go with. I'll go with IG again.
Okay.
I'm not too confident in Storm Spirit this game. I think it's a really tough Storm game.
Got that same frostbite.
Producer made me do it.
IG have a lot of tools to deal with OG.
Yeah.
Did we not have time? Do we still have time?
I think we're okay. I'm not being told that they're ready yet. I know they're remaking the lobby, so.
Alright. No, I think IG has a lot of tools to deal with what OG has to offer.
I was hoping I could hear Xiaowei. Xiaowei, which team do you prefer?
I think I know where he's going. Did you not hear him during the break?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. They always...
He was playing with the crowd, and he was just like, IG anyone? And everyone was like, hey!
I wonder if someone, you know, if someone would go for OG, if they would get bad credits from the community because he didn't go for a Chinese team.
I wondered about this the other day. Is it the same where we go around the...
They're way more biased.
Right, so we get accused of being biased, right? Yeah. We pick the Western team every time, and I think we're actually fairly impartial. I think we respect the skills across different teams and regions. And I always wondered, what was it like for the other regions? You know, especially when they're on home soil, like the Chinese now. If Xiao 8 says, I think OG win this one, you know, do the crowd just like, oh my god, we're disowning this guy, we don't like him anymore, we're not going to tune into his streams?
I know from talking to like the Russian analysts and panels, they're pretty, like they'll be biased towards the Russian team, but the analysts will still be honest. Like if they think the Russian team's going to lose, they'll be like,
have you heard them cast Empire games?
They are
so
loud.
Well, the casters and the panelists, they're super biased.
They still root for the team, but they don't think that it is going to be the next TI winner.
If VP's playing OG, their analysts are going to pick OG to win, you know? Like, they're still practical about it.
Yeah, and maybe for the Chinese, it's, you know, China all the way, but we don't, I mean, I don't know, I don't speak Chinese, Ben would be the only one to have maybe
Jack
any
told me that it's
that.
like, it's almost blasphemy if you pick against a Chinese team. Okay. I think it's like the complete opposite side of the spectrum.
Alright, okay.
But we need to ask Jack.
Yeah, we do. We'll ask Jack when we get an opportunity, but for now we're going to head back down to our commentary team for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Paul, and hello and welcome. My goodness gracious, we are here, we're doing it. Potentially the final game of these upper bracket finals. Cap, you know, we're looking at this game. We saw the Legion come out. You felt like that was one of their only choices that they could have gone for in that pick. The Storm Spirit panel is saying that that's a tough game for it. How do you see this one working out?
I'm not to myself, I was like, just Lina and LC, like that's not too bad. But Monkey King does have a bit of a stun that you have to work around, and then you have a huge ensnare coming out from the CM as well. You've got burst damage from both the Lina as well as the Juggernaut, so it is going to be a super tough game for Anna. He does have the Abaddon, which obviously helps this pick up quite a bit. I'm still working it out in my head in which team I really think won this draft and which team is actually going to win this game 2. I might have to cheat a little bit and think about it while we watch this laning phase unfold.
Well, it's a complicated one, too, because you've got the rotations that are coming in from the Monkey King and from the Earth Spirit. So a lot of it just depends upon how much those heroes get and are able to accomplish in the early places and where they end up going. In your eyes, is there a mid lane that's more easily gankable between, you know, the Storm Spirit? And I'm guessing that this is going to end up being a Legion Commander, or excuse me, what am I talking about? Not a Legion Commander, Lina in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they've got really good potential to be able to shut down the Storm Spirit pre-level 6. Both Monkey King and CM can make those rotations because Juggernaut's kind of fine by himself against an Abaddon. No big issues there. Our off-lane Legion Commander, how well is she going to do? She's facing up against a Visage, Slark, and Earth Spirit. I would like to see XXS probably pick up a TP scroll from the side shop. He could probably abuse that a little bit. He does have a... press the attack to be able to take off like Grave Chill, for example. So there's some small workarounds, but one of the things I really liked about the Slark is it is going to be an excellent way to be able to deal with the Legion Commander. Not many current cores can deal with it. One of the best ones, like Lifestealer right now, like he's being run all the time because he's so good at being able to zone out offlaners among many other reasons, but even he struggles against the Legion Commander. So I kind of like this pickup, but I have a hard time seeing how effective No Tail is going to be going into the mid game, especially as IG start grouping up.
Well, and that's certainly always a possibility, and we saw IG try and do that in the previous game as well. Didn't quite end up working out the group ups tactics, and it also is worth noting that you see up there in the off lane, we're getting some good zoning out. The Monkey King, he's even getting deep behind the Tyrian Tower as XSS is going to get jumped upon. As you mentioned, you do still have that Legion Commander with the TP scroll, and he's just gone.
Yeah, good call. Like, the roll in level 1 for the Earth Spirit is super deadly unless you have the TP scroll to be able to work around. Right, you get slowed, you get pounced, you're dead. So you have to always work around that. Just plays off of a little bit of shrine efficiency, comes back right back in the lane. yeah, Monkey King. That's just what this hero's turned into. We saw the group stage. Oh, super good roaming. And then, I don't know, who was the first team to really start utilizing this hero as just like a zoning hero? Might have been EG.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure, but it was just like one team was like, okay, this is just our zoning hero against like heroes like LC and Abandon. They just can't do anything. Centaur, same thing. Like none of them can beat Jingo Mastery because Jingo Mastery is Jingo Mastery, and it's a terribly strong spell.
Yeah, it's sort of transitioned from Monkey King being really hard to deal with because of how strong that ultimate was to being hard to deal with because of how much he offers you in the early game, which is definitely a problem. But you can take a look already. The early CS battle very much into the favor of IG because of that. And Abba's been completely pushed out as a hasted in illusion rune is running around.
He knows this is around the timing the courier is going to be coming out for the Storm Spirits. So he was just like, okay, I'm not going to be on map, right? Because when you're in this deception form, hell, I'm not even sure if Abandon realizes he's being routed just yet. S4 will back up at the right time.
God, in that range as well, always able to get 3 stacks up. You can't stay there at all. And you look at the way that this game has gone, the CM actually has more CS than the Storm Spirit does. Not often that you see that happen.
No, not at all. IG, I really like the way they're using this Monkey King, not just to zone out the Abandon, but it also frees a lot of space for this Crystal Maiden just be full efficiency off of jungle. So her rotations are going to be all the more important when she finally does decide, okay, I want to make this play. Probably, playing around some sort of boot smoke timing or something like that. Try and wrap around. I would say she's try and wrap around into the Storm Spirit from the right-hand side with Monkey King approaching from the left-hand side. I think that'd be a nice pincer move they can make.
Fly in some trouble. They can continue the chase here, and well, there's going to be the kill. They do manage to find it. First blood going to Bobaka, and also mounting some damage onto No-Tail. He needs to pounce away from that one.
I kind of have to wonder, how they were pulling the creeps in. He did hit a couple of the creeps. I just wonder how close that nuke was to finishing him off, and if hitting some of the other creeps helped secure that kill, or if it was just a freebie anyway.
In the meantime, up in the top lane too, yeah, Burning just going to apply some damage onto S4. Does still have the shield, so no great chance for a kill there onto the Abba. It's also worth noting that we had the CM who started stacking up that offlane camp. So on top of being a part of that first blood, I would imagine that XSS can possibly get some early momentum by virtue of that farm.
Yeah, certainly. Like, say the supports rotate into the mid lane and XXS isn't really feeling comfortable sticking around at bottom because now Earth Spirit does have a stun coming out from his level 2, then boom, like spend a little time farming out that offlane camp. Whether the gank is successful or not from those supports, they're eventually going to rotate back to bottom. You'll feel comfortable once again.
Oh, and setting up now on mid, Jerax is just going to hold on to this, soak up whatever experience that he has available to him since Storm has headed off to the jungle. And I mean, this makes sense. You need to get whatever you can out of this laning stage. OD, who have already been so heavily gone upon here, and well, there's just not really a great answer. Monkey King having come down here as well, it's turned into a dual lane situation with CM still farming in the jungle. Maximum efficiency from IG.
Storm Spirit, this is probably one of the earlier transitions into jungle you'll see. It like started with, okay, Alchemist and Storm Spirit level 5, and then we started seeing, okay, maybe level 4.5, you're feeling pressure. Now it seems like we're closing on just like level 4 and abandoning, but it does cause some issues, right? You're being safe. Yes, you're getting secured farm. You're not dying. You're not giving up first blood, but you are giving away a tower potentially, and you can see the chip damage that is already done. At mid tower is one of the really important objectives in the game, right? It's the first tower that really offers a lot of map control over an area that is usually well contested. So being able to chip that one away like OP has done is a huge win.
Jump away there for No-Tail. Yeah, and the other thing that you now have is level 6 on Lina that just got done. So not only are you going to be able to take the tower, but you're threatening that movement in towards the jungle as well that could follow. And you even more threaten anybody that does come up into lane now that they see that Lina's level 6. A great start indeed. And I'm wondering, there's a lot of lanes that are going well for IG right now, but the other big problem that you have is that Abba's not getting a ton out of the laning phase either.
Yeah, they just zoned him just enough so then you get phase boots on Juggernaut, then phase boots Juggernaut pretty much challenges every offlaner. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Fly.
That was always going to end up happening if you move over for that rune. Unfortunately, 0-2 start for OG, but IG looking a lot better coming out of that break, feeling like they've come up with an answer at the very least.
Well, looks like OP thinks he might be able to kill this Earth Spirit with just his regular nukes and some right clicks, but we know. Okay, we're going to wait it out. This smoke rotation just in time. Ana level 6. Maybe they can combo stun him. There it is, the jump forward. Oh no, he missed the burrow strike.
Oh, that looked ugly, but I think that they still find this kill nonetheless.
All right, he wipes his forehead. He's just like, oh, that was a close call. If he escaped because they missed that boundless strike, it's a big time blunder, but good recovery. They'll take the mid tower off of that. The rotation from the abandoned stuff just isn't going to be good enough. IG, significant lead, and while I expected them to take a laning phase lead, I did not expect it to be this far up, and a lot of it is the Monkey King, right? He zones the Abaddon first. Juggernaut then gets phase boots and can zone the Abaddon by himself. Then he's zoning the Slark. The Slark is not having a good time in that safe lane because he just keeps on getting jumped on and has to back away from the creeps against this Jingu Mastery stacks. Like, it's not like you could just Dark Pact it off or something like that. So he's just kind of got to deal with this. He's extremely pressurable before level 6. Everything is looking very good for IG, and they should have an even better mid game with the kind of heroes we're looking at.
Yeah, and not only, oh god, burning. They wanted to go onto that Storm Spirit there, but couldn't quite get the Frostbite to control Ana. And they're going to take it on the tower. Now they actually do have him. Omni Slash used, but Ana, he gets away. Oh, Joe's so close, jump forward. He's got to build it. No, not quite there. The range isn't enough. 3 HP. Actually has the Orb of Venom. It's going to kill him.
Oh,
he dies to the Orb of Venom. Oh, baby.
Bobica picks up a big-time kill. We said, hey, they've got a lot of burst damage. You kick off by any of these ensnares, and you're done for. Ana does not fully respect that one. Trying to get the deny on the tower, it's not that important, and it's such a risky play. No-Tail does finally pick up its level 6, but the Legion Commander is in a very good position. We're going to see a pretty fast Blink Dagger, I assume, followed up by the Blade Mail. That's going to be a big threat to both the Storm Spirit as well as the Slark. This laning phase is looking like a clear IG win for me.
Oh, in the early duel as well, onto the Slark. IG taking no prisoners, 0-5 start, and this is with heroes that can maintain and continue to accentuate that lead that they're already building.
Yeah, absolutely. IG, they control the game so well, and a lot of it is just, I was watching them leading into DAC, and I was so impressed by IG and their very decisive movements. So that's what you're saying here, right? Like really quick play onto the Storm Spirit, rapid rotation. They take that tower, all of a sudden, boom, Burning's bottom. What the hell? Burning just got a kill at top. Now he's bottom. He's getting this kill on Slark. He's taking a tier 1 tower. Like OG, they're just like being swept over by this really fast pace that IG are currently setting. And this is why they have these like 2 kind of strategies, right? Because they play it so well. They seem to have perfected the movement of this more aggressive lineup that they have. And obviously the Tinker one didn't pound out for him, so it was kind of obvious that in game 2 they were going to go back to this tried and true method.
Yeah, and now you've also got that OP picking up the minus respawn talent so they can keep that momentum as well. It's all part of the strategy that they know quite well and execute quite well, as Bobica doing a little bit of mind games there with Ana. There is Jyrix in the bottom lane. We've talked a lot about Earth Spirit.
He doesn't have his level 6 though.
Oh, S4?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a thing that he can do with this hero. Actually, he's going to be stunned, so maybe getting a little bit too big for his britches. He finds a 4-person boundless strike, but we'll die for it.
Bobica, you're getting real silly here. Like, why are you going behind in tier 2 at 10 minutes? Like at this point in time, you should expect OG are going to start grouping up a little bit more. Even if they haven't hit the levels that they really want, level 6 on Earth Spirit, level 6 on Abaddon, they do have to start protecting themselves against all the aggression you're putting forward. So it's at this point in time that you accept that group up and you just play more of an efficiency game. You farm all 3 lanes, as well as play a little bit off of jungle with your CM. You're going to wait until you hit your next window, which is going to be usually based around Blink Dagger on XXS. And Lina, not sure what kind of game this is for him. I guess with the initiation of the Blink Dagger, you don't need like an early Shadow Blade or anything like that. So let's just keep it traditional and go straight for the Bloodstone and make sure we do have that scaling later on into the game, because I can guarantee like IG is not just going to close this out by 30 minutes. I don't think I've seen a game at this tournament that is closed out that fast. And against what is arguably the best team here, it's unlikely. So you have to plan for that eventuality. You're not going to be able to sweep over OG like you've done in the early laning phase. Get some scaling. So Midas on Monkey King is a great example of something they probably need to build as well.
Yeah, and well, S4, they get the Aphotic Shield to take it off, but Bobica is chasing. And with the rest of OG being behind, it does look like IG, they're still not too afraid of this. No Blink Dagger yet. This is a pretty bold move, but yeah, they're just going to hunker down and take down this tower. S4 is still trying to hold the line, not allowing them to move forward. Burning just gets one shot off. But with Ana here now, they pop that ulti for S4.
Yeah, that kind of ruins it right there.
Yeah.
OG, they can't fight anymore without that ultimate. It's like one of the best ways for them to be able to react to the initiation. Oh, that was a good attempt, I guess.
That would have been a really great play if they could find that pickoff on the Monkey King to start it. He has his level 6, but it does look like it's going to be Burning. Takes the tier 2 tower, now going to TP back.
Oh, he's actually going a hand to Midas Slark. I'm not going to say no to that. Yeah. I'm not gay because OG, they have to find a way to be able to work farm into their lineup with less map control. And Hanamitis probably going to be the best ways for Slark to do that. They need to give a lot of farm to Ana in this jungle area. Like, they have to give that to Ana because Ana can't be out there. Like, pretty soon he's going to have to worry about a Blink Dagger. Shortly after that, it's going to be maybe another Blink Dagger. Maybe we'll see a CM one or something. And it's going to be Shadow Blade on Lina. You know, there's all these things that Ana, being in lane, is susceptible to. So Slark is going to have to be farther out there in lane, and he's going to have to give the safe farm to their mid.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this could be one of those games where No Tail dies a lot, but they still end up coming back and winning it. That style of play where you have to pull the team around and pull IG around the map, but he still has to be so careful because you've got, you know, XSS that can jump forward there, get a duel off, and then he's toast at that point.
Yeah, I just struggle to see how a Slark is going to be able to do that, right?
Yeah.
It was like, okay, they're going to get a space crate, and I said Slark. I was like, okay, I guess it's kind of a Slark game. But you can't lose the early game this badly for it to be a Slark game. Now IG, even if you do get Shadow Blade anytime soon, they're going to start grouping up, and you won't be able to find any pickoffs. IG are doing a great job. Just, you know, like, they're not even committing too many heroes up here. They still have somebody farming bottom, the Lina right now. So they're taking objectives while still maintaining something. I don't think they want to give up the mid tower here either. And they'll probably start rotating pretty quickly here to defend that.
All right, well, OP pickoff would be a great way to start it. And, well, you talked about grouping up. IG was not that time. Lina comes back in an instant, but that is a key one.
That's kind of funny. OP just puts himself there, and he does successfully defend the tower because they kill him, but it's not a hero that's actually out of it. Right, he's just going to start running down mid. They're afraid of the rotations from the rest of IG, so they don't put practically no damage on that mid tower. Big kill, yes, but IG still take that tier 2 and hold all 3 of their outer towers at a pretty healthy pace.
Yeah, and you do have a little bit of lost Bloodstone charges there, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, as long as Lina's still coming back and later on possibly being able to offer a Bloodstone suicide could be another thing that they see.
Yeah, absolutely.
But Monkey King, he has gone back for, I believe I saw a Hand of Midas.
Yeah, he's got the Hand of Midas. So. He's going to start riveling No Tail's farm pretty soon. He's already 700 above the net worth of the Storm Spirit. Things like CM, for example, is always going to scale pretty well because the jungle farm. So this is going to be this kind of lineup, right? It's going to be the lineup that does not drop off significantly. I keep making that mistake. When I look at these lineups, I'm like, okay, 35, 45, because that's what traditional logic says.
Yeah.
But we're getting into a newer era of Dota, and these heroes have much more longevity into the late game than they used to, thanks to certain things like Hand of Midas and Talons.
Oh, Ana gets jumped. There's going to be the duel, trying to find the kill, and they do find it.
Big pickup. They've got the positioning, take the tier 2. I'll just, you know, pick up a familiar or 2. Looks like just 1, but some extra gold there as well. All the towers gone. IG, they could take Roshan. Well, okay, they're not going to take that tier 2 mid. That's a little surprising to me, but maybe they just want to make sure they don't give any towers away.
They want to try and instead find...
They don't have anybody behind him. I think Bobica's just forcing them back. keeping him scared. IG are definitely respecting OG and what they could potentially do.
So I remember when I was watching the Chinese qualifiers for the Kiev Major, there was this constant play that IG, they would just push down lanes and take objectives when the other team wasn't fully ready for it. And they would hit this very nice moment where you had all of your heroes at like their peak performance relative to the other team and then take down towers. And it feels like with like maybe the next Aegis or possibly the one after that, they're going to be able to at least think about finishing off all those tier 2s and going high ground. Just one left down on the map right now in the mid lane, and wards across the map as well, scouting all of the movements from OG very deep in the jungle.
And OG are going to have to defend for a long time, right? Because you're talking about like some timing windows and stuff, and if you look at IG's lineup, one of the best parts about it is that it's kind of always ready to fight. Yeah. Their only real big cooldown spell is the Juggernaut Omni Slash, but he's still a pretty fast hero in general. Lina actually has something extra with this Bloodstone and respawn talent, so when they aggressively push in, say they lose that fight, they're still going to have Lina up pretty quickly to help defend a tower. So it's going to be OG not really granted too many objectives when they successfully defend.
So the last mounted aggressive onto this tier 2 tower. OG not really in a great position to make anything happen from it. You can see just by their map movement, you're pushing down the bottom lane, you're pushing down the top lane. You want to hold as long as possible, certainly, but need to make sure that you don't lose any of those heroes that aren't mid.
Yeah, this is just time. Time for OG to do a little split pushing things, which is, again, like, I love the fact that IG are never putting all their heroes into a push and still maintaining a possibility of finding a pickoff, like Ana, for example. They've got LC moving across. I don't think he'll catch him. Oh, maybe I spoke this one.
Oh,
Jesus.
my goodness. So close. Ana is going to get that TP away. Oh man, that's a clenching moment right there. You know.
Yeah, it is. That was like, oh my god, that stun lasted so long. And they almost got that dual animation off.
Yeah.
So yeah, like that's exactly right. They got the tier 2. They didn't give too much space to Ana. He still feels terrified, even farming the enemy jungle when they're pushing down their mid tier 2 tower. He's not anywhere close to his Bloodstone, really.
Just look at this vision that they have on the map right now. IG, that ward there over in the mid. You've got one off to the side in the lane, one sitting in the right by where high ground is, basically. They see everything.
So if I look at this from OG's perspective and I say, okay, how do I get myself back into the game? It's going to be a very long, hard defense. Right? Time after time, you have to defend against IG's high ground pushing potential. They don't have... Actually, they have pretty okay for early game pushes, right? Because Jug is pretty tough to eat through. He's got the healing ward, and the Lina's going to be sitting pretty far back. So they have to be able to find these windows for smoke push outs, catch IG, because IG have been kind of greedy, right? They push 2 heroes mid, and they spread out a little bit. Try and punish that, I think, with a smoke rotation or 2. You get the right pickoff that opens up a tower, and boom, you're right there close to your Bloodstone for a Storm Spirit.
Yeah, and he actually almost has it even without that, just the farming that he's been able to do. He's getting very close. And that's something else to talk about, is that you get one of those snowballing heroes, the key item up for him, and it's going to put him in a great position. There was a smoke broken.
Just popped. Yeah.
Slark not going to get scouted, and it does look like No Tail will get away with that one.
He doesn't get a pick off with his first Shadow Blade entrance, but...
Oh, Storm Spirit. Can they get out of here with him? They will be able to. Stunning XSS, and now just going to be able to get out. It doesn't look like Bobica is quite going to be able to find anybody.
Nice job by OG. This is like kind of what they have to do in this sort of this static phase. They have to stay ahead of the IG attempted ganks. It's very tough. They have to be really good at reading movement around the map, because they're not going to be able to rely on a whole lot of aggressive wards. IG naturally has a huge support gold bounty to be able to like so many counters and probably an early gem to be able to pick up. And then they also have these early Shadow Blades that are going to be picked up. I know Monkey King almost has his, and OP, he has his already. So they're going to be those 2 pick off Invis heroes kind of running around. It's going to be very much a game based around, I think OG, they have to have a good feel of what's happening and where IG are going. Just be able to read their motivations and their movements around the map. Well, this may be a pretty obvious one, though.
Yeah, this is pretty clear what's happening. Although, front and center burning, are they trying to make anything happen here? No Tail is just going to farm it out, but they get the duel off. Able to find No Tail. That's an easy pickoff.
That was so fast from XXS.
Wow, and now you've got Aegis. Slark is dead for 40 seconds. He doesn't have buyback. IG are going to be mounting the high-ground offensive, and there really isn't an answer at all.
They don't even have their Lina yet. He's still pushing out bottom lane, but IG don't care. They know they're so much stronger than OG at this point in time.
All right, TP back by Storm Spirit. He has his Soul Booster, doesn't have enough for that Bloodstone yet, though, and, well, the Tier 3 tower is about to drop. There isn't an answer. They got nothing. OG lose the first Tier 3 and maybe more.
All right, G gonna go for more. It's gonna be a little bit tough, but maybe they can get this Rax.
Okay, burning. He's going to go into his Blade Fury. There's going to be Laguna Blade, barely able to stay alive. Does have a Phonic Shield back up again in a second.
Overextended.
They've maybe gone a bit too far, but OP gets the Shadow Blade away. Now the MK
never
ulti,
mind.
they've turned it on. They back on the Slark, did have enough by the end of it, but maybe he can make everybody the silence as well. It's a near just back out. They don't care. Is 2 buybacks expended?
Looks like I spoke way too soon, Gabe. Forgot Monkey King Ultimate was the thing. How can you push into it this early? They preemptively set it up, and they get this really excellent catch by XXS once again. So on point with his dual pickoffs.
Another gone on.
I love it. Again, decisive, right? Just go straight for the throat.
They know what they need to do, and they're accomplishing it right now. Burning, still hitting onto that tower. The pounce through there isn't not really an answer at all. IG have not stopped this push, and with Aegis still in hand, why would you?
There goes another Tier 3. Burning's got a healing ward up.
Oh, now their Light Strike Ray onto Ana, trying to bring down that Lina, but OP, he Shadow Bladed away, turns to fight Laguna Blade. Look at dodge again for a second, but can they? Selling the chance, he's going to be able to walk away from this. His drop can for trying to run away. They managed to make to the shrine. The boulder smash onto 2, but there is just too much damage coming out from IG. They're going to take this second lane of barracks.
Gabe, I could not have been. I said, they're probably going to be able to find something, right? IG have given them nothing in this game. They just close out the game. 1, 2, 3. 3-minute victory. This is how you come back in game 2. This is how you make a statement.
Oh, look at him. He's fired up. IG, incredible. So you can hear the reverence the crowd has for this team, particularly that player, Mr. Burning himself. Not necessarily the playmaker for me. It was XXS who really stood out, but clearly OG are going to need to come up with some answers. Brief little thoughts about what you thought of that game, where you see it going here.
I think OG drafted probably a little bit greedy there, grabbing a Storm Spirit, and it turned out to be a really bad Storm Spirit game. And then also picking up the Slark as a Space Creator felt awkward.
Reserve time. Radiant team.
Particularly good, just because you're like Sniper, Troll, Legion Commander, all these heroes need farm, but at the same time, if you look at IGV's lineup, they're going to be pushing these towers. They're like the Beastmaster is actually super threatening in that regard. I really like this adaptation of IGV to start picking up this Beastmaster. I was super hesitant about it at first when people were picking up because I thought it was just too slow for offlaners, but this patch, we are going in slower directions. We are going in more mid to late game focus. We're talking about heroes that scale, and Beastmaster, he fits this, right? He doesn't get his Blink Dagger like Slardar or Centaur at 15 minutes and start playing Impact, but that's okay. You just change your playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, and it's shown a growth in the team, a willingness to experiment, see new things. You love to have that happen throughout the course of a tournament. Maybe they played some scrims or something against an NP and they found a little bit of value there. Maybe they just saw the games and saw the potential of this hero. Certainly in a patch that's so dependent upon team fight, that vision advantage that you're going to gain by virtue of a Beastmaster is incredibly valuable. And well, right off the bat, it's going to be Miposhka just running at Paparazzi and making his life hell. And I really like this response as well, because time and again, it's been that Invoker who's been causing the issues. Take him out of the game. Make his life hell. This is a great answer.
Yep, Miposhka's reprising his role as a Monkey King. Basically, you just kind of sit there and no one can really challenge you, and you could just kind of laugh to yourself. Like, this is the enjoyable part of playing Ogre Magi.
Okay.
It's kind of like Lich. You have to really relish that the enemy team hates you. They hate you so badly that you're just this dumb ogre, and Paparazzi's like, I can't do anything against this hero. This is dumb. Because later on, you're going to be a walking bloodlust machine, and you're going to be the one hating life. So misery loves company. You got to hold on to that.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I think you hit the nail right on the head there. And well, misery. This is certainly what's going on right now for Paparazzi. He's forced back again. Did already have the salve there, but will possibly be forced to use it. And yeah, remember what's going to happen.
He recovered from this last time, right? I don't feel like Paparazzi, like that brief hiccup in the first 2 minutes, I don't think that particularly shut him down, even though it was cool to watch. So, you know, Miposhka, he did what he needed to do. Now he's going to secure the Legion's lane. You don't ever just sit there in lane as this ogre. You just have this first minute impact, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. So another thing here is we have dogfights. Both of these players are kind of on a different role than we saw them play last time, as it does look like Super is going to rotate in and help secure and force the Ogre Magi back. But they're on less playmaking heroes, and that kind of puts the onus, I feel like, on the rest of their two teams to make things happen. King R on the Rubik, and maybe as well that Vengeful Spirit, and also this Nyx Assassin. It just feels like it could be a little bit tougher for them to get things done in the early stages.
Yeah, I do think that there's still plenty of opportunities for dogfights to actually make some plays with this support Nyx Assassin. It's a tough hero to do so, but if you look at it, right, he's got this Sunstrike to work off of. When he does hit these impales, there's a lot of extra damage that can follow it up. He can make a lot of plays with the Beastmaster as well. They've got this solid, you know, big nuking combination between the two of them. So I think there are more opportunities there. Miposhka, I don't know, like his cores do need a lot of form before they can be pretty active. So I'm just not sure if that really fits him very well, because Miposhka has been like so critically important to Empire's success here at DAC.
We also saw Chappie in that last game on the PAs. We have a little bit of a brawl going on mid. It's Paparazzi taking some damage. You got Mr. Ogre there as well. Gonna start dealing it out. They drop the Chaos Meter, and that actually takes a good bit of damage from that, but they still find that kill. First blood on Paparazzi.
Yeah, that's great. In July, he is getting some of the benefit out of this, right?
Whoa. Something happened. I don't know what the hell is going on.
He hit a Sunstrike on FN, but FN barely survived.
Okay.
Cool. That it had to have been real close. Because I was thinking that. I was like, he might be low up, but I was like, nah, that won't happen, right?
I thought there was an earthquake in the stadium and we were all dead. Literally, that's what went through my mind. We are no longer alive in this world.
Wow, you're such an optimistic person usually, but Jesus, when your shit goes down, apparently Gabe just abandons that sunny mentality.
I was going to throw my headset and run. Paparazzi needs to run a little bit himself. He's taking a good bit of damage. The Bloodlust onto Sniper already in some trouble. So, continued dominance in this lane. And now the lift back. King R is here. Paparazzi going to drop. And not even a Sunstrike can help him out there.
Yeah, they don't have like the same kind of rotating hero they did last time, right? It was Earth Spirit. He shut down the Centaur as much as he could, and then he rotated around 2 or 3 minutes. What's a Nyx Assassin really going to do for you? Not very much. His movement is very telegraphed in that regard. It's not going to get a surprise jump onto the Sniper or anything like that. So this, unfortunately, there is no counterbalance like there was previous times. You know, Empire just identifying that they do need to play pretty active in the laning phase. I think they need to win this laning phase pretty hard because they've got the right heroes to do it. Sniper and Troll, lane dominators themselves. Legion Commander also has this kind of passive influence in the laning phase that she can always do better than most. So, and then the supports just need to shut down Paparazzi. So I think this is great. They're setting up really well. IGV's timing is going to be more around 10-15 minutes when they can start making these big single target pickoffs plays.
I mean, that's definitely true, but I'm just looking at the CS difference, and you've got 8 and 5 on the Invoker versus 27 and 18. Like, does that slow down the timing any further, or does it not really matter because Invoker's just a Sunstrike machine anyways?
Yeah, he's kind of like a Sunstrike machine anyways. He'll make that comeback through the pickoff plays, but what I like about this is the Empire, they've already made the kind of read, I think, in Game 1, what they need to do against these situations, right? If they can just group up a little bit more, play around each other quite a bit, don't try and split up too much, I really think they can stop IGV and they're that window where they could really make the comeback.
Well, There's a deep ward dropped as well by the Rubik over there by the tier 1 tower in the top lane, maybe signaling where Empire want to make that first aggressive movement. And Chappie, meanwhile, will move over towards the 6-minute rune spot, take down a couple of boars. Do you, in your eyes, is it the top offlane tower that you try and prioritize and you bring in another hero for that, or just sort of passively break it down with the troll?
Just passively break it down with the troll. You want to make, because the problem is last time when we were talking about the Team Empire and how they played that 5 minutes, they had a Centaur, right? Centaur doesn't need like an amazing amount of farm. They could just kind of play around their Invoker, and that was fine. This time around, they've got 3 cores who all need a decent amount of farm, so you need to make the most of their independence now.
Look at how much they're bullying Paparazzi. They are giving him nothing, taking away even the small creep from the hard camp at this point. Empire, they are showing so much hate.
That's a lot of hate. I mean, Paparazzi Invoker, I could see exactly why they're doing that. It does lose them a little bit of space, I guess, at bottom lane. But Leech Commander had the TP, so he TPs right back as the lane pushes in. Nothing major loss for Empire, just an opportunity to catch an Invoker, I guess.
I really like this response, too. It's like, if you're going to win with somebody else. You're not going to beat us with the same thing twice in a row. So Empire showing their hand as to what they wanted to accomplish. That being said, it's also Cicada who on this Vengeful Spirit has been able to get a good amount of farm. Is he somebody that can kind of make a little bit of space for that Invoker over the next couple of minutes?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like, that's like one of the most aggressive carries out there that you can pick up, right? The Vengeful Spirit, you don't have much of a late game window at all. You almost always need to be head as a Vengeful Spirit core. Otherwise, you're simply too squishy, right? You're just susceptible to being bursted down. So you're going to need to bully down towers, that's for sure. Kind of similar to a Terrorblade. You need to be super active in that regard. Move around the map. It's a hero that feels kind of hard to fight into as well. There are a lot of similarities there. What is Ghostic doing? He's just refusing to let Paparazzi do anything. If he actually catches the duel and Sniper pushes forward into the mid tower, he can actually make a potential assassinate play with the duel, but doesn't look like they'll catch him yet. Maybe weird.
Oh my god, they're gonna dive. They are getting set up for this one.
Oh yeah, cut down the tree, get the movement speed.
Chase forward, assassinate is
duel.
going to fly
No.
out so close. He does end up dying.
Cool.
Well, another pickup there. The crowd silenced, as too was that Invoker. They are just completely dominating this early stage, this Invoker.
There's the Cicada move by the Vengeful Spirit. Good play. They cannot afford to lose their mid tower early like this, though.
Invoker's coming back in. They're ready. They're here with 4 heroes, canceling the TP and now going to duel the Nyx Assassin. Empire bring 4. Oh, wow.
That's so cool. What happens, like, they know Vengeful Spirit's going to be active, right? So as soon as Vengeful Spirit shows top, they're like, fine, we'll take mid. But what are you going to do about it? You can't rotate a Beastmaster. Beastmaster doesn't really accomplish that. And especially as Vengeful Spirit's your active core at this point in time, he can't be there at the team fight because he went top. Well, you have to give up mid. And that, again, just shuts Paparazzi out. And it claims a much more important tower in the game. Safe lane towers go down all the time. You can give up that tower, who cares? Mid towers, those are really critical.
Oh no, and again, Paparazzi pulled back in and killed off. 0-5 start for the team, and as far as Paparazzi is concerned, he's been killed off most of everybody. 4 deaths for him by the under 10-minute mark.
Yo, Russia, Ukraine, you got to get some like cyberbullying seminars going on here, because this is just so unfair. Like Empire just like running after this one hero. They're focusing on literally nobody else. Cicada's just doing his thing and they're just ignoring him. Beastmaster's getting some farm, but the thing is it's working because the objectives they're taking off of it as well. Like all this rotation into Paparazzi and such, like that's all fine and well and good, but it's the mid tower play that really makes this well worth it for them.
The rarely seen 209 GPM Invoker. It is a rough life indeed. And I guess here's the thing. What are they losing out on by doing this? What's the trade-off that's being made? Is it anything really?
It's early farm on Beastmaster. That's dangerous. It's also Vengeful Spirit, but you can't. You could potentially pressure a Vengeful Spirit in lane. You could rotate maybe 2 supports into a Leech Command, but that's risky. I think it's just better play. It's just much easier to pressure that Invoker and take this secured play. So the only thing that's really traded, I think, is the Beastmaster farm, which Beastmaster doesn't come online, even with total free farm. He doesn't come online very quickly, right?
Yeah.
He's still a length away from Necronomicon #1. And that's one of the big first peaks.
Well, I guess the other thing is, a good amount of experience probably spread around. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if, IGV actually has a little bit of a net worth lead in spite of that kill advantage.
Probably not net worth, but more experience.
Sorry.
Yeah.
But even there.
Yeah, even there.
I guess when you get 5 kills to nothing, that's a pretty good start for your game.
Yeah, Paparazzi's like, experience, what's that?
All right.
Level 7 in 11 minutes.
IGV have had enough. This is a statement smoke. Unfortunately, it does also look to be a telegraph smoke, and nobody is in the mid lane for Empire. Although this rotation
I don't
does
think
move over. Swap. They've caught him. Okay, they kill off King R. Get 1 on the board.
Paparazzi, you guys couldn't just leave me that Sunstrike kill. Come on. Give it to me, please. All right, so they made a play like that. Didn't mean anything. The caught King R. They wanted something big, like a rotation, catch the sniper, use your Warlock ultimate, take the tower. They wanted that kind of play, and they didn't get it. So IGV still have to find a better way to come back into this game.
And I mean, maybe it feels like
smoke.
Again, starting with that vengeful spirit, but right now it's just Paparazzi trying to farm up Ancients. There is going to be the top tier 1 tower taken, as well as the mid tier 1 taken for Empire. The movement is now down towards the bottom one. Again, could be a little bit telegraphed, although you do still have the Vengeful Spirit that's in the area. Now bringing in Super. He has his level 6. They're all grouped up. This could be a good moment for them, but it looks like Empire instead going to dive, get the duel, starting to bring down this Venge. Do they decide to go for the counter initiation? It does not look like it's going to happen.
Oh.
And now Super, he might end up dropping himself. They're going to be able to dive under the tower. Now, are there any TP rotations to try and save this? It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Super is going to die as well. Empire, with the dominant start, are going to take down all the tier 1 towers by about the 13-minute mark.
Again, Empire is saying, you can rotate. Like, you just can't. Beastmaster's not a rotating core. Invoker, not a rotating core. Nyx Assassin can't do enough. So, at the end of the day, good pick.
Yeah, they'll find 1, but they've lost all their tier 1 towers.
At the end of the day, as long as they stay ahead of the Vengeful Spirit rotations, the first one was top lane.
Radiant team pick.
+1.
Baboka is a really good Earth Spirit.
His other heroes is what, like Sank, a bit of Sanking, like had a Nyx Assassin game.
Yep.
But he'll go Earth Spirit. I like this. Earth Spirit Lina. Alright.
Now
not
OG.
gonna let, not gonna let him. They're gonna go with Nagasara. I knew it.
That's not the worst thing in the world. We might actually see a Lion this game. Yay! Right?
Hey, Lion. Good. I mean, yeah, this is the Lion game, I guess. This is that territory. They could leave it till 5 as well if they want to pick it. Yeah, it's not even like a ban-worthy hero. If you're OG, you're more worried about like you're more worried about a life stealer here as like a perhaps second stage. Yeah, fast-paced tempo heroes.
For who, IG?
Yeah,
I think they can pull an IG Vitality and actually push the Naga very hard with Beastmaster plus whatever. Lina can actually see it very early on.
Yep.
And you can kind of sub out the Invoker for Lina and do the same thing. Beastmaster's great here.
Yeah, Beastmaster gives them a bit more vision for the Monkey King. Well, that's why I feel like if they want to do that, Lifesteal is still a good pick, because that's a very good hero for sieging as well.
Versus Naga, though? Lifestealer versus Naga is just miserable for Lifestealer, generally.
Yeah.
Generally.
Depends how confident you are in your... We talked about this when we got to the very start of the main event, the semi-final matchup. It was like OG versus Newbie, the 2 defensive teams. IG versus Empire, the 2 offensive, tempo-controlling teams. And now we're seeing like the big clash in styles. Like the best defensive team versus the best fast-paced aggressive team.
So which are you prioritizing your bans? Because...
Connell, I would say, is
there's
actually...
so many good options.
I think Keeper's an important ban if you're IG.
Yeah. CM's the other hero that we've seen a bit from Fly with the Naga, but...
I mean, in terms of team fight, you got the Warlock still in the pool as well, might come out. He's played a lot of Dazzle. Bit of Sustain, ain't bad.
I would go for Beastmaster ban for OG and Coddle ban if you're IG.
Yeah,
Coddle immediately ban out OG. Yeah, I wouldn't be scared of the 5-man push because Monkey King Naga, it's like okay, but you do have the potential to get run over in lanes if your Naga has a weak game. And they don't have the Enigma to fall back on a team fight. When we saw OG against Newbie earlier, it was
Naga sleep into Enigma Black Hole, and that's just devastating. But like the other combination that we see kind of often is Coddle, and then the third one is Disruptor. But Disruptor's like okay, I would say. I think I would much prefer Coddle or the Enigma.
Yeah, so the Coddle band. And the jug band, Roji. Just the better life stealer for pushing. You've got Healing Ward and Blade Fury is kind of the same as Rage when you're pushing towers.
True that.
Oh, Visage band. So they are targeting Fly's heroes. Yeah. The CM left, being the big one, but...
Gotta choose one player to try and shut down.
And that's unless IG won it themselves. CM could do it, okay, not great.
Yeah, it's alright. Good enough.
They got the first pick coming out of this band phase, so they could. If they want to.
Maybe need an Invoker ban?
Yeah. Or they're gonna back for the lifesteal
Invoker with the Naga?
Possibility. They have the Monkey King on their side.
I just feel like the greed, having like an Invoker who takes a long... Invoker's the kind of hero that wants 4 teammates who can fight while he farms jungle, split pushes, and just throws Sunstrikes.
That's true.
And Naga, like,
So
that's what Naga wants.
What else would they need though? Like Ember?
Mid? Fighting Ember, yeah. Ember, or... What are the... I mean, it could be mid Naga and then the safe lane can be a different hero, like that fights.
So do they want to get burning this lifesteal or not?
I don't think it's a high priority just because it's inherently very bad Naga versus Naga.
Yeah.
The ban out the XXS Legion commander.
Yeah, it's a good ban. That's such a pretty good hero.
Yeah.
I think Legion's going to see a lot more top pick. I wonder if OG might Nyx. I felt like Nyx was going to be a good hero to try and punish Lina with, and just for S4 to create space for Naga with, but IG take it first.
Yeah. We've seen the Chinese teams do that quite a lot with the Nyx.
They love Nyx.
Yeah.
They love Nyx regardless of whether it's like good versus end heroes.
And they have played Nyx mostly in a 4 position, but this time it will be, looks like an XSS.
Yes. That's true.
They didn't necessarily have to ban Keeper if they were planning on picking Nyx though. That's the strange part. But
I guess,
it's so annoying.
They think Nyx might get banned out, for example, so... They could have had Visions then the Keeper, but...
So this makes OG's mid pick very difficult. Storm Spirit, terrible versus Lina, terrible versus Nyx. And then Invoker is okay, but not that great versus Nyx as well. And then Ember Spirit gets crushed by Nyx.
Yeah.
So I don't actually know what they go for their mid hero as.
The only tier 1 they've got is the Invoker, but isn't it?
Yeah, I would say Invoker, but you,
think you can do it.
You need a really strong mid laner because the Earth Spirit Lina is very strong. One of the strongest.
I think OG might be okay.
With who?
Yeah, OD.
OD, oh yeah, OD.
Even versus Nyx, it's not great versus Nyx, but I think it's like a good defense. It'll lane okay.
But the Creed, so Naga, OD.
Yeah, I feel it's less greedy than the Invoker though.
That's true.
I think the Invoker is just like very hard to pull off with Naga. Team fight coming out from the Warlock, so perhaps they try to get. I've seen them run these drafts where they get Naga involved before she even has ratings. So just use that song, win some team fights off of it, and go from there. So maybe that's going to be more the approach. They've got 2 big team fight heroes now with Naga and Warlock.
Naga sleep into Upheaval.
Oh, Upheaval, the MVPs yesterday.
Yes. All right. What S4 heroes do you want to get with like a sleep and just this kind of draft?
Oh, we are going to see an OP Storm Spirit.
So now... Offlane is...
Does that make Lina support?
Correct. Yep. Q's played it, I think, one time this tournament already, at least I saw.
Lina support is really good too. I actually really like Lina support.
It's good as like a support that can transition into a core as well, and that's something that has to happen against Naga. You'll just clear out waves and naturally get good farm.
That means it's kind of greedy on the supports though. Maybe there's a chance their vision will suffer from that. Their map control will suffer from that.
Earth Spirit would be like the 5 position in terms of farm. Like kind of likely it's something that like NP did when they had that 1437 Lina and he got like 15k net worth just by farming waves. Kind of play it like a Coddle a bit. I'm sure what OG are considering here. They've got back-to-back picks, so they don't have to save like their carry or mid for last if they don't want to.
Templar Assassin.
Got very little answers in terms of lockdown for a Storm so far, and that definitely has to be something they address with one of their cores.
Hey, Templar Assassin.
Okay.
Defensive enough mid to survive the Earth Spirit rotations?
Still a little greedy though.
Yeah.
Right? TA farm up Dezo, Blink, farm up Ancients, and then you don't.
Then you gotta leave the farm for Naga.
Yeah, and then you have to compete with Naga for farming the lanes.
You gotta get kills, otherwise you don't get farm. Basically, at some point in the game. Otherwise you don't get farm. Basically, at some point in the game. And that means that there's extra pressure on the Monkey King to make sure that the lanes don't get lost, because otherwise there's going to be even less space to farm for people that are greedy.
And the thing that the Monkey King's going to struggle with is having an impact in the early game. Like, Naga, TA are not heroes that kill their opposing laner. Like, I feel like you need a hero for S4 that can partner with the Monkey King, perhaps.
And does not need farm. Because he's, well, he might get farm for the first stage, but later on everything's going to be taken by Naga and TA.
Yeah. Some kind of team fight hero, or at least hero that can really contest the lane a lot. Bat Rider actually would have been that would have been a great option. I was wondering what.
Do they need more lockdown for the Storm?
Yeah, Darkseid seems okay.
Do they need more lockdown for Storm?
Because they don't have that much.
There's one like Centaur though, Centaur Swordar, but
Axe is perhaps
Axe
I think Axe with Monkey King is quite powerful.
Yeah.
But IG's going to be able to pick their... that's the tough thing here. IG's going to see your offlane and be able to make sure they get a hero that matches up well against it, but Max annoys his jungle a bit.
Morphling ban. Burning still has an extra center. Burning still has quite a few to choose from. Once the Juggernaut is removed, but other than that, the Anti-Mage, Lifestealer still in the pool. Spectre still in the pool as well. If they want to just have that insurance policy for later on in the game.
TA Naga is not here, he's on a Lifestealer. This looks like an anti-mage game, to be honest. I don't know. Slurk feeling it. Slurk is actually good, yeah. Slurk game. Slurk's good versus TA. That's probably the most stable option. Not a burning hero, but if I'm thinking of burning hero out of his pool, I'd rather like the anti-mage to like the Lifestealer, for example. It just feels like, again, we've seen anti-mage versus Naga. Like, they're going greedy with Naga, let's go greedy with anti-mage. But I know he did comment after his last anti-mage game, he felt like his anti-mage wasn't up to his normal standard, so maybe he's like lost belief in his anti-mage. Used to be his hero.
Yeah. I think he's taken Lifestealer instead though. Decent trade. There you go. Oh, and he actually takes Lifestealer here as well.
Well.
Good with Storm at least.
Yeah. I like IG's draft, a little bit worried for OG perhaps, but at the same time...
Some fair amount of greed in here, Ben.
From both sides.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go through the predictions, we'll start with Ben this time.
Go with OG. Naga Alchemist, they're huge strengths. Doesn't matter that they don't have a big team in combination with it, I think.
I'm going to agree with Ben, just because I think OG just... They're the clutch team. They win the big matches and they win them with these Naga and Alchemist drafts. This is OG in a nutshell. Okay, Steven?
Who am I to go against the great minds of our analyst couch right now?
What?
What? I called you guys great minds. Am I not allowed?
Don't give us that much credit.
Okay. Who am I to go up against these fools? I mean,
well, 3 for 3. We stuck together last game.
Yeah, we stuck. Okay, I'll go for OG. I haven't been wrong yet this series, so we'll see.
Ride and die together.
Yeah.
Alright, okay. They're all on the green machine to win game number 3. Let's go back to our commentary team for the decider.
Thank you very much, Paul. We've all come down to this. IG, it's versus OG. Couldn't be any other way. East meets West in terms of play styles as well. Naga Siren versus, again, a Lifestealer, this time taken as the last pick. Cap, do you think that with that Storm Spirit, the combination that they've got there, it's going to be enough to overcome what OG is throwing out?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we were talking about it, right? It was like the opening was definitely OG favored, and IG had to do something
like forced to try and close out the game super fast. So I like the fact they gave themselves that out. They still pick up the Lifestealer, which is perfectly acceptable because they have a Storm Spirit. I think IG, like the panel all went OG, but I do think IG is capable of closing this out. Like they showed it in game number 2. Like I didn't think I was ever going to see a game in this tournament that closed out under 30 minutes, but IG proved they could do it.
Absolutely, and looking to do it again here. It's interesting too because you've got this Monkey King that's sort of been a bit of a deciding one, but you've also got Baboka who's playing on his Earth Spirit, and it's another one of those heroes that he's very well known for. Probably the most known Earth Spirit in China, I'd say, with the exception of dogfights. And he's very talented on it, as we did see that ward placed down early.
Yeah, I thought for a second maybe Burning was going to spot that, but I don't think he did. So that is going to be a ward that gets really good vision of the rotations of the Earth Spirit, because he does want to, well, I'm not sure if he's needed to help out the bottom lane. It does kind of depend on what our Monkey King is going to be doing. or Spirit does not need to try and counter whatever the Monkey King is attempting to do. I'm not sure if he wants to sit in lane and zone out the Nyx Assassin. I think Nagasarn and Warlock are going to be pretty capable of doing that by themselves. So maybe he plays a little bit more with the Centaur. Maybe he just sticks on top of the Storm Spirit. As we did see, Storm Spirit pre-level 6, very susceptible to a lot of ganking power, and also very susceptible like supports like Ogre or Monkey, who could just sit in lane and kind of zone you out for the first level or two.
Right. Well, and there's going to be the early bounty runes as well. It was 3 that went to IG. With this, they've also gone in. And I was always wondering if this apply the pressure deal with.
But you can still recover very well. What I like about this a little bit more is the fact that Monkey King, he's like, I'm in this awkward position now. I can't zone out the offlaner like I like to do. I can't really because I carry Renton so heavily. You know, it's just this weird position. We're playing a lot of pressure. Warlock lane against a S4 have too much HP to really be able to him. So they can bring it intently. It's kind of like the situation. I don't think OG can against what doing in their off. Or I think IG can move their extra support down to the bottom lane to help out against OG's aggression. So it is going to be a bit of a wash in that regard. I think that like the offlaner, and I think Nick gets a lot of value out because it's hard for him to first place. Then the carry that's being, I think Nagasarn's going to be affected in the CS, but right now it's a no-tell, so maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, and I guess the other thing too, though, is that you have your level 6 that comes online with the Lifestealer, and then you can catch back up by virtue of kills, trying to move in and contest no-till. Does mean we have a straight up matchup. At least it comes in with an invis. I can't believe that was scout from the Dire, so we can make something happen here. Snipe will not find now.
Very hard able to kill a TA. He's just opting for your kill. Not gonna happen. As the TA doesn't have anything she wants right now.
Just going for a walk in the woods. He's going to be fine with that.
Yeah.
Stretch the legs every now and then.
Slowing down No-Tail's farm, as you said, like Lifestealer has a way to be able to get back into the game fairly quickly with this Storm Spirit. Oh, nice roll.
Okay.
Just if it was where IG is going to be super aggressive and continuing to try and hunt down. Oh, nice 3-man stun.
Okay, on to Burning as well. He's going to pop the Rage. S4 still manning up against him. They're going to
like some sort of like to see supports maybe rotate out. Obviously OG would know about it since they're keeping this constant presence, but OG wouldn't really be able to make the call of whether it's going mid or top, and both are susceptible to this support duo. So maybe they can find some sort of space for them to rotate out instead of keeping this tri-lane situation.
Yeah, and the other thing that's kind of weird about it too is that it was going so well earlier for IG, and then you bring these two heroes down to the bottom lane, and now you're looking at an Nyx Assassin who's being zoned out a little bit by the Monkey King. He's not getting nearly as much as he was before, although, as I'm saying that, Jarex is going to leave.
Yeah, it's because they made the scan onto the Earth Spirit. So Jarex thinks that the Earth Spirit is actually somewhere in that tree area, but Boboka was simply just getting the 4-minute bounding rune. Yeah, but you're right. They had almost like the top on the side of IG, and then just kind of changed as we to level 3, 4. Going to be OG winning the laning phase.
So, OP closer to that level. There was a bold tear of the.
As much as people really don't right now because he feels a little bit overpowered, I do really love seeing the Earth Spirit versus the Monkey King support matchup, just because it gives a lot of depth to the rotations.
All right, Ana going to be stunned. They need to burn through these refraction charges. They find the stun as well with Q. Going to be able to find first blood. OP draws it.
There you go. They're pushing out bottom lane pretty heavily, and then they rotated that Lina into mid. That's exactly the kind of rotation I think they needed to be able to make. The support duo is not very strong by themselves. Individually, you put the Lina bottom and you put the Earth Spirit top, but if you can combine them together, they've got really long initiation range and a lot of damage in CC.
So S4 maybe needing to be another one of those holding factors. I mean, the thing is that you get first. Well, I would say for OP at this point in time in the game, it's very even match. What do you think is? You go for an early the Storm Spirit combo?
No talent. Those two supports. But
there's the rolling boulder. It's going to be another light storm. Second Q hits it. Right clicks coming in. They've got more than enough as No Tail is going to drop in this top lane.
Nice job. I think No Tail, he made the read. It was just proud. It's exactly what they need. Said, when is the time? Some movement. This early 10-minute and off phase win for O till the Storm Spirit is a little bit armlet, and they've got to get the Storm Spirit before they that kind of move, or even Assassin Lifestealer bomb. Point of aggression, but that's more around minutes. IG cover their early game better with these support rotations and kick things up. We'll see if they can make another one on a mid soon.
Yeah, and OP just still standing. I think that also many different vehicles for the Lifestealer in this game. The Nyx, you've got the Earth Spirit, Storm Spirit, thing that they're going to be waiting. Interestingly enough, Lifestealer thinking that he is going to part of the, the.
Yeah, I'll never say. Maybe that last one with the. Say I don't know what No Tail item will accomplish more for him.
Oh, they're setting up. They want to make this play. Early aggression with the sleep. Jarek's going to look for the boundless light to check it off, but it's S4 can't even. Play though, Babok the 2.
He's going to TP out, but he can't get it.
Dead. Invict. Drop a couple in the top.
Just the 2 support from OG. Song of Siren. Game changing. This one, like, okay, that's an acceptable 2 supports. But now you're also very susceptible, right? You know you don't have that ultimate to fall back on for 3 minutes. IG hopefully will take advantage of that timer. Just try and do it with this tree of Nyx and the 2 supports. I'm going to try and bring Life to help out a little bit more.
Well, and that's the tough thing again, is that you do have a very... Oh, they're going to go for it right now. They're just going to bring 3. Got them all there. No takeaway. Really good. Instead of to the north, going to run through, does not... But it's... Another light... No Tail, he is going to get out of that.
Sick. Well played, No Tail. I mean, I think OG should have made that read in the first place, that they're probably going to go for Naga Siren again, but No Tail outplayed that scenario. They went for the Naga Siren. Get that kill.
And now a little bit more too. Can farm out this ancient stack that you've been building slightly and get into some early items. As far as more of like the macro sense of this game and where that for IG?
Yeah, the Naga Siren push is going to be hard for IG to work around. I don't think there's a problem here, right? No. In fact, if there is a problem, it's a problem for S4.
Other way around. They try and take him down. Actually gets the Stampede off. Oh, Burning wanted more.
Didn't do enough either.
They wanted to go for more stun, just a little bit off the mark there from Baboka. And it looks like OG to get away with that one. That was very close, but another failed gank.
Yep, that was a Raindrop save right there. Raindrops. He can right-click the center or he Vendettas, bounce the return damage to get it done. Same goes Siren, potentially catch him with later on. It's going to be the Radiant. Those sort of available for XXX. He is a position where, like Legion Commander earlier, he could take over this game if he plays correctly. I think IG's lineup is made a little bit more around being like kind of preempting the Radiance or the 6-slotted Naga Siren timing and being able to like constantly shut him down with these ganks because they have so much rotational and burst power between, like Lina's got a lot of burst damage, you've got multiple vehicles for the Lifestealer, this long range initiation from the Storm Spirit. Those are all really good tools to have against the Naga Siren to prevent her from getting that farm out. But once you do have that farm, Nyx Assassin doesn't scale the best into late game compared to other offlaners, nor is he terribly good wave clear to be able to deal with like an illusion that's pushing out. They've only got really Storm Spirit and Lifestealer for that.
Well, and so the other thing that we can talk about is that even if they don't hit that great timing, you still have two Midases that are already about to be online. The Nyx Assassin was building into one on top of the Lifestealer. So you've got a couple of these later game insurances policies. It was sort of the answer that EG had to face up against where they just got a ton of Midas. So there's only that one saving mechanism of the Song of the Siren that's available. And he just now gets it right now. There's the tome. Okay.
Yeah, this rotation from S4 to the top lane is really smart.
Yeah, this should be no real chance.
That ward is that it sometimes spots, right? So the smoke comes in, they get near this tower, maybe they get too close to a hero. Trees, right? They think like, oh, we're definitely not scouted, but that ward really helps with those kind of rotations.
All right, they found this TA.
Really the play?
This feels unlikely to work. It actually slowed down by the Stampede movement speed as they walk through Ana, and now XSS is also in trouble. They throw out a Spike Carapace. It's not nearly going to be enough to create that separation, and OG find another 2. The snowball might start a rolling here.
Yeah, this is not a good sign. This is not the Nyx Assassin plays you want to see. Like, he has an opportunity to take over the game, but he is currently being countered quite heavily, and honestly, he just kind of kills himself there by trying to go on a Templar Assassin. Maybe if they were able to wait just a little bit longer, I think Vendetta was running out, but maybe if they're waiting, could wait just a little bit longer until maybe another hero rotates from IG or the refraction's down or something.
Yeah. Well, down all the towers, accentuate that map control.
Yeah, certainly, and playing passive also leaves you susceptible to pickoffs, right? But if you're playing active, you're probably playing a little bit more grouped up. That could be a way to guard against that. Nice silence.
Oh, he's out of mana.
They are looking pretty good. Okay, by 15. Be with that, and Templar Assassins topping out the board right now.
Almost towards that Deso, and now they're going to be mounting that offensive onto the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Monkey King, he is still waiting for anybody who hops in. Q just walked into hell, and he is going to die to that one. Burning is also very much on the edge of this. They're fighting inside of Monkey King Ultimate. I don't know if that's such a great idea. Ana pops the trap, going to hit the Impale from the low ground. They got him. Is it going to be enough, though? Oh, Solo pops the meld, and they are going to be able to walk away from this. Ana just juked without moving somehow, and now looks like OP is going to be there to play cleanup crew. A second Impale. Oh, S4 saving the day. What? Is Ana really going to walk away from this one? Turns to fight. Almost kills. No, it's not going to be enough. I take a kill. It was a little tough, but they found it in the end.
Like burning away from that, like them to kill a lot fast. Maybe they could have defended because of that, right? Because he was just like, okay, you guys. I'll just right click the one. Important this tower is these mobile heroes. Some of these later game intelligence heroes too. Both Storm Spirit and Tinker rely on these. OP, of course, will have the shrines to fall back on. That is his first Bloodstone as well. So there's an added benefit to that Templar Assassin pickoff.
And Burning building towards that armlet done. Next item on the list is going to be the Deso. And your eyes.
This is the big window, right?
Okay,
You've got the armlet. Got the armlet. We've got stone. We got to start those Bloodstone charge and also giving with decent fast bombs. IG have to, these timings, what the plan is. So IG do have to disguise some of these push-outs, and OG are actually going to play aggressive into this.
Oh, this would be such a huge pickup. Power used to be no. They find. On it too. They do the damage over time. Magnetized damage coming. OP is there. Another one goes the way of IG. Continuing to push. Wants the song of the silence. They're not going to get him. S4 is going to fall.
Deal with it whatsoever. 1 or 2 Bloodstone charge. Back to 11. So the bit of recovery there. It was a good rotation from OG. I'm not sure if they expected IG to be grouped up so much, but either way, like getting a jump onto the Storm Spirit is a fantastic idea.
Yeah, and this is the thing too. It's like the Lina situation again. You get that Bloodstone early, and sure, losing those charges sucks, but it does mean here as well was getting the silences off, making sure that it didn't come quickly enough. Oh man, and what a great fight there for IG. He picked up a couple in return. Great there as well.
I'd be interested to see this replay. What has IG done with this? And I think they took that top. They're fully healed and are ready to go. That said, it's not like OG blew anything massive. Song of Siren to be able to work around for this next one. I don't think lightly.
Yeah, and Burning taking a good deal of damage there. My God. Okay, OP.
Nice
counterplay.
Kick.
Oh. All right, Song of right now from Flop. Top the MK ulti. On to 2. This is free. OP in trouble. Get out.
Keeps it.
Taking the DOT though. Does he end up dying? Trying, it's not usage. Going to pop in the end.
He had one more bottle usage too, I think, but good chase there from OG. Again, keeping that Storm. Oh, they're going to get Boboka too. That's 3 down. Yeah, OG, they're very dangerous with these Song of Siren setups, and IG, they definitely got caught in it. I'm not sure, because they don't have a defensive hero.
Right.
That was part of the problem with opening with this Lina and transitioning it into a support. It's like you only have aggression from there. So they don't have a saving hero to prevent the Storm Spirit They're almost always being boundless strike, right? That's going to be a big stun. He's always going to be able to line up. They have the potential golem to lay down. Q's probably dead here.
No. Oh, a little bit. Hooray, Q just away. Okay, sure, why not? Just get out of happens on occasion. The other thing there as well is that this is last fight was also without gold, and they still managed engagement.
Stressing, yes. IG played the time slide. Lose some of these fights. Song of Siren is such a good setup ability, especially with Monkey King, that and just going to have to give up some heroes. But it does oftentimes give you a 3-minute, 2-minute, 1-minute window, depending on the levels, of time to be able to work around. So they got to be aggressive. They got to continue to be in the face of OG. You get level 18 on, not just because of split. Cooldown is nothing.
That at that point, and ultimates at that point. There was a little bit of an movement with the Nyx Assassin. Wasn't able to find anything, but now the Radiance Naga Siren begins. And this is again a point where OG can make stuff happen. The Deso done for TA?
Roshan's too dangerous to make a smoke that mid tower and but is more capable of doing it, but they're facing us and could just straight up lose the game. While OG, they're not as capable. I guess they do have the TA with the Deso, but it's not.
Able to bring down and kill off. Went on to able to blink away. Actually, almost.
Yeah, good thing he early is that the danger would come from those illusions.
So OP Bloodstone charges doesn't feel terrible, but certainly not great.
Yeah, he's not happy. He really need that early Orchid as well. Cannot, because he just straight up loses if we have a Manta from the Naga Siren around the same time as you get your Orchid. It's like, okay, that item doesn't, it's still going to do some things for you. It's still going to be able to allow you to initiate and like catch, maybe you silence the Centaur and you go on the Warlock, or maybe you just use it to burst down the Warlock or something like that. It's still going to be useful, but the full use of that item was supposed to be to shut down the Naga Siren and prevent this, at least slow down this 6-slotted Naga that's going to come.
Yeah, and I think also it's worth noting that it's the Naga Siren going actually for the Boots of Travel, so there's going to be an extended window where the Storm Spirit can make these types of plays and you know, find himself a pick. Well, they are easy and pay. S4 kill. Can they find burn though? TA blasting Bernie, but it's not going to be there. He dies. They throw ties.
It's got a haste rune.
That
was a good dodge there with his haste rune, dodging the incoming boulder.
Oh, he's diving. He's going to just destroy Q and impale to turn it around. Do they have enough damage here, though? You still have Fly in the area. Drops the Golem of full Fatal Bonds. XSS needs to be careful. He's dropping so quickly. They find triple kill for Ana. Oh, and wow, they have just completely blown open this game.
Yeah, they certainly have. Now OG, like a fight like that, I think you can probably take Roche. 3 or 4 heroes, so doing it as a team, which I really like, just speed up the process.
Yeah, and that's that opening that we were talking about that they needed to get. So Storm Spirit, oh, they break the Monkey King. Storm Spirit's jumping from the other side of the map. OP has caught him. Song of the Siren to secure Roshan. Can they get out after the fact, though? It looks like they're just immediately going to go for the TP on No Tail.
And OP doesn't have the mana to work with to chase some of those other heroes, so it kind of worked out just like we were talking about, right? IG still tried to rush him with 4 heroes. They get a pick off, but the security of Song of Siren allows them to claim that Aegis, and that Aegis is really important. IG need that pickup. OG don't. Like, it's just not a necessity to their strategy. But IG need to be able to have the aggression from the Storm Spirit, allowing them to dive in deep and catch these heroes without fear of reprisal.
So is this going to be one of those games, though, where IG's Midas is the fact that you're not getting as much on some of the other heroes from OG, they maybe start to fall off at all? Is that a kid might have the OG lineup?
It's not terribly concerning because Warlock is impactful without a lot of gold. Okay. A little bit concerned that have his Hand of Midas, but I'm sure he'll... Oh, no. He's just going phase, and so he's going like, I want to have an impact as early as possible. And I think that does make a lot of sense considering IG's biggest window is 25 to 35 minutes. So I can respect that. I think in general, on IG is getting the farm she needs. OG want to be able to... I think their window when they restart going, and maybe swings back around for simply of Storm Spirit. It's hard to say though. The Templar Assassin, it's harder to judge how that hero works late game because of the level 25 talent, the extra refraction charges. That 3 extra instances. Because it could be 6 extra instances, right? It's fight. Oh. He's out of mana. Oh, dead.
Stomped in the way of, so if they do possibly get to that, they're going to need Storm Spirit to help. Relatively, feels like OG is not thing.
Yeah, they had to a little bit more 5-man during these Song of Siren timings when they're down, but the problem is if they play it 2 5-man now, they're going to run into these team fight setups for OG.
Yeah, Golem is back up again. Chaotic Offering for Fly. You can see that movement towards mid. Call is there. There's still a tier 1 in the top lane. Interesting.
Take the early though and push for more. Total map control. Just kind of the game. What was that? What was that Warlock pickup? Was that his Hand of Midas that he's got queued up? Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing is that as you take all these other outer towers, you get that extra bit of gold into your as well. But moving up towards top, I feel if IG are both taking this fight, and OG might not let them back and farm.
It's a hard hero, hard to defend.
Oh, Spence came out there. That kid from the S4 catches on to try and turn this back around. Is going to be the breaker. Jared pops his ulti. He's still low HP. So that Song of the Siren is going to stop. They drop down the Boundless Strike, jumping away. A double kill for Fly. 3 are dead. No buyback on the Storm. It's a good stun as well.
No Tail's almost dead.
I don't know if it's enough. They're not going to be able to bring him down. That is No Tail dead anymore. They jump inside Burning, but they're already gone. It just doesn't matter.
And keeps on saving these melt strikes for whenever the toggle attempts to come through, so it's just such an overwhelming amount of damage that even if he does get a successful toggle out, that bit of that 400 HP is just not going to be enough to survive through. So, bam, OG just, okay, we can go high ground a lot earlier than we expected.
I mean, S4 is there. They get the stun. There's upheaval to hold back the rest of IG. It's hard to come and contest this. They don't have their big ultis, but the Golem, as well as Honor right clicks, might be enough to secure this tower.
He still has that Aegis, so he's willing to use this Aegis to take tier 3s because it's such a big opening. Like having shrines before 30, that's huge.
Yeah, they don't quite secure that one yet. They decide to back out as the Golem dies, and as obviously the Aegis might be coming a little bit closer to expiring. I'll have to see, of course, what the exact timing is on that. But yeah, that Orchid pickup as well, the reveal of it on the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, great choice. I mean, he's going to use that Orchid anyway for his late game build, right, with the Bloodthorn. So smart, an extra way to be able to shut down the Storm Spirit, who with the Bloodstone Orchid, he's on 4 Bloodstone charges.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That certainly hurts, but
this is OG playing like they're playing ahead of the curve in their lineup. If you look at the way these strategies should match up against each other, I should be dominant right now, but they're simply not.
And S4 is just going to be able to initiate and find the pickoff onto Baboka here. The Earth Spirit is going to evaporate. The right clicks there from the TA, and this is OG playing like they want them to go into a grand final. And they've been there quite a few times and tend to do quite well.
Yeah, they really do. As long as it's not TI, they seem to win them all.
OP there is going to possibly find a pickoff onto the Monkey King. That's one going their way. Need to keep that going. IG want to hope in this.
Yeah, it's a small pickoff. It's a Bloodstone charge, but it is not a kill that really changes your game. You need a Naga Siren pickoff. You need a TA pickoff, but you're seeing OG, like, they've got control of the game. There's no reason to give them that opening, right?
Oh, OP, no. He's going to get stomped. Can they find this kill? The Orchid to follow. Right click's coming through. Meld Strike. That should be the death of him. Bloodstone suicides. It feels bad. And now Lina outside the base. Fly is here as well.
They have a buyback on Storm. They might use it for this fight.
Q. They jump. XSS is going to get the stun off. Ana got the refraction off before the Laguna Blade came out, and now S4 finds a stomp onto 2. Fly is still there. Upheaval out. They get the silence. This might be the turnaround that they need. They've already killed off the TA. Now going to take down 2 more. Looking to find no tail. They get the stun as well. That's what IG needed, and they will be able to at least hold on to some semblance of a fight in this game.
OP's like, yeah, those Bloodstone charges, who cares? I was on 4. I went down to 2. Now I'm at 7. That was such a huge recovery. I don't know if, like, OG clearly discounted the Storm Spirit buyback. Like, I don't think they expected it to be there, because finding that close to the base and setting up a Song of Siren, it means that fight could go so disastrously. It's just like, it's, again, giving your opponent a window to work with that they wouldn't have had. You just take that kill and be like, oh, sweet. Like, we just secured ourselves even more of a win. I think OG just needed to play a little bit more patient. Like, take the pick off, control the game some more. You don't need to like, get this win-all team fight just yet. You still have, I would say, at least 20 minutes to work with, where OG is still the controlling factor. And even then, late game, I still don't know what's going to happen.
And you can see, again, they take advantage of it so quickly. Granted, it's just the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but that tower still incredibly important for thinking about contesting Roshan and all of the other areas as far as controlling the map. You can see now the wards that were placed down. This really good deep one in the in the Dire jungle gives so much vision, and I feel given IG an inch, they might take a mile if you're not careful.
Absolutely, because if they get the BKB on Storm Spirit, everything changes, right? That aggressive initiation from OG is no longer a threat. OP can also dive in a lot more aggressively and go for the Warlock when it's IG initiating a team fight. That's the one thing, is we have not seen IG initiating a team fight almost ever, because OG outplayed them early. The pickoffs didn't go quite as well as they wanted to. We never got to a dom factor that just always lost team fights up.
Oh, OP, this is the Life Stealer bomb we knew could have happened. Trying to run away. The stun ties, and that should be the death of Ana. OP is dominating.
And now it's going to be maybe a tier 2. I think that this is going to be the next fight of OG. They really just let the ball slip through their hands here.
This is such a scary moment as well, because this is a tier 2 tower that's going down. TA is gone for 60 seconds. No buyback. They're thinking about making this.
Okay, we have some big-time ultimates still. Song of Siren into a Centaur Stomp, a Boundless Strike, and that Monkey King ultimate. The Warlock ultimate missing, though. That is problematic. They still have Fatal Bonds that's big.
Burning. He's rooted for the moment, but still, Fatal Bonds onto 4. This is a scary way to take the fight with the Radiance Burn going. They connect onto OP. Another song used offensively.
All they have is Stomp, though. They don't have Boundless Strike. I don't think they can take it. They just have to accept that, okay, we guarded our tier 3.
Q
That's
might
good
die.
enough.
They're doing a lot of damage with the Fatal Bonds.
Somebody deal with those illusions. Help!
Oh,
help,
poor
help
Q!
Help
no,
Q, guys!
He's gone, and now they're stampeding forward for OP. Oh, wow. All right, there's the
IG are not homies, Gabe. Homies help homies. And they very clearly were just like, nah, Q, we out.
Yeah.
Just like not paying attention. Like, yeah, whatever.
I mean, it's a little...
It's trials of some play, honestly.
That's what happens when you're a lead.
Let's roll out there. Getting just enough to dagger to come up. Dodges away. G trying to claim it after that lead. Look how much space I work with now. They were practically closed in inside their base, right? They lost a Storm Sphere just outside their tier 3. All of a sudden now they have almost not half the map control, let's say a third of it, and they're going to be able to, the OP is going to get his BKB. Fight.
Yeah, and they want to keep this aggression up. They don't want to allow Naga Siren to set up and get all of those lanes pushed. There is still, you know, a good amount of pressure on each of them.
I think it's relatively obvious, mid and bottom. I don't...
That ward that was up there spotted him go into the meld strike, but they couldn't quite get there in time.
I think they had to judge the smoke distance a little bit better and try and position. I don't know, it was just like such a good play from Anna, how IG counterplayed well. They'd have to take...
Oh, and now OG is what?
Yeah, should be a freebie for OG. I think they probably try and wait for the BKB. Uh-oh. Long range Storm Seer. Oh no, they missed.
BKB has been popped for over. Found him in the back. Ana has the in hand, still long. No tail hits stuck to Ana, gets silent onto the Storm Spirit. He's forced to Bloodstone Suicide. This is not the fight. 3 already dead.
In from Ana soon. Roll into the right-hand side. Nice play.
All right, so they do manage to get out with him, but it was a heavy cost. Another suicide for the Storm Sphere. He's not had the type of game that he wanted.
XXS's Nix's assassin has not been hitting like his Legion commander. If he hits that stun on the Song of Siren better, or even just hits like maybe 2 heroes, that fight gets a lot simpler. They finish off the Naga, they turn their attention to Roshan.
Now Bernie under fire, picked away by Bobica, again saving his carry.
And also, I think, used the Hurricane Pike onto Lina for a quick extraction outside of the base, as they couldn't kill Lina. They're knocked back up. And the rest of the team with the boots.
We haven't too much of a chance to see. Certainly the Agnes Centaur Pete is evidence in this.
There goes they immediately go up for the Roshan top.
Speaking of objectives, as the Bloodthorn is finished for Ana, further amplifying the amount of damage this team is going to do in these fights. So with Octarine and actually Naga Siren is going for the Missile Blade as opposed to the tanky items that we've seen after Manta. Do you place here against the Storm?
I think I'm never gonna call out Naga and their item choices. I think they have a very unique view of the game, and he feels like if usable, there's potential mana burn to be able to play around against some of these heroes as well.
Seems quite good. So Nyx also KB for Storms come into play for them to get
used in the last fight, and it was just enough to finish off the problem was they had so much extra mana when you spirit to jump, and then he has to use another jump to actually finish off the hero, that it just becomes like not poor mana management because he had to do it, but it just means that the hero's not going to remain relevant in the team fight. And you saw he was like, okay, I'm out of mana. My BKB's wearing off, I'm just going to be caught by this Templar. I think their window B is now going to be solely high ground defense. OG, they open to kind of poke and prod tier 3 towers. Split the illusions, deal with the sun, split Ana, poke at the 3 and just kind of wait till there's a good opening for them.
This is just so hard to deal with, the constant spam, and you can send them over to the lane that have the racks exposed already. Ana's starting to take this tower. There's a great answer to it. He's just getting inside his own band of tier 4s. He can't there.
We're going to defend this. IG, they have at some point, right? So it's Spirit or Nyx's bomb that go Naga Siren. And they had to catch the Warlock, right? Because that's a very quick kill that they can take during their BKB and Mage timings, kind of ignoring the Song of Siren.
Right. That seems to be probably the best. And he out his Stampede, which makes that separation. Maybe you silence S4 and go on to fly.
That's hard, though. You can't like too many of those OG are keeping pretty right. You're not gonna be able to really on multiple hero at once.
And the whole through. Well, it's the opening. Your tower is falling. It's easy. Howard's taking the high ground where they slowly chip away at it, and you're left IG wondering at what's your answer.
Range tracks is too. That top range tracks, now the mid range tracks, they're going to be chipped away by these illusions. There is, like, OG, they have so many objectives they can slowly take. There's no reason to try and force this, right? They could systematically go through tier 3, tier 3, tier 3, range tracks, range tracks, range tracks, right? They could just constantly do this, and then it's going to be the question of, like, okay, now we have to take melee raxes. But first you do this, take the easy gold. Right, you're going to have a huge gold lead once you've taken all the tier 3 towers and all the outer shrines away from this IG team.
Yeah, and now with OG with a 12,000 roughly net worth lead, you're looking at a situation where IG need the perfect fight and OG need any other fight possible, because that's the only thing that's really going to allow them to pull it back here. And they certainly can't take a fight outside of the base either unless it's a pickoff, which this lineup does well.
Yeah, I think there's opportunity for like showing Storm Spirit and going for like a 2-man smoke gank with Nyx and Lifestealer or something like that. I'm not sure if they can ever do a 5-man smoke, you know, because their lanes are always hemmed in. There's always vision for OG to be able to work around. If they notice that there's just not heroes on the map, they're going to just play passive. They're going to play a high ground area and just wait for you to crash into them.
And also the warding that's come in by OG, this lane ward that we saw in the earlier series is going to be taken out with the gem.
That's super smart. They need it at this point. It's the only way they can get outside the base.
Definitely what was needed. And
oh, there's the jump here.
Oh, Q. He's been the bullied hero this game. It's been a tough one for him.
Poor Q, man. He's taken this hero because it gave them a better opportunity to win with this shift and a scaling mid and Storm Spirit, but it is going to be a very delicate support to play this game.
Okay, here's a way to start it. If they can separate and kill off the centaur, he does die before the golem goes out. This is about as good of a fight as you could possibly take, but now No-Tail has shown up as well. They don't have a great way to take this outside of starting it with Jerex, and there's going to be initiation. BKB comes out, still gets bashed.
Oh, no.
Now gone wrong. He's managed to barely walk out of that one. So they saved the life of their
If they can get back to a shrine, they can still probably jump out. I think OG are smart to just smoke and run, but Ana's going in.
Bobica, he's taken a lot of damage from that Bloodthorn. Won't end up popping to the burn of it, but they will at least dissuade IG from following any further.
Yeah, that actually takes so much for them to be able to deal with these illusions. Because the supports, their magic damage just isn't enough to be able to pop it a lot of the times, and you only have 2 cores to really right-click it, Lifestealer and Storm Spirit. Those are also your hero killers, so these illusions do a lot to dissuade IG from ever pushing out in opportunities like that. Right? They backed up, they had all 5, they shine, they get pretty high health, they still can't push out with these mobile heroes and catch OG.
So it's looking to be much of the same story where you've got to look for an opening, a pickoff, and it did work in that instance. They found that Centaur, took him out before Fly could come in and be that counter initiator with the Warlock. But now, and Burning getting chased down here, was able to get away from the silence. XSS, he's not going to drop either. A very awkward situation. Burning still feeling like he can take this fight. He has found No-Tail. There's a lot of heroes grouped up right here for IG. And Ana is under fire now. Jerex comes in, gets a really good stomp. It's going to realize there's command, but OG is just too strong. 3 are already dead. And this is looking like OG ready to take this one.
OP, if he had got a better jump forward, if it was onto the Naga Siren, maybe that fight would have been a lot different, but he just expended so much mana to do no damage to the side of OG. The double damage is going to allow them to be able to quickly take a melee Rax. If not...
Oh, they're there on top of Centaur. Can they somehow turn this around? A 3-person Magnetize is on all the heroes in the back. Can they keep applying this one? Bobica doing his best, still getting the chase, but you have an ensnared Lifestealer. OP trying to find the chase here as well. The Ghost Scepter is going to keep Bobica alive for the moment. They're going to continue now for Ana, but the Song of the Siren to turn it. It's on such a low cooldown, and it does look like it's going to stop.
Yeah, he barely had the mana for it, but he's got so much mana regen. Maybe he catches a support somewhere. Just doesn't have the mana.
We can't even make it into the river. OP doesn't have the answer. The Bloodstone, it's so low at this point, and he has to come back, try and defend the towers. There's never an out.
Trying to look at IG and how late game falls out for that. I'm talking like super late game, right? 60 minutes plus. I'm not convinced that they can actually... Templar Assassin's not supposed to be the best late game hero. Very fragile. Entirely reliant on BKB and refraction charges, but we have this extra 25 talent. That changes things slightly. We have a very underfarmed IG. They're not going to be able to compete anywhere close to the same kind of net worth. That also changes things. We have some supports on the side of IG that are not going to be nearly as effective as Warlock and Monkey King. That's another thing that OG actually have to their advantage in late game. So even if you're dealing with a Storm Spirit late game and especially close to his base, I'm not sure if Storm Spirit by himself is actually enough to win super late game for you against OG's lineup.
It does really feel like that Naga pick so heavily countered out what the initial things were from Invictus Gaming that they've been playing from behind ever since that pick in the draft. So a lot of answers and a lot of more so questions for IG as they're setting up and getting ready for the next Roche fight. No Tail continuing his movement. There's a jump across the other side of the river. The rest of them are spread out, but that Ags Centaur ulti keeping No Tail alive. Will it be enough though? They get the counterplay, but that is going to be No Tail down. There's so much damage coming out. OP almost dead, is going to eventually fall. They've also... is there.
Kick forward.
So many force staffs, but can they do it? A huge impale. XSS, but where's the damage? They just don't have it. They end up light striking the golem, but still they're bringing down the TA. They are going to find that kill. Can they get more?
Well. Need to stop him from being able to jump into the trees, but they can't close the distance. Nice jump away.
Oh, it's 2 huge kills. You take down both of those cores, but is it enough in your eyes?
It is going to... I can't even say this with confidence. It might be enough for them to take Roshan. The double damage, that adds a lot.
Look at the barracks, though. They're still being assaulted.
Yeah, I was figured there might be a buyback here. They don't want to give this Aegis away. Somebody jumped Infest. Now XXS has got to carry this Lifestealer to safety. They've invested the buyback. That gives them the Aegis, right? I think IG, you accept that.
Man, and Burning almost got trolled there a little bit by Roshan getting the bash.
Okay, IG really don't want to. Maybe they think this is their best opportunity to be able to actually turn this game. It does look very dire for them. Okay, now Burning's going to give it up.
Yeah.
I think that's the best choice. Again, they invested the buyback. That wins them Aegis. Okay, just accept that. Play passive, play the base. When they go high ground, right? Aegis is not that. I kind of feel like the buyback is better at this point in time. Yes, it gives you a second life that is immediately in the team fight, but if the team fight is bad enough and you just you die and then you're just going to come back and die again, then boom, you don't have buyback. You're dead for maybe close to 2 minutes.
Right.
That is a big window for IG. Even if it doesn't let them take an objective, it's a big window for them to at least farm and take map control and at least buy some time for them to try and work towards this super late game. Their supports just are not transitioning, though. That is a big-time problem. Bobica's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter, and that would be huge for high ground defense. I don't think our Lina's really going to ever transition into a right-click ever in this game. It's probably... Well, he's kind of looking at it. He's trying to get the Ethereal Blade right now, and he went for the spell amplification. So I don't think there's any plans. He's probably just going to get Ags and stuff and just try and be something that eliminates a hero.
Yeah. Well, and I'm thinking about, too, the way that these next couple fights play out. You talked about buybacks. Storm Spirit did use his, so he has his on cooldown again for another 2 minutes here. You have that Aegis on Ana, so if you can somehow break through the 2 lives of Ana, like you said, you have this window where he's not going to have that buyback, dead for a while, and you can start taking the rest of these objectives. But it's a big if, and again, the team fight has to be perfect from IG.
It probably means OG. If they want to play it super safe, they just wait like 3.5 minutes, let's say, before they force that Aegis fight. So then their buyback is, a minute away. It's not like a real dire circumstance.
Yeah. Another smoke play now. Ana's been playing so spectacularly this game. So they're going to move in towards mid. The TP in from No Tail as well.
I wonder if they're doing this because they know the buyback timer on the Storm Spirit. Maybe they want to force this fight in the next, minute or so and try and take advantage of that timing. They also probably know the Storm Spirit doesn't have a whole lot of gold to work with. We know that he doesn't even have anywhere close to buyback gold, even if he did have the timer to his favor.
Well, and it does seem a little bit peculiar trying to make this movement since they're so far ahead. We've talked about how the late game is really good for them. They are going to blink away there. Do not catch out Ana on his TA. But again, if you find a pickoff at this point, the game's over. So it's quite strong.
Look at him. He's just rolling these illusions. These supports just can't handle it.
Okay, another jump.
And he's so quick.
Yeah, and those refraction charges too, 9 of them online. And he's moving down towards the bottom lane now. They've pressured in each of the others. No Tail is sending his illusions up towards the top side as well, where Burning has to deal with them, as well as mid, hitting the range barracks. And there just isn't a great answer. They're just completely getting ratted.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about, right? Tier 3s and range racks are probably just going to be chipped.
Oh, stud, Bloodthorn out, Storm Spirit going to be pursued by that. The BKB keeps him alive, and now the counterplay with the Force Staff, keeping S4 alive. Song of the Siren, this is going to be a big fly ulti if they can time it together perfectly. There's the stun that comes out onto 3. Down Burning, they used to Thief Stealer, did manage to invest inside and is going to walk away from this one. So the damage that they might have
Gonna get the man wins double save with the double follow-up stun. They try and burst down the Monkey King, but it's just not enough. But maybe Ana, they could possibly get till #1 on him, but the ensnare is too much for the Storm Spirit to work with.
It's a good magnetize. Burning is gonna end up dropping low though, and Ana and a couple more kicks. He's got the Aegis. It's actually Fly with the right click that kills off Burning. Oh, Captain, my Captain, kill off Burning. The looks like possibly with no buyback on Storm, no buyback on Nyx, at least for a little while. OG could think about sticking around.
Yeah, OG, just compose yourself a little bit. You've got time to work with. Take this lane of racks. IG, you're going to poke and prod, but they commit too heavily. A 2-man stun. This could be over.
S4 with the hit. Jarek set it up beautifully. Burning just desperately wants to find that kill, but they're running away. Ana Force-staffed out as well. They're just kiting them all to death.
Bobica. Oh, yeah, let's go Scepter. So easy to go there, but Burning doesn't have a rage to work with.
And they're going in again. Monkey King ulti. It's come off cooldown. Everybody's dead. I think they might have lost it. GG is called, and OG going to be the ones moving to a grand final. And you can see that happiness on their face. And I'm sure even the crowd a little bit upset about. They like good Dota, and they know they're going to see it in the grand finals.
Yeah, I know everybody's impressed with OG and the play in this tournament. How can you not be? This was, I feel like, the first time that they were challenged a bit, right? The Visage definitely was something that IG were able to deal with. Game 2, they showed a very fast play style where they were able to close out the game, probably one of the fastest games of the whole entire tournament. I think there were a lot of good things about IG here. Just OG is a world-class team. You expected them in the grand finals. You probably expected them to win out in the upper bracket. It's okay. IG can still come back. I think that the experience they got out of this series is going to be good for them.
Well, and the first team to really test OG, the first team to push them to that ultimate state. So I can't wait to see what happens when we get through into that grand finals. We're going to have to wait for that, though. There's still a lot more matches to play. Now it's time to head back to the panel, see what they thought about that upper bracket finals.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. EG's turn to ban. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Wings Gaming.
Invoker.
EG's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Lina. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserved.
Puck.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick.
Brewmaster.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Spectre.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
what we're seeing here. We have got an insane lineup from both of these teams in this best of one. Everything on the line. We'll see who's going to win, who's going to end up in the bin. It's EG versus Wings. I'm only picking some here with Gods. Gods, talk to me about some of these heroes. We've already heard what the panel says about Doom. Indeed, as Red Eye said, Fog's been on about it all day. He's been like, I can't win with this hero, and they picked it on Wings, Gods.
Well, just because Fog can't play the hero, you know, it doesn't mean the rest of us can't play the hero. Doom has been very, very situational. He's got a ton of buffs, but I think I've only seen one good Doom game, and that was from ROTK during Star Ladder, so not the easiest hero to always win games with, but we'll see what Ice can do. I think it's less about the Doom and much more about the Invoker Brewmaster and what these two heroes do together.
Yeah, we saw what back at Star Series, we saw the combination. When it came out, everyone was like, oh my goodness, this is imbalanced, they need to nerf this, everyone's going to be doing it. No one did it. And then Wings are back here, and they're ready to show its strength again. And I mean, how strong is it, do you feel?
I mean, if you're in a situation where you can push high ground, incredibly strong, but end of the day, you still have to have Brewmaster pushing racks. So you have to get your heroes there. You have to win your lanes, you have to do well in the mid game. And if you can't do well enough in your lanes and mid games, it doesn't matter that you have this strong pushing combo because you never get to a point where you're taking racks. And that's where I think the question marks arise around the rest of the draft. Double D-ward from EG. Whoa, that is a good start.
They've been doing their research. They know where Wings wants to go, and they're going to make sure that it's taken away from them.
I mean, I wonder if they just watch some of like Wings replays and like they're wanting these same spots every game. All right, let's use this. That's what coaches are out there for. That's probably what a lot of what Fear brings to the table in this team, and makes a big difference, that vision. Much more so mid to late game, but even early game with rotations. This frees up the Monkey King a lot more, much less likely to be spotted rotating around, a lot harder to pressure the puck if he falls back, I mean, to his jungle. He can kind of like cliff jungle by his shrine, so definitely a nice little start for EG.
I mean, this is the thing. You look at EG, they're going to have Zion, the Monkey King, roaming about. Over on the side of Wings, you're going to have Ice on the Doom. I mean, how can a Doom achieve as much as a Monkey King? This is a hero that's it's very hard to be effective in this laning stage, isn't it, as a Doom in its current state?
One will farm, one will, well, roam and pressure the lanes a bit more. Doom, at least once he gets a couple of levels, Doom kind of needs to have like a point in at least a couple of his spells. He can't gank with Devour, but with 1 point in each of his spells, he can start ganking. So Doom level 3, level 4, with boots and like a nice creep, that's when he starts helping out a bit more.
So obviously, as we can see from the lane, Shadow indeed playing the safe lane centaur, as supported up by Y.
Interesting to see what Zai's doing at bottom. He's gone for the Jingu, but top lane.
Well, look to get the timing right. Will he still get the chance to jaunt? He's not going to. Universe could potentially be in a little bit of trouble here. They will try and hunt for him for a little bit, go straight for the TP out, and he will make it. One won't be able to find him as he gets himself back to the shrine.
There's Monkey King, level 1 Jingu, who's just been trading hits with Brew to zone him. This is, I mean, it sounds like a suboptimal way to play the Monkey King, going for Jingu level 1, but if your safe lane is a hero like Spectre who needs to free farm, like the Spectres, the Anti-Mages, these weak laning heroes that need free farm, supporting this lane is going to go a long way, and you don't really want to trade hits with a Monkey King. He's going to get the better of you, because once he gets that 4th Jingu stack, he starts life-stealing, he gets bonus damage. This is not an exchange you're going to win as a Brew.
Looking at the mid lane matchup at the moment, Sumail 8 for 3, Blink 4 for 1. Sumail having the stronger time. It's pretty much expected in a 1v1, or is this just Sumail being Sumail?
It's the combo, Lina being the better here at the early levels, at most levels, and also, Sumail, mechanically very good player.
Oh, hello. He's going in for it, but again, with the missed chance. Had to get it level 1. Certainly working at keeping himself alive, but this Brew is struggling to find much from this offlane.
It's fantastic, because this means CM isn't even zoning. CM is just jungling away. So we're seeing already the point in the aura, level 2.5. Won't probably see even the fast level 3 on crit. At that point, you can either pick up the smoke, get the Crystal Nova, and go for a gank, or you can even get a second point in aura to help your lanes. This is going to mean Sumail wins his lane even harder, because he's got that extra mana to just keep throwing spells at Blink.
Absolutely, really forcing Blink back it. The CS difference pretty insane for the first 3 minutes, as we can already see.
The lanes aren't going well, and it's up to the Doom to fix that. So he's going to start getting active early, maybe earlier than he would have wanted to.
This could be a bit of a surprise for Sumail. He's not expecting this one. He hasn't seen this hero for a few patches, and straight in, surrounded by the two of them, falling low, but crit just in time with the rotations, holds Ice back, and Sumail will be A-OK. Crit turning up just in time, and the Doom has to wander back to his own jungle and continue the farm.
Felt like Doom ganked earlier than he wanted to. He's not level 3 yet. If he has Infernal Blade there, guaranteed kill. It's a lot more extra damage. It's an extra little mini stun, so no Infernal Blade is the reason they don't get that kill. And Doom was like 1 creep away from hitting level 3, so I feel like waiting for that level 3 would have been the better way to take that.
And bottom lane, Zai. He's been persistent on the monkey, jumped on a tree, Sunstrike isn't going to be on point, so Zai will get out, and this has got to be so frustrating for Faith Bian down on this bottom lane.
He got solo killed. Did Spectre didn't even throw a dagger. Has full mana? It looks like she hasn't even thrown a dagger, at least not for that kill then.
No, for sure not, yeah.
Well, really good stuff.
Still sitting at level 1, really struggling to find the experience from that bottom lane.
Yeah, this is Dream laning setup, and Wings need to do something about it. We'll see what the Doom's next big move is going to be, if he can make any kind of rotation. Has hit level 3, so has the Infernal Blade point, but this move is walking past 2 Observer Wards. There's zero chance
and they're ready for it. They want to turn it around. Zai and Crit coming up under the cover of smoke, prepared to protect that mid lane, but Ice is going to decide against it. Well, I said he's kind of wavering in between each half of the map. As now maybe looks towards the bottom.
Yeah, risky to just be walking around the river, knowing your opponent's very likely a vision of that area.
Zai looking to try and get something done mid. Blink very, very low at the moment. Jump down, has the Boundless Strike. Stun duration, of course, at level 1. Not going to be long enough to allow the teams to set up, but it is forcing Blink right back and out of this lane, where Sumail continues to have that lead, doubling the CS of the Invoker.
Didn't get the Primal Spring off. Not sure if that was a misclick or just didn't think you could get the kill there. But he's going to swoop on in, make sure that there's no one jungling around looking for that Doom or someone. But Doom has managed to make his way down bottom undetected. Could possibly cause some problems here.
And Crit heading down as well. Zai looking for the lead in with the Primal Spring, trying to go in on Faith Bian. But indeed with Ice's presence, looks like it's going to be enough to hold back the Monkey King. The two of them will have to back up underneath their tower. Zai just piling on the pressure on these lanes.
Yeah, this is looking really good for them. Sumail going to keep up in the heat in mid lane. He's winning handily the CS battle. Arteezy free farming.
Oh, bottom lane, Faith Bian's in trouble again. The dagger's in. Zai jumps straight down, and EG with their second kill. This time going to Arteezy.
He's got Midas. His recipe is on the courier. He's got it. 6-minute Midas. This is not a hero that normally gets Midas, but when you've got a complete utter free farm lane, courtesy of the Monkey King, why not? This is going to power level him. It's going to be picked up at such an early time that this will definitely pay dividends.
I mean, what's the plan with this if you're Wings? I mean, it looks like such a rough laning stage already. I mean, the saving grace, kind of, I guess, is the fact you have Shadow on that safe lane Centaur. He's going to be able to hit relatively good timings, but he's going for the hook first. The blink is going to be postponed. I mean, when as Wings do you start being able to make things happen that go in your favor?
Stampede could be an opportunity to set up some kills, but yeah, using the Doom and using the Stampede are probably the two big things there.
Eyesight's coming towards the mid again. Zai is in the neighborhood. Will try and hold back Blink, but already there we have the catch as they blow down Sumail. And Zai, he's in trouble as well, as this time the rotation from Eyesight works out as they have Y as well, coming in with the haste rune. Enough lockdown and enough control to easily dispatch there the two members of EG and getting themselves even on the kills.
Sumail was playing very aggressive there, but it's because he had a kill on Blink. If they managed to get the jump first, Blink goes down. They were trying to set up a Boundless Strike into Dragon Slave Laguna combo, and if those Wing supports had rotated like 5 seconds later, it would have been a kill going the way of EG and potentially no response. So definitely the quick moves from Wings paying off, and we'll see if they can kind of maintain these pickoffs. They need to try and take advantage of the fact that Arteezy with this Midas can't really gank all too well. It's not that Phase Boots earn Spectre. Theoretically could have both those items right now, but without them, he doesn't really want to use this Horn. He just wants to sit bottom, continue to farm, at least until he has the Phase Boots at a minimum.
And already we can see that combo ready to try and go again. The two of them, White and Ice heading towards the bottom, but already that ward, as we saw, Deep Radiant Observer ward on the high ground, did spot out this movement, so EG, they know exactly what's up. Arteezy is already backing himself right away from these two and making sure that he doesn't get caught out by this rotation.
Even saw the Dire ward being planted, it looks like, so we'll likely let his team know.
He's going to get run down a little bit here. Oh, we are going to see a pause call for... I mean, Arteezy should be safe. I believe he has still got the dagger. Infernal Blade already used, so should be able to out-duke this the Doom.
Yeah, not much will happen between those two. Spectre can just get the hell away from them if they need to. Nice scenic Lina shot there. But yeah, so this is, I mean, dream start for Spectre when you can go for a Midas rush and get away with it, and your team doesn't need you to be ganking. A lot of games, a hero like Spectre, there's a lot of pressure to hit level 6, start team fighting, but Teams basically said, look, our other lanes are being won. We don't have to actually get you helping out.
Ice will be able to steal the rune there from RTZ, but RTZ forces him away. Getting a few hits in with the Desolate in the jungle.
Yeah, it looks like RTZ is going to fall back and focus more on jungling to free up the safe lane. Get Monkey King some levels, try to get him towards that level 6 as early as possible. And with the Midas Poor Man's Shield, Spectre jungles at a pretty decent rate.
Over lane so far, I mean, this top lane, Universe, is certainly getting a bit of space for this 1v1. At the same time, Shadow does have the hood complete. So he's a very hard kill if they want to try for it. They do have the rotation recruit coming in. They are going to go for it. And with the Horn in as well, they're bringing in the 3 of them. And that will be enough damage indeed. The Silence coming through perfectly, making sure no Who Stomp's there to hold EG back. Then EG will be able to get a kill and get RTZ involved.
Yeah. I feel like Shadow could have maybe seen that. As soon as the puck is like right-clicking you, like he's not doing much damage. He's taking as much damage as he's dealing with the return. Should have been a telltale sign maybe that he was trying to set up for that one. And EG with a great rotation will get not just the kill, but the tower as well. So that free farming center, well, he just gave EG a big bounty as well as a tower, and there's no response in sight for Wings. All they're getting out of this is bit of room for the Bruin bottom, bit of room for the Invoker at mid, but there's no tower, there's no kill going Wings' way.
Mid lane, maybe eyeing up Sumail. They will lead in with the Cold Snap and the Infernal Blade. Have they got enough damage to bring him down? He dodges the meatball. Crits come in with the rotation. In fact, holding Eyesight in place under the tower, and it'll be EG who turn around. Again, an aggressive movement from Wings. Eyesight's just getting a little too friendly there with the tower.
I like the build from Sumail, going for the phase boots. That saves his life there. If he's gone for like the arcane boots or just casual brown boots, without that movement speed burst, it's very unlikely to be able to survive that. And a nice move as he was able to get the nice bit of extra bonus movement speed, get away to dodge that meteor, and things go from bad to worse for Wings, who have found very little success outside that one rotation mid where they got the 2 kills. 3-4 rotations have just completely and utterly failed or even backfired in that case.
Looking at the goal progress, Fabian, 1500 towards his Blink. We saw Blink himself, the Invoker in the mid lane, about 600 away from the Midas, I believe. So still looking to close that gap.
I wonder if they're discussing whether to get like a Midas on Brew even.
True.
Could go for like a greedy option, but it sounds like, as I said, too greedy maybe, with Invoker also going for the Midas, but potentially Central will get the Blink and they'll just be happy with the 1 Blink initiator and Brew can go a bit greedier.
Well, time for the side of Wings to try and make a bit of a play as they come towards the mid lane. They have that split. They want to try and get Sumail. That's the big one. There we go with the lead in. The Stampede trying to close the gap. Sumail tries to get away with the phase boost, but he's not quite quick enough. Gets around it, does get the Laguna off and takes the Rubik down on the way out. Still making them really work for it there as they hold them back with a Boundless Strike, but they do get Sumail. So Wings with the successful rotation. They get that mid hero they want, but Zai, actually eyeing up the Courier, isn't going to go for it. Maybe feeling that he didn't have the damage and speed to chase it down. But yeah, bringing down Sumail, something that Wings desperately needed to do. He was having a perfect time in that mid lane and certainly getting ahead of Blink.
TP out from Central. That could have been another death for him with the Spectre Horn. He did not want to stick around that top lane any longer, and with good reason. Very hard for anyone to be solo farming right now. A Puck plus Spectre can kill almost anyone. Monkey King is roaming around very actively. The Spectre with this phase Midas is such a dangerous hero to have farming a lane because of the fact that she can just show up anywhere for a gank. Puck with that great setup as well to find those kills.
Blink's got to be careful about getting low here. There's a smoke coming in from EG. Zai with the eyes on the Invoker jumps forward, gets the Boundless Strike, and that will allow Sumail to close the gap, hit the Light Strike, and RTZ once again making sure that he joins in the action, gets a bit of a share of the kill. And EG
Didn't need
again.
ulti there, but not the end of the world. Wasn't really doing much in the bottom. The bottom lane was becoming a bit of a tough spot for him to continue farming, and the jungle was largely cleared out, so another haunt used to secure a tower. That's the big thing here. EG aren't just using these haunts, finding pickoffs. They're getting towers off of it, and RTZ getting very farmed as a result.
Absolutely. Midas phase into Radiance will be the build. Artur this game. Blink Dagger now complete on Universe. Has the Dream Coil back available again. Zai keeping eyes consistently on Blink, and you can see with the deep Radiant wards as well, they've got such good vision. EG, there's the follow through lockdown, the Laguna from Sumail sending Blink straight back to the fountain.
Yeah, Boundless Strike as a long-range initiation tool, so fantastic in the early game. He's maxed it out, so full 2 seconds done. It's a guaranteed setup for the Lina if she's anywhere in range. And again, that's where the phase boots pay off. You're able to get that movement speed burst to getting close. Without that, perhaps the stun duration isn't long enough, but Really liking that Sumail isn't just going for that same like arcane boots into Bloodstone Lina build that we always see. The phase boots of this is like a perfect example of a game where you see why alternative builds can be effective. And hey, LSA damage, you know, you don't need minus respawn time if you don't die. That's
I was gonna say that is something I want to say that we've not really seen any of the Linas in this tournament go for. Have they over respawn?
Lina, Sumail did himself. Yeah.
Okay,
so
that's a Sumail.
Last game he played the Lina, he went for the LSA damage, and he just wants to be more aggressive. Doesn't want to be trading his life necessarily. He has died twice this game, gotten ganked, but ultimately he's benefited from that extra damage. And the really nice thing about the LSA damage is you can instantly clear a creep wave with the LSA Dragon Slave, which without the LSA damage you don't get.
Wings starting to get some big pickups themselves, crucial ones. Blink finally with the Midas complete. Faith Bian on that Brewmaster now with his Blink Dagger. Shadow as well, just 100 until he has his online as well. So the Blinks will be there, the initiation is there from Wings. They've just got to find the way to play around and into EG. And as we can see again over on Wings' side of the map, 3 Radiant Wards giving them very, very clear vision on what Wings will be up to as they come across. And at the same time, Wings, they do just have that 1 Dire Observer Ward deep in EG jungle.
Yeah, they haven't been able to find any value from that Brewmaster split yet, even with the Blink, perhaps waiting for getting the double Blink daggers. But then you look at the elusiveness of heroes like Puck. Puck is just kind of solo pushing this top lane, can split push, doesn't really easily get caught out, and has a Blink very early on, is going back for a Midas, I think recognizing that this game may slow down, enter a farming stage, and there's no real other items you need beyond the Blink Dagger. It's going to be multiple Midas gaming. CM building one as well, so the greed from the supports in the offlane is something we're seeing a lot on this current patch. Games are going a bit longer, at least so far here at DAC, and that's something where Midases on offlaners supports always pays off.
I mean, for Wings, is it just the Spectre that's the biggest issue? Is that the hero you're looking to try and catch out? I mean, surely if you can knock down Arteezy a few times on this road to Radiance, you're going to be in a pretty good position, especially compared to how Wings are standing now against EG's early.
He's the best kill to go for because you try and gank the rest of his team who may be grouped together. Spectre haunts in and it turns into a big chaotic fight where Spectre may clean up kills. You go for Spectre, it's a hero that's often farming alone, be it in the jungle, the bottom lane. You can see on the minimap, like right now, he's just down bottom farming by himself. It's a very independent hero. So you gank the Spectre, the chance of a response is minimal. You gank a Puck, he's hard to kill, and Spectre backs him up. Lina maybe comes in to back him up. So you're just worried about the TP rotations when you make a move towards Arteezy, whereas you make a move for someone else, it's TP rotations, Spectre rotations. Monkey King isn't going to be positioned defensively in the bottom side of the map. He's going to be on the other side of the map trying to get wards down, trying to scout out and get vision for his team.
Team fight as well. I mean, both teams certainly have strong elements. EG, of course, with the whole sort of synergy. As long as Universe can hit that Dream Coil, you know, just forcing people to stand in the Wukong's command, in the freezing field from crit. It's a lot of pain, a lot of damage, but at the same time, Wings, they've got lots of ways to kind of break up the fight, haven't they? With tornadoes, with stampedes. They can certainly play around EG's initiation.
Yeah, you can just throw up the Spectre and ignore her in the fights with the Brewmaster Cyclone. I think realistically what Wings want to do is just put themselves in a position where they can actually break towers with that Invoker Brewmaster combo, which is very hard to do because it feels like they're going to need the Brew split for an actual team fight itself. So it's going to be a kind of a slow road to recover, but they've got to start using those ultimates. They've got the Blink Daggers up. This is where Wings really want to start chewing through their smokes, finding some key pickoffs, and not just pickoffs, but towers to go with it.
I do apologize, of course, just for this slight pause. Looks to be, well, Sonid issues. I can only imagine crit means sound. As, hopefully we will be able to get the game back on its way very shortly. Build, of course, for Sumail. This game we talked about the talent build. Item-wise phase, Yules, Ether Lens, and then with this build, does he go back for the Bloodstone Shadowblade kind of sorts that we see others Linas go for, or do you think we will see some variation in Sumail?
There's a good chance he might still go back for the Bloodstone. Yeah. I want to say last time I saw him do this build, he went phase Yules and then Bloodstone.
Okay.
Didn't go the Aether Lens, but it's one of those items which is still great. Like, you build up those charges, you get the low respawn time, you lose less gold, and I think also importantly it tanks you up as a Lina. Like, you looked at Sumail there, he's got like sub 1k HP, he's fairly squishy. And in a fight, if he's getting jumped on by Centaur, by Brew, he maybe needs that extra bit of sustain and HP from a Bloodstone, so it's definitely an option. But Shadowblade also great to find pickoffs, to get initiations on heroes like Centaur, Brewmaster. Try jump them before they jump you. And We'll see exactly what he wants to do. But yeah, he's very farmed. He's had a fantastic start to this game. Monkey King has been, I'd say like right now, Monkey King's been the key to this early game for EG. He dominated that safe lane. He roamed around, got a lot of key wards down. The vision game scouted Doom. Every time Doom tried to, well, not every time, but the majority of the times he tried to rotate down bottom towards mid lane. Anytime he was going through that Radiant jungle, he was being spotted. So Zai on that has been absolutely instrumental to EG's success.
And it really felt like Faith Bian just wasn't, you know, it kind of underestimated Monkey King in a sense, similar to the way that we saw people do when he first came out. I mean, dying solo to the Monkey King effectively, you know, with Zai zoning him out, building up the Jingu mastery. It's a little bit surprising. And of course, going down the subsequent time with the help of Arteezy. Looks like we are ready to get ourselves back into the cast. As EG, of course, at the moment, 7 for 3, leading as well. In terms of the farm, from about 5k lead at the moment early on.
It's a pretty big lead to have for 14 minutes in. You're not getting a large amount of kills. You're getting a few towers here, but yeah, the key thing is when they've gotten kills, they've gotten towers, and they're also just farming better. They're doing this with Midas on Arteezy, and they're going back for a Midas on Puck, so... And there you go. You can see Arteezy seems wary that his jungle is completely unprotected. Anyone can be in there. He does not want to get caught while the rest of his team are on the north side of the map.
Absolutely. Yeah, with the vision that EG have over Wings jungle as well, not seeing any kind of Doom or anyone walk around the camps.
They seem to know he's there. I think he popped out to use his Midas. And as a result, they may realize that he's in the area, but they also probably at this point like, well, if he's tucked away, it means he's wary of what's going on.
They've got it confirmed now.
Yeah.
They started to back away, but now moving straight back down around Ice. But yeah, Arteezy, as soon as the Doom's in, he's out. Gets himself away to the shrine.
He could stick around if his team was willing to bait him, but at that point it looked like the rest of the team were like, nah, we don't really want to go into an area where there's no vision. I think the key thing in the mid game is always fight around where your wards are. And if your opponents have wards in an area and you're taking a fight there, it's
well, we have it. Then it found Zai instantly in and the Monkey King out.
I think that ward spotted him jumping there. They
just on the edge.
Yeah, he's just on the edge of the ward vision, and I think Zai maybe likely realizes like, okay, that was a ward there. That's why he gets caught. That's like a very forgivable death and nothing really misplayed there. He gets the scouting info for his team. He gets the knowledge. Now, all right, confirms that they are in fact at bottom lane. He tries to achieve without dying, of course, but sometimes you get caught.
And this is resulting in a great bit of action for Wings as they look to take a tier 2 down bottom.
Yep.
Also kind of nice. Y managed to grab his, get his hands on the tree dance. So now they've got that vision to play of Wings. They can utilize this and try and get the one up on EG as EG have pretty much had over them in these early game movements.
It's nice for them to focus their pushes in one lane too. Like they could go for all the tier 1s, but going for a tier 2 instead means if they get to a position where they can go high ground with that brew split alacrity, they'll actually be able to take tier 3s and racks very early on. So rather than trying to split their focus around 3 lanes, they do seem to be prioritizing the bottom lane and also just this bottom jungle. Take away some of Spectre's farm.
Blink, of course, continues to just focus on his farm, try and get that eggs in his best timing as he can. Midas now done for Universe as well as that Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
So has his crucial items to keep the momentum going for himself, keep on pace with everyone, and as we can see, top 3 net worth all over the side of EG.
Yeah, Wings have a lot of work to do. These smoke moves need to connect. They're investing time in this, and Rubik with a stolen tree dance.
Looking to set up onto Universe, but Universe
he seed Rubik there. Definitely acted like he had.
Maybe caught wind of the golems moving.
Oh, Spectre's up pretty deep here.
And they did see him hide in that spot. Oh no, sorry, that's EG's ward, yeah. Ward. So Arteezy should be safe. Will just reveal himself, go for the TBS. Shadow does have a blink. Doesn't go for it blindly.
Doesn't know quite where Arteezy is there. He could like throw the dagger and then back up. You'd be blind. I mean, you may as well maybe try it, but he also doesn't know what we know, which is that Arteezy was like half HP.
And Blink just the last component away from his Aghanims. Arteezy, few hundred gold, 300, and he'll have that relic on the road to the Radiance.
Yep.
So, of course, very, very, very strong timing for this phase Midas Spectre.
Things are looking pretty good for EG. If this game slows down, that suits them just fine, considering they're the team with a couple Midases. There is the Invoker Midas. Whoa.
Bottom lane, Samael just gets himself a free combo. Straight out to Faith Bian.
Imagine that was another boundless strike into LSA setup.
A very strong combo. Not a lot of heroes on Wings can survive that burst at this stage of the game. if any.
Oh, went looking for the Monkey King, but he was out. Zai showing proficiency on the Monkey Man.
At the least, Wings will be able to hold on to this tier 1 for a little bit of time. Top lane, though, Universe continues to get himself more and more space. Will be building into the Lincoln Spit.
It's been a fairly quiet Universe game, but I feel like that's kind of been his role. Like, stay at that top lane split push. Big part of the Puck being in that top lane is that it's a hero that it's not really worth ganking, and also it's very hard to gank if you want to actually be able to get a clean initiation off. There's no, like, you can theoretically phase or blink dodge a Centaur stun.
Actually going to try and go for it here. Stampede used to allow Wings to attempt to close the gap. Universe will have the orb again in a second, but gets held up into the Sunstrike and the silence. They've got the control. Very nicely done there with that stolen silence.
Yeah, let's say stolen silence. Where'd that sound come from? Hard to gank, but he used his blink and orb aggressively, so I think Wings just saw an opportunity, kind of jinxed him there as he does eventually get caught out. He kind of pushed his limits there and does get punished.
Shadow. Heart next on the list for him. So just making sure that he can build himself up, and it really seems Wings just working towards that point where they are going to be able to get away with this Invoker Brew push that we know that they know how to utilize.
Yep. They seem confident taking a late game, which, considering they're up against Spectre and Midas's, is definitely a bold statement, but they have tried to make moves. I think that's a big thing to know here. It's not like they're just like saying, all right, we'll go into a farming game. They've attempted couple different smoke moves, and they've just completely backfired and failed for them. With Spectre's Radiance up, this could be go time. Yeah, start making some Puck ganks. Maybe group up the Puck Lina, have Spectre farming, and then look to haunt in. They've got the smoke ready on crit, so that could be coming soon, but as it stands, Wings are ready to fight themselves.
Let's see what the plan is. As you can see the comparison between the two. RTZ in the lead with the net worth, and we'll go with the Horn as there's been a jump already onto Crit. Crit falling low, keeps herself alive with the stick charges, but they continues to chase down with the Bruling. Samael, Lagunas, the Doom straight out of the fight. They will lose Crit. EG still trying to fight here. Universe comes in with the two-man Dream Core, holding Y and Shadow down. They'll look to try and find the Rubik first. They'll get it. 2 for 2 at the moment between the two sides. Now Blink's turned up. Looks to drop the Meteor straight onto Samael, and with the cold snap, Samael looking to be in a lot of trouble. He'll use himself, but they surround him, bring him down as well. Wings taking the fight as they bring 3.
Spectre is still bottom lane. He used the Haunter, looks like, but didn't actually reality in. Perhaps thought it was a bad fight, so he didn't want to reality in, or just thought his team could handle it without him, but doesn't show up, and that makes a big difference there, not being in that fight.
Big fight for Wings.
Yeah. I think that really was the difference there. If Spectre's there, Wings do not get away with all those kills. The extra kill on the Lina definitely doesn't happen, and potentially they lose more. Like, once that Brew split ends, Brewmaster shouldn't be able to really do all too much. The Spectre should be able to clean up heroes like the Brewmaster, even potentially the Centaur. He hasn't got his heart yet. He's tanky, but not tanky enough to survive a Spectre chasing him down with Radiance.
They certainly do need a few more of those fights, though, Wings. One is not going to be good enough to close the gap that the EG have created. This lead. Diffusal next, and the lineup for RTZ. See a quick replay of the fight as EG will be going for a smoke. Hopefully we'll be able to step back in, but yeah, Crit tries with the freezing field, but Faith Pian getting a lot done there with the Brewlings to be incredibly disruptive. As we can see them pretty much clear up with 3 of them.
I wonder if the Stampede killed all the Spectre Haunt illusions or something, because those, the Haunt was on cooldown at the start of that fight, it looked like, so potentially it was a Stampede or something, and then he couldn't actually rally in with the illusion instead. That may be one thing that he's got to kind of be worried about. If the Stampede does kill those illusions, you can't actually get the reality in.
Looks like the smoke then from EG did not end up in picking up a kill, as Wings seem to have avoided it here. Both movements on opposite sides of the map. Wings down towards the bottom. EG hunting around Wings' jungle, but now they are going to make their way back down. We'll see if they do head all the way. EG with all the ultimates at the same time, so is Wings. So they've got that split back up. Still a little time under the smoke, but it's going to come out. As EG don't have any vision in their own jungle, but it looks unlikely that both teams are going to clash into each other unless Wings do want to try and commit for the push. They've got that split. They've got the time to show off the Alacrity Brewling.
Not going for it, though.
A little timid.
Yeah. I mean, you force a split in the tower. If you get some damage on the tower, but then on the retreat, you may get caught. Like, you're not going to have the split for the fight itself. And I think Wings are probably looking at this game right now like they're very farmed in their cores. If we want to win a team fight, we need split for the fight itself. So I think they're going to take a more cautious approach and wait till they like get a pick off or get like a more, at least even things up a bit in terms of net worth on the cores before they try and take that approach where they just brute force buildings with the primal split.
For sure, and the boost of travel on Blink is certainly going to help that. You know, just having that potential to find a fight somewhere and instantly move into position to get these pushes going.
They're maintaining presence down bottom with just the Invoker TPing back. So as you said, with the boots of travel, he can rejoin down here, but they do have to worry about the Roche. As not something EG's lineup excels at taking, but there is a DD rune, and hey, there's 5 heroes in the neighborhood, so Sunstrikes will probably be continuing to get thrown out in that area if they're worried about it.
Shadow very close to having that Reaver portion of the heart. Blink will be going for that BKB next. So as well, maybe looking to just really gear up for this fight that the Wings have been building towards since the start of the game, that they're going to be able to offer at this mid-game and this insane amount of push if they're able to execute it perfectly.
It is predominantly magic damage coming into EG. Later in the game, Lina can start to scale into some physical damage, and Spectre, of course, some physical damage as the game goes on, but early on it's like a lot of Radiance damage, the damage coming from the Spectral Dagger as well, and the chasing, so definitely early BKBs very good this game. Very different to what we're seeing a lot of the drafts from earlier today with all the Life Stealers, the Slaughters, the Trolls, much more physical damage.
Oh, wanting to make a go here. In fact, it's Shadow with the first jump, immediately bursting crit down low. They'll take down the CM. Zai from the sideline, shot the Wukong, gets the Boundless Strike onto 2. Arteezy jumps in, has the Diffuser completed now as well. And Wings, they're starting to melt. They've lost 2. Eyesight trying to man up against the Spectre. Doom, Eyesight's got it out, and with the Deafening Blast, they'll clean up Arteezy. Wings find the big kill. 2 for 2 at the moment, and they're not done yet. The control from the Brewlings looking for some help, but he gets the blink out as he self-fuels his, jumps away, and they catch more. Set up onto Universe. They can't lock him down in position, though, between the 2 of them left. The Wings do end up losing 3, but they do kill Arteezy.
Yeah, they kill Arteezy. Sumail with some nice individual plays there to make sure he escapes. You can see there the gold change fairly even between the 2 teams.
A lot of damage done by Arteezy before he goes down, though, with that Radiance and Diffusal, as we saw there.
Push on, and everyone's taking a hefty chunk. Zai with a really good initial set. They missed the silence. Centaur jumps as the puck does. That was
immediately dodges it.
Could have been a very different fight if he doesn't blow up the Crystal Maiden there. And then the nice Boundless Strike from Zai catches out 3 heroes or something in that chain stun, in the AoE stun.
And the crucial Doom from Eyesight as well, securing this kill on the Spectre. It's been hard for Eyesight to really show us his stuff in these first 25 minutes. You can argue how effective the Doom's been, but that one play there makes that fight not a complete disaster for Wings, even though they lose the majority.
And they're going to get their double BKBs fairly soon with the Doom and the Invoker both going for those, and that's where they'll definitely get more potent in these upcoming team fights. EG themselves on the move, perhaps looking to find a fight with the 4-man unit. Spectre Horn won't be up quite yet, though.
I'm very close to having Zai's Basher. Pretty big game changer in terms of the effectiveness of his ultimate in these team fights. A lot of control and a lot of nuisance for Wings heroes if they do get trapped in it.
Or TZ just pinging bottom, so he seems to, I mean, he knows the Invoker's there, the Forward Spirits come out, so he's not even going to show himself in the bottom lane.
And Wings starting to take a bit what they can from EG's half of the map. Getting those wards down as well, making sure that they know when EG's coming themselves out. Bloodstone now complete for Sumail. So Sumail really continue to maintain ahead of the game here, as we can see on the network. Still him and Artur very much the top. Blink is closing that gap though on this Invoker, and it's impressive considering the start that Blink had. He did suffer in lane against the Sumail Lina.
Still feels tough for EG to take fights because of Arteezy's squishiness, like having this Radiance Diffusal. He's not that tanky. If he gets doomed, he's very likely to die. So they're very much trying to have a fight where Arteezy comes in the very end, where big spells are being thrown elsewhere. A Doom onto whoever else, like a Monkey King, or even the Lina is still better than Arteezy getting Doom. If Arteezy can enter a fight, not get Doom, not get Cyclone, he's going to clean up. But that's also something that Wings likely recognize. Like, okay, this Spectre, if completely ignored, is going to destroy us. So that's why last fight he was #1 Doom target. Any upcoming fights, Arteezy needs to try and enter and as late as possible. Enter and be very disruptive when spells have been already thrown out.
Oh, Heart we have now on Shadow. And we'll be queuing up for the Ags. We sometimes see Centaurs now with a lot of the Ags nerfs looking to go for something like the AC and such, but with a fight like this where EG, a game like this when EG have so many good tools around this element of a team fight, Ags, it's still going to be effective here, Gods. And crit. Yeah. He's out and down.
Just doing support things, try and split push a wave and get away with it, but not the end of the world. And yeah, there's a very obvious time to use the Stampede too.
Yeah.
Horn is used, you use Axe, because that's when they're, one, doing a lot of damage with the Haunt illusions, Radiance, Diffusal, those Haunt illusions hurt, and two, it's when they're engaging. Like, they're going to use Haunt around a Dream Coil or a Monkey King Boundless Strike. That's when those spells are being used, so it's very easy to get value out of this Aghanim Scepter this game.
Into the pit wings go. Universe will scout it out. Can EG do anything about this though?
Well, they're killing it fast.
Can they go for any sort of suicidal play? They are going to throw in the Wukong's command. They're looking for the steal, jumping in immediately with the Horn and the Dream Coil. Can they get the steal? No. Roshan down to the Dire. Blink will pick it up. Wings now trying to get themselves out on the retreat. They'll lose Ice Ice. They've lost Faith Pian as well. Three of them surviving. Arteezy looking to chase down with the Diffusal Blade charge onto Innocence. He's almost certainly going to be going down. The Shrine Heal will not save him as the second charge is dropped. EG pick up a third. But Wings will manage to get that Aegis and the Roshan kill, but it's very, very costly. EG with a big team fight win and now ready with the pressure to push down the mid lane.
Yeah, they just killed it a little bit too slow at the end, so even though Invoker gets away with an Aegis, having an Aegis, not necessarily the biggest deal right now with 3 teammates dead. It's up to Blink to try and delay this one out.
We'll take all the mana out from Artur. And looks like, with the short respawn timings as well at this sort of stage of the game, Wings being back up will be enough to force EG to back away from this push for now.
So they at least get away with Aegis still in hand, but EG themselves, nice little fight for them. Perhaps Wings will try and play fast here. They know that that Horn's going to be on cooldown for another minute, so this is a small little window where they can try and force a push down the lane or even try and take some objectives. Bottom lane, unfortunately for them, is already on their side of the map, so if they wanted to go for a high ground play, it's not really an option for them.
It's been an interesting game of swords so far, really. EG with, it seems like the kind of more options and different avenues of closing this game as Wings very much set on just countering this team fight from EG and getting that push going with the Brew Master Invoker combination, which, yeah, I'm still excited to see if they get to that high ground. I mean, you absolutely chunk down those structures, don't you? With the Alacrity on the Broodling.
Yep, absolutely. And they've got limited physical damage to kill that Earth Panda with. Spectre, I guess,
needs to focus if that happens. I mean, as long as Artur's alive. That's easy. Closing in on that Manta style. A few hundred for that ultimate orb. And eyes on Ice Ice. They will be bringing him back up. Universe ready to lead the way as they head into the trees. The dagger indeed will be there, so they should have the Blink Coil indeed to cancel the TP. As EG will take down Ice Ice.
Geez, that cast range with Sumail having the Aether Lens is pretty ridiculous. Didn't even get the cast range talent, just the Aether Lens and the plus 50 damage. I think recognizing that he can scale pretty nicely this game.
Same time though, whilst this is going on up top, Wings are down on the bottom lane.
Oh, this is the...
They have the combo.
Are they going for it?
They're going in for it straight away with the ultimate onto the towers. The fortification will come out. They do have all their big ults as well on EG. As we can see though, the Broodling with the Alacrity, look at it, just melt the tier 3, turn towards the racks. And in fact, look at these racks go down. They need to kill this Broodling. It's brought it down to half health, but they are losing heroes. Dumping in on the back lines, but Zai's been the one to be caught out. He falls, it's a double kill for Blink. Wings, they're getting away with this sort of a play. Taking 2 kills. The Rack's taking a fair bit of damage. I mean, as we're seeing, you've got to be so careful if you're EG.
That Brew Split wearing off just in time, not to mention the Alacrity wearing off, but man, did that T3 tower melt. Now they can even take shrines. They've got a lot of map control that they can take away from EG, although they don't probably want to lurk around too much longer with the Monkey King CM respawns coming up, but you've got to be so good at keeping lanes pushed out. Like, you can't let those lanes reach your base when Brew and Invoker aren't on the map.
You've really got to, and you know, Arteezy, of course, with the Manta and that Radiance can certainly offer a lot in pushing these lanes back out.
But you can't really do it alone. That's where he's in danger of getting picked off. If someone like a Doom, his job is going to be catch Doom Arteezy if he's ever trying to solo push lane. So it's a tricky game for Arteezy to play. He has to be very much aware of what's going on and who's missing from the map at all times.
Sumail has a lot of catch on him for kill potential with that Blink Yules combination. Blink running in the tree line. He himself trying to look for some sort of a setup, and indeed just attempt for it. Sumail already out there with the Blink Dagger. And Wings,
they're coming down
coming again. They're ready for round 2.
Yep.
Here's the combo again.
This may just be Rax. There's no Glyph.
I mean, do they get away? I mean, they can just go straight. You're right, Gods.
You need to engage
no
with the
Hawk
brew.
for 20 seconds. I guess that's going to come back just after the Primal Split.
How fast can they silence him? How fast
do they
can
just
they
throw their
strike
bodies
him?
in?
I think that's the plan.
If you can take Rax at this stage, you are keeping the momentum pretty well controlled.
You've got to keep an eye on the silences and the stuns on the Faith Beyond. If he gets the ulti off, Rax goes down. If he gets stunned first, or if he gets silenced, perhaps not. He's going to do it from safety.
They've got backdoor protection though. The creep wave is just about to come in, and there we have it. The timing. How do you stop this? Look at this go. The Rax are falling.
You do nothing, Owen.
Oh my goodness.
You're helpless.
Is this? Oh, and the team's out. Can they get the Panda out? I don't think they even care. They got the Rax. As long as they can keep everyone else alive, I think Wings are totally A-okay with this. So with the Stampede and the Blink out, Wings take a set of Rax, and EG must feel absolutely helpless.
Sneaky, sneaky. Now he's got BKB too, so he can... The really smart thing he does there is he just ultis from Fog. He does the ulti outside the base. He doesn't get greedy. He doesn't try blink to the high ground to get in melee range to ulti. No, he's like, I'm smoked up. I'm on the low ground. I'm going to pop my ulti and run in just to make sure I don't get stunned or silenced. The only way that push doesn't work is if he doesn't get ulti off. They've got good tools to stop him with the Puck Silence, with the Boundless Strike from the Monkey King, good long-range stun, as well as a long-range initiation from Silence, but... Once his ulti's off, you're in trouble.
They're smoked up, they're ready to go, but they have been scanned.
Yep.
Wings know that EG, they know that this strat, it does annoy people. It gets them angered, and they're ready for that anger, Wings. They love it.
Yeah, this is not the end of the world for EG losing one lane of Rax. Their lamp scales very well, can also push out lanes pretty decently, but Invoker is just such a good stalling hero. So hard to push into him. He's just going to constantly throw tornadoes, EMPs. And Centaur is so incredibly tanky, can just blink in and fight whatever he wants.
There's the lead. Nice size, looking for the lockdown, gets the Doom onto Sumail. Stampede as well as they look to close in. Zai tries to hold them back with Wukong Samar, but Sumail falls. They've lost the Lina. Telekinesis here onto Zai as they hold him in position with the cold snap. Zai falling low. Ice jumps across. Crit trying his best here with the freezing field. He's doing a lot. They've got nowhere to cancel until Shadow. The silence wears out. Has the Hoostomp. Definitely blast as well. Wings pick up a third. They're holding EG back.
Oh,
they've even caught Uni. They don't have the follow-up.
Okay.
But they are sending EG packing back to their half of the map.
Yeah, they've got Brew ulti, Owen.
They're ready to go again. Wings.
Push down another lane with the Brew ult, perhaps. They've got a bit of a ways to go. There will be respawns on all heroes by the time they reach the high ground, but you're still pushing into no Haunt, no Dream Call currently. Perhaps the Dream Call will come back up, but the Haunt's got a pretty hefty cooldown, and got to imagine Wings will want to press the advantage here. Invoker can boot to travel in, so they should be ready to go.
Oh my goodness. Wings. Yeah, absolutely. Tier 2 is going to fall. The creeps come back in. EG will have their full lineup, but as you say, ults aren't all there for EG. Wings, they're ready to go in. Faith Beyond straight away, the Primal Split and the Alacrity. Here we go, the Tornado holding back EG. The fortification is there. But still, there's going to be so much damage done here by this push. The tier 3's falling, it's gone. The Bruling turns towards the Rax. Arteezy, they're trying to take it down with the physical damage, but the Rax, chunk, they're gone. Again, a second set of many Rax, and Fabian takes down Arteezy. Oh my goodness. If this doesn't tilt you, I don't know what would, Gods. EG have got to keep their composure against this. They will find eyesight. They found two. Sumail gets the double. They get Innocence as well in the tree line. Triple kill for Sumail.
I'm not sure how much these kills matter though. You've lost another melee Rax. Slowly but surely, Wings will just take building after building and get mega creeps. Like you can fight against one lane of Rax down. 2, things get a little harder. 3 lanes down, it's practically game over at that point. So you've got to make a stand. You've got to actually push back at some point, and that's something that EG have to be thinking about. The second Arteezy respawns, even before he respawns, go for a smoke gank, set up a haunt. You can't let Wings control the tempo any longer.
You've got to do something big. So big. They've got the Aghanims on Universe.
They'll be nice against the BKBs, but I'm not sure it's a end-all solution for this game.
I mean, this must be a test for EG. I mean, the atmosphere for the team, losing 2 sets of racks to this, it's got to be infuriating.
And they had such a good early game. Everything was going right. They got the Midas. Spectre was free farming. And then they're probably just like, man, we're being cheesed right now.
They've
Like,
got to kill this brew. But
well,
Fabian just straight with the BKB. Crib, we'll see if he goes for the cutoff. Fabian has got a blink. We'll see if he's greedy and sticks around, allowing himself to get hurt. And indeed he does it with a free to fill. They'll blow him up. They'll kill him. Fabian's out. Is just down for 40, does have buyback. EG will move on for more though, looking towards Eyesight on the Doom. Got the BKB and time, turns around with the Doom onto Spectre. They try and get in with the Blink Who's Top. It's not going to connect onto Arteezy. They're desperately trying to get Spectre out of there safely, EG. Zai with the Wukong's command, the Boundless Strike onto 3. Innocence is out, Light Strike to follow onto Shadow with the Laguna. Have they got the damage to bring down this brew? The Jingu Mastery, is it strong enough? It is, with some Mael's right clicks flying through. They take down a third, they'll turn towards the Brewling. They're bringing them down, but the big bad one prevails. The Earth Brewling, can they kill it? They can. They've dealt with it. He's out for 50. Shadow's down for 70. Huge death on Wings. How much can EG do with this?
That's what EG needed. They needed to take a fight, go in the aggressive. That Sunstrike. Ooh. Went for the pick, couldn't find it.
Look at the gold. That was exactly what EG needed in a game like this.
Not going to get racks, but taking an Aegis, denying an Aegis as well from Wings. Could be big here, although not the easiest Rosh of their life. Need to make sure they don't get down to Sunstrike HP. Arteezy.
Have we got Sunstrike? It's back there.
Hope that he doesn't hit you with it, I guess. Group up
together. Is he going to throw one in?
Is Rosh going to clap again? If
it
Rosh
looks
claps,
like he's not.
Okay, we're good. That clap. Oh, no Sunstrike.
That's so low. They have no vision outside of this pit at the moment for Wings, so EG should be safe.
Well, EG, hold on. That was the incredible team fight they've needed for some time, and we'll keep them alive. They don't get a lane of racks. At this point, they just need to be thinking, how do we take fights as far away from our base as possible? They don't want to give Wings a chance to enter their half of the map. They need to be the ones going outside, meeting Wings on the battlefield, taking them on before that Brewmaster Split can just hit buildings. They've stopped using the Brewmaster Split for team fights. Other than that one there, that was like a desperation. Like I say desperation. I think Wings felt like they had an opportunity. They doomed up Arteezy. If they killed him, it would have been a one fight. And Arteezy, I believe, still didn't have buyback from the previous fight, so would have been a big kill at that. But he managed to get away thanks to the help from his team. The Glimmers, the Force, all these small little support items adding up.
This is a great time for EG to fight though. They have the Aegis, they've got Horn, as well as this Arcane Room. It would be lovely to use it whilst you can get that reduced cooldown out. And there's 2 buybacks on cooldown for Wings.
Yeah, you want to meet them outside, but you also don't, like, as much as EG don't want to let Wings pushing it to the high ground, they also don't really want to push high ground. Spectre is very bad at hitting buildings, and Invoker very good at defending high ground. So it's this situation where Wings can force a stalemate. They can just hug their high ground. They know EG don't want to try and force a high ground push. Similarly, EG don't want to let Wings get to their base. So if Wings want, they can just wait 5 minutes, wait for that Aegis to expire, and pick a fight that's going to suit them better right now.
On EG, indeed just backing up, making as much as they can happen from the map.
Yep.
As they know that Wings will be waiting on that high ground. Not wanting to take any risks. Wings know exactly what they have to do to win this game.
Level 25 Spectre gets his minus 10-second Spectral Dagger cooldown. Not the biggest deal in the world. Definitely nice, but you'll quickly run out of mana if you're spamming that every, like, what, 6 seconds is it? So
I think it's very nice against these heroes with the blink daggers, just being able to keep marks on where they are.
Yeah, even if you're not actively cancelling it, but it tracks their vision, and you can, it's 7-second duration, 6-second cooldown, so it's constant spam, but Lina getting more damage output, going for the Fiery Souls. No surprise there. It seems to be what even support Linas get when you're transitioning into that core Lina. So see what Sumail can do as far as damage output goes. He's getting a secondary Lincoln, so prioritizing his own survivability against the Doom as the big thing here. Something like blocking a Doom could be what decides an upcoming fight.
They're ready to lead in. They have the vision, jumping in onto Crit with the Glimmer Cape. Have they got the detection? They do. They picked up the gem, looking for Crit, walks into the Sunstrike. That's the CM out and down. Wings looking for more. They turn towards Arteezy, who haunted into the middle of this fight, getting stunned up. Universe trying to come in with the save. Drops the Dream Coil down onto 2, but Arteezy's out. Has the Aegis ready for round 2. Eyesight is falling low on the Doom, but it has the Shrine. Still, they've got Blink ready with a lot of spells. Ready to throw in from the sidelines. Artur looking towards Innocence. There we have the hold back with the Meteor Beyond. Pots the BKB, tries to TP out, but the bash is there from Zai. Fabian in trouble. He's going to go down, and also most certainly buyback is still not there. Still on cooldown, so he's out for 45 seconds. EG do take the fight here with the use of this Aegis.
Still
They'll
so
take a
tough
tier
to
2.
go high ground. Yeah, they'll get the tier 2, but no Aegis. They can't really easily force high ground against Invoker. They may try to, just because they feel like they're still under pressure to get something done. And there's no Doom. Doom ran straight at the Lina, just tried to take her out of the fight.
It's easy getting jumped on and comboed immediately, bringing himself down to half health. The Tornado from Blink into the EMP. Artor in a whole lot of trouble. They have the Stampede closing in. Sumail looking towards Ice Ice, won't be able to kill him. Ice Ice survives, and they've lost Arteezy. Wings hold the defense. Sumail looking to get up with the TP, but Shadow with the foresight to jump into the sidelines has it bang on point. Wings are holding. And EG, again, their attempts have been stunted.
They're not just holding, they're getting the big kills at that. Like, finding both cores and Lina and Spectre at such a key time of the game. They're going to immediately look to push out their lanes, probably set things up so that they can try and take some more of these outer objectives. At least either force a Spectre buyback or take the tier 2 tower, threaten the tier 3. EG don't want to let that happen. They're already pressing forward. Ice Ice is very low here.
Let's see what they can get. They're looking towards Blink, set up with the silence, but BKB immediately. They pop the Ags. They do still get stunned here by the Dream Coil. Crit just out of range here, though, with a freezing field side. Getting chunked by Faith Beyond the Deafening Blast, connecting onto Uni. If they got the lockdown, Scorched Earth is out. Does still have an orb and a Blink. Back into the tree line. Can they find in the Tornado? Ooh, it's a good attempt in case Universe jumps across. Who doesn't? But Ice Ice is on the tail. Faith Beyond a Blink, jump in. Can Universe play his way out of this one with the phase shift?
Blink.
Can he get out? He can't. Wings surround him, take down the puck. Crit just holding on for dear life in that tree line, praying the Wings don't come a-hunting. As Wings hitting EG so hard. I mean, this is quite incredible to watch.
I like the move. It was so unexpected from EG. They just ran at Wings outside their base with no Spectre, no Lina. Their 2 core heroes missing, but that's the kind of plays you have to make. You have to catch them outside your base. If you let Wings get to your front door, they'll go smashing it down. So a bold move. It doesn't pay off for EG because of the instant BKBs, but it's the kind of move they have to make in this game. And now the buybacks will cometh. Brewmaster split ready to go.
Oh, here's the combo. EG, you've got to get rid of that Brewling. Arteezy's trying to focus it. Universe will hold 4 of them back very nicely with the Dream Coil. Can they bring it down?
So tanky.
Look, it's going to get the tower at least. Pummeling into it. The tier 3 almost certainly going to fall. As again, they get an objective, and with Shadow jumping in, who stop onto 2, Fabian following through with the clap Blink, focusing on the sidelines. Crit as CM's out. Ice Ice jumps in with the Doom onto Arteezy. They've got to hold them back. They have to keep Artur alive, and they're doing it. They've taken 3. Arteezy ready to move on for more. Shadow comes back in with the Who Stomp double edges. Not enough damage, but with Blink's right click, it might be, and it is. The Shiva's Guard. They chase Artur down. He's out. Blink tries to get away with the Ghost Warp, but Sumail, he's cleaning up, holding on hard for EG. The Laguna Blade to do it for the Invoker. Turns towards the Centaur.
He can't fight the return. Sumail's losing the right click battle.
The passive is too strong, but with the help of 3, they'll finally bring down Shadow, get that triple kill for Sumail as they wipe Wings. But now that final melee Rax is exposed.
It's still a hold. It looked like that was going to be a really tough spot for them. Spectre still respawning. Puck had to buy back, but they completely wipe Wings and keep this best of one hope alive.
They just can't kill that Brulin. We saw Artur at the start focusing it, but then EG realized they can't. They need to deal with the fact that Wings, they're jumping in the base. They're straight up to the high ground.
I like the approach where they go on the backlines. They realize that this support network, the Rubik, the Doom, are the bigger issues. Doom still luckily got off his ultimate onto the Spectre. But they had the answers. The Lina just dishing out massive amounts of damage. He almost single-handedly kills the Invoker there. And unfortunately for EG, EG can win fights. That's not the problem. It's taking objectives. And the biggest downside of their lineup we're seeing is the inability to hit buildings. Neither Lina nor Spectre, their 2 main cores, hit buildings at all.
They have got that Desolate on side to help out, but absolutely still certainly an area that they're lacking. Our Wings have tower and Rax push for days with this Brewmaster Invoker combination that we knew from the draft. It could be strong. We've seen it before. I wonder now if in a second time in a row, more teams will follow suit if Wings do manage to go ahead and win this game. With just evidence of how well these cleverly timed pushes and execution can really cause havoc for a team that had to lead from the start. We saw insane timings on the Spectres, Midas, Radiance. Arteezy was getting the farm that he needed. Sumail was having a fantastic time in the mid lane. But now at this stage, EG well and truly shaken up.
Another Roche, see if that's something EG can get their hands on. Importantly, they didn't have to use key buybacks in that defense. Heroes like Spectre, Lina, didn't have to buy back for them to hold. If they had to go through those big core buybacks, other than like the puck was the one they used, if they had to use more than the puck, it would have been a really tough spot for them to play into. Wings are going to go for a smoke, but as said, there's buybacks available. EG have lives to throw at this one. Just wonder what the call's going to be. Do you try something like NPS and try and fight through the backdoor protection, or are you just looking for a pick? Because it looks like they're more intent on finding the pickoffs here.
There we go. Wings on the high ground. EG not to come across. What is that neutral creep doing? Oh, there we go. He gets eaten. He's taken out for his own better good.
There we go. The EG ward will scout out and get all the info they need to take this fight on. And I imagine they will definitely not let lane just push up. Yeah, they're going to run directly at Wings. This is, in my mind, the play you're going to make. You can't just let Wings do what they're doing.
Link on the front lines as well would be a perfect hero to jump if they could take him down.
Oh, he's invis.
He's so speedy as well.
He pops the smoke and gets away.
I'm going to throw the first tornado out. And Shadow tries for the jump, does get the connection here, immediately onto RTZ. They break the linkers and in with the Doom. Artor in trouble. They'll drop down the Wukong's command side, looking towards Shadow. The bash is holding him in place. In fact, doing a hell of a lot of damage with this ult. They control the Invoker, they'll take down Blink. Laguna dropped onto Shadow. Can they kill him in time? Eyesight still trying to come back in and finish off RTZ, but the Manta, he can't quite get out. They've brought down RTZ. Wings, they've lost 4, they'll buy back on 2.
Oh, Arteezy doesn't have buyback because he bought out for the BKB. It was a nice pickup that helped him survive a long time in that fight, but ultimately, those buybacks, I don't think Wings will look to push off of them. They'd have to use all of their buybacks, and they don't know Arteezy's buyback
I don't think Arteezy actually managed to get the BKB off in that fight because of the Doom.
Oh, yeah, you're right. No, so he still got the 10-second one.
A purchase that's painful.
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's going to... Oh, it may actually mean the Roche goes down. That's actually a big deal. You just use buyback on your Invoker. You'd love to get him an Aegis. And EG doesn't look like can do anything about this one. They do not want to risk a fight. With Spectre having buyback and Doom, like a potential Doom buyback, there's a Shrine right there, so he can TP in immediately. It's just too risky for them, perhaps.
Yeah, Wings absolutely are going to want to make something happen with this. Primal Split, not quite a back off cooldown again, 20 seconds or so, so you can put it on a bit of a back burner until then. 30 seconds without Arteezy. We'll have Horn immediately available when he's back up, but it has to be careful then. I mean, it was just a perfect initiation from Wings, jumping in, breaking that Linken's, allowing Ice to get the Doom in. And as we saw, even with EG killing off huge amounts of Wings, taking down 4, the combination and control of keeping Wings inside of that Wukong's command, it does a hell of a lot. You know, having this Basher and Desolator, it really does hurt them. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're losing your Spectre.
Yeah, Monkey King has managed to scale very well into this late game, and Invoker not having like any, not that you'd expect armor items, but like this is a game where you're like, you always want to have a Shivers card, but you run into item slot problems. It's like you have to prioritize, well, I need the BKB, you also want the Shivers for the armor, you want the Refresher for the late game, but the end result is that Invoker is very susceptible to that Monkey King damage output. Talked about there being very little physical in EG, that's changing now because Monkey King has the damage items.
Yeah, that level 25 plus 100% boneless strike adds a lot of nuke damage physically. Dropping that boundless down. Yep. Now will certainly mark a fair few of Wings out, especially if he has that Jingu built up.
Lina with the Daedalus, going to start right-clicking nice and hard in these late-game fights, and 21 Bloodstone charges means Sumail has a fast respawn time. Without the respawn talent, though, it's not instant, and often in these big late-game fights, having a 20-30 second respawn time doesn't cut it. You need the insta buyback. So as good as those Bloodstone charges sound, there may be a scenario where he would have to buy back even with all those charges.
As we can see, Zai certainly been hot on the warding this game. And we saw straight from the laning, keeping good vision deep over Wings half the map, but vice versa. Wings have been very smart with their movements and countering what EG have been trying to do. EG now ready to push up. And yeah, 4.5. Sumail just getting richer and richer by the minute. I've got their eyes onto White. Let's see how heavy they want to go in on this. Still danger of Wings certainly closing in from behind them with the Shrine still up.
Rubik with the Stolen Dagger, doesn't get that short cooldown, does not get to steal the talents with it. Not the biggest spell to have in a fight. Has had some nice steals, had the Freezing Field earlier. Seen the Puck Silence get stolen and used against the Puck himself.
And we're talking about Puck. Universe, of course, is certainly kitted up for some big plays.
Has he got the 420?
He has. Axe Refresher, yeah. Which talent did he go for? He did. He is going to have money for days.
Okay.
We're going to see that maxed out Dagon potentially coming very, very shortly. Look at that roll in.
Oh, beautiful.
My goodness. It's a lot of money. Actually switching up, so queuing up the Mjolnir.
Wants to be able to push lanes better,
I guess get a shield on Arteezy at the front lines or something.
Shield Arteezy, and then also when you're like he's one of the main heroes that needs to push out lanes right now, it seems. So that will help clear waves since the bottom lanes have been mega creeped.
I mean, look at all the level 25s we're getting as well this game.
Stuff.
Everyone is starting to max out. We've got that return aura on Shadow. Oh, it's a lot of talent this game.
What's our Brew looking at for 25? Oh, the extra armor.
Oh, that is imbalance. 20 plus armor on this already unkillable little green bugger.
Yeah, that's nice.
My goodness.
Doom gets the Ancients or Infernal Blade damage.
I think when he hits 25, you call it.
Yep. I want to say you might go Infernal Blade damage. There's no... I don't know. The new Ancients,
2%?
maybe? It's not a big deal, but it's like... Are you actually
it's better.
It's only if you're going to devour an Ancient. The Granite Golem HP is nice. That for sure.
Does that affect the Bruling? The aura?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, there we go. It buffs it up.
Oh, the extra HP. Yeah, I think it should.
Yeah, I mean, auras affect. Yeah, it should. Yeah, it should, shouldn't it?
It's everything. It's creeps and all. Yeah. So
that's if he goes for that.
And I'm not sure how the new little root creep would work. If you get like the minus armor from the spell cast, whatever it's called, from that new ancient, that could be something you consider. But I want to say Infernal Blade damage against these tanky heroes. Percent-based damage late game is going to be really nice against like a tanky Spectre.
Still, I mean, if EG, they are kind of holding back, but if they can find fights when buybacks are on cooldown for Wings, they can certainly still do it.
I mean, it's Wings with Aegis and Cheese and not willing to take a fight right now. By the time Aegis expires, they'll have that Invoker buyback, though, so that's probably the key thing to look at there, but it really is Wings playing very defensively and cautiously.
Yeah.
They can't really get out. They know if they go for a push down the lane, EG is going to meet them outside the base, and taking a team fight against this Refresher Puck, the Spectre with how much farm Arteezy's got, very, very difficult.
And talking about auras, of course, the Brute, they've been working on that Assault Cuirass and has the money if he wants to go full in.
Not sure.
EG doing their best to keep these lanes pushed out. You can see at the moment pretty much all lanes pushed up to at least the river, the bottom just slightly behind. So EG just making sure that there's very, very limited options in terms of playing around them as they do maintain overall control of the map. Wings being very reserved in their play style, holding back, waiting for EG to make the call.
It's kind of a stalemate. Neither team wants to... Well, Wings would love to push high ground, but they're not going to be allowed to push high ground. So EG don't want to push high ground, Wings don't want to fight in the middle of the map. And that, as a result, no one is able to move too far out of the base until we see some kind of one of the teams get kind of antsy, maybe like try and make a jump. The Centaur initiation, the Monkey King Boundless Strike initiation could come out. But very difficult to break through these high grounds right now.
Let's see what they can do. EG playing around with the idea.
Everyone's going to be getting 6-slotted at this rate.
56 minutes in, and it's not a short one. It's more of an epic, this match here between EG and Wings, as we would have hoped in a best of one.
Monkey's going to scale very well. He's got a lot of room to grow in terms of his items.
Blink's starting to come out here, Zai. Immediately with the BKB TP out. No, we're talking about Ice Ice nearly getting in range there for the Doom.
Yeah, they even stampeded to get him there closer. Would have been a nice pick off. I think killing Monkey King is perhaps enough to go for a fight or a push with. He's such a key hero. He's the physical damage hero. Everyone else is kind of like very magic based. I mean, Arteezy still, of course, he's 6-slot. He does some decent physical damage, but the Monkey King is like burst physical damage that the Invoker is just dying in the Wukong's command. If he gets stunned in a Wukong's, he's melting. So killing this Monkey King is important in this late game stage.
I'm talking about Zai, very, very close to having the completed Abyssal Blade.
Yep.
But may indeed be saving that buyback at this stage. As it could be crucial in these fights that EG are going to be forced to take.
A lot of buybacks floating around. Heroes, even like the Brewmaster we saw. Oh yeah, he's actually used his money. Bought the AC.
Yeah, Zai will go in for the purchase.
Interesting.
And maybe indicating that EG are ready to get something done. And there we have it, 25, that plus 20 armor on the Promise, but as well, of course, next time we will see that AC aura as well. It's going to be very, very tanky Brewlings.
Yep. Definitely, I feel like EG can still continue. I feel like Wings have peaked. Not to say they're in a bad spot, because then should have to go fight. They don't want to fight outside their base, but any further item pickups for Wings are pretty inconsequential, whereas heroes like Spectre with Refresher, very good in the late game. He's also going to get an Abyssal first, it looks like, but Spectre, a lot of item growth potential. You've got a lot of item growth potential on Monkey King. He can get a lot scarier with some damage items, so does feel like EG have stabilized this game and found themselves in a rather comfortable position when you're down like 2 lanes of racks, but at least an okay position.
Oh, Wings have already found themselves a bit of blood as they jump out looking for Crit. Can EG do anything in return? Universe comes in with the first coil. Onto 2. BKB popped by Ice Eyes. Jumping down. Abyssal to hold the Doom in place. Out come the Wukong's command. Universe with the Refresher. Second Dream Coil to hold them in place. They'll burst down Ice Eyes. Shadowstone on the sidelines. Zai trying to beat down the Bruling. Turning towards him. He will be able to bring it out with Samael's superior attack range. They clean out the third one. They've taken out Faith Bian. No buyback as well for this Panda as he's down for a full minute. But EG do commit all the ults for this. They'll look for the push now.
His Primal Split got stuck in the trees. The one that was out of the trees, he was the one that's very tanky. He tried to survive with it, but just enough physical damage. And boy, was that Abyssal Blade clutch. You kind of question, like, do you want to say buyback? Do you want to buy an item? Well, you can see why it pays off there. He was about to get
changed
doomed.
The fight.
And if he didn't get off that Wukong command, Wings would have had a much better shot of winning it. It was definitely a good Doom target if you could stop the Wukongs, but...
Shadow with the lead in actually catches Universe out around the phase shift. Universe in a hell of a lot of trouble with the Tornado coming through into the Sunstrike. Can he play his way out again with the phase shift? Do they have any sort of control of catch? They don't. He'll be fine. Universe will manage to play his way around the combo. Samael looking to come back in very aggressively here, trusting his Lincolns. It will be fine. I mean, he's incredibly speedy here, as we can see with that bonus movement speed from the stacks.
Wings have held with that. Haven't used buybacks, but...
Oh, Roshan is up as well. This would be perfect for EG.
Maybe not the easiest thing to claim, but...
They've got a lot of damage on Samael.
Yep.
With that Daedalus, but I mean, you're right. It's risky to do with Wings getting everyone back up. That shrine, of course, still there around the pit.
With Monkey, perhaps they go for it. I mean, we've seen Wings and their patience. They do not want to leave their base. They're waiting for EG to come to them. And I think EG can read that and probably feel like Roche is likely to go uncontested. They ping it out. Sunstrikes can scout this one out, but again, moving out on the map aggressively has proven to be difficult for Wings to do. The vision advantage from the Monkey King being able to fly onto the trees, the wards just protecting this make this very hard to stop.
They know what's up though, but there's no way they can get her in time. They will start to TP across to the shrine, but EG should find this. A sneaky Tornado isn't going to get the kill. EG will still find Roshan. Aegis and Cheese picks up.
Monkey getting it. Everyone else is kind of 6-slotted. Lina and Spectre and Monkey. If you get a second life on this hero, you can do a lot of damage with it. So,
and of course, as I believe with the Monkey King, you keep the Wukong's command stays up if you die in the ultimate. So if you die in the ultimate, it's pretty bad for the enemy because there's no way then that they can push you out or kill you again. As I think, unless they fix that. But I mean, Monkey King and fixing those words don't go together. So we may see how effective that will be in these team fights.
Puck, 30k net worth. Thank you, level 25 talents. Does kind of...
Oh, and look at you, what a man, what a bro. Universe.
I guess it's for RTZ, you're right.
Time to get the moon shards out. Not for him. I mean, I imagine not for himself first. Has he already given one out?
I think Lina bought for herself because Lina's very farmed. But yeah, poor Arteezy. Where's my moon?
Where's my moon shard?
Did you give it to Monkey before Spectre though?
Maybe you give it to Zai, yeah.
I think it's actually better on Zai.
Here's the jump in though. Woo-hoo, crit down to the low ground, chomps to the cheese. He'll be fine. Eyesight's looking for the Doom, but Dream Call again. Big plays for Universe. Huge stuns on to do with the Abyssal onto Eyesight. They found one. They turn towards Shadow. Second Abyssal holding him in place here. And this setup there, the counterplay from Universe, absolutely beautiful. Jeez. That Dream Coil, that insane duration on the stun through the Magic immunity, setting up not only 2 kills, but what looks to be 3 kills here for EG.
Now you're going to have to use these buybacks. Probably 2 of them. You've only got 2.
You've got to get yourself in already. We can see as well, Samael's like, top lane, guys. We got to get this lane pushed out.
Yeah, don't let that Brewmaster potential buyback completely blindside us.
And here we go. What can Wings do? They still have the key components for the defense up. Blink is alive, jumping from Shadow. Immediately going in on RTZ. Crit comes forward, but Blink pops the BKB. Ice Path is down. Again, doing their best to keep EG off. The fortification slowing them down momentarily. RTZ will still stick around, take the tier 3, turn towards the rack. Shadow actually going to miss the Blink Who Stomp here. And EG on the verge of potentially getting themselves a racks. Tornado again onto RTZ. They'll look for the follow through. Abyssal onto the Lotus Orb. TZ drops the hammer on his own head, but again, Universe with these dream coils, causing huge amounts of issues here for Wings. They've found one, they'll take down a second, a Centaur out with 2 minutes and no buyback, blinks out as well, does have buyback available. They're going to have Brewmaster back as well in a few seconds. EG, they got the melee racks, they got themselves some big kills.
That Bloodstone Suicide got Arteezy back to like 2/3 HP.
And they're going for the game here, EG. Arteezy is playing around with the idea of going for the tier 4s, and they're going fully in. EG wants to try and end it potentially. They've got to be careful.
Yeah, Arteezy still low.
Here's the jump in, Faith Bian looking towards Zai. Blink needs to come in hard with the combo, trying to set up with the Boundless Strike, holds him back. Arteezy comes in, the Linkers will protect the Invoker from the Abyssal Blade. Artur gets himself away on minimal health. Zai bursts down
though. He's got Aegis still.
He's back for round 2. Arteezy solo has that heart, has to hang back before reinitiating.
It's so much easier to... Insta buyback. He's got travels too. He'll be right back in. They want to end the game now.
And I think they might be able. I mean, can they?
Doom's got
it's
2 ultis.
Close. Faith Bian jumps in with the ult. They've got to hold EG back. They're looking for the game. Samel posts the BKB. He's just hammering away at this Ancient. Ice is coming around for the side. Artur jumps in. Immediately stunned up here by the Brewling.
Ice, you got to do
He's got to throw it out before he gets down with the freezing field and such. Ice is out. Arteezy, he's fine. The Boundless Strike here from Zai, holding back the Rubik. Bling trying his best, but the Wukong's command is out. Wings, they're trapped up again by the Dream Coil from Universe. Bling, BKB pop, but the stuns are there. Zai bashing him up here with the Wukong's Blink. Falling low, Universe forces them back to the base. EG, they turn their attentions back towards the Ancient. Can they still hold here? Wings, Bian in again with the Blink clap. Arteezy takes a Sunstrike straight to the head. He's falling low. He's being forced back in by the stolen Wukong's command. Why is holding? But Samel, he maintains control as he faces towards the Ancient, and EG will finish the game. They've beaten it. Wings tried the meme strats again, but it wasn't effective as EG have climbed their way through what must have been one of the most nerve-wracking best of ones here.
That is best of 1 Dota in a nutshell. Arteezy's subreddit will be proud of that game.
My goodness.
Absolutely incredible game.
That was, I mean, just the fact that we saw Wings, they had this idea. It came to fruition. They took 1 racks, 2 racks, put pressure on the 3rd one.
EG's turn to ban. Newbies turn to ban. Newbies turn to ban. Dire team back. EG's turn to ban. Dire team back. EG's turn to ban. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Life's Warlock.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Admiral Concar.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Clinks.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Behold the horn of madness.
EG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve.
Axe. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Something where you get Deso and BKB, then you're quite strong. But you've got to get those two items at a pretty decent time.
And talking about Catch, you know, on EG's lineup, Zai on that Kunkka, as you mentioned, Universe on the Axe. Between the two of them, they are going to have to do a lot in terms of enabling the combos to come out from the rest of EG. Is it enough, do you feel, against the high mobility of a lot of Faceless heroes?
Yeah, it should be pretty good. I guess we'll see how it works as far as like once we get to the more 5-man stage, because that's where You've got Warlock Rock, you've got like really good teamfight on EG's side, but if Faceless can land an RP, they've got Earth Spirit spells to follow up. And I feel like Earth Spirit's one of those heroes where you can look at a team and be like, oh, they've got the weaker teamfight, but if Earth Spirit gets a well-timed silence stun, if he stops a Warlock Rock coming out, this is the kind of hero that can be the X factor. And we've seen XY himself be very influential on this hero.
Absolutely. First pick material for Faceless in pretty much most games where it's allowed. To them, as we see from the runes, top rune, EG will be able to secure that as well. So grabbing 3, down bottom, Ice and Arteezy having a bit of fun.
Oh, very close.
And in fact, Ice bringing Arteezy along with him.
He tried to clip him there. He was very close to achieving it too. I don't know if Arteezy quite realized what Ice was doing there, but the max range on it was just not quite enough to get him onto that cliff. They're going to give Arteezy the 1v1. This is totally fine. Lifestealer, one of the reasons to pick Lifestealer and why he's such a strong hero is because he can handle these 1v1 matchups and free up the supports to help other lanes. And we're going to see that at mid with the Kunkka and at top with the Warlock initially. Not sure whether Warlock's going to hang around. He's likely going to fall back and stack some jungle camps.
We'll see what kind of movements we have coming out from XY on the Earth Spirit as well at the moment. Just looking to maintain that pull up on the top lane, keeping Black nice and safe. But overall, these lanes, do you feel that there is someone with lead? You already mentioned that Klink's a hero that can struggle in the laning stage. Elsewhere, are things continuing to look better for EG in these early lanes?
Yeah, it's a stronger laning setup for EG. The Lifestealer wins 1v1 against Magnus. Typically, I'd say, oh, Ice, he loves a 1v1 matchup. This is where he's the kind of player who can excel, but Arteezy, as far as 1v1 matchups go, another player who we saw in the 1v1 tournament, fantastic.
Oh, top XY could be in trouble. He's trying to get away so he can roll out. Battle Hunger ticking him down though. Universe with the chase down. It should be a first blood, and indeed it is. Universe will claim it. He says no chaosing today, Samael. And EG as well, also able to heavily harass Blackback. With this Shadow Word, he's going to fall pretty low. Universe won't go hunting too deep in the tree line. Already, the strong lanes that you talked about coming into play.
Yeah, Nuts is trying to chase down Zai, but he's... Oh, might get this kill if he can land the roll.
Zai with the juke.
Yeah.
To the side, and XY won't be able to find it.
Saw it coming, had the ward and also the day vision, I think, was going to be enough in itself. So nicely done. Love the early Battle Hunger point. Not really the conventional axe thing to do, and like if you're just off lane or jungling, but given that you've got a tri-lane up there and you need like a good gap closer, it actually slows movement speed. Oh, Ice reads the Sunstroke coming in, but yeah, just slowing your opponents and also just having damage output for a melee hero onto heroes that are running away, proving to be the difference there in getting a first blood. Very good start for EG. Mid lane is being handled just fine by Jab so far. And the fact you've thrown 2 Sunstrikes means there's very low mana on Invoker, who is getting rolled on, but just some harass.
And that bottom lane, as you mentioned, both heroes finding farm. Neither in too much danger in this 1v1. 9 for 4, 9 for 2 between the two of them.
Yeah, Ice has used his Shrine now. That's kind of where these offlane 1v1s often, like, safe lane with a good matchup would be fine, but is perhaps not quite as one-sided now that offlaners get the Shrine.
In fact, with the wraparound from Zai, Ice could be in trouble. Initial Torrent isn't going to hit. Ice still has the skewer to play his way out of this one. In fact, he's trying to man up, but that's now cost him as he's been X-marked back. Arteezy should have the damage as Ice tries to get away. Isn't going to make it. And Ice, I mean, you saw him manning up there. I guess just as it didn't count for the fact that that X-mark was available from Zai.
Probably knows that the X, if he tries to skewer away, he's going to get X back anyway. So he's thinking, I may as well just hold my ground and fight, hope they back off and wait for the last second to use the skewer away, which almost works. If Arteezy doesn't block him there, it does in fact perhaps get him away. Seeing the top lane, not the easiest lane for Klinks. He's got CS and all, but he's had to use a lot of regen in this lane.
I'm going to try for this kill. XY has the Boulder Smash, and Universe will be taken down. The Shadow Word heal from Crit. Not enough to save him. Yeah. And yeah, no way to hold back that TP. So Crit gets out. Faceless getting themselves on the board.
Yep. Good start for Faceless to secure that safe lane. Feels very important that they get Klink's good early farm and don't let Universe do too much in that off lane. So they are doing a dedicated tri lane. We're seeing some rolls towards the mid lane, but very quickly XY return top. I think recognizing that if Klink doesn't get support in lane, they're going to be in trouble. Not to mention this Axe is probably one of the more reliable kills to go for. You're not going to kill the Invoker unless he pushes up really far in lane.
We see on the top lane again Zai with the Invis rune. Maybe seeing if they can set something up onto Black Universe. And Crit in position to get ready to dive. Zai trying to close in, but will reveal himself under the tower. They know what's up. EG nonetheless just using this to put some pressure in on the tier 1. And keeping Black on his toes. Mid lane, jabs. It's going to get caught by the Sunstrike. Top lane, the plays being made here by EG as they close in onto Nuts. And looks like there'll be no escape for the Crystal Maiden. TP reactions will come through from Faceless. XY looking to set up onto Universe with the first roll. Has to be careful with Zai still in the neighborhood. And these spins bringing XY down low. Black looked towards Crit but didn't have the damage to bring down the Warlock. So EG once again getting away with a kill on this top lane and forcing rotations.
Yeah, the support kill is fine in itself. It's just meaning that Axe gets at least a decent laning stage. Just like Universe is going to go into the Vanguard first. Perhaps going to opt to just farm up the jungle. Like he may just decide, okay, I've done enough to contest the Klinkz's farm. Time to focus on my own farm a bit. As the 3-man shrine will likely lead to them to continue at least some amount of pressure additionally on that lane. Definitely with an Invoke in your team, you want to try and bully the lanes as much as possible since you can set up those Sunstrike kills.
Mid lane. EG once again getting in close and personal. This time Faces want to hit back. Nice boulder smash onto 2.
Yeah.
Zai falling low. The Shadow Word heal will keep him A-OK, and Faceless again. Just not enough firepower to really fight into this 3-man.
A wild Searing Chains into thin air. Jab's got the early point in Slight, trying to use that for the Searing Chains, but it's got a very short cast range, so he just slightly probably pushed the Sleight of Fist button, but it didn't actually go off because he wasn't in range to use it and then messed up the combo. Level 1 Searing Chain's pretty lackluster. So as a result, they missed that kill. Not the end of the world getting the early Sleight of Fist point, but it does seem like they're going to give mid lane elsewhere.
Oh, realizing he was low, they hit the scan and somehow does go for a bit of an attempt.
Pretty heads up play.
3-1 to EG at the moment. CS is certainly still there though for the members of Faceless. Ice continuing to get a lot from this bottom lane.
Yep.
As RTZ doing his best to zone out the Magnus.
It's going to be a very farm-oriented game, it looks like. I mean, PPD mentioned on the panel, the EG players really liking to buy their Midases. We're going to see another Midas rush from RTZ in the safe lane. Very likely even see some support Midases. Heroes like Kunkka Warlock can easily get away with Midas purchases if they want to. Maybe not both, but one definitely getting Midas on one of your supports is fine, while the other perhaps goes for the utility item. But as it stands, Universe not rushing a blink suggests a slower pace of game from EG. They've done well to win the lanes, have strong laning setup, and often you see teams try and back up a strong lane setup with taking towers objectives. EG have always been a team that prioritizes farming and just farming efficiency, using all the resources on the map to try and starve their opponents, and that's going to be much more the approach here. Win the lanes and use that to play greedy, rather than win the lanes to take objectives.
XY getting the vision control back here for the side around that mid lane. A lot of movement was happening around there a couple of minutes ago. But now back towards the bottom, Zai having eyes onto Ice, but as soon as he gets a glimpse of him, gets himself back out to safety with the skewer. And will of course be looking for that blink dagger, and we'll see what kind of a timing he can get on it. Obviously with the opening that he's had, it could be some good, good pace for Ice to hit if he can clear up these camps in safety and not have to worry too much about EG coming that deep across that bit of the map.
Warlock off a bit too far, perhaps. Crit.
It's the level 2 Shadow Word heal. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No, it's not indeed. But the Boulder Smash flying through. They'll lose Crit. EG are going to look to react. They've got the lockdown onto the CM. Torrent are holding back XY and slowing him down for the time being as well with a follow-up X mark. Can they get themselves anything more? And it doesn't look like they can. EG will hold back, at least finding something in return for losing the Warlock.
Yep. Not really, the win Faces were hoping for with the free support kill. Will slow down Warlock's level 6, but ultimately doesn't help Faceless that much. Right now, Faceless are being beat at the farming, the greed game, and that's something they're going to have to address. You see the top 3 heroes in terms of net worth are on EG's side. Not a huge margin, but when you're pre-10 minutes, effectively winning all 3 lanes is a big deal, even if it is by a small margin. So Faceless, the response to this normally comes from like mid-game smoke rotations, but it's not going to be the fast, it's still a decent time blink, but they don't have a blink yet. So they can't address it in terms of Ice until he has a blink. Perhaps the response is going to come from Ember. Ember's a hero who can smoke rotate. He's got the gap closed from the Fire Remnant, so if they want to try and contest EG's farm right now, it's got to come from jabs. But alternatively, they may just say, look, we're slightly behind. We're going to stay behind until we get this Magnus blink. So Faceless kind of have two options here. Set the tempo, get Ember active, or just play from behind with the Magnus Blink.
And they have started stacking those Ancients up, of course, as well here on Faceless. It's half the map. To get Ice that cash boost when he's able to take it. I imagine they will allow him to get the gold from that camp, do you think? Or do they give it to like the Ember once they empower him up?
Probably the cause. He can't really farm it by himself.
True, yeah. No,
even with max empower, he hasn't gone like a Treads build. Treads Echo Saber he perhaps could, but with his build he's not farming Ancients. He'll have a Blink Dagger, but by the time they even go for like the Ancient stack, so at that point your Magnus's Blink you'd rather give farm to the Ember or the Clinks. Just kind of efficiency, just stack it. Someone will farm it eventually, you know? If you're walking by the area and you have a chance to stack, you may as well do it.
Hopefully for Faceless, not Universe on the Axe, because he's halfway towards his Blink, and when he starts to move around the map, if they get wind of it, EG would love to take that bit of a kind of storage your cash away from Faceless.
May incentivize like some early EG aggression around this bottom lane, but I think EG's timing is going to come from like the Blink Axe. That's where, at that point, Arteezy should have perhaps Midas Armlet with even just like a Midas Phase. Like even Midas Phase, he can still do some early rotations, but we'll see what the call is going to be.
Excellent. Crit continuing to find his way towards that level 6.
Yep. He doesn't mind if he gets ganked. If you get 3-man ganked as a Warlock, seeing in the offlane as a 5-position player, it's not the end of the world. Playing 5-position support is often not very flashy. Often you put yourself in these spots where you know you're going to die.
Mid lane, Samel being gone on a quick tornado to hold back Jabs and Nuts. And now the turnaround as Universe turning up. They have the X marks onto the Crystal Maiden. They'll bring Nuts back. They'll take the CM. The rest will manage to get themselves away. To go for a Sunstrike onto Jabs. Jabs will be able to walk it off.
EG responding very well to every bit of aggression. Like while they are playing the passive farm game, they're also accepting that they can fight if they're around their towers. They can play the numbers game, which is Faceless going for a 3-man gank, we fight them.
Mid lane again, they do manage to get Jabs with the X mark deep of the Torrent combo, not able to lock him down now. XY with the Magnetize and the Boulder Smash onto Zai. They'll find the Kunkka. Jabs still stuck in the middle of Civil War with the Cold Snap at the Sunstrike. He's out. Samael able to turn around and outplay the Ember. A big kill there for EG. They do not mind losing Zai for that at all.
That was nicely placed with the Sunstrike there. Sumail's good start continues. Only behind Arteezy, and that's largely due to this Midas pickup as Lifesteal continues just to free farm away in the safe lane. We're seeing EG have a very different approach to most teams with their drafts and just overall game understanding of the patch right now. A lot of Midases, a lot of greed. Strong lanes into greed is kind of the philosophy, at least from what we're seeing in the main stage games so far from EG. Their best of 1 against Wings, and here in game 1 of their best of 3. We'll see now the Ancients being attempted.
I'll see they get the gold gem. Ember.
Whoever gets it gets it is kind of the motive,
Ice would love to get a bit of it. I mean, he's so close to that blink.
Yeah,
1800.
For sure.
Looks like
believe it.
Letting Jabs get the majority. As Jabs, again, we saw him do this yesterday, I believe, and the best of 1 when he was playing the Ember, going for the Boost of Travel first, before the Veil in pretty much most of his games.
The TP increased cooldowns, making Boots of Travel a better item in comparison, and heroes like Klinks want to rotate and get active on the map, and that's where if he rotates bottom, you want your Ember farming, pushing out a lane, and then TPing in for a team fight. So the early Boots of Travel allow you to play more aggressive in certain ways. Like you can be greedy while being involved in the fights. Oh, this is such a fast Blink Vanguard for Universe, so that's, to me, going to be the big problem. With a Blink Dagger up, this enables the Lifestealer so much to start finding pickups, but both Blinks come at the same time, so...
Which is going to be more effective.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely perfect as well, the timing there.
I mean, Faceless have good damage to back up their Blink. Both Klinks and Ember are ready to start getting involved. Klinks hasn't got much in the way of items, but he's a Klinks. He death packs a creep, he gets a lot of damage. All you need is Strafe to dish out damage at this point, so it doesn't need like the Deso quite yet. For EG, Axe Blink, so...
and they found Arteezy. Faceless with a massive pick-off as Arteezy was looking to close into their armlet, which is a pretty crucial bit of the plays that EG want to make with this Blink Dagger on Axe.
They know the Blink is up, so that's key as well. Axe synergizes very well with the, I mean, both Lifestealer, but I'd say even more so in some ways with the Invoker, because Invoker just wants to sit around, farm very passively, play for the lake, and this hero peaks around level 18, 19, 20 when he has like Axe plus more. And he's great at just storing Sunstrike. Axe goes for a Blink Call Gank, you throw a Sunstrike,
and that was beautiful. We saw, Ice
Yeah.
cutting his way around the tree line, finds the Warlock, just jumps, skewers him back into the hands of his team.
They're finding these pickoffs through some nice clutch plays. The deep ward, the Clink scouting. This is the danger of a hero like Clink, is he can get very deep in your woods, and the circle's being drawn in the Radiant jungle. At this point, EG have to recognize that their own bottom side of the map is not safe. This is largely what happened in the Liquid Faceless game as well. You just got to give up that area of control, play in the top and the mid side of the map more, and start being the aggressors yourself. Like, the farming efficiency game has worked so far. They're still looking good in terms of net worth on their cores, but they've got to now use that farm on the lifesteal of the axe.
See if Faceless, I mean, maybe even making it, if they can make a move over to the Radiant jungle again. It's actually top lane where Universe gets the jump, locked down and control for Samael to land the strike on the CM.
That's the combo. Axe doesn't even need a lifestealer with him for some of these squishier targets.
Mid lane jabs with a quick reaction, just making sure that Zai can't get that initial X marked.
SSIce will keep trying to push his hero to the limits at bottom. He wants to drag enemy heroes to the bottom lane, and with the good vision, I think he realizes EG are unlikely to commit too many heroes down here. The EG don't really want to team fight in the bottom side of the map because of the Faceless vision in that area.
EG just looking to finish off this tier 1. Arteezy does now have a completed armlet. So they have that synergy, that combination that they can pull off. Tower will fall, but Faceless remaining on this bottom lane, as you said. Ice. No plans of leaving until he gets the full reaction that he's waiting for.
If EG want to defend it, they need to make sure they bring numbers. Like, they can't just have like a lone axe head down to defend it. It's very likely he can get picked off. He gets scouted out by someone like a Clinks. The Earth Spirit stuns, silences him. He goes down. So you really need like multiple heroes to clear out that bottom jungle. But now they've de-warded, so they got the sentry on that cliff. Taking out Faceless' ward makes a much riskier place for them to be. Fighting away from your vision is not something you really want to do at this stage of the game.
Well, to add to EG's team fight, they do now have Aghanims complete. So Samael, of course, making very quick timing top. There's the combo, but the Sleight of Fist dodges there.
Everything.
And jabs. He should be fine here. Wait out the X behind. Actually going a little early. Has the second one. Black is there to help out. And in fact, it looks like Zai's going to be the one in trouble. The Torrent will catch out the Ember. Jab's getting very low, but this, again, just the amount of time that Jab's kept them working on him, buying that space and time for Faceless to make the reaction, worked out. And they'll go for the base Sunstrike. It's not going to connect. And Faceless, again, coming out on top of these little plays.
Yeah, those are the kind of plays Jabs is going to need to make this game. Like, the Kunkka versus Ember matchup is going to be very, very interesting to watch. Right now, both teams have got their cores farmed. It looks like we're going to head into the late game stage. Midases are being bought. Neither team is really putting a huge emphasis on taking a ton of objectives or forcing any kind of 5-man death ball. There's objectives being taken here and there, but it's just tier 1. So looking at this game going late game, Kunkka being able to catch the Ember is going to be a key factor for EG, and vice versa. Jabs not getting caught, dodging that Torrent, dodging that boat is going to be a very key factor for them in terms of turning these ganks around.
7-6. EG still with the 2 top lead farmers.
Yeah, that's definitely a good sign for them. Do you see, as you kind of trickle down, things looking a little bit okay and better for Faceless in terms of the support? A lot of net worth on the Earth Spirit compared to like what the Kunkka has, for example.
Definitely the biggest deficiency is Black's position.
Yes.
He needs to do a bit of catching up here on this Clinks, as he is starting to look less and less like the position 1 that Faceless need this game.
And that's been a limiting factor in their ability to take objectives, find pickoffs. Like, that Deso timing for Clinks is where you can kill heroes so incredibly easy, but he's going to get it not at the best time. He's kind of too late to force objectives. Axe is out farming him, and Axe is a very dangerous hero to play into as a Clinks with that Blade Mail Sunstrike out of call. So it's like EG going to get themselves in the Roche Pit, and no response.
EG have scanned around the shrine just to see if a response comes through.
That was a Dire scan, I believe.
Oh, yeah, it was as well. You're right. So Dire more worried about the invasion of their own jungle.
Yep. There's a Radiant Ward there protecting this Roche, and does look like Faceless being caught somewhat unawares. But at this point, with all the heroes missing, you might suspect it, but imagine EG feel pretty confident with Roche.
There was a ping from Ice coming out just at the end. But absolutely, EG continuing to find the objectives and keep the overall kind of momentum continuing to flow their way.
Good setup. You know, you get that ward protecting Roche, you get 2 sentries down to make sure that Faceless themselves have no eyes on the Roche area, and you're like, well, let's get in here. By the time we realize it, by the time they realize, it's too late for them to do anything about it, since they don't see you going into the pit itself.
Again.
Got that bot tier 2 tower. It's been a slow, steady job working away at that one. It was the creeps that got it in the end, but ultimately not an objective EG even cared or really attempted to defend at any point. They sent like a warlock down there at some point just to get some CS and XP, but it wasn't really EG's heart, wasn't it? They didn't care about that tower.
XY hiding in the trees. Zai lost the dust, isn't going to find him, and they will actually lose Universe by the looks of it. Can Zai do anything in response? Has the Torrent, the X mark as well. Samael coming across to join as well, but Ice there with the 2-man RP. It's looking to save Black. They don't have any follow-up on Faceless. They're just trying to get Black out of there, but he's not going to make it with a Shadow Word on him. He's out and down. Ice in trouble now as well as Samael drops the Tornado and the Meatball, cleans up a second. They may have lost Universe, but this time it's EG with the quick reactions to make sure that Faceless pay heavily for that movement.
They're just responding to the aggression always very well with numbers in force. Like they don't even, that RP was great. Like it stopped the Torrent from landing. He caught the Kunkka, so Kunkka couldn't get the X Torrent on Clinks, but it didn't matter because Kunkka misses his Torrent. Well, hey, Warlock's also there. He's got a rock. That's even better. So all it takes from EG is to just, anytime Faceless gets aggressive on their side of the map, Faceless gets the initial pick. They have the Clinks vision, they have the Earth Spirit roll in with the stun silence. They're going to get the kill, but EG make sure they're getting 1, 2, 3 kills in return every single time. And that's just a continuous trend we're seeing. If Faceless want to make those moves, the second they find that pick with 2 or 3 heroes, their 4th and 5th hero have to rotate in so fast. And the problem is, you're not fighting near the creep waves. Jabs can't actually get there. There was nothing really to boots to travel to. So without Ember Spirit there, you don't have any way of dealing with EG 5-manning you.
Especially with this Desolator now on Arteezy, who's getting even scarier for Faceless. They really need to find that team fight. They need to be able to get Black involved in one of these successful rotations, as it's costing them time and it's costing them money.
See how important the mobility is this game. Talking about Jabs being unable to get to like fights in that area, well, he buys a Blink. He wants to try and add some extra mobility for his team. Be a hero to kind of initiate and start fights. Blink in, use your spells, Remnant away before you get caught by something like an X. And it is Faceless once again going the aggressive.
Got that ward there. They do see moving around that mid lane. Hey, RP, what are we looking like for Ice? How soon till we've got that back? 6 seconds.
Enough, yeah.
Can he do something
All
big?
Smoke on smoke.
They're so grouped up. They can find the jump. They're on the high ground here, Faceless, but they're already trying to get themselves the hell away from EG. And in fact, TP's out.
They don't want to fight into the Aegis.
Yeah, they want to get out of there. Nuts will try and hide in the tree line. It looks like he'll be the one left as the sacrifice, as the rest of Faceless just separate. And still, there's 2 members still around in the neighborhood. Ice hiding in the tree line. His TP's still on cooldown. Jabs will be able to Remnant away, and Ice should be fine as he hides in the tree. And indeed, we'll TP over to the shrine. Yep. I actually see
TP
Crit.
to the wall.
Crit just manning up here, leading across into the enemy territory.
I think it was trying to get, it's trying to get a ward down. Does end up planning it afterwards, but on a solo warding mission, happens to just scout the shrine TP, but again, Aegis is not something that Faceless want to fight into. They were hoping to find like a quick pick-off, but the second they realize EG smoking them as 5, they're like, oh wait, this is not a pick-off on like a Lifestealer or an Axe or someone. This is going to be EG's full-on 5-man force, and they can't engage the Lifestealer. He's infested, so if you want to fight EG as a 5-man, you perhaps like with a engage onto the Lifestealer where you blow him up before he uses Rage or any spells could work, but definitely not the approach we saw just there. And I think, well, good call from Faceless just to get the hell out. That was going to be a fight that went pretty ugly.
Oh dear, XY comes across, but that ward gives them the vision. EG, see his exact movements and take him out. And it is starting to look a bit rocky for Faceless. They're still yet to find that action that they need to really swing this one back in their favor, as EG finding objectives, finding farm, and really forcing Faceless to play their game at the moment.
Yeah, Invoker's getting very scary, level 18, and this deep ward finds the Magnus.
And that
Great
is,
pick.
50 seconds with no initiation as such as the amount that they require. They need that RP to pull big things off.
Spin X.
Zai with the setup, will he be able to land the combo? Not quite. Jabs with the chains, just make it a little harder for Zai to get that animation out.
Nicely played, Creeps given the waves. Now the Invoker's Aegis has expired, but Faceless will still have to wait for their Magnus to respawn, so may still see another tower go down. EG really doing a good job forcing fights, using that smoke when they had the Aegis still, and then when they don't find the big kills just to CM, they say, well, let's just take these 2 towers at bottom, so they get multiple objectives, a CM pick off, likely to get this tier 2 mid unless Faceless have something big in response to this. Black will struggle to fight until he has BKB still. Really needs it against the Kunkka and the Invoker.
And with these objectives, the farm of EG's cores getting very, very nice there for Arteezy and Sumail, of course, in particular. 15,000, a clear 5k, nearly above that of Jabs. And overall, as we can see, the net worth starting to take a bit of a sharp turn for the worse for Faceless.
Yeah, they were kind of keeping tabs, keeping close at least until that Aegis push led to like multiple towers. Like I got 3 towers and a CM kill. Up until then, it was like, yeah, EG, they're winning the farm, the greed game, but Faceless aren't getting blown away. No, they're still not getting blown away. They've got options now with the Aegis taken away. They're gonna, they dewarded the Observer ward by their base as well near the tier 3 tower. So they've just taken out 2 wards. They've denied a lot of important, crucial EG vision, and Aegis has expired. This is like a good time for Faceless to try and take some pickoffs and get something done. They don't want to let EG go back to farming and wait out for another Aegis.
Oh, we saw there as well. Jabs doing his best to push the lanes out. Universe will be working towards the Shadow Blade though, and that is going to make Jabs' life a lot harder when it comes to playing around the catch potential of EG.
Magnus has a Shadow Blade himself. See if that can lead to much. They've taken up posts in EG's jungle, probably knowing that Radiant Vision around this area is unlikely. There was a lot of wards thrown down deep on the Faceless side when EG were being the aggressors, but EG can't play quite as aggressive anymore. Arteezy is getting fairly tanky, going for a slightly different build on his Lifestealer, opting for the Heaven's Halberd approach. Very much just an item looking to survive against the Clink's damage if he gets RP'd. If he gets hit by an Earth Spirit stun silence combo and he's being pelted away by the Clinks, he wants to just be able to survive it. And this Halberd is an item that's received countless buffs over the recent patches. Still hasn't really been bought all that much. But Arteezy feels like this is the game that it will fit into.
Faceless. What is the plan for them now? I mean, coming out across the map, is it getting to the point where they are going to want to wait for EG to play into their hands and then to look for the counter initiation, or can they still look to go out aggressive?
They want to make sure that if they get jumped, they're going to lose fights. Like if Axe gets the blink call with an infest, that's a dead hero from the get-go. So if you're not going to go aggressive and try and find picks, you can't let, you have to avoid.
Ice. And it's just the RP onto one. Will skewer Sumail into the hands of Black, and Sumail, he's out and down. Big way to start the fight here for Faces, but EG all ready to try and set up with the turnaround. They get the call on to Black. Black trying to get himself away, but a boat hits him smack in the face. Artur looking at Jabs. Jabs, has he got another remnant to go? He has one more, gets himself back up to the high ground. Universe though in again with the 2-man call. It's a double kill for the Axe, nearly getting a triple. 2 will survive on Faces, but again, 3 down.
I think it's an alright fight, if not for the fact you lose the gem at the end. The Invoker kill, very nice way to start things off. Even though they lose the Clinks to kill the Invoker, kind of evens things up, but losing your gem, a big deal when you've just bought it. You're at this crucial mid-game stage where Vision, second Roshan is going to be very important, and that's where EG definitely come out on top, as they're going to control that Vision moving forward.
Here we have it again. I mean, as soon as he sees Sumail, I mean, this great bit to start with, getting him into Black's hands.
That rock trying to save Sumail. You did a really good job pulling him away from the Warlock.
But Universe, of course, always in the right place at the right time here. Setting up for Zai's combo. Nowhere for Black to run and hide. Nuts doing a lot here with the Freezing Field Glimmer Cape. Splitting up the fight. And Jabs very lucky to get away with his life. But once again, Universe, bam. He knows when to go back in.
Yeah, Jabs threw everything to deal with the Warlock, and Warlock had already used his spells, so... Like, you think about what the cause on Faceless did. Clinks, he took out... Clinks and Invoker, they, like, trade lives. Axe goes for the Clinks there, and the other big hero that can get kills for Faceless in a fight like that, when Clinks is taken out for the Invoker, is Ember. And you're like, okay, who's Ember going to go for? He needs to make sure he gets something done. He can't really deal with a Lifestealer. I guess the Axe was just too far away for him to go in, but killing a Warlock just isn't really justified there for Jabs. He gets a Warlock. He has to then... His team then is kind of stranded. He used all his spells on that Warlock. Very hard for him to get to the Axe. Perhaps he just didn't have the blink available.
Black and Nuts. Toying with Arteezy, as Arteezy has got the superior backup. Universe
with a gem is going to invade. Getting those cliff wards down, knowing that you can't really ward the low ground when you're up against those gems now. Gotta keep the wards and cliffs as much as possible.
Top lane EG looking to take the final tier 2 that's been standing on Faceless half of the map. Faceless in position, though, to make a push themselves happen. The full 5-man working down this mid lane and will look to force EG back.
RP up, but the Warlock Rock on cooldown for a little bit longer. Should be up around the same time, though, so maybe another 10-15 seconds until that Chaotic Offering. But
let's see if, I mean, it's a lot of this, it feels like, is on ISO to get something big happening with the RP. Universe with the Shadowblade. Who's he going to find? He will be able to get poor old Nuts once again. The CM will go down, ticking out to the Battle Hunger.
As Roche respawns, but something that was going to be difficult for Faceless to contest, but something they likely would have wanted to based on the fact they've just picked up the BKB on Clinks. This is a key item for him to try and fight with, so we'll see if that changes the state of affairs. He still needs to make sure he doesn't get caught in that Axe call. The Axe, oh boy.
The spotted Blackout. Universe.
Blink on cooldown still, so
isn't going to be able to get the chase and catch.
Yeah, the Axe Blink call, if that catches Clinks with a Sunstrike, very likely Black will go down quickly in the fight. They don't have good save on the Faceless side. Perhaps we'll see something like a Yule Scepter picked up just to try and counter the Axe Blade Mail Helix damage. If he gets the call on the Clinks, you just immediately try and Yules him to stop the spin action happening, to stop the Blade Mail damage. But I guess Magnus can theoretically afford that Yules.
EG straight into Roche again. I mean, Faceless well aware that this is happening with the EGZ warding the vision out of it and a successful scan.
Can't really move out. It's too tough with the vision factor, and perhaps they've used a few smokes. Not sure if they actually have any smokes available at this stage. So, and if you do, you're probably thinking we might want to save them for high ground. There's the Yules. It's actually going to come on the Earth Spirit, so definitely like the pickup against an Axe, but you've got to be very fast on it and not always going to stop all the damage. It doesn't stop the Sunstrike, for one thing, landing. As we'll see Jabs work on this bottom lane. He's about to hit level 20, doing very well in the Ember. Not able to keep up with the Invoker or the Lifestealer with their Midases, but still good farm on the Ember Spirit. He's had to play very cautiously against the X-Catch as well.
Yeah, it feels so risky when he comes out for these pushes, Jabs.
Yeah.
Each time EG sending multiple members there to deal with him and get the catch.
So here, big difference in the carries in terms of farm. Black getting heavily outscaled by the Lifestealer. Here, that Clinks was picked up against as a pseudo counter, but if you don't have the farm, you're not going to counter him. He's been a lot more kills, but that's also because Faceless just haven't had as many kills. And when your carry doesn't have to get involved in kills, that's not necessarily a bad thing. If anything, for EG, that's good. If Arteezy can farm and he's not needed to fight, all the better. That means their draft, that means their lanes are working.
EG with the smoke straight into Faceless's jungle. Faceless already backing up. Looks like neither team will be jumped on here. And Faceless is safe in their base.
Shadowblade is such a dangerous item for Faceless to deal with on Axe. He's so good at roaming around finding those pickoffs, and here's like Clinks can't rely on the Skeleton Walk for survivability anymore, and Faceless can't buy a gem against it. So until like 5 more minutes go by when they have a new gem, they've got to really stick together and play super defensively anytime Axe is missing from the map. He can probably solo kill the Clinks with a Sunstrike. That's very, very difficult for Faceless to get anything done as a result.
Ice has gone full, and he has the refresher orb already.
Where's his farm come from? I can't believe he's actually managed to farm that, but yeah, with the Midas and the GPM talent.
That's pretty crazy.
He's actually ridiculously farmed. He spent a lot of time bottom lane split pushing. He was the one that was really the reason for that fast tier 2 DAC, tier 2 going down, and that's some incredible fun. That's the kind of item that can turn this game in Faceless' way. You can, like last fight, he solo RPs the Invoker. He now would have a second RP for the Axe, for example, and then you actually win that fight.
2 different lockdowns, and now he's level 20. Pretty significant, plus 15% on the damage and Cleaver the Empower. They're fighting this water as well. There's the jump. Ice, he's grabbed 2 jabs with the damage as well, bringing them down. They've bursted 2 out of the fight already. Looking for the control onto Arteezy, but Ice out of mana, chunked down by Artur. They'll lose the Magnus, but Samael's chased down by XY and Black. They'll turn their attention towards side Faceless. They've found 3 so far. Can they get more? They can. They'll bring down the Admiral. Arteezy looking for Black. Skeleton Walk still on cooldown for 7 seconds. Black trying to eat a crit to keep alive. Nuts comes in with the Glimmer Cape. Makes sure that Black survives. Black should be fine. He has been disarmed, but he's still got the distance. And Arteezy being bullied around here as he goes from target to target at Faceless. Oh, no. They laugh at the poor child. Arteezy has been bullied, and Black, oh no, the bully becomes, no, it's fine. The bullying is successful. Poor old Artur.
They can't get him.
Oh no.
He's toggling.
Somebody, oh my goodness, right. They've triggered him now. He's angry. Arteezy.
He's going for
He's
more.
out. He's back for vengeance. You bullied me once. Now I'll rip your skin off and eat your flesh. As he takes down a double.
Oh, that 4-man surrounded.
Well, there we have it. A bit of a lesson to the bullies out there. One day that kid will sort you out. But all in all, still, obviously, not too great for EG. They lose a lot. But Arteezy surviving, that's got to be worrying for Faceless. You can't kill the carry.
Invoker's got travel, so he can immediately TP to this top push. They've, got an Aegis. Yeah, that's the big thing here. Arteezy can
They've got an RP though still.
Yeah.
Second RP.
Did refresh immediately. 100 seconds till that refresher comes back up, but 1 RP likely enough. Probably doesn't want to go for the lifesteal. He wants to make sure he gets like an Invoker or Axe type hero. Since the lifesteal does have the Aegis, he would happily soak up an RP here. And that's going to be a free tier 3 tower.
Straight here onto the racks here. Arteezy.
Someone needs to stop him.
I don't think they're going to be able to before these racks. Melee's down. Faceless. Very, very aware of the power of this lifestealing out as Arteezy has just blossomed that.
Not at least getting the Aegis. When they had him 4-man surrounded, if they had just gotten the Aegis, that wouldn't happen because EG probably are not going to go for that high ground push into RP.
Oh, here's the bullying again. I mean, look at it. Arteezy tucking and turning, but they're low on mana. These armlet toggles as well.
I think it was a miss from Black as well.
And again, I mean,
he had a low ground miss, but that was just some really nice play from him.
Insane. Arteezy has been receiving a little bit of a flame for some of his performances earlier on in this LAN, but now stepping it up here on the main stage and showing us the plays that we've come to expect from the kid.
I mean, that right there, you see why Halberd is a good item. It saves his life there. With the disarm as well as the extra evasion kicking in, and something Clinks will have to address with an MKB Bloodthorn type pickup. Does look like oh yeah, the Orchid into Bloodthorn is going to be the approach this game. I think it may tempt like a Manta build from Arteezy to get out of that silence. Not sure what he's going to go for, or perhaps he'll just ask his team, someone buy a Lotus Orb, you know? Someone help me out. Although Lotus Orb's perhaps Kunka's job. He's got the Arcane Boots, can disassemble.
Nice positioning from Faceless once again.
They've got a good ward for this fight.
There's the jump in, immediate. Taking out one, but Ice is there with the reaction, but the reaction to the reaction as the Warlock Golem is dropped. Nuts trying for the freezing field, but they'll hold him back. Already looking to chase for more. Warlock's been left on the back lines. Crit will go down. This plus 60 damage doing work there for Nuts. Yep. Black only just getting himself away under the cover of Skeleton Walk. It's EG, in fact, that are the losers here. They've lost 2. Sunstrike won't connect. Zai looking to try and make this trade better, but there, again's another RP. Ice will set up a 3rd kill for Black to get himself involved in Samael. Oh, he's angry. BKB pop. He wants this CM. He'll get the CM.
Very hectic fights. Both RPs used may lead to EG trying to press their advantage.
Can Jabs finish this, Samael? 1v1 me, son. Here we go. Samael will gladly accept the challenge as he turns around, drops a meteor. Jabs has to duke it out. Black.
Samael in trouble. He's got to blink.
Can he clean up the kill? And Samael with that out to safety. They search for him in the tree line. He's up towards the left. There's no vision on this.
Samael's going back for the kill. Okay, that
Jabs has got the gem. It's a risky kill attempt for Samael, and Samael realizes he's out. He won't play around with fire for too long.
He ran through the Clinks, and I think Ember's like, oh, he's over here. Let's go head back that way. But take the regen. No.
Take that regen, little boy. Happens Albert. Can he arm the? Oh, he cannot arm the toggle his way out of that.
You can have the regen. We'll just kill you right out.
The bullies are back.
Oh, that time they get the job done. Faceless have managed to. It feels similar to the Liquid game in some ways, where they're like, yeah there's one carry. Well, this game there's 2. That game there was just a Naga, but they make sure all 3 of their core players go late game, and this seems to be a recipe for success with Faceless. I mean, it always has been with Ice. He's a player when he's got a lot of fun when he's having a good game. Faceless are winning games. They can't just get Black and Jabs fun. They need to have 3 good late game scaling players. Ice with Refresher on Magnus is the kind of player you want to be seeing in the late game have a huge impact. And for EG, we're not seeing that kind of item progression on the late game Axe. He had a fantastic start. It is just like a 2-core lineup. Lifestealer is going to get kited, and things are at least progressing in a way where it doesn't feel like EG have shored up their late game, even with a Rax advantage. They need that next big team fight. Next Roche is going to be crucial for them.
Oh, XY, unfortunately for himself, sitting under the ward.
Or is it?
The boat comes through Universe as well with the call just to make sure that they can find him. Can Faceless do anything in return? Black trying to go in on the axe, takes a huge amount of the blame, but Ice is there with the RP. He's grabbed Universe, he's caught Sumail as well. Black backs up with the skeleton walk. Jab's already coming in from the side, looking to cut off EG. Remnant burst, 1, bam, 2. He manages to chain it beautifully to pick up the double, and Jabs may not be done yet. Sumail isn't going to be chased down.
Beautiful Ember play.
Very nicely done from Jabs. We can see why this is one of the mids that Faceless love to grab their hands on for him. 6-1-6 this game. Nearly having the money pretty much for that Octarine as well.
They've draft around the strength of their players. First stage picking an Ember, the only team in this tournament who really do that at this point in the event, but with good reason with how Jabs has played it and things going Faceless' way in that fight. They commit a lot of heroes for that Earth Spirit. That Yules forces the Axe to blink in for a call. If not for that Yules, Invoker perhaps just solo kills the Earth Spirit. But by getting that full commitment, Clinks is able to get the return kill on the Axe. He slightly mistimed his strafe there. He tried to wait till the blade mail was... I mean, it was very...
Ice. He just refreshes straight up, gets that RP onto Arteezy. The damage just ripping through the Lifestealer, and Faceless maybe seeing if they can get more. They look towards Sumail, but the BKB's
will
out.
wear off. He needs to be careful.
This is just backing off. The Sunstrike, not enough damage. Black survives because he had a hearty meal just before that fight.
That was such a well-played Sunstrike, and Black managing to barely survive. That is, I mean, Sumail's playing a hell of a game. He's doing everything he can. They want to secure Roche.
Yeah. Okay.
So they want to try and secure Roche while RP is down. They know RP was just used. Roche is up. They basically trade the buyback for having an Aegis on Lifestealer here, which is basically like, well, either way, you've got a second life on Lifestealer. The difference is your opponents don't get the Aegis. If Faceless got the Aegis, you could find yourselves in some trouble, and Faceless aren't even going to contest this. They're like, we haven't got RP. We've just chewed through a lot of our spells. Black is still pretty low. No way can we stop Roche from happening. So I like that buyback. It gets Arteezy a guaranteed Aegis and negates the fact that he doesn't have buyback because of that.
And as you said, they didn't have the RP for the Roche, and they're not going to have RP for the high ground defense. Still about, what, 40 seconds, I believe, at least on that Magnus RP.
Jabs is approaching level 25, though. See what he can do. The Refresher being in the back.
Well, sometimes you don't need RP if you can hit the skewer, but Ice won't quite get it onto Artur.
He's got the Refresher in the backpack, making it cool down a lot slower on the Magnus. Something that could come into play. I feel like he should try and swap that out, even just for his magic wand, but...
That's easy. Looking to man up, disarm onto the Clinks on the sidelines. Universe keeping eyes on Jabs. Looks like EG.
Has Jabs got 25? Not yet. That would be a big level to get. Although it does look like EG are going to back off for a little bit, go for the Shrine, so that will perhaps give Jabs the room to hit that crucial level 25. Likely going for the cooldown reduction. You're against the Lifestealer who can easily get out of the Searing Chains, and we're seeing teams just get a lot of like Lotus Orbs and stuff against the Searing Chains if need be, so I feel like the cooldown reduction is more likely going to be the way he approaches this game. Axe TPing top. Didn't bring the Lifestealer, so I don't think he finds his kill.
Tries for the call, but Jabs again.
He's out.
I mean, a little coincidental that he's juke, but it works.
He got rid of the gem then, or is it still on the Ember? Oh yeah, he doesn't have the gem anymore. That was a bit coincidental, but he'll take it.
Oh, mid lane, Arteezy.
Can
be careful here. They may be able to kill him once here, but the Bloodthorn damage is enough. He's down once. That's the Aegis gone, and now we're in that 5 minutes.
He's got no buyback.
You've got to be careful. You've got to be careful if you're Artur. Ice has an RP as well. Arteezy, he better run. The Hex is there. They go for the bait. They catch out Ice. The Magnus is down and down. 85 seconds, no buyback. And now EG, Luna combo for more. They've got the Tornado onto XY. Earth Spirit's out. Battle Hunger onto Nuts. They jump in from Jabs. He's looking to try and clean up in return, but now he's surrounded. The disarm from Artur. The bash as well. Jabs is out. Sumail again, the second Tornado. Now looking for Black. Hexed up. Arteezy ready to close in. The buyback's coming out. Jabs buying back into the fight. Black will survive. Nuts goes for the freezing field, but immediate use there from EG as they take CM out. EG, they're not done yet. Universe seeing if he could have the potential to catch more. Black on the side.
What a clutch Hex onto the Magnus. They baited that so incredibly well. They saw Ice coming in looking for the RP on the Lifestealer to try and seal the deal on a dieback, but just wasn't able to anticipate, perhaps not even seeing the Hex pick up just yet. Completely blindsiding him, and with that, EG find themselves with a big lead here and perhaps able to take a second lane of racks. They'll buy some time with the Glyph, and Arteezy still does need to be careful against the Bloodthorn. Universe is fishing.
15 seconds for that Magnus. They've got to get something done before Ice is back. Arteezy straight in with the rage. There's Universe on the back lines, catching out Black on the Clinks. The Clinks is out, buys back immediately. XY is down. 80 seconds without the Earth Spirit, and at the same time, on the back, crit was gone on by Jabs, but Jabs couldn't quite finish the job as he has to back up. They've lost the melee Rex in the middle lane, and EG getting a lot done as they continue to just amp up the pressure ever since that Arteezy buyback and making sure that they find these objectives.
Preemptive spell use paying off. We saw it at top where the Ember, he just remnants away before the Axe calls. We saw it at mid with the pre-Hex before the Blink, and we see it there. Arteezy just rages. He knows that he might get jumped by an Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit blinks as he rages. Tried to just get like a stun silence off. Perhaps they kill him. I don't think they do, but it would at least stop him hitting the racks. And it baits the entire team. Earth Spirit suddenly finds himself right on top of a raged lifesteal. That is the worst possible position for him to be. And as a result, we'll see another melee racks going down. Faceless will have to play from behind. They have got the double RP in the late game to do so with Ember Spirit. Fantastic late game hero as well, but on the Radiant side, that Hex catch, we've seen how effective it can be. Not to mention the fact that Sumail's Invoker has just been phenomenal this game.
And here we go, EG. Now with the strong position by quite a mile. 2 minutes only left on Arteezy's cooldown. The buyback over on the side of Faceless, as we can see. Black, Jabs, and XY still having at least 4 minutes to wait. If they go down in this window, it could be all over for Faceless here in this game one.
And it seems something that EG want to play around without forcing it too much. They have to be wary of their Lifestealer, who doesn't have buyback for a much smaller window.
It's nearly there. It's nearly there.
They couldn't look to wait that out and then try and jump onto Faceless, but fighting near the Faceless base is always going to be very difficult.
Faceless, they don't care that their buyback's on cooldown. They want to go for something big. They smoke out, but EG have this high ground advantage.
Go on to.
XY's been spotted by this ward. EG know that something's up. Jabs will get the jump in. Finds one, but then Ice immediately comes in with two. They've managed to catch out the two backline supports. They'll take one. Universe coming in with the reaction, but the second RP is there to hold back the Axe. Sumail gets taken down. Black has just too much damage. They'll turn towards Universe, and Faceless with that movement, with that play. Once again, Artur, the last man surviving, is out, as well as Faceless. Team wipe EG. A massive fight there. And an incredible, we saw that they, EG saw XY, but as soon as they saw him, Jabs in immediately with a slight, and then the Ice just blindly going in, knows that he's going to get multiple heroes.
Ice Dota. He missed the second RP onto the Lifestealer with the Axe. He went for two, but even so, he got the initial start.
And look at this damage for Black.
Black finding Sumail. That's the other key thing is there. Sumail didn't have the support to fight into Black. Black's BKB was just used to snipe the Invoker. Invoker without, I don't think he has a Shivers Guard or anything like that because he went for this Hex, so he doesn't have much armor to fight against the Clinks, and he melts to that physical damage. Yeah, we see he's got the plate melt in his backpack. He's now going back for the Shivers. He recognizes what's crushing him in these fights, and it's that single target damage output.
Let's see what they can get done though. 10 seconds and Arteezy will have buyback available.
Well, I'm not sure if you want to use an Invoker buyback at this point. You may just give up a lane of racks, but they'll use the Lifestealer one, trying to hold
Jabs.
on. Oh, God.
Straight in T-Pit, looking for crit. Getting himself back out, just creating space to make sure the Faceless can finish off the racks in the middle. Black not messing around, just BKBs and runs out. They don't get the range. They bring it down to pretty much dead, but they get that melee racks that they were after and force out Arteezy's buyback.
Yeah, good calls on both sides. If you don't buy back like the Lifestealer there, they can use that window with 3 heroes dead to do some, perhaps get a second lane of racks. And by buying back the Lifestealer, Faceless can't commit as many heroes, and they're able to preserve the Invoker buyback as well as the Axe buyback.
Ice, as we can see, not only been having just a great game today, yesterday as well, pulling out some massive plays for Faceless.
This Lincolns will help a lot against that counter initiation we've seen from the Hex. Not going to be quite the same solution. What's he got? Minus 35 respawn time.
Oh, you got to take that, surely. That's
Shockwave
so good.
No, not much thought into that one.
Yeah.
And
EG again looking to fight around the spot.
Be so careful. Dire have maintained some decent vision around that area. They can try and pop these smokes with either an invis or a blink hero and then use that vision advantage. And actually they know EG's there. They saw that ward get planted, so they know they were on that left side of the cliff and likely smoked up.
Roshan would be lovely for EG.
This is the minimum respawn time now, so Faceless only now have to start worrying about Roche, and they're probably like, all right, surely it's going to be at least like a minute till Roche. It's one of those things where in your head, you normally wait like 30 seconds to a minute before you go push out and check out Roche, but it will be a very fast respawn.
Straight up, there we have it.
That definitely helps EG. They're kind of already in position. They've got one decent ward in the area. Very hard to maintain vision against Gem, and all of Faceless's vision was set up for that last fight, so they've got nothing around this Roche pit. How scared EG are right now just depends on whether they think Faceless have a smoke, among other factors. And it looks like Universe is going to be in charge of trying to scout out any incoming smoke ganks.
And looks like they should get this. Huge, of course. Again, a bit of a repeat at the portion of the game we saw, what, about 10 minutes ago, where we have this RTZ's buyback on cooldown for a fair few minutes still. But they get himself the Aegis. Last time they had that, they were able to, get away with the melee racks in the middle lane that they took down. Maybe we'll see a repeat towards the bottom lane, and that's going to push, of course, Faceless closer and closer to being mega creeped.
We'll see how they respond to this one. On the Faceless side, may have to start considering just RPing that lifesteal, even though he's got an Aegis. If he goes onto the high ground and just starts rage hitting your buildings, you can't just let them get mega creeps without contesting, so...
I mean, that is the nice thing about Ice this game. We are seeing a Magnus that he's not waiting for the flashiest of RPs. He goes in immediately, Samael or even just the supports on the backline. He knows that as long as they're the team that gets the jump, there's a high chance that the fight overall will go their way.
Last time he took out the two supports, and because of that, Invoker was a free kill for Black. Black was able to isolate Invoker. There was no Axe Call, there was no Kunkka Ghost Ship, there was no Warlock Rock. Probably most importantly, no Warlock Rock. Warlock was positioned in fogged in the trees, but he got scouted by a beautiful sleight of fist from the Ember Spirit. That chains onto the Warlock really set up Faceless perfectly, but Faceless need more of that. They're still on the back foot. They're still up against Aegis Cheese, and EG still have all the tools they need to try and break high ground. It's just going to be how they play around the Magnus RP and how they manage to make sure that these supports don't get caught on the backlines, for example. Interesting, Crit has the cheese. Perhaps just, I mean, the other, like the cores don't have many item slots for it more than anything. And perhaps thinking that he might get caught in like a spell and be able to survive like a Ember combo if he has cheese. You cheese up against the Ember to guarantee you get your rock off.
EG looking to get the ward down. They are underneath the eyes here. Off Faces, Ice again, jumping in. He's grabbed the two supports, refreshes. It looks like he's waiting, holding back for the second one to follow through. It's actually at the front of it all. The Samaels has found Jabs. Jabs low, there's your second RP. Again, Ice looking for the lockdown. Universe is in with the counterplay. Gets the call off onto Ice from the sideline. Black trying to bring down RTZ, but he hasn't quite got enough damage to do so. This time, EG, they'll turn towards Black. The Battle Hunger should indeed take him down, and he's out. No Black for 2 minutes. This is EG this time round, claiming the superior fight. They just looked a little awkward. We saw Ice get the RP onto the two supports, but then it just seemed like he realized the damage dealers weren't there. He was focused on the fact that up towards the top, Jabs was having his work cut out by the rest of the side.
Yeah, he held off on the second RP, I think, recognizing that his cores weren't there to dish out damage, so I think it was the right call, but the problem was the fact you went for that first RP and your cores weren't on top of them. And Ember getting controlled there by Sumail, really deciding things, and now the Klink's by, it looked like it just came back up. Klink's is back, Magnus is not, and they also know Magnus doesn't have RP, so even if Magnus respawns, he won't have that RP for at least a good minute or so.
An incredibly disjointed fight there from Faceless, heavily costing them. EG still with that Aegis on RTZ as well. Black alone, as we saw, just not enough damage to cut through this lifestealer at this stage. As they'll find the racks, EG only needing to take that one from the mid to claim those megas.
May just go for it with the rage, knowing that there's a window still with RP on cooldown. Back up in 35. Feels like they can just walk in rage and take it for free. There's no real response there. Maybe just comes down to whether or not they're quite wary of the exact cooldown of that RP. Even without the rage lifesteal, they can just send Fort Spirit's Eye and just chip away on this one. Yeah, TZ is just likely going to try and rage from the low ground. He's actually being X'd even. Very safe play.
And he goes, and that will be the final racks. They're gone. Mega creeps out now for EG. Obviously, Faceless, they do have the Empower and such to help push these lanes back out, but it's not an ideal position for them to be in whatsoever as EG, after a bit of a rocky kind of late game, getting themselves back in firm control and certainly looking to be the side to take this game.
Daedalus Ember Spirit coming out, so has transitioned into the physical damage. I was about to say, is it time for the Rapier? We'll get the Daedalus first, and then likely, if time goes on, he'll love a Rapier, but he's not going to have money for that anytime soon without a team fight victory or two, so we'll see if he can get there. Likely at that point of the game where you just say, let's replace this Veil, get Rapiers, and hope for the best, but it's EG in firm control. Likely to shore up perhaps even another Roshan before they try and take any kind of a risky fight in the enemy base. If Faceless try and leave the base, then yeah, you take those pickoffs that you can. Axe is going to be fishing around. Same for the Invoker with the Scythe of Vice. Find the pickoffs where possible, and Jabs is definitely a good target. Hasn't got the Lincoln Sphere. That was kind of maybe his downfall in that last fight. He got hexed up and controlled, and as a result, didn't dish out any damage onto the RP targets. It was hard to fully tell what happened in that fight because it really was two different fights.
It was straight up like by where the tier 2 wasn't down where the tier 1 would have been.
And if it was two fights that were close together, then I think that's okay for Faceless. So at least Ember's in the neighborhood. They can try and help him out when the Hex wears off. He can dish out some damage, but it was miles away from the RP. There was not a point of damage dealt in that RP.
Here we have it, EG closing in again around that mid lane. They know that there's still this window if they can take down Black or Jabs. No buybacks for these cores for a good 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
Hard to get out to that secret shop to finish off your Daedalus too if you're Jabs.
They're trying to make the journey now. EG, Universe going to look for the vision here as he goes up towards the high ground. Will be grabbed back. There's your first RP onto Samel. They'll take the Invoker. No, he's still alive in front. No, they don't kill him. The BKB comes out. The boat flies through from side. No, Samel still survives. Finally goes down as Jabs gets him out. But the buyback will be there. They've lost the CM. They've lost Ice, who will buy back along with XY. Universe looking to finish off this Jabs Ember Spirit for a second time, and they will. Jabs and Black are out. This is almost certainly GG as evil geniuses with these last few fights.
That's got to be it,
execution and just outplay of Faceless. They've done it here in game 1. They will take it 56 minutes in. Quite the game. A game where it looked to be EG having the easier opening. Faceless hitting back hard in the mid game, but at the end of the day, the performance from EG in these team fights was pretty immaculate.
EG stepping up. I think the great thing about this series is just how much both teams have stepped up their play from the group stage. Because you're looking at Faceless, last place in their group, EG, second to last in their group. Neither of these teams had a good group stage, but what we're seeing on the main event is really some top-class Dota. Faceless really pushed this game to the limit. Ice, standout player on the Magnus, absolutely fantastic performance, but for EG, it was the whole team. Everything came together.
For sure. And Samel in that last fight, not dying.